Chapter 1. The show begins. Data soars. Welcome, dear viewers, to our latest family variety show, Where Have All the Dads Gone? This time, we shall adopt an innovative live broadcasting approach to present you with an extraordinary stage effect. We will invite three distinct groups of parents from different generations: the warm-hearted families of the 80s, the dynamic families of the 90s, and the novice parents of the 00s. Each family will have their own live broadcast room, and we encourage our audience to cast their votes for their favorite family. The family with the highest score will receive a delightful surprise gift package from the production team. Every Sunday, we will gather in the same live broadcast room, while the remaining time will be allocated to each family. Now, let's hand the camera over to our respective families. As the voice of teacher, he resonated. The cameras in the three live rooms were simultaneously activated. The first family introduced was an 80s family from Haicheng. As the camera turned on, a middle-aged man appeared, round in stature, with a somewhat greasy appearance and a receding hairline. The audience in the live room seemed less than enthusiastic. What on earth? A sight for sore eyes. What is this? I'm out. The man nervously adjusted his hair and tugged at his clothing, sitting tensely on the sofa. Clearing his throat, he began ahem. Hello, everyone. I'm the guest this time, the father of Guo Xiaowan, representing an 80s family from Haicheng. My daughter's name is Xiaowan, and she is already 6 years old. At this hour, she is usually asleep, and my housekeeper prepares everything at home during this time. Listening to the middle-aged man's introduction, the audience in the live room quickly lost interest. They felt something was amiss, although a few discerning viewers noticed that the home's decor exuded affluence. Soon, the camera shifted to the second family. Unlike the previous group, this family was already neatly dressed and sat upright on the sofa, clearly showing respect for the program. However, halfway through the introduction, the matriarch glanced at her phone and immediately stood up. I apologize, my son has a few classes left today, and I need to take him to his lessons now. This family's financial capability is not to be underestimated. My goodness, is her son only 3 years old and already fluent in 3 languages? Meanwhile, I, at 20, am still struggling with my English. Count me in on that one. As the viewer count surged, teacher He's smile widened. It seemed this episode was poised for success. However, when everyone's attention shifted to the third family's live room, they were met with an empty backdrop. Occasionally, the sound of the male host snoring could be heard. Haha, now this is real life. Aughts, rise up. As a member of the aughts still single, I see some have already begun their journey into fatherhood. Isn't this a bit disrespectful? At least one person should show up. The comments in the live stream gradually turned quite restless, and beads of sweat began to form on Teacher He's forehead. What was happening? Hadn't everything been prepared well in advance? Had the family not been notified? Just as Teacher He anxiously dialed a number outside the studio, a soft and melodious voice suddenly emerged. Hello, everyone. We're the third family of the day. My name is Lin Mengmeng, and I am 3 years old, Lin Mengmeng announced, extending 4 fingers as she introduced herself. Instantly, the live stream exploded with excitement. Little one, what color do you like for your sack? Huh, that's 4, not 3. My son says he likes you, but after a glance at him, I think he's not worthy. In just a few exchanges, the heat of the live stream surged past 300,000 and continued to climb. Lin Mengmeng waved her tiny hand. Please don't send messages I can't understand. I don't know how to read. My mommy and daddy are still sleeping. I need to prepare breakfast. Preparing breakfast? Am I hearing things? No, you heard correctly. Lin Mengmeng found a perfect spot and set her phone down. She then smiled at the camera. Uncles and aunties, in placing you here, are going to make scallion pancakes. Last night, Daddy ordered breakfast for this morning. With that, Lin Mengmeng expertly retrieved the dough her father had prepared from the refrigerator, placing it on her small table. The height of the table was slightly shorter than Lin Mengmeng, appearing custom-made just for her. At that moment, even Teacher He was left agape in disbelief. What was she witnessing? Is this the daughter of a deity? Mengmeng, come into Auntie's sack. Where's the dad? I can't see him at all. In an instant, Lin Mengmeng's popularity surpassed that of the previous 2 families, and discussions surrounding her surged vigorously. The trending topics concerning Lin Mengmeng soared high. Daddy, Lin Mengmeng's identity. Learn culinary skills with Mengjia super topic Lin Mengmeng. Teacher He was utterly astonished in the live stream. Such high engagement was unprecedented. Meanwhile, Lin Mingming remained oblivious to all the commotion in the live stream, still wearing her little apron, her face impeccably clean. She looked nothing like someone who had just cooked. In fact, one would hardly guess she had just made scallion pancakes. Lin Mingming flashed a smile at the camera, gently reminding sisters and brothers, please be careful. I'm about to light the stove. Mengjie is amazing. She can light the stove. Is there truly no safety hazard? Hey, do you have a familial connection with the Leshan giant Buddha? Watching the 3-year-old Mengjie cook made me give my little brother, who was watching cartoons in the living room, a good scolding. I want to have Mengjie. What level are you at to dare compete with me for Mengjie? Lin Mingming gazed at the barrage of comments in the live stream, scratching her little head. She certainly had no intention of revealing to these viewers that she was already familiar with some elementary characters, such as her own name. As she prepared a meal, she cautioned, dear brothers and sisters, this is quite dangerous. It is imperative to have an adult present while engaging in such activities, especially for young children. Never attempt these tasks alone. Otherwise, accidents are likely to occur. She continued, now, we shall extinguish the fire. At that moment, a voice resonated from the room. Mingming, is dinner ready? Is this the babysitter? It truly is Mengjie's father. With Lin Ziyu's voice, the livestream's popularity surged, swiftly trending on social media. Meanwhile, the scene transitioned back to the production studio. Teacher He, microphone in hand, wore a broad smile. Just now, everyone became acquainted with our 3 families. If you have a favorite, be sure to cast your votes. We shall see you tomorrow. Click. The entire livestream plunged into darkness. Yet, some viewers remained, engaged in fervent discussions. Mingming, where's my Mingming? I don't particularly like Lin Mingming. She seems too contrived. I prefer the first group. They feel more authentic. If you don't like it, just leave. Stop whining. Watching a variety show and feeling superior, really. Chapter 002. You are the pillar of our family. Teacher He, should we consider replacing a guest from the 3rd family group? Indeed, it seems they are not very cooperative, and their child is quite young. There is simply no engaging topics to discuss. Teacher He shook his head. Such decisions were beyond his purview. The mere thought of the identity of the 3rd family sent a chill down his spine. This was just the beginning. The data was still unclear. Perhaps we would gain more insight in the next episode. Soon, the second live broadcast commenced. The staff in the control room collectively gasped, hoping there would be no further complications. As Lin Mingming opened the live stream, hundreds of thousands of viewers surged in, nearly causing a system crash. Teacher He in the control room wore a smile that crinkled his face, occasionally remarking to the staff beside him, I initially thought the youngest might be our downfall. Yet she has unexpectedly salvaged our ratings. Indeed, Lin Mingming's father seems quite dissatisfied with our script, insisting that his daughter should do as she pleases without a script. After all, she belongs to the post, 2000 generation, fearless and unbridled. Understandable. Teacher He waved his hand, attempting to smooth things over. He certainly could not disclose Lin Ziyu's identity, for that would send shockwaves throughout Haicheng. Just the few albums Lin Ziyu penned for their company each year had been sold out in an instant. Naturally, such private matters were known only to esteemed figures like Teacher He. Daughter, what shall we have for dinner today? Have you seen my blue dress? When is Mom's flight today? I will go pick her up. You just prepare the meal for us at home. Before Lin Ziyu even made an appearance, his incessant voice was already heard. Speculations in the live stream suggested that Lin Ziyu was a portly, middle-aged man, which would suit their Mengjie just fine. Suddenly, a man appeared in the live stream, shirtless and clad in dress trousers. His 8-pack abs were strikingly evident, and his well-defined biceps showcased perfect muscle definition. What? Isn't this apparent child show? Quick, tell me, which direction should I bow to have such a husband and child? I'm now curious about what Mengjie's mother looks like. Those abs. Someone upstairs. I'm drooling. Lin Mingming hurriedly grabbed a blue dress from the cupboard and tossed it to Lin Ziyu. Dad, we are participating in a show. You must pay attention to your image. Lin Ziyu casually nodded. Got it. Yet, his hands did not cease their movements. He reached for a piece of pastry and popped it into his mouth. After savoring the delightful treat, Lin Ziyu beamed with satisfaction, reclining leisurely on the sofa. With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Ziyu remarked, Daughter, today's pancakes are rather salty. Please fetch me a drink. Lin Mingming rolled her eyes and retrieved a bottle of water from the refrigerator, placing it in Lin Ziyu's hand. No sooner had she taken a few steps when Lin Ziyu's voice called out from behind, "Sweetheart, could you also bring me my charger?" Lin Mingming nodded in acknowledgement. The audience in the live stream observed the father-daughter dynamic in silence. What is going on here? Just came over from next door. What's the situation now? Meng Jie is already preparing lunch. Lunch? Isn't this a parent-child variety show? Meanwhile, next door they're in class. After all, Lin Ziyu was not one to follow conventional paths. At this moment, he was sprawled on the sofa while Lin Mingming busied herself in the kitchen. "Mingming, you needn't prepare my meals today. I'm going out to eat." "Dad, the food outside isn't very clean. If you want to eat something, eat at home." Why does this sound so familiar? Familiar one. My mom said the same thing to me yesterday. Has our Mingjie not consumed the Mungpa soup? Report. Mungpa is selling counterfeit goods. Everyone expected Lin Ziyu to relent upon hearing Lin Mingming's refusal. Yet, in the next moment, his antics left the live stream audience in stitches. He dramatically placed his legs on the floor beside the sofa and let his body slump like a puddle of water, weak and lifeless. Eventually, he lay flat on the ground, pounding the floor with his fists. Why? Why can't I go out to eat? I just want to eat out. The food outside is so delicious. Why can't I go out to eat? All the other dads and moms are eating outside. Why can't I? Lin Mingming, if you don't give me money to go out to eat today, I will cry for you to see. In that moment, the live stream fell into silence. The director's room was equally quiet. Is it okay to laugh now? Where does one start? I can't take it anymore. This is killing me. I'm laughing so hard I might choke. My mom is coming to scold me now. Yet Lin Mingming appeared entirely unfazed. With one hand on her hip, she extended her chubby little hand to tug at Lin Ziyu's arm. Get up quickly. The floor is so cold. You might catch a cold. For a moment, I couldn't tell who was leading whom. Is Mingming the boss at home? I need a daughter like Mingming. Please give me a dozen. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyu remained sprawled on the floor, shifting slightly and groggily opening one eye. So what about going out to eat? How about it? Go ahead. But you must return before Mom comes back. Otherwise, she will be upset. You can rest assured on that front. I'll go with your mother. Huh. Only in a world where Meng Jie is the one being hurt can there be consensus. Meng Jie, don't be sad. Come over to my house to eat. Look at Meng Jie's adorable little fists. With a resigned sigh, Lin Mingming slung her backpack over her shoulder. I have class to attend shortly, so remember to close the door when you leave. Upon uttering this statement, the live broadcast room erupted in disbelief. It was initially thought that this family could bid farewell to the world of excessive academic pressure. Yet, to their astonishment, they found themselves entangled in the same predicament. Just as Lin Mingming was about to leave, she turned back. I've forgotten my spatula. Mingming, once you start school, be sure to study diligently. Your father has worked hard to support your culinary education, and we eagerly await the meals you will prepare for us. After all, neither of your parents knows how to cook. We cannot allow ourselves to starve. The audience was left utterly dumbfounded. Other families enrolled their children in dance, music, and other extracurricular activities, while Lin Mingming's path diverged entirely. One might argue that she lacked effort, yet she diligently attended classes. However, one could also question the nature of her studies. Standing at less than 1 meter tall, wielding her small spatula, and equipped with a specially crafted miniature kitchen at home. The absurdity of it all suddenly seemed to align. I suspect the father is rather indulgent with our Mengjie. Mengjie, at such a tender age, already bears the responsibility of preparing the family's daily meals. This household would surely fall apart without Mengjie. As soon as Lin Mingming stepped out, her brother Lin Ziyu swiftly retrieved a packet of spicy snacks from the drawer, exclaiming, "That was close. I almost got caught." Chapter 003. Is Father Unwell? In the classroom, Lin Mingming sat with her smartwatch incessantly flashing. Mingming, in your first hour away from home, I miss your sweet and sour ribs. Darling daughter, your mother requests that you bring back some spicy hot pot from downstairs. Love you lots. Lin Mingming furrowed her brow. She had left home at noon, and it had barely been 30 minutes. Is it truly so difficult to carve out one's own life? The teacher, astonished, approached Lin Mingming, casting a disbelieving glance at the spatula in her hand. Whose child is this? You must leave immediately. Yet, the surrounding parents merely shook their heads. The average age of the attendees hovered around 30, with Lin Mingming being the youngest by far. Observing the absence of any volunteers to intervene, the teacher crouched down, gently stroking Lin Mingming's forehead. "Little one, it is quite hazardous here. With so many pots and pans around, you could get hurt if you're not careful." Lin Mingming shook her head. "Teacher, I am your student. This is my second time attending class." She extended 3 fingers for emphasis. The teacher stood in stunned silence. "This is my student? Why do I not recall you at all?" "Yes, I am your student," Lin Mingming affirmed. Rising on her tiptoes, she retrieved her identification card from her locker. The atmosphere grew extremely awkward, tinged with silence. The teacher, trembling, held the card for comparison. "Is this truly you?" Lin Mingming nodded. "Teacher, in the last class, I made scallion pancakes. Do you remember?" The teacher gazed at Lin Mingming in disbelief. "Was that creation truly yours?" Lin Mingming beamed, revealing her pearly whites. "Indeed, and I received the highest score in the class." At that moment, the teacher pondered who could have crafted such a delightful scallion pancake, yet no one was in sight. Little did they know, the absence of visibility was due to the individual being rather diminutive. "You, come out here for a moment, and please bring your parents along. I have yet to encounter a parent who sends their child to learn culinary arts." The audience in the live broadcast went into a frenzy at the exchange between Lin Mingming and the teacher. "There is much more you haven't seen. Mengjia, who told our Mengjia she has such an unreliable father. This is too amusing." The teacher is utterly dumbfounded. With the surge of viewers in the live stream, the program reached unprecedented heights. Teacher, he gazed at the skyrocketing statistics, yearning to rush over and elevate Lin Mingming to stardom. This was no ordinary participating family. They were akin to a treasure trove. Lin Mingming, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched her head. "Teacher, my dad should be busy at this hour. If your father is unavailable, what about your mother?" Lin Mingming shook her head. "She likely has no time either. Didn't they bring you here?" The teacher's gaze softened, a hint of sympathy flickering in his eyes. After all, she was merely a 3-year-old child, shouldering the weight of a family. He began to conjure a dramatic narrative in his mind, speculating whether there was something unusual about Lin Mingming's home life. "Mingming, may I inquire what your parents do? Is there a reason they cannot pick you up?" "What do they do?" Lin Mingming tilted her head, placing her finger on her lips in contemplation. After much thought, she couldn't quite grasp her parents' occupations. Being just a 3-year-old, the concept of work had yet to form in her mind. "Teacher, my dad sleeps at home all day, and my mom goes to other houses to prepare herbal medicine. Poor Mingming, come to Annie's house. Is their family in such dire straits? Children of the impoverished mature early indeed." Look at Mingming, then glance at Nwan next door, who is 6 but still needs to be fed. The atmosphere in the live stream suddenly turned somber. Teacher, he, observing the comments, fell into a contemplative silence. Were it not for his knowledge of Lin Ziyu's character, he might have felt a pang of sympathy. "Are you saying your father is disabled, and your mother works as a cleaner?" Lin Mingming, somewhat confused, nodded her head. "What is disability?" The teacher couldn't articulate it bluntly. He couldn't say missing limbs or cognitive impairments, could he? "It's simply a difference from us." Mingming nodded vigorously. Her father was indeed unlike any other. Take, for instance, the time he sneaked away to indulge in takeout. She had clearly seen them asleep, yet during the night, she caught them giggling and feasting in their room. Or the time they secretly went to the movies. "Yes, teacher, how did you know? My dad is quite different from other fathers. Father claimed he could not manage household chores. Thus it fell upon me to share the responsibilities. He mentioned how hard mother worked, and that we should not bring her sorrow." Listening to this, the teacher was deeply moved by Lin Mingming's words, gently embracing her, eyes filled with compassion. "So, do you wish to learn culinary skills to cook for your parents?" Lin Mingming shook her head. This was a choice made for her, one she had not selected herself. Originally, this course was intended for her father, but he had conjured various excuses, leading to the enrollment falling inexplicably upon Mingming. It was because he insisted that the fees had already been paid, and to not attend would be a waste. Acquiring a skill would surely aid in securing a job in the future. When she spoke those words, the determination and confidence in her gaze were palpable. Does Mengjie aspire to become a chef? No way. This is ridiculous. Mengjie is about to start flipping pans. I'm quite concerned about Mengjie's daily life. Future employment? But you are only 3 years old. Surely, your family does not intend to deprive you of an education? The teacher could not suppress a sigh. Darling, focus on learning culinary arts here. Strive to earn a higher salary when you eventually seek employment. You need not worry. Your father's health will improve one day, and your family will flourish. Those present, upon hearing the teacher's words and glancing at little Lin Mengmeng wielding a spatula, were all deeply touched. Moreover, as most of the attendees were parents themselves, tears were shed by all. This child is truly unfortunate. Dear child, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak up. We will assist you as much as we can. Indeed, do not feel shy, just express yourself. Lin Mengmeng fell into deep contemplation. It seemed there was indeed something troubling her. Teacher, ladies, I would like to ask how to handle the situation when father is feeling down and sneaking snacks. Chapter 004. Is there excess in this household? Father eating snacks? The crowd gazed at Lin Mengmeng in disbelief. Several began to comment on Lin Ziyu's situation. Does he not know what is happening in his own home? Sneaking snacks? Exactly. I think her father simply wishes to live like a normal person. At that moment, Lin Ziyu stood at the doorway, a lollipop in his mouth, occasionally sneezing and rubbing his nose. What was wrong today? Was he catching a cold? Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, holding a freshly baked loaf of bread, a mischievous smile playing at his lips. He was clearly the type who sought attention. As expected, the moment the class bell rang, Lin Ziyu dashed forward. Yet he still did not see his little one. He paced back and forth at the classroom door, peering inside. It was not until all the adults had departed that the teacher finally emerged, holding Lin Mengmeng's small hand, her eyes red and clearly having just cried. Perhaps it reminded her of her own childhood. The teacher had tucked 2 candies into Lin Mengmeng's backpack, wishing for her life to be a little sweeter. In the director's room, teacher, he wiped away the moisture from her eyes. A staff member approached, asking, Teacher, is the third family situation truly that dire? Perhaps we could consider a donation? Teacher, he paused, then waved her hand dismissively. It's one thing for others, but when has Lin Ziyu ever needed our charity? It's like a brook supplying water to the ocean. Mengmeng is merely a child, and besides, I've seen their family circumstances. They're not that impoverished. She then inquired, By the way, how is the preparation for tomorrow's broadcast? We must not allow any negligence. We cannot afford to offend any of these 3 families. The staff nodded, their gaze shifting to the live feed on the large screen, and they fell silent. In contrast, the lives of the other 2 families appeared significantly more ordinary. Teacher, the father from the first family has been on the phone the entire time, and their household tasks are all being handled by a nanny. Should we not communicate with them beforehand? Perhaps we ought to clarify our rules? If things remain this way tomorrow, it will be challenging to wrap up. Teacher, he glanced at her watch, biting her lip. Inform the first family. They will prepare accordingly. The staff said nothing more, their attention fixated on the 3 screens before them. As teacher, he led Lin Mengmeng outside. Lin Ziyu suddenly jumped out from the side, exclaiming, Darling, startled. The teacher quickly shielded Lin Mengmeng behind her. Who are you? I am a child's father. Mengmeng's father? That cannot be. Mengmeng's father is a disabled person. The comments flooded in. Haha, this is too funny. Tomorrow's headlines. Disabled person suddenly cured. Did anyone else notice the teacher's eyes widening? Disabled person? Lin Mengmeng, are you speaking nonsense? When did I become disabled? How does your mother teach you a home? Can you lie? Lin Mengmeng shook her head, pouting in indignation. She hadn't said anything. Why was she being blamed? The teacher crouched down, reassuringly saying, Mengmeng, do not be afraid. Can you tell me who this person is? Daddy. Lin Mengmeng replied. Teacher, he was taken aback. Wasn't he agreed that her father was disabled? Then, is your mother a cleaner? Lin Ziyu couldn't contain his laughter at the teacher's question, pointing at Mengmeng and bursting into uncontrollable giggles. Lin Mengmeng, did you just say your mother is a cleaner? Haha, what would your mother do if she found out? Lin Mengmeng shook her head. I didn't say that. I only said Mom had to go to someone else's house to prepare medicine. Indeed, If your mother is going to someone else's home to prepare medicine, isn't she just a cleaner or some kind of domestic worker? Lin Ming Ming blinked her eyes, feeling quite perplexed about the meanings of housekeeping and domestic services. She looked helplessly at Lin Ziyu and asked, "Dad, is Mom a cleaner?" Lin Ziyu shook his head, his usual playful demeanor replaced by a sparkle in his eyes. "Your mother is a renowned herbalist." An herbalist? Could it be? I have never seen such light in old Lin's eyes. Does it seem like Daddy adores Mommy? Meng Jia is a surprise. The teacher nearly stumbled in shock and stammered. "Then what is your occupation?" With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Ziyu replied, "I am merely an ordinary freelancer. My wife is the pillar of our family. Moreover, she is not only beautiful and kind-hearted but also exceptionally capable. Unfortunately, our daughter resembles me and has inherited none of her mother's exquisite beauty." Lin Mingming interjected, "Then should I leave?" The teacher appeared flustered, having only inquired about Mingming's mother, unaware that Lin Ziyu would elaborate so extensively. If he were not interrupted, he could likely continue for days. Noticing what Lin Ziyu was holding, Lin Mingming instinctively reached for his hand, tilting her head up and asking, "Dad, why did you come and pick me up? And why did you bring me treats?" Lin Ziyu gently patted Lin Mingming's head, saying, "This is your hush money. Your mother will return tonight, and our family is attending a major event tomorrow. We will have brothers and sisters to play with. Also, when your mother comes back, do not cling to her too much. There are things you should and shouldn't do. Do you understand?" After saying this, he gave Lin Mingming a knowing look. The teacher stood astonished, observing the interaction between the father and daughter. "Wait a moment. Mingming's father, she's only 3 years old this year, the youngest in our training class, and technically should not be permitted." Before the teacher could finish, Lin Ziyu waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. My Mingming has already practiced at home. Besides, if she doesn't cook, who will? My wife's hands are not meant for cooking. What if she accidentally injures herself? Who would take on that responsibility?" The teacher replied, "Lin Mingming, am I ultimately unworthy? Not at all. Mingming is still a child. True, she is a child, but we cannot allow leniency simply because of her age. We must teach her the hardships of life from an early age." Chapter 005, Thrilling Thursday. Everyone was left in utter astonishment. Is it really possible to approach it this way? The live stream was ablaze with excitement. Are the children without umbrellas? So, because their umbrellas were torn? This is so incredibly healing. It's truly a miracle that Meng Jie can survive. In the live stream, contrastingly, the first family featured was also a group of little girls, albeit slightly older than Mingming. Yet they belonged to entirely different worlds. Warman was using one hand to point at the table while holding something in the other. "Mom, I want to eat this, and this." Occasionally, she shook her head, exclaiming, "This is unacceptable. This is unappetizing. I refuse to eat." This was hardly the behavior of a 6-year-old. It was more akin to the life of a princess. "Your life, my dream." One could see her mother diligently feeding her, spoonful by spoonful. With her eyes tightly shut, Nuan occasionally spat the food onto the floor. "Nuan, dear, just one more bite, and then we'll be done, all right? Only by eating a little more can you grow taller and more beautiful." Nuan resolutely rejected the offer, pushing her mother's arm away and reclining on the sofa to watch her own television show. The audience in the live stream was left dumbfounded by this display, while her mother said nothing, merely cleaning up the battlefield left by Nuan. It was only after everything was tidied up that she managed to take a bite of her own meal. This is the pampering of the post-80s generation. To be honest, my younger brother is just like this. It would be fair to say it's unrelated. It's identical. Why push this onto me? Pass it to the child's grandmother. This is excessive pampering. It could ruin the child. This live stream is delightful. I prefer watching Nuan. In contrast, the second family appeared relatively normal. This group featured the only boy, Tian, who was sitting at the dining table, eating alone without needing his mother as assistance. His behavior was commendable. I really like this family. They don't indulge their child. I've cast my vote. I like this. Tian is such a charming lad. But his demeanor changed in an instant. As he gazed at his plate of chicken, a look of despair crossed his face. His mother glanced over and said, "What is the matter?" This is your meal for today, and you must finish it. Mom, I really don't want to eat this. I had this yesterday. Can we possibly have something else? His mother shook her head. During your last checkup, the doctor mentioned you were 5 pounds heavier than average. So your diet needs to be strictly monitored for a while. After lunch, you'll need to rest a bit before jumping rope and running. You must manage your life wisely. I feel so guilty. I'm 10 pounds heavier than my peers. Chicken breast. My nightmare. This mother is so strict. This is scientific parenting. Life shouldn't be so formulaic. It should allow for some personal freedom. Existence is reasonable. I support scientific parenting. Diverse voices and opinions instantaneously flooded the live stream, and even the trending topic surged. How to raise children scientifically. Is existence reasonable? The parenting methods of the post-80s and 90s generations, which is more commendable. The trending searches remain high. Teacher, he looked at these statistics. Tears of excitement streaming down his face. This could indeed be considered a positive development, at least providing a warm-up for the inaugural broadcast. However, as the focus shifted to Lin Mengmeng's family, everything that was unusual suddenly appeared entirely normal. At this moment, while other families were engaged in mealtime, Lin Ziyu was charting a different course. He stood at the entrance of KFC, gazing at the golden, crispy chicken legs inside, his mouth watering incessantly. Enough. I must lose weight. Why must I be subjected to this after preparing broccoli? This is the source of temptation. Let me bear this burden. Joyful beverages for indulgent souls. Look at Mengmeng's expression. You can't hide the desire to harm someone in your gaze. Lin Mengmeng looked up at Lin Ziyu, who towered over her. Dad, weren't you supposed to pick up Mom? Lin Ziyu nodded. Mom just called. She's already home. Mengmeng, doesn't this look delicious? Mengmeng shook her head. High-calorie food should be avoided. Our teacher mentioned that such things are unhealthy and detrimental to our well-being. Lin Ziyu frowned. Why does the teacher always speak such harsh truths? After all the effort he put into nurturing his reputation, how could it all change so swiftly after just 2 lessons? Clearly, he must limit his attendance to these earnest classes in the future. Knowledge can be a burden. Mengmeng, do you know that these chicken legs each hold a touching story? Mengmeng shook her head. Once, there was a little girl whose greatest birthday wish was to eat fried chicken legs, but her family was too poor to afford them. Today, let's help that child by enjoying some chicken legs together, shall we? Seeing Lin Ziyu's earnest fabrication, one could not help but wonder if that child was, in fact, Lin himself. Remarkably, Lin's culinary prowess is quite commendable. Lin would go to great lengths for fried chicken. Yet, despite Lin Ziyu's elaborate persuasion, Mengmeng remained resolute. Dad, this is a matter of principle. We simply cannot indulge. Principle? Lin Ziyu scratched his head, pondering the origin of such vocabulary. Perhaps it was time to cut back on television as well. What is this principle? Mengmeng, incredulous, transformed into a serious little teacher. A matter of principle is about boundaries, and such matters are not to be transgressed. Mengmeng, one must be adaptable. Principle isn't the end of the world. We should consider alternative approaches. After all, we must navigate life with finesse. Mengmeng, somewhat comprehending, nodded, but soon shook her head again. Seeing Lin Ziyu's eager expression, she did not wish to dishearten him. Ultimately, she decided to purchase some chicken legs and cook for herself. At home, Lin Ziyu lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, while Mengmeng's mother appeared in the live stream. With her lustrous black hair, large expressive eyes, and flawless skin, she radiated beauty. Darling, how long are you back this time? What gift did you bring? Why aren't you speaking to me? Am I raising Mengmeng well? At that moment, the audience in the live stream looked on in disbelief, questioning if Lin Ziyu had become a mere echo of his own words. Some have already begun crowdfunding, hoping that Mengmeng's mother would graciously give Lin Ziyu a good thrashing. The incessant chatter has become exceedingly irksome. Please do give him a beating. A man must be disciplined. Otherwise, he'll grow complacent. Strike him. Strike him. Let him feel the consequences. As the crowd remained immersed in Lin Ziyu's incessant calls for his wife, Lin Mengmeng appeared in the live stream, donning oversized gloves and presenting a platter of golden fried chicken legs. Drool. Goodness, that smells divine. One is feeding next door while the other is on a diet. Sister Ming is already self-sufficient. Chapter 006. The neighbor cries for food every day. Ming Ming, you've become even more beautiful in just 2 days. As she spoke, Meng Ming's mother casually snatched a fried chicken leg. The pieces, golden and coated in breadcrumbs and egg, had been fried to perfection. This has made the neighbor on a diet weep with envy. Meng Ming's mother can articulate. This couple is unparalleled, racing ahead on their journey. Lin Ming Ming tiptoed and planted a kiss on her mother's cheek. Yet that very kiss caused Lin Ziyu to spring up from the sofa, as if propelled by an unseen force. More precisely, it resembled the leap of one whose backside was ablaze. Lin Ming Ming, what were you just doing? Did I not instruct you on what is appropriate and what is not? How dare you kiss my wife? Lin Ming Ming, oh my goodness, this is hilarious. I woke my mom up laughing. She is now searching for a broom. Upstairs, I suggest you watch with your mother. Instantly, Lin Ming Ming offered a chicken leg to Lin Ziyu. Daddy, I see that kids my age are already in kindergarten. Shouldn't I be going to preschool as well? Internally, Lin Ming Ming pleaded, oh heavens, let me escape this household. I wish to attend school. I refuse to babysit him. What school? A child's youth should be carefree. Look at those who return home only to study or do homework. There is no happiness in that. Furthermore, aren't you already learning culinary skills? After uttering those words, Lin Ziyu realized his blunder and quickly covered his mouth. However, the words had already slipped out, and Meng Ming's mother, standing nearby, had heard everything clearly. Lin Ziyu, wasn't I the one who enrolled you? Ha! Old Lin's survival instincts are still quite strong. The frail and helpless old Lin. Sister Ming is enjoying the drama. Even teacher, he hadn't anticipated the precarious position of Lin Ziyu within his own family. Reflecting on his own situation, he instinctively touched his knees. We are all kindred spirits in misfortune. When the opportunity arises to meet, we should certainly have a thorough discussion. At the very least, a strategy must be devised to cope. Mom, this was my own initiative. I'm no longer a child. Moreover, is it not a source of immense joy for a mother to savor the meals I prepare? The charming words of Ming Ming captivated her mother, who promptly fell silent. She took the plate from Meng Ming's hands, and at that moment, the audience in the live stream had already conjured an emotional scene of deep maternal affection. Surely, Meng Ming's mother would embrace her tightly, perhaps even bestowing a few affectionate kisses. However, to everyone's surprise, Meng Ming's mother merely accepted the plate and gently patted Meng Ming's little head, exclaiming, my dear Ming Ming is truly clever. This is simply delectable. I wonder if there is more? Ming Ming nodded vigorously. I'll get it right away. Ming Ming has been successfully won over. Huh. Isn't this the saying about how those who aren't family don't enter the same door? Just as Ming Ming's mother settled onto the sofa, Lin Ziyu leaned over, his head peeking in. Wife, why didn't you acknowledge me just now? Did something interesting happen during your outing? Why aren't you speaking to me? What will you wear for tomorrow's live stream? Please, someone silence him. Hey, we can't just silence him. Someone please cover his mouth. It's too noisy. He just finished all the conversations in their household. Lin Ziyu cast a glance at Lin Ming Ming, who was busily occupied in the kitchen, and seized the opportunity to plant a kiss on Meng Ming's mother's cheek. Lin Ziyu, what do you think you're doing? He waved off. What could I possibly be doing? Isn't it a bit inappropriate? It's broad daylight, and Ming Ming hasn't even gone to bed yet. Perhaps we should wait until nightfall? Meng Ming's mother laughed. Can we even witness this? Look at old Lin's impatient demeanor. Oh my, is there an age restriction for this? Teacher, his eyes widened in astonishment, hastily instructing someone to display the words live broadcast in bold green letters on the screen, which indeed seemed a tad too obvious. What on earth are you thinking? I asked what you were doing. Lin Ziyu shook his head again. Nothing can be done. Lin, Zai, you, my dear, don't be angry. I was merely jesting. Ming Ming is growing up, and with school approaching in the latter half of the year, why not consider enrolling her in a preschool to help her adjust? Meng Ming's mother turned to glance at Meng Ming's hurried silhouette and feigned regret, shaking her head. School? Then who will serve us tea and water? Realizing they were filming a variety show, she quickly corrected herself. No, if she goes to school, she won't be able to keep us company at home, will she? Haha, I heard that. The 5-year-old next door already speaks 3 languages. What do you mean by that? Who are you looking down on? Our Mungjia can already cook a variety of dishes. Just look at that fried chicken leg. It smells divine. Indeed, my dear. Why not respond to the national call and embark on a 2-child plan? At that moment, Lin Mingming stood behind them, holding a plate of fried chicken legs. Her eyes wide with astonishment. Though she may not fully grasp the meaning behind the nation's call, she certainly understands what having a second child entails. It signifies that her parents are considering giving her a younger brother or sister. In that moment, Teacher He in the broadcast room wore a pained expression. Generally, when children hear such news, they tend to be displeased. Some might even resent their parents' desire for another child, fearing that their love would be divided. However, Lin Mingming leapt with excitement, asking, "Really? Are you truly planning to have a second child? Mingming, you are still Mommy's favorite. It's not something we must do. Of course. We will discuss it with you," her mother replied, feeling a mix of anxiety. While they outwardly did not overly indulge Mingming, their affection for her shone through in the smallest of details. To their astonishment, Mingming clapped her hands joyfully. "That sounds wonderful. When will it happen? If it's now, how long until the delivery? Once her sibling arrives, they could use her spatula and she could get a new one." "Huh, a new spatula." Already feeling the pressure for a child that isn't even here yet, Sister Ming is a good sister, willing to give her cooking utensils to her little brother or sister. The live stream erupted into a delightful chaos. Chapter 007. Eating delicious takeout with tears of joy. Mingming. The purpose of a sibling is not merely to assist in cooking. Before the sentence could be completed, Mingming pouted, placing her hands over her mouth, tilting her head in contemplation. "Is it for Daddy's work?" Puffed. Lin Ziyu covered Mingming's mouth, exclaiming, "Lin Mingming, enough. A sibling is someone to grow up with," he continued. Mingming shook her head, thinking, "Are you treating me like a 3-year-old? They're clearly here to help with chores. How can you say it so sweetly? Besides, how can I not do what I've done for my siblings?" It seemed entirely unreasonable. Indeed, just think about it. When you go to school, your classmates can play with you during the day, and when you come home at night, your brother or sister can join you. Yes, Mingming, doesn't that sound amazing? Mingming's mother chimed in, nodding in agreement. Yet, Mingming was no fool. She shook her head. "Play during the day, play at night. All you ever think about is playing." "Huh, Sister Ming is formidable." "Exactly. All you know is play." The broadcast room erupted in laughter. "Teacher He, this child is simply too amusing. She is adorable. We'll get to see her tomorrow." "Indeed, tomorrow," Teacher He murmured to himself, though a sense of panic loomed. Bringing together these 3 families, one could only wonder what kind of chemistry would ensue. Who do you think Mingming resembles? She is so sensible and obedient. I initially thought she took after her mother, but now the broadcast room turned its attention back to the live stream. As night fell, the first 2 families settled in for the evening, leaving only Lin Mingming bustling about in her kitchen. Her lips moved incessantly, yet her voice was too faint to discern her words. It was unclear what her busy figure was occupied with. Occasionally, sound from Lin Ziyu and Mingming's mother echoed in the room. "Is this something I can view? How sensational." In the room, Mingming's mother sighed. "Mingming has grown so much. Should we not let her understand the hardships of life?" Lin Ziyu nodded. "Whatever my wife says is right." The livestream audience was utterly astonished. With Mingming now in this state, was it not sufficient? One could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for Lin Mingming. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room. 6-year-old Nwan stretched lazily. Her mother hurried over, presenting the princess dress prepared the day before. "My Nwan will surely be the most beautiful today." Nwan huffed defiantly, "Of course. I'm a princess." It appears this child is destined to face life's trials. This family background hardly necessitates such hardships. Reincarnation is truly an art. The commentary within the live stream surged. The discussions were largely uniform, with some expressing significant bias towards this family's parenting style, while others emphasized the importance of one's birth circumstances. The topic regarding the significance of birth soared in popularity. The assets of Nwan's family, the background of the first family. This propelled the topic of "Where have the dads gone?" to the forefront, eclipsing the second topic, "Super cute, by several points in viewership. However, the extent of indulgence sparked discontent among some viewers who believed such pampering was unnecessary for children. Yet, differing opinions emerged, asserting that a family with such means naturally ought to treat their child like a princess. In contrast, the second family was not as extravagant. Tian had already settled at her desk to tackle her assignments before dawn. By the time the live stream commenced, she had completed 2 sets of exam papers. This rivals 007. If you don't suffer through studying, you'll endure the hardships of society. In the midst of tightening screws, distractions abound. The audience watched Tian diligently work through her papers for half an hour in the live stream. This is simply remarkable. If I were this dedicated, I'd have no trouble getting into Qing Bay. While my younger brother still sleeps, she's already finished her homework. What a disparity. The discussions surrounding the 6-year-old prodigy, the chicken baby, and the 90s chicken baby phenomena dominated the trending topics. Yet, with a crowd comes a multitude of voices. Some opined that Tian was merely crafting a persona, devoid of childhood innocence. As varied opinions arose, the production team swiftly sensed a shift. In the control room, teacher, he, visibly troubled, was on the phone. Leader, is this really necessary? I understand it garners attention, but they are all ordinary families. All right, I will address this issue. After hanging up the phone, teacher, he gazed with a troubled expression at the staff in front of him. He glanced once more at the large screen in the control room. What's wrong, teacher, a staff member inquired, noticing his demeanor and quickly approaching him. Teacher, he sighed. The directives from our leaders are absolute commands. Disobedience is not an option. They wish to see these children cohabitate for a while, away from home. You all need to communicate with the parents now. With that, teacher, he resumed his preparations for the script. The scene shifted. Lindsay was awakened by the ringing of the phone. The moment he answered, his expression underwent a remarkable transformation. What? Really? That's absolutely wonderful. When is it happening? All right, so it can be delivered today, correct? Meanwhile, Mengming's mother was also stirred from her slumber by the ringing phone. Groggily opening her eyes, she asked, "What is going on? You seem so happy." The production team wants Mengming to stay there for a few days. Really? That is fantastic. Yet, a new dilemma arose as Lin Ziyu looked helplessly at his wife. But who will cook for us? This indeed posed a conundrum. Why not go to my house or yours? If that doesn't work, we can always order takeout. None of it is an issue. How can I see such joy on their faces? Aren't they even trying to hide it? It was only then that Mengming's mother realized her happiness was too overt. Tugging at Lin Ziyu's shirt, she whispered, "We must show our reluctance later. We can't let Mengming see through us, understood?" Lin Ziyu nodded. "Indeed, my wife is wise." Immediately, Mengming's mother began to feign tears as she walked into the living room. Lin Mengming paused. "Mom, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Tell me, and I'll avenge you." Chapter 008. 3 families gather in one place. Mengming's mother wiped away her tears and, in a moment of distraction, opened her phone to order her favorite takeout. "Mengming, you know we are participating in a variety show," she said, unable to suppress a few sobs. Her superb acting was so convincing that it could fool a 3-year-old. Even the viewers watching the live stream were taken aback. What had they missed? How had things turned into this? Could a representative clarify what is happening? Mengming is still just a child. I just came from the first family, and they have already begun to cry. I find myself somewhat looking forward to Mengming crying. However, within mere seconds, Lin Ziyu had packed all of Mengming's luggage. The smile on his face was nearly impossible to contain. His lips twitched uncontrollably. "Mengming, we're running out of time. We must hurry." Running out of time? Mengming looked up at her parents, puzzled, wondering if they were genuinely pressed for time. It felt more like they were on the verge of bursting with emotion. "Mom, where am I going?" With a dismissive glance, Mengming's mother turned away, perplexed by the man's impatience. One might think there was an imminent urgency. Suddenly, she tightly embraced Mengming, saying, "Darling, in just a few days, you will be living with your older siblings. In a couple of days, your father and I will come to fetch you. You must behave and absolutely refrain from crying." Mengming, taken aback, looked at her parents in disbelief. "Is this really happening? What about your meals after I leave?" Just then, a notification chimed on her mother's phone, indicating that the takeout had arrived at the designated location. Leaning towards Lin Ziyu, she said, "Darling, the time has come. We can leave now." Nodding, Lin Ziyu cradled Meng Meng in one arm while grasping the suitcase with the other. Thus, Meng Meng departed from home without uttering another word. Look at Meng Jia, utterly bewildered. Haha, uneducated people are so easily deceived. Such scenes are the hardest to bear. In the recording building, Lin Ziyu glanced at his phone. Meng Meng, you will go up alone in a bit. Daddy. He pretended to choke up, though his acting fell short. Barely suppressing a laugh, Meng Meng turned her head, tilting it slightly. Daddy, I don't know which floor it is. Just take the elevator straight to the 7th floor. Meng Meng nodded, albeit somewhat confused. Daddy, the condiments are on the 2nd shelf of the cupboard, and the water card and other items. Before she could finish, Lin Ziyu eagerly unloaded the luggage from the trunk. Hurry in, Meng Meng. Time is running short. Meng Meng's worries are unfounded. They never planned to eat at home. Meng Meng's mother has already started dining at home. Waving goodbye, Meng Meng entered the building alone. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Nuan clung to her mother, weeping uncontrollably, her cries echoing throughout the building. I don't want to be here. I want to go home. I want to go home right now. No amount of coaxing from staff proved effective. Meng Meng clung to her mother's body, shaking her head incessantly. Everything here is too strange. Look at how dirty the ground is. I want to go home. The staff remarked. At least this villa was meticulously prepared, worth millions in the market. How can it seem utterly worthless to her? Nuan, if we behave this time, once we return home, we will take you on a trip abroad, all right? Gradually, Nuan's sob subsided. Is what you said true? Her mother nodded, of course. I'll have your father come directly to pick you up, and we will go right away, okay? Hearing her mother's promise, Nuan finally released her grip. In contrast, Tian appeared considerably more mature, her small shoulders bearing a hefty backpack. As Tian's mother incessantly reminded her, she must not forget her identity even while participating in the program. She must diligently complete her homework and adhere to the rules, fully aware of her position and the appropriate conduct expected of her. Tian adjusted her little glasses and nodded obediently. Such admonitions have been reiterated countless times at home, so this was merely a reiteration. Hello, everyone. Is this the recording site? I am Lin Meng Meng from the 3rd family group. Her sweet voice instantly captured everyone's attention. Yet, there appeared to be no adult accompanying her. She stood alone with a suitcase in front of the crowd. Did you come here by yourself? Meng Meng nodded. After my dad dropped me off, he left. Where should I put my things? With Meng Meng's arrival, the previously crying Nuan transformed, approaching Meng Meng and pinching her cheek. Why are you so small? At your age, you should listen to me. The crowd gasped, quickly intervening. Nuan, she is our guest, and she is even younger than you. You should address her as sister. However, Nuan appeared unconvinced. She turned away and placed her luggage right in front of Meng Meng. I don't have a sister. She continued to scrutinize Meng Meng, her large eyes resembling a doll, utterly charming. How did you become so pretty? Given your looks, you should be my little follower. Little follower? Meng Meng tilted her head, puzzled by Nuan's words. What does that mean? Tian seized the luggage and unceremoniously tossed it in front of Nuan. Your belongings should be carried by yourself. Nuan's mother immediately approached Tian. What kind of upbringing is this? My Nuan is a little princess. How can she do such things herself? Wow, even after all these years, there are still princesses. This family is so annoying. I don't like Nuan anymore. The staff recognized the situation and hurried over. Ma'am, she's just a child. Moreover, Meng Meng is quite young. It's inappropriate to expect her to carry things. Upon hearing this, Nuan's mother remained oblivious to her misjudgment. Instead, she crossed her arms defiantly and scoffed. What's inappropriate? I see her doing these things at home, right? Is it money she wants? Chapter 009. The young miss has arrived. Everyone step aside. With that, Nuan's mother pulled out several bills from her bag and tossed them onto Meng Meng. Meng Meng was taken aback. What was the meaning of this? Was she being bullied? The audience in the live broadcast erupted with outrage at Meng Meng's bewildered expression. What kind of person is she to say such things? So cringe-worthy. She should just leave. Teacher, he hurried over, positioning himself between the two. This is merely a matter between their children. Why must you involve yourself? It is just child's play. Moreover, teacher, he gestured towards the camera beside them. This is being broadcast live. Surely, you do not wish for everyone to witness your current demeanor, do you? At this, Warm's mother immediately changed her expression. She deftly tossed her hair and smiled. Teacher, why so serious? I was merely jesting with these children. There is no need to take it to heart. Not take it to heart. Teacher, he was drenched in sweat from fright. Fortunately, Lin Ziyu was not present. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to explain the matter. Should Lin Ziyu feel displeased, he might very well sever ties with their station. The mere thought sent a chill down teacher He's spine. How terrifying. Yet, this scene was clearly witnessed by Lin Ziyu, who sat in front of the live streaming room. Who is this woman? My dear, rest assured, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and ensure that our Meng suffers no injustice. Meng's mother nodded. Although she often scolded Meng, it was within limits. She would never tolerate disrespect from others. Turning her gaze back to the large screen, Meng stood on her tiptoes and began to unpack her clothes from her suitcase into the cabinet. A delightful girl, a recent university graduate, was tasked with looking after Meng. With 2 braids and a gentle smile that revealed 2 dimples, she asked, Little Meng, is there anything you need help with? I am here for you. Meng smiled back. Thank you, sister, but I can manage this small task on my own. Subsequently, Meng took out the small cookies she had prepared earlier. As she walked into the living room, Tian and Warm were already there. Tian, as usual, sat quietly at the desk, diligently completing her homework. In contrast, Warm was in a lively mood. Even the caregiver assigned to Warm wore a helpless expression. My little princess, are you hungry? Would you like me to prepare something to eat? Warm kicked the caregiver sharply. I want to ride a horse. You must lie on the ground. I want to ride a horse. The viewers in the live streaming room were taken aback. Whose child is this? Truly eye-opening. This is no child. This is a little tyrant. Even the caregiver was stunned by Warm's words, incredulously asking, Huh? Did you not hear what this princess just said? You must kneel on the ground. I want to ride a horse. Warm grew increasingly agitated, jumping up in frustration. You do not listen to me. I want to go home. I want to go home right now. You, a lowly creature. Why do you have to speak to me? You may leave. At this outburst, everyone present was left speechless. Is this truly something a child should say? The caregiver felt a pang of injustice. She was merely there to work, enduring the boss's whims, and now she had to tolerate the tantrums of child. You, how can you speak in such a manner? I was only concerned that you might be hungry. As she spoke, Meng, with her cherubic innocence, raised her hand and placed her little cookies in front of Nguyen. Sister, if you're hungry, you may have some of these cookies. I made them myself last night. You made them yourself? How impressive. Wow, Meng is truly an angel. The caretaker, observing Meng's plump and adorable demeanor, couldn't help but feel the urge to pinch her cheek. However, Nguyen suddenly swatted away the cookies that Meng had offered, angrily stomping her foot. What is this? Do you dare to offer me such things? I only eat imported snacks. Is your family a 5-star hotel? Have you ever been to a 5-star hotel? Nguyen mocked Meng incessantly. This child is so ostentatious. I found her particularly annoying at first glance. I still prefer Tian. He's so warm-hearted. Perhaps they are simply well off. Look at how envious you all are. Yet, Meng blinked innocently, seemingly unaware of the situation, though a mischievous smile curled at her lips. She bent down, gathered her cookies, and tossed them into a nearby trash bin. Trash should go in the trash bin, don't you think, Sister Nguyen? Trash? If that's the case, I think none of you should be here participating in this program. You are not worthy. Be clear with your words. You are merely relying on your family's wealth. You are nothing without it. Tian, unable to bear it any longer, set his pen down and approached the two. The caretaker, growing impatient, stood by and scoffed. You really think of yourself as a princess. You. Nguyen suddenly pointed at everyone, especially her caretaker. Twirling the necklace around her finger, she exclaimed, Do you know what this is? I wouldn't even dare to disclose its price. I fear it might shock you. Do any of you earn $1 million a month? If you earn 10,000, you probably don't even have a boyfriend, right? Perhaps you should just report my ID. A dagger to the heart. Earning $1,800 a month. Laughing all the way. Earning $3,800 a month. Sacrificing everything. Forget boyfriends. You don't even have friends. The caretaker was taken aback, swallowing hard. She wanted to retort, but found herself powerless. Her own circumstances were not as favorable as others. Just a necklace around her neck was worth a house. Teacher, he immediately called Nguyen's mother. Dear parent, please refrain from allowing your child to wear such expensive jewelry on our program. If it gets lost. Before teacher he could finish, Nguyen's mother's dismissive voice came through the line. It's fine. It's worthless. If it gets lost, you won't need to compensate. Teacher, he hadn't even spoken yet when the call was abruptly ended. Nguyen crossed her legs, pointing to the snacks on the table. I want to eat this. Meng chuckled. Sister Nguyen, can't you take it yourself? What do we need those useless ones for? Everything they have is paid for by our wages. Chapter 010. Only children play games. What are you doing with your salary? Surely you must still be half asleep. Meng, let us depart. Do not associate with such self-important individuals. With that, Tian tugged at Meng, eager to leave. Yet, Nguyen, whether out of wounded pride or concern over their close bond, obstructed their path. This place is my family, yes. If you doubt it, feel free to inquire with the staff here. Upon uttering these words, the livestreams comments flooded in. This is clearly a privileged connection. I must admit, I harbor a slight envy of the wealthy. I came to see Meng. Give her more screen time. Teacher, he entered the scene, holding a script, and greeted the children with a beaming smile. Hello, little ones. Hello, teacher, he. Hello, uncle, he. Hello, brother, he. The trio addressed him in various ways, causing the wrinkles on teacher, he's face to nearly converge in laughter. Approaching Meng, he playfully asked, Why do you call me brother? Because when we go out, my father asked me to call him brother when there are many people around. Lindsay, watching the live stream, was taken aback. How could this child be so candid? Meng's mother, munching on a chicken leg, exclaimed, Is this true? No way. How could this possibly be true? Besides, how could those people be compared to my wife? My wife is so beautiful. How could I ever be interested in anyone else? With that, Meng's mother turned back to observe the live stream. Lindsay breathed a sigh of relief, resolving to discipline this child more diligently in the future. Teacher, he also recognized the situation and hurriedly covered Meng's mouth. Truly, children speak without reservation. Yet, the live stream erupted in laughter. Meng's sister has never disappointed me. Haha, she truly is my Meng's sister. Meng's sister. The observation room was filled with laughter as well. Well then, Tian, would you like to introduce yourself? Tian nodded. Hello, everyone. I am Tian. My hobbies include reading and writing, and my dream is to become a writer someday. Nguyen burst into laughter. A writer? That profession hardly pays. I aspire to become a business magnate like my father, the kind who earns a tremendous amount of money each month. Teacher, he approached Nguyen. Is your father a businessman? What about your mother? Nguyen shook her head in exasperation. My mother is not capable. She knows nothing but to spend my father's money at home. I would never want to become like her. In that moment, even teacher, he felt a sense of helplessness. How on earth was this child raised? How'd she turn out this way? Meng stepped forward, gently grasping Nguyen's hand. Nguyen, how could you say such things? If your mother hears this, it would surely hurt her feelings. Nguyen shrugged off Meng's hand, her eyes brimming with disdain. What does her happiness have to do with me? She is of no use at home. How could she possibly be useless? A mother is undoubtedly the finest individual in this world. Without her, how could our existence even be possible? When we are at home, we must assist our mothers with household chores, allowing her the opportunity to rest well. As the delightful Meng savored her snacks, her face lit up with joy, exclaiming, Truly, I am my mother's daughter. However, Nguyen's mother did not share such a cheerful countenance. She observed the live broadcast where Nguyen commented on her, casting a glance at her husband behind her. In a hushed tone, she inquired, Darling, am I truly that terrible? Nguyen's father, visibly exasperated, shot her an irritated look. Must this be discussed now? Can't you see I am quite busy? If you have nothing to do, why not go shopping with your friends? Don't bother me here. Before Meng's mother could finish her sentence, she was interrupted once more. Enough. The incessant chatter is unbearable. Do not speak in my presence. Go outside. Observing the dynamics in the live stream, Wan Wan's mother abandoned her lunch and exited. Meanwhile, the live stream was bustling with excitement. My mother is always resting at home. Surely, you do not have a housekeeper, do you? My home has a housekeeper precisely because my mother cannot manage anything herself. Upon witnessing this, teacher he promptly interjected, recognizing that while the children were innocent, such remarks were rather inappropriate. Yet, the staff behind the scenes cast sympathetic glances towards Wan Wan's caretaker. Xiao Zhang, you are in for a tough time. This child clearly does not seem to be of good nature. Xiao Zhang sighed helplessly, pondering what could be done. With arms raised in resignation, she suggested, how about we swap? I see the child from the third family is quite young and may not be easy to manage either. I would never agree to a swap. No matter how difficult it may be, it is far easier than dealing with your little troublemaker. In an instant, Wan Wan's words were subjected to various interpretations by numerous online viewers. The status of a stay-at-home mother, the aversion of children towards stay-at-home mothers, the value of Guo Xianwan. All right, dear children, we are here to participate in a program. Shall we engage in a little game? Upon hearing the word game, Mingming was taken aback. Wasn't this something only children would play? She was already 3 years old this year, far beyond the age for such games. Noticing Mingming's astonished expression, teacher he gently tilted her head and asked, Mingming, what troubles you? Do you miss home? Do you long for your parents? Mingming shook her head. Dad says I'm a big kid now, and games are for little ones. Exactly. I don't play games. I prefer traveling. Wan Wan crossed her arms, her demeanor strikingly similar to her mother's. Even Tian Tian adjusted her glasses and chimed in indeed. With this time, it would be better to solve more problems. Look at teacher, he's astonished expression. Are today's children truly so advanced? Why is my 3-year-old son still asking for toys? It must be an act. Upstairs. I agree. A good beating will suffice. In an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, teacher he could only inquire once more. So, what do you usually do at home? Chapter 011. Be your true self. Doing homework. Cooking. Mengji's game is all about cooking. Poor Tian Tian. Always a little 007 since childhood. Teacher he stared in astonishment at the 3 children before him. This is quite the challenge. Isn't there a single child from a normal family here? Clearing his throat, he said, Ahem, shall we play a game today? Seeing teacher he's eager expression, Mingming was the first to step forward, taking his hand. She nodded obediently. Sure. We hardly ever play games at home, anyway. Tian Tian nodded in agreement. Observing this, Nguyen Yuan felt she could not be the only one to resist. With a cold huff and a disdainful expression, she said, since that's the case, I might as well join you in playing. Teacher, he finally felt a sense of relief. Even though the journey had its bumps, at least everything had been resolved. Sitting on the sofa, the 3 children took their places on one side, while the caretaker sat on the other. Among them, Nguyen Yuan's caretaker appeared the most helpless. Since none of us have played games before, how about we imitate what Dad is like at home? What do you think? As soon as teacher he finished speaking, Mingming promptly reclined on the sofa and waved her hand. Daughter, make something delicious for Daddy. Uffed. Teacher he couldn't help but chuckle at Mingming's unabashed portrayal. How amusing. Is this renowned composer truly so carefree at home? Such a free spirit. This is hilarious. Mengjie has perfectly captured the essence of old Lin. I'm in stitches. Lin Ziyu glanced nervously at Mingming's mother. Dear, listen to my defense. Mingming's mother waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. I've long since grown accustomed to it. Dear, don't just stay silent. Your demeanor is rather frightening. Mingming's mother shook her head. It's all right. I know you do all this for the children. You simply want to help her grow, don't you? Lin Ziyu was taken aback. He began to scrutinize her. Is this still my wife? How peculiar. Impossible. She must have been possessed. Feigning a tremor, Lin Ziyu placed his hands on Mingming's mother's shoulders. His tone deliberately choked. My love, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? If it comes to that, you might as well hit me. If you end up with some ailment because of this, I would be in serious trouble. Mingming's mother extended her finger and shook it, then instinctively pointed to the living room camera. It's still streaming, so let South not be too close. What is it that our esteemed guest cannot observe? Lin Ziyu's desperate yearning for survival was palpable. His daughter had taken after her father. It was only then that Lin Ziyu realized the absurdity of his previous actions, which were rather unbecoming. He promptly sat up straight. From this day forth, my dear wife, I entrust all matters of this household to you. Upon uttering these words, he clasped his hands together, adopting a posture of earnest supplication. The most cowardly individuals often utter the harshest truths. Without eyes, I might have actually believed it. Mengming's mother regarded Lin Ziyu with amusement, playfully lifting his chin with her finger. What benefits would I gain from doing so? What do you desire? I've heard that a new handbag has recently been released. Perhaps we could purchase it? The silence was more eloquent than words. Lin Ziyu nervously swallowed. How could he have made such a statement? Was his mind momentarily clouded? Or had he simply lost his composure? He was well aware of the kind of person his wife was. How could he have been so careless? However, there was no turning back now. Lin Ziyu could only force a nod in agreement. All right, but you must resemble Meng Meng. He gestured towards Lin Meng Meng, who was in the observation room, mimicking Lin Ziyu's demeanor. It was uncanny. She mirrored him perfectly. Even teacher, he couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, Wan cast a disdainful glance towards Meng Meng, scoffing and exclaiming, "Does your father not work? Unlike my father, who is busy with his career every day." She began to imitate her own father, placing her hand to her ear as if on a phone call, spouting a few profound phrases. Is it really necessary to call me about this $5 million order? Have you considered your own standing? How dare you compare with me here? Teacher, he was taken aback. Truly, the teachings of a parent bear fruit. The live stream was filled with murmurs of intrigue. Such is the life of a wealthy child. Some are born into privilege, while others toil like beasts. In contrast, Tian appeared remarkably normal. He leaned closer to teacher, adjusting his glasses. You unfortunate child. How can you not resolve such trivial matters? This homework is merely a matter of jotting down words. Look at so-and-so. Now, take a good look at yourself. Do you not feel any shame? In that moment, both parents with and without children in the observation room fell silent. This was not just a glimpse into Tian's father's daily life. It was a reflection of their own everyday existence. Feeling the pressure, my mother often speaks to me this way, refusing comparisons. Suddenly, the intensity surged, resonating with many. The discourse regarding children's pressures, rejecting comparisons with others' offspring, and the phenomenon of tiger parenting among the post-90s generation gained momentum. Teacher filled with empathy, gently stroked Tian's forehead. The parents of the second group sat on the couch, feeling a heavy weight as they observed their child's candid evaluations in a live stream. Tears fell in an instant. Darling, are we truly like this in our daily lives? Tian nodded. How could he not feel a pang of sorrow for his child? Yet, if they were to pause in their efforts, they would inevitably be overtaken by others. Thus, all their years of toil would be in vain. It's all right. He cannot comprehend this at present, but as he matures, he will understand that everything we do now is for his benefit. At this moment, many in the live stream shared a similar sentiment. Yet, there were also differing voices. Just because it's for a good cause, does that mean you can do whatever you please? Why aren't you putting in more effort? Observing the slight redness in Tian's eyes, teacher, he gently patted his shoulder. You are now a little man. Tian nodded. Yes. I understand that what mom and dad do is for my own good. I will certainly strive to do my best. My heart aches for Tian. Tian, come to our house. My little brother knows nothing. Tian, why must you work so hard? Isn't it fine to just be yourself? Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Could such words truly come from the mouth of a 3-year-old? Why should we compare ourselves to others? Chapter 012. I want to wash my feet. Being oneself? Tian tilted his head, gazing at Meng Meng in confusion. What kind of self should one aspire to be? It seemed he had always been merely his parents' child. He had never been himself since his return. Meng Meng nodded. Everyone possesses their own brilliance. Although my father is not very active, he is quite lazy. Teacher, he remarked. At first glance, this statement seems innocuous. Indeed, there are glimmers of brilliance within us. Wait a moment. So can I say that while I may be a bit unattractive, at least I am plump? Although I do not have a girlfriend, I am poor. What strange reasoning this is. Tian looked at Meng Meng in disbelief. Meng Meng, Have you started school this year? Meng Meng shook her head. She too did not wish for things to be this way. At her current age, she simply was not permitted to attend school. You have never even gone to school, so you must not know how to read? Wan incessantly showcased her sense of superiority. She nearly stated that Meng Meng's family could not afford to send her to school. Teacher, he quickly intervened. That's because our Meng Meng has not yet reached the age for schooling, correct? I began learning English when I was 1 year old. 1.5. Meng Meng gazed at Wan in astonishment, her eyes mingling with a hint of sympathy. At that age, she likely couldn't even articulate words clearly. Meng Meng blinked, her entire demeanor conveying an innocence of ignorance. Wan, if you speak like that, I think you are quite pitiful. Pitiful? Teacher, he was taken aback. What does that mean? Wan pointed at Meng Meng. What do you mean by that? Who do you look down upon? Meng Meng quickly shook her head. That is not what I meant. At just over 1 year old, I couldn't even speak clearly. Yet, you were already babbling. Babbling. This bird language has left me in stitches. What do you know? This is called English. I am planning to go abroad in the future. While saying this, she shot a sidelong glance at Meng Meng. You understand nothing. You haven't even read any books. Then, she turned her gaze towards Tian. What about you? What can you do? Go game. Meng Meng's mouth fell open in astonishment. Although she seemed to not fully comprehend, she still found Tian impressive. As everyone turned their attention to Meng Meng, what about you? Her? She certainly knows nothing. Meng Meng shook her head. How could she possibly know nothing? Fortunately, her father had sent her to a training class she was reluctant to attend. Otherwise, she truly would have been clueless. I can cook. Cooking. She says she can cook. Wan and Tian exclaimed almost in unison. One was surprised, while the other was filled with disdain. Even the tone was laden with sarcasm. With a dismissive wave of her hand. What's the use of learning that? Our family's cook can prepare dozens of cuisines. I won't need to cook in the future. Meng Meng tilted her head, looking at Wan's expression, though she wasn't sure if the way she spoke was mocking her. She could still sense Wan's malice in her tone. Meng Meng was merely young, not foolish. She understood the implication behind Wan's earlier words. Blinking her big eyes, as if she hadn't heard Wan's comment, she asked, So, can you cook? Didn't I just make myself clear? Cooking is something the housekeeper does. So, can you or can't you cook? Sister Meng is quite temperamental. Sister Meng, can you cook? The importance of cooking. Teacher, he hurriedly intervened to separate the two children. At this moment, Lin Ziyu clenched his fists. Although Meng Meng was still young and unaware of the situation, Lin Ziyu was no longer a child. How could he not perceive the thoughts of this little one? Yet, why must such a big child elevate himself by belittling others? Picking up his phone, his expression turned grave. 3 minutes. I want all their family's information. What kind of divine operation is this? Could Meng Meng's family possess some special abilities? With Lin Ziyu's call, the heat of the situation soared to its peak. Even teacher, he received a call from the station. Lin Ziyu's identity. Meng Meng's identity. The identities of the first and third families were about to be revealed. Upon receiving the text message, teacher, he was taken aback. Even his hands trembled as he held the phone. He immediately stood between Wan and Meng Meng, leaning down. Then why does Meng Meng want to learn to cook? Meng Meng tilted her head. Lin Ziyu, before the live broadcast, held his breath. He thought to himself, this unfortunate child wouldn't want to disclose her matters in front of so many people. Would she? How would he go out in the future? Wouldn't he become a veritable child pit? This won't do. Absolutely not. Now, you're feeling anxious? The corners of Meng Meng's mother's mouth curled into a mischievous smile. Yet her previous tone was unmistakably mocking. I certainly did not. If I hadn't encouraged Meng Meng to learn cooking, do you think we could be sitting here so leisurely? Darling, do not forget your promise to me, especially regarding your handbag. Upon hearing this, Meng Meng's mother sighed deeply. Is this the dread of being governed by a handbag? They have utterly nullified my year's worth of good deeds. Good deed one. Observing Meng Meng's mother fall silent, Lin Ziyu audaciously placed his leg upon hers. A mere glance from Meng Meng's mother caused Lin Ziyu to momentarily freeze. Yet, bolstered by courage, he cleared his throat and said, What? Do you no longer desire the handbag? Of course. Isn't it merely a matter of leg massage? Haven T, I done this countless times before. Besides, you are my wife, the head of our household. Naturally, your word is law. Haha. Old Lin's domestic standing. I can't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for old Lin. What has old Lin fed Mingming's mother? Even Lin Ziyu was taken aback by the unexpected shift in his status. Truly, it was an eye-opening experience. Yet, an undercurrent of nervousness lingered. Lin Ziyu hesitantly ventured. Could you perhaps fetch me some water? I would like to soak my feet. Wow, old Lin, I previously misunderstood you. You are my hero. One cannot conceal the desire to stab someone in the eye. Mengming's mother clenched her teeth. Repeat what you just said. Chapter 013. Hobbies and Interests. Lin Ziyu's gaze began to wander, and his voice lacked its previous volume. Casting a glance at Mengming's mother beside him, he swallowed hard. Unconsciously, he edged back a couple steps. I merely wish to wash my feet. I hope that is permissible? Of course it is, she replied. Wasn't it made abundantly clear earlier? You are the pillar of our family, the hope of us all. It is simply a matter of washing your feet. Just wait. With that, Mengming's mother abruptly pushed Lin Ziyu's leg aside. Soon after, she retrieved 2 enormous thermos bottles and an unfathomably deep basin. To be precise, it was not merely a wash basin, but rather the tub Mengming used during her childhood for bathing, now lying idle since she had grown up. With a sudden thud, the large tub was placed before Lin Ziyu. Haha, is this a reenactment of some incident? Old Lin is truly fortunate. What must I do to have my girlfriend witness this live stream? Let us hope it appears as we have seen. Lin Ziyu looked up and asked, Darling, what are you doing? I only wish to wash my feet. Do not be anxious. I am merely going to wash your feet. As she spoke, she poured the warm water from the thermoses into the basin. Lin Ziyu exclaimed, Haha, the murder of a husband. God bless you. You have me in stitches. Handsomeness lasts only 3 seconds. Let's go. Mengming's mother cast a glance, her eyes clearly reflecting impatience. Lin Ziyu dared not be too audacious, cautiously extending his toes to tentatively test the waters. Suddenly, he sprang up. What? Are you dissatisfied? Lin Ziyu shook his head. No. My dear, is it too much to ask to wash my feet? Surely you wouldn't want to scold me, would you? How is that even possible? What are you saying? How could I treat you that way? With that, she didn't forget to reveal her signature smile. From this angle, the resemblance between Lin Mengming and her mother exceeded 90%. Especially in this moment, at first glance, they appeared utterly identical. At this very moment, in the observation room, Lin Mengming displayed her standard smile. Of course it's useful. Once I learn to cook, I can prepare delicious meals for mom and dad. I can also help them with chores, showing our love. Wan scoffed, inspecting her delicate hands, both front and back. How could such tender hands possibly engage in such activities? The way we repay our parents is through diligent study. Only after speaking did she realize that Mengming hadn't started school yet, making it impossible for her to study properly. Gazing in Mengming's direction, she expressed a mixture of helplessness and apology. Mengming, you're right. We should express our love to our parents as well. Yes, brother Tian is wonderful, because a home is never just ours. It belongs to our parents, too. Hearing Lin Mengming's words, teacher, he wore a satisfied smile. Truly, the daughter of a renowned composer possesses a higher level of understanding than most. However, Wan, slightly older, either didn't grasp Mengming's sentiment or deliberately chose to ignore it. She crossed her arms defiantly. It's just a house. What is so impressive about that? With our family's assets, I could buy whichever I desire. We never do household chores. I am a princess. Have you ever seen a princess doing housework? This child is hopeless. The onlookers upstairs wore envious expressions. A princess's life? How enviable. Why are there so many princesses, yet none of them are me? Even Wan's mother, watching the live stream, wore a broad smile, beaming at her husband. Look how well our daughter expresses herself. She is a princess. How could she engage in such tasks? Guozaheo glanced at his wife, a look of disdain on his face. How are you preparing for the second child that the elder has urged you to have? Wan's mother immediately stood up, moving to Guozaheo, wrapping her arms around his neck. My dear, having a child is not something I can accomplish alone. It depends on when you have the time, doesn't it? Guazaheo disdainfully set Wan's mother's hand aside, his eyes brimming with contempt and disdain. With a cold snort, he remarked, "Aren't you supposed to be quite capable? Can't you manage on your own?" Wan's mother, sensing the tension, allowed her tears to fall at the opportune moment. "After all these years in this household, even if I have contributed nothing, I have endured much. How can you utter such words?" Guazaheo shrugged, continuing to focus on the documents in his hands. Seemingly indifferent to her words, he murmured softly, "Even the children know that everything at home is taken care of by the nanny. What kind of struggle could you possibly have?" Wan's mother fell silent, merely standing by with her head bowed. Indeed, in the observation room, Wan expressed her own disdain for her mother. "Everything in our house is done by the nanny. My mom has always told me that everything has a price. How can we know whether something is worth purchasing? We just have to see if it is expensive. If it is, then it is something we like." Teacher, he cannot help but gasp in shock. Such audacity. Fortunately, they were in the observation room, and he quickly raised his hand, saying, "Please do not let that statement leak out. Teacher, we are currently live. Who is this little girl? Why is she so bothersome? I suggest we investigate her family." What she said actually makes some sense. Teacher, he immediately forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Wan, sometimes when we determine whether we like something, it comes from the heart. For instance, Tian, why do you enjoy Go? He hastily changed the subject, hoping to prevent any further comments from the little girl that might lead to a sweat-inducing situation. However, Tian's response was quite classic. "I don't really like Go that much. It's just that my family thinks I will." "Your family?" Teacher, he was taken aback, not continuing the conversation. The message had been made clear. Parental pressure. Don't you all have your own interests and hobbies? Chapter 014. Who isn't a child? Truly, a child who isn't read much. What use are interests and hobbies? They can't be performed, nor can they earn credits. They can't even help you pass exams. In that moment, both the live stream audience and those in the observation room, whether they were students, graduates, parents, or unmarried, fell into silence. Wasn't this a reflection of themselves? Yet Meng did not understand. How could a person without interests and hobbies be anything but ordinary? My father once told me that people shine brightly because they pursue what they love. Shine brightly? At that moment, Teacher He's eyes were filled with anticipation and hope. It was precisely because he loved hosting that, after enduring so much, he still stood here unwavering. Even if no one else could understand, he will continue to stand here. Little Meng, once you start school, you will come to realize that many things are beyond your control. Beyond one's control? Meng blinked her eyes, tilting her head, looking at Tian with a mixture of understanding and confusion. This notion of studying seemed quite different from what she had envisioned. It appeared she had little expectation for her studies. Indeed, once you embark on your academic journey, an endless stream of assignments awaits. No one will concern themselves with whether you wish to complete them. They will simply inquire if you have finished. What is this stark reality? My boss only makes me work overtime, showing no regard for my exhaustion. Oh, how true. Tian's mother exhaled deeply. Dear husband, do you think our educational approach might be flawed? Why does it seem our son is not as joyful? Tian's father nodded in empathetic agreement. Yet at this moment, they found themselves powerless. Glancing at Tian's usual schedule, perhaps we should cultivate a hobby for him? What do you think? Meanwhile, Lin Ziyu harbored no such worries. His primary concern was undoubtedly his legs, submerged in a bucket for almost half an hour. Cautiously turning his head, "Darling, am I better now? Can I take them out?" Mengming's mother shook her head. "Didn't you enjoy soaking your feet? Have you changed your mind?" Lin Ziyu swallowed hard. There was no escaping it. Having uttered those words, he must accept the consequence. Regardless of the scalding water, he had to endure. "My dear, do you think Meng will be disinclined to attend school after hearing all this?" Lin Ziyu glanced at the live stream and shook his head. He had never intended for Meng to attend school, or rather, not at this moment. Are you implying that Meng is rather naive and won't comprehend? Not at all. Meng is as clever as you. How could she possibly not understand this? What I mean is, your pregnancy requires a year, and during this time, we cannot leave Meng without care, especially with the arrival of the baby. Mengming's mother looked at Lin Ziyu with eyes full of surprise and confusion. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead. Darling, you're so clever. I hadn't considered that. This household cannot function without Mengming. Meng Jie has been assigned a role. Lin Ziyu gazed at his wife with fondness. Given my brilliance, could I possibly remove my feet from the water? Mengming's mother turned around with a beaming smile. Absolutely not. Didn't you say you enjoyed soaking your feet? It's essential to indulge yourself. After all, you are the head of this household. If you feel even slightly cold, you must let me know. I am well prepared. With that, she patted the hot water bottle beside her. Laughter erupted in the live stream, especially upon seeing Lin Ziyu's feet, which had turned slightly pale from the soak, eliciting sympathy from all. This family dynamic is not worth having. I am currently emulating Lao Lin, and now I have been sent to the hospital by my wife. The comments above are utterly hilarious. I see that Lao Lin is also nearing a similar fate. Lao Lin was hospitalized due to foot soaking. The hospital continues this practice. The material for this episode is primarily provided by Mengming's family. Teacher, he consistently positions himself between Mengming and Wan, fearing that the two may quibble over trivial matters. Dear viewers, today we bid farewell from the observation room. Each child will now spend 2 days and 1 night with their respective caregivers and the families. Along with the caregivers, we'll maintain a live broadcast around the clock. Having said this, Teacher, he left the observation room in a flash, apprehensive that his own position might be jeopardized. Adopting the strategy of retreat, he thought it best to depart first. As soon as Teacher he exited, Wan transformed her demeanor entirely. With one hand on her hip, she pointed toward the room, asserting, "You two shall occupy the smallest room. I shall reside in the largest. I'm a princess." On what grounds? Tian stood resolutely in front of Mengming. At that moment, Mengming even contemplated wishing for a brother from her parents. I have made myself exceedingly clear. I'm a princess. Naturally, the beautiful large room is meant for the princess, Wan proclaimed, her tone laced with disdain. Tian had long been intolerant of Wan's antics, particularly her current haughty attitude. There is no princess here. Mengming is the youngest, and she should have the largest room. Tian is indeed a chivalrous young man. How can I resist the urge to intervene? Wan paid no heed to Tian's words and continued her defiance. Not only that, she threw Tian's homework on the floor. You, how can you be so rude? Wan pressed on, even standing on the homework. Courtesy depends on the person. You two should consider your own status. How dare you expect me to be polite to you? You are not worthy. In that moment, Tian clenched his tiny fists, ready to charge forward, but was restrained by his caregiver. Tian, we are now young gentlemen. We must not engage with girls. Tian's inclination towards violence is alarming. It is indeed a wise notion to exercise caution. Fight her. No fight, no gain. Mengming, the proud princess, must flee. The camaraderie among the 3 children is evident. And a few quick-witted netizens even edited together their appearances 20 years later. Regardless of whether set in the present or 2 decades hence, the outcome is astonishing. What are you still doing here? Why haven't you left? Chapter 015. Leave? Why should I leave? Sister Wan, you're the invited guest, and I am. Brother Tian is also here. Brother Tian, being a gentleman, will not bicker with you, but I am not. I am younger than you. Why should I yield to you? As she spoke, Lin Mengming unceremoniously plopped down onto the ground. At that moment, her demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Lin Ziyu. What do you want? Mengming spread her hands wide, exclaiming, I don't wish to do anything. I'm merely 3 years old this year. Wanting to return home at night and missing my family is surely a perfectly normal reaction. Isn't it? The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Was this truly the Mengming they knew? More accurately, was this the manner befitting a child of her age? However, upon reflection, it was evident that Mengming was indeed just a child, and her weeping and wailing were entirely natural responses. I am a princess. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Mengming burst into tears. You, barbarian! A smile crept across her lips as she tugged at Gua Xiaowan's leg, declaring, I want my room. I demand my room. You, no way. That is the Princess room. What is happening here? Can someone summarize this for those of us just tuning in? Meng's sister, you're amazing. It takes a villain to deal with a villain. However, Guozaheo, watching from the live stream, harbored an entirely different sentiment. Witnessing his daughter being bullied, he could hardly remain passive. He promptly called Teacher He. Teacher He, I need the contact information for the third Group S family. Now, immediately, startled from his slumber. Teacher He was bewildered. What on earth was happening? He had only just fallen asleep. Hadn't he previously warned that the three children should not be left alone together? Yet the leadership had refused to heed his advice. Mr. Gua, this is someone else's private matter. I still need to consult with the station. Even someone as esteemed as Teacher, he was not one to be trifled with lightly. As he spoke, he hastily opened his computer. His eyes widened in shock as he entered the live stream and saw Lin Mengmeng crying while clutching Xiaowan's foot. It was impossible to discern that she was the one feeling wronged. It appeared instead that she was the one tormenting others. Alarmed, Teacher He quickly reached out to Lin Ziyu. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyu was observing the entire situation with keen interest. Upon reading the message from Teacher He merely nodded nonchalantly. Since you chose to provoke me, do not blame me for the consequences. Before long, Lin Ziyu's phone rang. Concerned about disturbing his wife's rest, he naturally stepped outside to take the call. What is wrong with your family? Don't you know how to educate your child? Just look at your kid. How could you allow such behavior? I don't care what methods you employ. You must make that child leave immediately. The barrage of words continued without pause. Throughout it all, Lin Ziyu remained silent, instinctively fiddling with his ear. How could this person be so noisy? Surely they were unaware that the post-2000 generation had already begun to assert themselves, and such tactics would be ineffective? Do you think that by remaining silent, the issue will resolve itself? Hurry up. Take your child away right now. Lin Ziyu shook his head. Why must I take my child away? Why not you take your child instead? At that moment, Guozaheo was taken aback. What did this mean? Was he challenging him? Impossible. Who did this person think he was to dare confront him? You. What nonsense is this? Surely you are unaware that I sponsor a part of this program? It is already a privilege for your child to have a moment in the spotlight, so do not be ungrateful. Every word Lin Ziyu heard distinctly. He wondered where their audacity stemmed from, how they could boast such arrogance. Surely, they were oblivious to their own standing. Well then, Mr. Gua, it is quite late now. Let us discuss this tomorrow. I cannot wait. Look at your daughter. She must be taken away immediately. Guozaheo continued to prattle on, as if this matter was of utmost urgency. The concerns of others had become insignificant. Lin Ziyu scoffed. Mr. Gua, this is a matter for the children. They should resolve it themselves. How can you impose yourself into this? What do children understand? I know your daughter is making things difficult for mine. If you do not take her away, I will ensure your daughter leaves the program in tears tomorrow. Before Lin Ziyu could respond, Guozaheo had already hung up the phone. Listening to the dial tone, Lin Ziyu let out a soft chuckle. How amusing! The commotion had indeed awakened Mengmeng's mother. Returning to the room, Lin Ziyu gently stroked her head. Darling, did we wake you? Perhaps we should bring Mengmeng back while chores await us at home. At least we have never mistreated her. Before he could finish, Lin Ziyu shook his head, gazing into the distance with a slight smile. If they could not resolve such trivial matters, how could they claim her as their daughter? It's all right. I have already spoken with Teacher He. He will keep an eye on Mengmeng. That night, apart from the solitary tears of Nuan, everything else remained peaceful. Early the next morning, Nuan's caretaker appeared in the live broadcast room with two prominent dark circles under her eyes. Goodness, did I just become a national treasure overnight? Wow, I thought I had opened a wrong stream. Was last night that thrilling? The viewers in the live broadcast room were all chiming in with their remarks. It was evident that the previous night had indeed been extraordinary. Just as the caretaker, still in a daze, walked into the living room, her eyes widened in astonishment. My heavens, what is happening here? Is this the girl from the rice snail tale? What rice snail tale? This is my little angel Mengmeng. The caretaker, with a look of disbelief, pointed at the table laden with food, her mouth agape in astonishment. Could this truly be the work of a 3-year-old? Initially, she thought the live broadcasts were merely edited in post-production, or that the adults were intentionally orchestrating it. To her surprise, it was all genuine. This was all done by her alone, just a routine operation. Do not. Some individuals are still sound asleep, while others have already begun their endeavors. Lao Lin expresses his longing for Mengming's delightful day. The live broadcast room is filled with joy, particularly as a few keen observers quickly notice the delectable dishes prepared by Mengming. Is that osmanthus lotus root? Did I just spot some pastries? Did she make those too? Chapter 016, a 5-star chef. I can hardly believe it. She has even more skill than I, a 30-year-old. Impressive, my friend. At this moment, Lin Mengming, adorned with an apron and her custom-made hat, elegantly presents a dessert. Goodness, how could she be so talented? My son was still wetting the bed last night. Same world, different children. The jianbing in my hand suddenly lost its appeal. Andy, please come and have some. Gazing at Mengming's beaming smile, it is difficult to reconcile her with the little devil who cried and fussed the previous night. In the end, Guo Xiaonan was left with no recourse but to retreat to her own room, thus averting a calamity. The aroma of the dishes wafting from the living room irresistibly drew Tian closer, his mouth agape and pupils dilated. Wow, you all are incredible. To have prepared so many delicious dishes this early? My mother usually just gives me a glass of milk. The caretaker shook his head. Tian, we didn't make these. Not you? Were they prepared by the production team? If they're half-finished products, I probably can't eat them. Tian lamented with a sigh. The array of dishes before them was undeniably a feast for the senses. Nonetheless, he found himself unable to defy his mother's instructions. But Mengming quickly waved her little hand. Don't worry, brother Tian. Everything here is edible. I made it all myself. It's not half-finished and is very healthy. What? You made this? Mengming, how could a 3-year-old like you possibly prepare all this? Mengming nodded, her eyes shining with determination as she pointed to the lavish spread. I made all of this by myself. At home, I often make even more complex dishes, like traditional Chinese pastries. Today, I just whipped up a little something. Just a little? You call this casual? The two caretakers exchanged astonished glances, utterly bewildered by the extraordinary child before them. Not only does she know how to cook, but she also presents her creations so beautifully and deliciously. Tian stood nervously at the table, glancing at Mengming in a state of anxiety. Is this really your handiwork? Mengming nodded again, this time placing her homemade dessert into her mouth, while looking at Tian with eager anticipation. Isn't it delicious? For a chef, witnessing others savoring the dishes one has prepared is surely the most blissful experience. Tian cautiously chewed, fearful that he might encounter an unpalatable concoction. However, as he continued, his expression transformed into one of growing astonishment. Mengming, how are you so amazing? These dishes are incredibly delicious. They're even better than what I buy outside. Indeed, this may very well be the most delectable thing I have ever tasted. Mengming is truly remarkable. Even the caretaker couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The clamor in the living room roused Wan from her slumber. Disheveled and clad in her garments, she clutched her toy in hand. Were you all making such a racket about so early in the morning? You've disturbed this princess from her sleep. With that, she spread her arms wide. Are you not going to hurry and take me to change my clothes? What is this behavior? Is this child not capable of taking care of herself? This is simply a child. How can you say such things about her? Retract your statements. Allow me to speak. Goodness, after so many years of reform and opening up, has she time-traveled? In light of Guo Xiaowan's antics, the early risers in the live stream were momentarily taken aback. This was not merely a lack of decorum. It was a sign of sheer foolishness. Anyone with a modicum of sense should comprehend the decorum expected in a public space and what words are appropriate. Wan cast a glance at the motionless caretaker, her tone tinged with impatience. What are you standing there gaping for? Hurry and come over here. Do you believe I can have my father dismiss you right now? The caretaker, infuriated, lost her appetite for her meal. Fortunately, Mengming stepped forward. Do we not have hands and feet? Can we not dress ourselves? Is it perhaps that you cannot dress yourself? You. After the events of the previous night, a rift had officially formed between the two. Mengming was one to repay grievances. Watching Wan storm back to her room in a huff, the caretaker finally breathed a sigh of relief. She cast an envious glance at her colleague and then at herself. Why was it that others cared for little angels while she was tasked with a princess of peculiar disposition? How could such disparities exist among individuals? Andy, you need not concern yourself with her. It is currently 7:30 a.m. Beijing time. Even if you start work at 8, it is not yet time to begin. From what I understand, your station commences at 9, so there is even less reason for you to tend to her. Upon hearing this, the caretaker looked at Meng Meng in disbelief. Could she truly be only 3 years old? Wow. Meng's sister has voiced what I have longed to say, but dared not. Oh, Meng Meng is truly a little angel of this world. Unprincipled employers, take note. Personal time should not be muddled with work. A single spark ignited a torrent of reactions. Everyone believed that Lin Meng Meng, although the youngest among the children, displayed the utmost maturity. Soon enough, Nguyen Nguyen emerged from her room, her attire neatly arranged. In front of the live stream, Nguyen Nguyen's mother was visibly elated, her hands trembling. Did you see that? My daughter can dress herself now. Darling, perhaps we should bring our daughter back. She has never done such a thing before. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. She felt her daughter had been subjected to too much injustice, far too mature for her age. My goodness, is being able to dress oneself worthy of such excitement? It is indeed moving to see a child with disabilities able to dress themselves. Guo Ziheo, observing the live stream, clenched his hands tightly. Once again, it is this child. I am uncertain about the role of the directing team. What sort of child is this? How dare she command my daughter with such audacity? I shall ensure that her entire family pays dearly for this. Upon finishing her words, she turned her gaze towards the live broadcast room. Nguyen Nguyen sat on the sofa, snorted coldly. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring me the delicious food. The caretaker, reluctantly extending a hand, was stopped by Meng Meng. Meng Meng glanced at the caretaker and mimicked Nguyen Nguyen's demeanor. This is my dish. I shall decide who gets to enjoy it. I am merely a 3-year-old child who has yet to receive an education. It is only natural for me to be unreasonable and prone to tears. At this moment, I simply do not wish to share with you. Auntie, if you give it to her, I will just have to cry, won't I? Meng Meng tilted her head and stuck out her tongue. The caretaker immediately understood and stood aside, appearing helpless. What? You made this? Chapter 017. Learn to share? Where was this lesson before? Lin Meng Meng, hands on her hips, shot an incredulous glance at Nguyen Nguyen. Is there a problem? You're a master of deception. These items are of 5-star quality, and you dare to claim you made them yourself. Do you have no shame? I don't care. I want to eat. You. Nguyen Nguyen exclaimed, pointing towards the caretaker. I'm talking about you. Did you forget to bring your ears when you left home? With individuals like you, how could your station even consider employing you? Hurry up and bring me all the delicious food. At this moment, more people began to enter the observation room. Having overheard Nguyen Nguyen's earlier remarks, could this truly be the words of a child? I heard that her father is the general manager of the Guo Group. Such individuals are not ones we can afford to offend. Poor little Chun, to be tormented by such a demon. A cacophony of whispers ensued. The caretaker felt quite aggrieved as well. After all, she had graduated from university. How was it that she was being bossed around by a child, especially in front of so many witnesses? Her hands hung in the air, unsure what to do. Meng Meng positioned her small frame in front of the caretaker, standing at approximately the height of the caretaker's legs, even failing to reach the height of her thighs. Do you not understand human speech? I was quite clear. Everything here is my creation, and I do not wish to share it with you. Do you not comprehend? Nguyen Nguyen suddenly sat up straight on the sofa. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner before. You dare? How could you speak to a princess in such a way? Do you believe I won't have you thrown out of here right now? At that moment, teacher, he happened to walk in from outside. What a headache. Day after day. There is no respite. It was merely a project involving a small child. What more chaos could arise? Little did he anticipate that the world of children was indeed a realm unto itself. Oh dear, who has upset our little princess? With teacher he's arrival, Nguyen Nguyen's haughty demeanor finally began to soften. Yet she still plunged into teacher he's embrace, her tone filled with profound grievance. Teacher he, it was them. Her finger traced over each individual. Indeed, it was an unadulterated spectacle of palace intrigue. Goodness, this little girl is quite cunning. Is she truly going to withdraw from the dream? She exhibits no semblance of a child's innocence. How can you utter such nonsense? This entire situation is simply you bullying others. I did not. Wan insisted vehemently, entirely oblivious to any fault of her own. On the contrary, she felt justified, believing it was merely this group that was making a fuss. In a low, delicate whisper, she lamented, "Teacher, I merely woke up a bit hungry this morning. I only wish to eat something. However, they would not allow me." Teacher, he wore an expression of exasperation. It was one thing for a child. But what was the matter with these three caregivers? He shot them a glance. What is the meaning of this? Why can't our princess have something to eat? Just as Teacher, he reached for a pastry, Lin Mingming seized his hand. Teacher, these were all made by me. Shouldn't you inquire beforehand whether you may take some? At that moment, Teacher, he was taken aback. You made all of this? Mingming nodded. Yes, Teacher, you must try a bite. Saying this, she casually picked up a small pastry and placed it in Teacher, he's mouth. Mingming, you are truly remarkable. You can make this? She nodded vigorously. Then shouldn't you check with the host family first? Only then did Teacher, he recall his own behavior. He had assumed it was prepared by the production team. Now, feeling quite embarrassed, he scratched his head. May I give Wan a little to try as well? She hasn't eaten all night and must be quite hungry. But Mingming shook her head. No, I will not give food to someone as impolite as her. My father said, one can be shameless, but never should one show disrespect. The power of upbringing is indeed formidable. The difficulty level of this pastry rivals that of Michelin. I attest, I'm a pastry chef. This is undoubtedly at a 3-year level. To those upstairs, you are killing me with laughter. Mingming is only 3 years old. Age, 3. Work experience, 3 years. Teacher, he was momentarily stunned. Were these two children not getting along just fine yesterday? How had they become so incompatible today? Mingming, how can you be like this? Wan is also an elder sister. She is already hungry. Mingming extended a finger, shaking it continuously. Elder sister? In our family, I am the only child. Moreover, her not eating has nothing to do with me. Last night, when she snatched things from others, she didn't call herself an elder sister. Also, Teacher, age and birth are beyond our control. How can you morally bind me just because I am younger than her? This child, who had appeared soft and gentle upon arrival, now seemed quite the opposite. Clearly, Teacher, his expression began to show irritation. Mingming, you have so much food here. What harm is there in giving her a little? Children must learn to share. The words of Teacher, have sparked considerable debate among netizens. Some argue that sharing is not essential, and whether to share is a personal choice. This has even led to a new topic within the community. Is sharing truly a virtue? And if I only have one candy, should I share it? However, Mingming pouted, appearing utterly perplexed. Teacher, what does sharing mean? I haven't been to school yet, so I don't understand what sharing is. When I play outside, if other children eat my snacks, they always let me have some of theirs. Is that sharing? Seeing Mingming's confusion, Teacher, nodded encouragingly. Yes, that is sharing. Because you're all good friends, sharing snacks is a perfectly normal thing to do. Besides, you'll be spending some time together here, so why not share with Sister Wan? Clearly, Teacher, his tone relaxed slightly. This was being broadcast live to millions of viewers across the nation. Although it was still early, the discussion was already generating considerable interest. Mingming approached Wan and extended her small hand. I am willing to share with you, but what will you share with me? If you don't have anything to give me, then that isn't sharing. That is simply wanting or borrowing. I can choose to say no. Chapter 018. Endure? Who can endure? You. How can you say no? I am a princess. It is your honor to eat what I make. You should be grateful. Wan exclaimed, pointing to various items on the table without relinquishing her air of superiority, showing no regard for Mingming as a friend. Mingming, however, was not foolish. She shook her head and said, Teacher, you heard her. It's not that I don't want to share with her. It's that this is not something I can do alone. You saw her attitude. With that, Mingming feigned a look of grievance, her hands spread wide. If Guo Xiaowan could speak kindly, perhaps even apologize, Mingming might consider forgiving her. But with her current demeanor, that seemed utterly impossible. Wan, how can you behave like this? We're all good friends. You cannot act this way. Teacher, he continued to patiently advise. It would not do to simply expel her. While that was an option, it would invite different opinions. In a fit of rage, Wan dashed over and knocked everything off the table onto the floor. Not only that, but she also pointed at everyone present. You all conspire together. You will learn the consequences of offending a princess. You will all pay the price. With that, Wan stormed out angrily. This child certainly has a temper. What kind of child is this? She acts as if she is royalty. This child truly ruins the atmosphere. The audience in the live broadcast room seemed indifferent to Wan's departure. Instead, they felt she was out of place amidst everything here and would be better off leaving. Teacher, he was anxious. After all, she was Guo Ziheo's daughter. What if something unfortunate occurred? He quickly pointed at her caretaker, saying, "Why aren't you hurrying after her? If anything happens, we all bear the consequences." The caretaker tore the name badge from her neck and angrily tossed it onto the nearby table. "I came here to work, not to be humiliated," she exclaimed. "That princess has such an attitude. Let those who wish to serve her do so. I quit." Meng grasped the caretaker's hand. She often heard Lin Ziyu express similar sentiments at home, only to regret it later. "You must think this through, dear caretaker. Are you willing to lose your job over such an inconsiderate child? Besides, if she truly goes missing, you won't be the only one in trouble. What are you afraid of?" The caretaker smiled, realizing the truth in Meng's words. "I didn't expect you to be quite clever." Just then, Guo Ziheo entered, holding Guo Xiaowan's hand. "Teacher, is this how you treat my child after I entrusted her to you?" "Mr. Guo, what do you mean by that? They are just two children bickering. We adults need not involve ourselves." "Teacher," he replied, nodding and bowing. If given a choice, he would gladly resign. That unfortunate child could find someone else to attend to her. He certainly did not want to be implicated. Besides, did her family not know about her temper? This Guo Ziheo, the general manager of the Guo Group? Do you know him? Please elaborate." "Wow, I just checked online. Impressive. His net worth exceeds 100 million. No wonder the child has such a temper. Even teacher, he must bow down to him." In no time, the crowd was abuzz with chatter. Yet Guo Xiaowan, emboldened by her father's presence, arrogantly pointed at Lin Meng, demanding, "Did you hear that? You all better apologize to me right now. I'll pretend this never happened and forgive you. If you don't apologize, I'll make sure you all leave here." Teacher, he wanted to interject, but was interrupted by Guo Ziheo. Having fathered a daughter at 40, he was indeed protective. Within his means, he would go to great lengths for her, not only for this program, but even to fetch stars from the sky if she wished. He stood by, nodding in agreement. "Exactly. My daughter is right. This place is sponsored by our family. What is the big deal about having a bite to eat?" He thought Meng would be intimidated by their words. Even the caretaker squatted down, trying to soothe Meng's emotions. "Be good. Don't be afraid. Just apologize to Sister Wan." Meng shook her head, blinking her eyes. As she approached Guo Ziheo, she tugged at his clothing and exclaimed, "Are you expecting an apology from me? Step away. Do not lay a finger on my father." With a sudden shove, Wan sent Meng crashing to the ground. Tian, unable to bear the sight, positioned herself protectively in front of Wan. "Guo Xiaowan, how could you resort to violence? Meng is still a child. How can you strike someone?" With her arms crossed defiantly, Guo Xiaowan raised her chin high. "This is my affair. I shall do as I please. What business is it of yours?" Wan, that does not justify hitting anyone. What if you injure Meng? What then?" Teacher, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, fearing the repercussions if Lin Meng were to be harmed. Not only would it jeopardize his job, but it could also spell disaster for his career in this field. Yet, Guo Xiaowan seemed unfazed, glancing at her father and scoffing. "If I hurt her, I'll just pay for it. Right, Dad?" Guo Ziheo nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. My daughter is indeed clever. If they do not apologize to her today, I will ensure their entire family struggles to thrive in Haicheng. This family is utterly indifferent. This child is ruined. Money can indeed make the world go round." Tian glanced back at Meng and moved closer to her. "Perhaps you should apologize to Wan. Otherwise, this matter could affect your family." "Why should I apologize? I haven't done anything wrong. Meng Meng remained steadfast in her position. At that moment, Tian Tian's parents hurriedly approached. Tian Tian's father stepped forward to shake Guo Ziheo's hand. So you're Mr. Guo, the esteemed entrepreneur? It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Your reputation precedes you. Truly a sycophant's demeanor. The struggles of a post-90s individual, balancing elders and children. Life is not easy, and flattery is essential. A wave of sighs swept through the online audience, a reflection of life's frustrations. Meanwhile, Tian Tian's mother joined her side. You weren't involved in this, were you? Our family is ordinary. We cannot afford to offend someone of his stature. Do you remember when I told you that patience is essential? Sometimes, enduring a moment of discomfort leads to peace. Chapter 19. I have laid my cards on the table. Listening to her mother, Tian Tian glanced once more at Meng Meng, hesitating to speak. He struggled to comprehend why everyone insisted that Meng Meng apologize when the issue was not hers to begin with. Is it true that the loudest voice holds the most sway? However, recalling his mother's earlier words, he reluctantly lowered his head. Mom, this has nothing to do with me. I just believe one should not have struck Meng Meng. Tian Tian, I understand you are an upright child, but this matter does not concern us. Wouldn't you agree? It was evident that Tian Tian felt conflicted. Meng Meng had risen back to her feet. Tian Tian, your mother is right. This matter does not involve your family. You needn't concern yourself with it. Besides, I'm just a child. What can they do to me? Meng Meng has truly learned the art of cunning. To deal with a rogue, one must outsmart them. Alas, they have given us too much to handle. Mr. He furrowed his brow in distress. What is happening? Forget about the popularity. It seems we are on the brink of losing face. As anticipated, within mere minutes, the situation escalated through the relentless churn of public opinion, with the topic trending incessantly. Spoiled children of the 80s. Guo Ziheo's wealth exceeds 100 million. The father appears. Mr. Guo, would it be convenient for me to speak with you privately for a moment? Guo Ziheo waved his hand dismissively, stating, Mr. He, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. This matter does not pertain to you at all. I only wish for her to apologize. He gestured towards Meng Meng. It was she who provoked my daughter. If she simply steps forward and offers an apology, that would suffice. Mr. He wore a look of helplessness. Neither family was one he could afford to offend. Mr. Guo, Meng Meng is merely a child. Furthermore, this is fundamentally a matter between the two children. Is it truly appropriate for us adults to interfere? They might reconcile immediately and become friends again. There is no need to make this situation so uncomfortable. Guo Ziheo remained unfazed, observing coldly. He even rolled his eyes in the direction of Meng Meng, his every action scrutinized by the viewers in the live stream. This little girl truly resembles her father. They are indeed biological relatives. What a disaster. Mr. He, our family status is well understood, is it not? He pointed at Lin Meng Meng. Do you believe a child like her can be friends with my daughter, Wan? As Mr. He prepared to respond, Guo Ziheo interrupted him directly. In his mind, no one in the vicinity was worthy of comparison to his daughter, not even in the role of a servant. Child, you must apologize to my daughter immediately. I shall pretend this incident never occurred. Otherwise, not only will you be expelled from here, but your family shall follow suit. Mister, he gasped in disbelief. Such words are utterly unacceptable. Fortunately, the viewers in the live stream were astute. Having never spoken up, Mr. He felt he could defend himself should trouble arise. Mr. Guo, she is just a child. A child? Is my daughter not a child? She was the one who angered my daughter. Guo Ziheo grew increasingly agitated, nearly leaping from his seat. What kind of people are you recruiting for your show? How can someone like this even enter? Mr. He, not to criticize your production team, but if you're truly in need of funds, just tell me. I have plenty of money. He tossed stacks of cash onto the table. Tian Tian's mother hurriedly shielded her, repeatedly confirming that her child was not involved in the incident. Fortunately, Tian Tian kept assuring them that she had no part in it, which alleviated their concerns. Standing nearby, she murmured incessantly, Meng Meng, you are a good child. A well-behaved child. You wouldn't want to cause your parents any trouble, would you? Surely you have good friends here. If you do not apologize, you may have to part ways with your friends. Unbelievable. This is utterly unreasonable. This is madness. This is not a fist. It is the power of wealth. At that moment, Ming Ming fell silent. She had done nothing wrong, yet why did everyone expect her to apologize? Reflecting on the words spoken by Lin Ziyu, Ming Ming proudly lifted her head. I'm not at fault. I will not apologize. Excellent. Truly my daughter. Lin Ziyu sat on the sofa, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding scene. He had anticipated that Ming Ming would choose to apologize due to others' counsel and her own fear. But now, seeing her so joyful, what could be the reason for such happiness? After all, she is our daughter. Moreover, she had committed no wrongdoing. What was there to apologize for? Darling, who is this Guizhihao? Why is he so unreasonable? Lin Ziyu's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes revealing a hint of ferocity. Clenching his fists, he remarked, My dear, I had envisioned a simple life with you and our daughter, living peacefully together. I never anticipated such a turn of events. Before Lin Ziyu could finish his sentence, Mengming's mother grew impatient, rolling her eyes. Can you speak plainly? Speaking properly might lead to pregnancy. Lin Ziyu playfully wiggled his fingers. My love, I know you are eager for us to have a second child, but we are not in the best position to conceive at this moment. Oh my, you are hilarious. Your shamelessness is unparalleled. You are truly the first of your kind. Sister Ming, he is not my father. I do not have a father like that. Is Ming Ming the only sane one in this family? Lin Ziyu, if you have nothing to say, then refrain from speaking. Look at how your daughter has been bullied. Lin Ziyu shrugged nonchalantly, gazing at his wife with indifference. It's a trivial matter. Do not be so anxious. I will handle these individuals. My identity will suffice. Before he could finish, Mengming's mother turned to leave. Such words might have been believed during bedtime stories, but to hear them directed at her now? Did he truly think everyone was a fool? Darling, why are you leaving? I have not yet finished speaking. Mengming's mother waved her hand dismissively. No more. I'm going to take a nap. My dreams will be far more exhilarating than your words. Dear, you must trust me. I have made up my mind. After all these years together, it is time for you to know my true identity. No more pretense. I am revealing everything. Chapter 20. Let us keep it simple and avoid the absurd. However, Mengming's mother had already retreated to her room, leaving Lin Ziyu without a trace. My love, why can't you believe me? I truly am. Lin Ziyu shook his head, appearing utterly despondent. He muttered softly, Why, when I reveal my true self, do I only receive further estrangement? Suddenly, Lin Ziyu opened his arms wide and sighed dramatically to the heavens. Oh, why must you treat me this way, dear Lord? I can't stop laughing. While my daughter suffers, her father is losing his mind. Isn't this a family-oriented variety show? From his actions, I discern his background. The 3-year period has concluded. We welcome the Dragon King. Up there, Xior. In that moment, Lin Ziyu also regained his composure, directing his gaze towards the live broadcast room. At this juncture, Guizhihao was visibly angered by Lin Mengming's remarks, his neck flushed with indignation. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Are you not aware of your own status? As the situation escalated, he swiftly positioned himself between the two. If this were a private matter, he might have turned a blind eye. However, before the vast audience, this was not merely a confrontation with Lin Mengming. It was a slap in the face to our production team. She is merely a 3-year-old child. Surely you cannot hold a grudge against her. Moreover, she bears the surname Lin. What of it? Guizhihao's eyes bulged in fury, his face a portrait of rage. Even the ever-spirited Wan grew bolder, exclaiming, Dad, it's her. Not only does she deny me the larger bedroom, but she also refuses to let me eat. Oh, how dare you prevent my daughter from eating? Such audacity. Someone, take her away and execute her? Is this some sort of time travel? Guizhihao stood with his hands on his hips, intimidating the Tian family into silence. Only Lin Mengming remained unfazed, blinking innocently in their direction, untroubled by the turmoil around her. You, sir, pointing at me with your finger is quite impolite. Did your elders not teach you any manners? One must speak with decorum, especially in the presence of adults. I see no courtesy in you at all. At this moment, Lin Mengming felt no fear. Rather, she found the incessant chatter of the two rather irksome. Were it not for her concern for teacher she would have preferred to leave. You, Guozaheo, enraged, pointed at Lin Mingming once more, only to have his finger drop in an instant, his gaze darting about, desperate to conceal his expression from others. You child, how do your elders instruct you? A good child acknowledges their mistakes. What wrong have I committed? Just then, Lin Ziyu, clad in casual attire, entered through the door. The moment Guozaheo laid eyes upon Lin Ziyu, he was taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ziyu shot him a look that quelled Guozaheo's intent to reveal Lin Ziyu's identity. Teacher why do you not mention that Lin Mingming is his daughter? What do we do now? Guo, I already mentioned that she bears the surname Lin. You were the one who said it was inconsequential. Teacher, he shrugged, his expression one of helplessness. Fortunately, he had said nothing more. Guozaheo approached with a forced smile, creating an atmosphere of awkwardness among all present. Do they know each other? What is old Lin's status? With Lin Ziyu's arrival, the atmosphere in the observation room shifted dramatically, and the excitement surged once more. Lin Ziyu's identity. Lin Corporation. Mr. Lin, who would have thought that Lin Mingming is your child? It's akin to a flood sweeping through the Dragon King Temple, where kin fail to recognize one another. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ziyu circumvented Guozaheo and approached Lin Mingming, giving her a thumbs up. What you did just now was right. One must acknowledge their mistakes. However, if we are in the right, there is no need for acknowledgement. It was evident that Lin Ziyu was not there to resolve any issues, but rather to stir the pot. Lin Mingming rolled her eyes in response, her expression mirroring that of her mother. Her petite figure and soft voice belied an attitude that echoed her mother's tone perfectly. Do you even remember you have a daughter? Just look at how others have bullied me. Why can't you be like other fathers? Lin Ziyu fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Indeed, he was quite different from other fathers. Had he not grown weary of takeout and longed for the days when everything was served to him on a silver platter, he would never have come here at all. I just saw it. How could you possibly mess up something so trivial? You are my daughter. Lin Ziyu felt a swell of pride. Yet, before he could utter another word, Lin Mingming's impatience was palpable. She was still just a child, and Guozaheo's arrogance had nearly intimidated her into an apology. Meanwhile, Tian's father sensed the tension and approached Lin Ziyu. I presume you must be Mingming's father? Lin Ziyu nodded. Only someone of your caliber could raise such a remarkable child. May I inquire which profession you are engaged in? Before Lin Ziyu could respond, Guozaheo hurried over, eager to flatter him. This was the opportune moment for such flattery. Mr. Lin, you are indeed a remarkable individual. Observing Tian's father fawning over him made Lin Ziyu feel as though he had become the very image he detested. What was Guozaheo up to this time? While everyone speculated about Lin Ziyu's background, they also began to take a keen interest in the Lin family's standing. Mr. Guo, how can you say such things? We are merely an ordinary family. How can we possibly compare to you? Despite the condescending tone, Guo Xiaonan failed to grasp the sarcasm, thinking it was an excellent opportunity to boast further. Of course, my father is the most formidable. Lin Mingming, we're giving you one last chance. If you do not apologize to me promptly. Before Guo Xiaonan could finish her sentence, her mouth was covered. Guozaheo smiled at Lin Ziyu, saying, Children can be quite thoughtless. Please do not take it to heart, Mr. Lin. He then turned to Guo Xiaonan, lowering his voice. Warm. I think I have spoiled you too much. How could you be so unaware of your own limitations? Mingming is even younger than you. You should foster camaraderie and take care of your younger siblings, not act so arrogantly, as if you were a princess. With that, he removed the crown from Wan's head. Wow, this dad is impressive. His ability to turn against someone is astonishing. Chapter 021. Arriving just in time for dinner, Guo Xiaonan pouted, feeling quite aggrieved. Throughout her life, she had never been treated in such a manner. Father, it was indeed my fault, yet you still criticize me. Guozaheo raised his voice, hastily drowning out Guo Xiaonan's protests. If Lin Ziyu were to hear this, he would undoubtedly suspect a connection to himself. Father, just moments ago, you insisted she apologize to me. How has that changed? You are no longer my good father. You are now a villain. A villain. Her small fists relentlessly pounded against Guozaheo's chest. At that moment, Lin Ziyu cast a nonchalant glance at Lin Mingming. It was of no consequence. After all, Lin Mingming would intervene. Amidst Guo Xiaowan's loud cries and overwhelming sobs, teacher, he furrowed his brows. Such events had indeed transpired. From the outset, when the station proposed this kind of activity, teacher, he had vehemently opposed it. Even if talent shows had become commonplace, at least they involved adults, and the situation was manageable. Unlike now, where clarity eludes understanding and control is unattainable. Words that cannot be comprehended, lessons that cannot be learned. Just look at the furrow in Teacher He's forehead. It could twist into a braid. Director Guo, she is merely a child. Please do not be angry. Teacher He glanced at Lin Ziyu. These were not mere guests of the program. They were akin to two ancestral spirits invited by the production team. Neither could be offended. One could only wonder if the production team was being deliberately provocative. As her retirement loomed, was there an intention to hasten her departure? Mr. Lin, regarding this matter. Lin Ziyu waved his hand. This is not my concern. Why inquire of me? Mr. Lin was indeed reckless. While nearly everyone worried whether Lin Mingming might be bullied, only Lin Ziyu remained unconcerned. Teacher He, perhaps you should consult me. Lin Mingming took a step forward, easily overlooked due to her petite stature. She patted her small chest, adopting an air of maturity. I am the one most affected by this situation. Only my forgiveness can resolve this. Forgive her? What a remarkable twist. I admit, this is not scripted. Sister Ming is formidable. Guo Xiaowan continued to stomp her feet, her face a portrait of defiance. Wan, hurry. Guo Zihao nudged Guo Xiaowan with his arm. With each push, she retreated a step. Is this how women behave from a young age? My girlfriend is the same. Impossible to grasp. Girlfriend 1, like an eel, utterly ungraspable. Girlfriend? Mine is gone. Guo Xiaowan's actions deeply moved the young men in the live stream. Wan, why are you being so disobedient? Hurry and apologize to Sister Ming. I am not at fault. Father, you once proclaimed that I am a princess. How could a princess possibly err? I am not at fault. Despite the circumstances, Guo Xiaowan remains oblivious to the gravity of the situation. She fails to comprehend the intricate relationships and stakes that exist among adults. All she knows is that she is meant to be cherished and held in high esteem. A person so precious could hardly make mistakes, could they? Even if a mistake were made, everyone should choose to forgive her rather than nitpick, as they do now. That is not self-love. Guo Xiaowan, are you itching for trouble? As he spoke, Guo Zihao raised his hand. Seeing this, teacher, he hurriedly intervened, positioning himself protectively in front of Guo Xiaowan. Mr. Guo, this is a national broadcast. You must not strike a child. Lin Ziyu, in a show of solidarity, nodded in agreement and approached Guo Zihao, whispering, Mr. Guo, should you choose to strike the child, your partners and employees may perceive you as a man out of touch with the times and ignorant of proper child rearing. I personally suggest you engage in a heartfelt conversation with your daughter. Her demeanor is not a result of a fleeting moment, and allowing this to persist may lead to greater complications. As Lin Ziyu concluded, he took a seat, surveying the delightful spread before him. Truly, arriving early is not as fortuitous as arriving at the right moment. One must eat and drink well. After taking a bite, he frowned and remarked, My dear daughter, this pastry you made today is rather sweet. This one seems a bit bland. He shook his head, clicking his tongue in disapproval. After 2 days of rest, your culinary skills appear to have declined. Is he here merely for breakfast? Oh my goodness. Handsomeness lasts but 3 seconds. Huh, he must be hungry. Lin Mingming retorted, You are not my father. Mingming, look, your sister has already apologized. Shouldn't you consider forgiving her? Be magnanimous. Apologize? Lin Mingming dug at her ears. Bewildered. Had she misheard? Uncle Guo, this is a matter between our children. You ought not to involve yourself. Besides, I didn't hear sister and want to apologize. I am not an adult. I am merely a 3-year-old child. As she spoke, Lin Mingming proudly extended 4 fingers. In that moment, had Lin Ziyu not been present, Guo Zihao might have whisked Guo Xiaowan away in haste. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he forced a smile onto his face. Mingming, are you not good friends? You must learn to be tolerant and forgive others. Do you not agree? Lin Mingming shook her head in confusion, completely unable to comprehend. She feigned anger, hands on her hips, and declared, "Uncle Gua, did you not just say that Sister Nguyen and I would never become good friends? With a family like mine, I am unworthy even to serve your family. How could I possibly call Sister Nguyen my friend? Haha, retribution is a must. Immediate revenge. Meng Meng is formidable. Look at Mr. Gua's expression. It's utterly hilarious." The events unfolded with such swiftness that every day, Mama found herself struggling to comprehend who truly stood as the towering figure. In a hurried manner, she turned to her son, asking, "Tian Tian, have you been bullying anyone these past few days?" Tian Tian nodded, "No." "That's good. Remember, our family is just an ordinary one. Your father is merely a common laborer. You must never offend families like that, for we cannot afford to do so." Tian Tian, with a solemn expression, nodded in agreement. Throughout his upbringing, these admonitions echoed repeatedly. His family forbade him from being willful or experiencing failure. He was expected to be a person of propriety, for only then could he forge his own future. Meng Meng, what the uncle said just now was all in jest. Why are you still angry? If you could find it in your heart to forgive us, would you? Chapter 022. I am not worthy of carrying her shoes. Lin Meng Meng shook her head. Though merely 3 years old, she was no pushover. She would not simply forgive someone without reason. If she held disdain for a person, why must she associate with them? She had friends aplenty. If she disliked someone, she could simply keep her distance. Why must they remain close? The world of adults was indeed perplexing. Meng Meng, are you unwilling to forgive your sister? How about if she dances for you? As he spoke, Guizaheo attempted to lift Meng Meng into his arms. Startled, Meng Meng quickly seated herself on the nearby sofa. Uncle, why should I let my sister dance for me? I am not here to watch a dance competition. Daddy, why should I dance for her? She does not deserve it. Nguyen Nguyen felt a twinge of frustration. How could she, being so elevated, allow herself to be summoned and ordered about by such individuals? Do they have no sense of dignity? You continue to speak. It appears you have been spoiled rotten from a young age, causing trouble at every turn. Come here. Despite teacher He-S attempts to intervene, Guizaheo insisted on taking Guishanwan away. At that moment, the observation room fell into a heavy silence. The Tian family dared not utter a word. Tian Tian's father cautiously approached Lin Ziyu, inquiring, "Might I ask, Mr. Lin, what investment projects have been occupying your time lately?" Lin Ziyu slowly lifted his head, glanced at Tian Tian's father, and remained silent. He simply placed a plate of pastries before him. He despised these people who, despite seeing him eat, would still approach to disturb him. What a mood dampener. Try this. My daughter made it. Lin Ziyu's casual remark aimed to silence Tian Tian's father, ensuring he would have nothing more to say. However, Tian Tian's father misinterpreted the gesture, thinking Lin Ziyu was showcasing his daughter's talents. He too was accustomed to boasting about his son in front of relatives. Little did he know that Mr. Lin's daughter was so remarkable, capable of preparing such a variety of dishes at such a tender age. It seems that both Mr. Lin and his wife have educated their child remarkably well. One cannot help but wonder about the methods they employ in their upbringing. Usually, it is Sister Meng who educates them. Sister Meng, education? What kind of education? Lin Ziyu paused briefly, wiping the crumbs from the corner of his mouth with a tissue. He feigned deep contemplation. Education? Is it truly necessary to start educating at such a tender age? Should we not wait until she matures a bit more? After much deliberation, he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately directing his gaze towards Lin Meng Meng. His daughter was exceptionally beautiful, and he could not allow her to be taken advantage of by their family as son. No, in the future, families with sons shall not communicate. Every day, he would say to his father, "It is not that I wish to remain silent. Rather, I am not Mr. Lin. It is merely that everyone shows me courtesy." His family is rather ordinary, lacking the means to nurture a child. Hence, all responsibilities fell upon Meng Meng. He discreetly signaled to Lin Meng Meng, hoping she would cooperate a little. Otherwise, with so many onlookers, how embarrassing it would be, seeing Lin Meng Meng standing still. Lin Ziyu cleared his throat softly. Ahem, Meng Meng, what do you think? Meng Meng nodded helplessly. Sister Meng, my father, who is over 20 and cannot take care of himself, speaks the truth. Ming Ming's eye roll was utterly adorable. Ming Ming, do speak. Lin Ming Ming nodded, resigned to having such an oblivious father. There was no escape from his fate. Summoning her courage, she declared, "Indeed, my family is quite impoverished. It is often a challenge to find something delicious to eat." As the emotions deepened, Lin Ming Ming unconsciously shed a couple of tears. Her performance was nothing short of perfect. Even an award-winning actress would be compelled to applaud her. "Uncle, you must not be aware. Do not be fooled by my father's current appearance. His health is quite poor. At home, he can only lie down and cannot sit up at all. It takes great effort for him to be here." At that moment, everyone present exchanged astonished glances, bewildered by the revelation. What ailment could this be? They had never heard of it before. The live stream became even more lively, as the viewers were well aware of the situation. "I have had illness too. It is commonly referred to as laziness. I'm already deeply afflicted. Now, all I need is a daughter. Same ailment, but not the same fate." Mama Tiantian's eyes filled with tears. She glanced at her delicate little Tiantian beside her and then turned to the table laden with food, marveling that this was prepared by a mere 3-year-old. How much hardship must she endure daily? Just moments ago, she had viewed her through the lens of adulthood, refusing to let her son assist her. With a sigh, Mama Tiantian crouched down, feeling quite aggrieved, and asked, "Ming Ming, do you have to do all this at home?" Ming Ming nodded naturally. Her daily responsibilities at home extend far beyond these tasks. She must also care for a frail, self-sufficient elderly father. "Dear child, you have worked so hard. Whenever you have time, do come to my house to play with Tian. Auntie will prepare delicious food for you. You can also take a good rest." Lin Ming Ming was momentarily taken aback. Was this a subtle hint that her cooking was deemed unsatisfactory? Surely not. Had her culinary skills truly diminished? Even Tian's father wore a sorrowful expression, reflecting on his previous superficial judgments. So much had transpired, yet he remained oblivious. There was a distinct lack of paternal responsibility and accountability. Indeed, what Annie said was true. "You should come over to play more often. Our home will always welcome you." Yes. Ming Ming, you must visit often. That way, I will have someone to play with." Tian's face lit up with joy. She had been so focused on her studies that she had forgotten how to socialize. Having a companion to play with was delightful. However, this exchange was overheard in its entirety by Guazaheo, who felt it was an overt attempt to encroach upon his social circle. How could he tolerate such an affront? Visiting your home? It seemed they resided in different neighborhoods, one in the city and the other in the suburbs. Tian's mother's eyes reddened further. While doing household chores was one thing, this had now escalated into a matter of academic performance. A poor living situation signified a subpar school district, which ultimately reflected a lack of quality education. It could adversely impact one's entire life. "Ming Ming, you are so unfortunate. Be a good child and study diligently." Chapter 023. All deserve to be cherished. Study diligently? A glimmer of naive bewilderment flickered in Ming Ming's eyes. Given her current state, was she not already striving enough? What level of effort constituted true diligence? "Annie, have you ever tasted the dishes I make?" Tian's mother was taken aback. Why would this child suddenly pose such a question? Could there be some underlying significance? She nodded emphatically. "Of course. I have tasted them. They are quite delicious." "If they are so delicious, why would you say I am not putting in enough effort? I am diligently improving my culinary skills every day." This statement elicited a wave of murmurs. What a peculiar non sequitur. The quality of food and the commitment to studying were entirely unrelated matters. "That is not what I meant. If you do not believe me, I shall taste it right now." With that, Tian's mother hurriedly took a bite. She was momentarily entranced. Could this truly be the work of a mere child? Not only was it visually appealing and aromatic, but the texture was also exquisite. As someone who considered herself a decent cook, she found it remarkable that such delightful flavors could emanate from a child. "Did you truly make this?" Ming Ming nodded, while the caretaker nearby grew anxious. It was indeed made by Ming Ming. I witnessed her preparing it today. I even have a video of her making sweets this morning on my Douyin. In an instant, the audience in the live stream dwindled by more than half. Yet, They swiftly returned to the broadcast. Wow, this is simply astounding. Sister Ming could teach a class. The gap between me and a 3-year-old. My mother says I'm worthless. Not only that, all of Ming Ming's selected clips thus far have been edited and shared by netizens, garnering her a modicum of fame. Even Lin Ziyu's previous trending topic surged past 2 million in a heartbeat. Meng Meng cooks delicious food. Sister Ming teaches you how to argue. Sister Ming and her 3-year-old dad. In no time, this show swept across major websites, propelling it to the top of the variety show rankings, far ahead of the second place. Yet, what good is it that Meng Meng cooks delicious meals? She is about to start school and should focus her thoughts on her studies. Meng Meng, seemingly understanding, nodded slightly. But how does this differ from what her father said? Tilting her little head and blinking her small eyes, she asked, Annie, is it really good to study well? Annie Tian was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled yes. Knowledge can change one's destiny. Just like how Brother Tian practices problems every day for his future, so he can live better later. Annie Tian spoke with pride. For her son was exceptionally talented, already filled with knowledge at such a young age. The certificates and awards at home were nearly overflowing. Whenever Brother Tian was mentioned, Annie Tian's lips would curl into an uncontainable smile. Auntie, if he doesn't study well, is he still your good son? A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Brother Tian's eyes. The live chat was flooded with comments. That hits hard. Poor grades. Unworthy of affection. Auntie Tian was also momentarily stunned. How could this child ask such a question? Of course, Brother Tian would always be her beloved son. No matter what happens, he remains her cherished child, an unchangeable truth. Ming Ming shook her head. That's not how it is. Doing well in studies is your treasure. But if he ends up achieving nothing and has to work in a restaurant serving dishes, would you still say the same? Auntie Tian stared blankly at her son. She had never considered such an outcome. In her eyes, her son would always be the best, destined to be extraordinary. All the effort she poured into his education would not be in vain. No, your Brother Tian is very capable. He will surely lead a different life in the future. Ming Ming shook her head once more. Everyone's life is different. If he becomes a university professor, you should praise his vast knowledge. If he can only become a small vendor in the market, you should acknowledge that he brings warmth to the world. At that moment, everyone erupted in applause. Is this the words of a 3-year-old? I am utterly moved. Am I also deserving of affection? Even teacher, he discreetly wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes. The child undoubtedly takes after Lin Ziyu, eloquently expressing herself with such reason. It seems she will surely follow in her father's footsteps. Indeed, just look at how well Ming Ming articulates her thoughts. How profound. Regardless of one's nature, every individual deserves affection. Ming Ming, do you think we could put an end to the matter with Sister Nguyen? Would you consider rekindling your friendship with her? Guo Xiaonuan reluctantly approached Lin Ming Ming, hesitantly extending her hand. Ming Ming, I apologize, she murmured, her voice scarcely audible, akin to the buzz of a mosquito. Had it not been for her father leveraging the prospect of an overseas trip to compel her, she would not have offered an apology. After all, she had done nothing wrong. Why should she apologize? Nguyen, you need not apologize to me. We were merely adhering to the program's guidelines. This is my creation, and I have the liberty to share it or not as I choose. With that, Ming Ming turned away, resolute. She was no pushover, having already been wronged. What more could she possibly want? Did she expect Ming Ming to forgive her and act as if nothing had transpired, resuming their friendship with frivolity? Not a chance. Childhood friendships are so simplistic. If one does not wish to play, they need not engage. I also find this girl rather unlikable, so pretentious. Why is Ming Ming so petty? She has already apologized. What more does she desire? To the one above, are you perhaps lacking in judgment? Matchmaker. He used to commit murder, but now he does not. Would you marry him? Seeing this, teacher, he hurried over. All right. As the saying goes, one does not truly know another until they have clashed. Our program is about to commence, so I kindly ask all parents to move to the observation room. Guo Zihao stood beside Lin Ziyu, whispering, Mr. Lin, perhaps we should proceed to the observation room to rest for a bit. Dad, why do you always linger with Ming Ming's father? I don't want you two to be too close. Ming Ming doesn't he even want to play with me? Lin Ziyu glanced at Nguyen. Why was this child so awkward? Chapter 024. One for another. Mr. Gua, you must have heard your daughter's remarks. It would be wise for you to keep your distance from me. Gua Zihao cast a frustrated look at Gua Xiaowan. While others' daughters were like warm blankets, his own seemed more like a drafty one. What a laugh. What could a child possibly understand? Adult matters are not for children to meddle in. My father says the same about me. My mother says that too. Same world, same parents. Mr. Lin, she is merely a child. Her pettiness cannot be compared to your daughter's. I was hoping to learn from you in the observation room about how you educate Ming Ming. She is so astute and capable, managing to prepare such an elaborate feast single-handedly. Her culinary skills are on par with those of a five-star chef. Huh, that is quite a stretch. In the observation room, Lin Ziyu sat uneasily on the chair, inwardly lamenting the discomfort of its hardness. Dear daughter, can you not receive my silent plea? Might you pass me that backrest? Simultaneously, teacher He's expression underwent a considerable shift, while Gua Xiaowan exhibited a marked change in demeanor, appearing far more compliant. If they could maintain this tranquility for a full day and night, the program would pass without incident, and once home, they could quarrel to their heart's content. However, they must avoid courting trouble. Children, gather around. We have recently encountered some unpleasantness, and I sense that many of you are feeling quite awkward, teacher He announced. Upon hearing this, Gua Xiaowan immediately turned her head away, an action imitated by Ming Ming, as if the two had decided they must not be friends. Only Tian sat there, his face etched with guilt. He had never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. Cautiously, he approached Ming Ming. Ming Ming, the fault lies with me. You helped me so much last night, yet I treated you poorly just now. That was entirely my mistake. Ming Ming waved her hand dismissively, feeling that this matter did not concern her. It was simply peculiar how this boy insisted on involving himself, as if she had bullied him. Ming Ming, do you truly not hold any resentment towards me? Will we still be good friends? Good friends? Ming Ming paused, recalling the definition of friendship she had encountered in books, though she did not fully grasp its meaning. Yet, she clearly understood that Tian's behavior was not that of a true friend. A good friend is someone who lends a hand when needed, and this was not the case. This child has been clever from a young age. Look at Meng Jie's disdainful gaze. The three children remained silent, and teacher He's expression grew increasingly grim. Just when he thought the situation had resolved, it appeared that the tension lingered longer than expected. Wan, as the eldest among the three, why not tell teacher He what you enjoy most? Wan replied with evident disdain, I have no siblings, and given my family's circumstances, not everyone can be my friend. As she spoke, she deliberately flaunted the bracelet on her arm in front of Ming Ming. In the observation room, Gua Zihao's eyes widened in disbelief. How had this child transformed into someone so unexpected? Mr. Lin, that is merely a trinket among children. It is not particularly valuable. At that moment, Lin Ziyu was less concerned about the worth of the item than about the prospect of his daughter demanding he purchase one for her. That would be a significant expense. His takeout, his pocket money, would all vanish. No, that simply could not happen. Gazing intently at the screen, Lin Ming Ming cast a fleeting glance before nonchalantly turning her head away. This item? My mother has plenty of them in her bag. However, I feel that wearing it is akin to donning shackles. It would hinder my ability to cook. What a thorough response. Sister Meng wants a golden spatula. Mr. Lin, please arrange that promptly. What do you know? This is a limited edition. It's not something you can simply purchase at will. My mother brought this back from abroad. Do you even know where that is? I doubt you've even left the province. Lin Ming Ming wanted to retort, but it seemed she indeed had never ventured beyond her province. At that moment, Lin Ziyu fell into a contemplative silence. It wasn't that he was unwilling to take Ming Ming out for adventures. It was merely that they had all been confined to their home these past few years. Plans had already been made to embark on a new travel journey once this variety show concluded. Gua Zihao looked momentarily taken aback. Mr. Lin, the situation is not as you perceive it. My daughter misspoke in a moment of thoughtlessness. Please do not take it to heart. Lin Ziyu waved his hand dismissively. What is wrong with this situation? Our family simply cannot compare to yours. Can we, Mr. Gua? Gua Zaheo hastily gestured an apology, unable to contain himself. Mr. Lin, what are you saying? How could the Gua family possibly be compared to yours? Before Gua Zaheo could finish his words, Lin Ziyu shot him a look of disdain, prompting him to immediately fall silent, obediently focusing on the live stream. Ming Ming scoffed. What is the point of going out to play? You still can't do anything. Can you cook? And what if I can cook? Isn't that your only skill? Ming Ming shrugged nonchalantly, glancing at Gua Xiaowan. I don't mind. I can fill my own stomach just fine. Unlike some people who would probably starve if left alone. Casting a glance in Wan's direction, Ming Ming snorted coldly. Isn't it just an air of superiority? As if no one else can manage. You. Wan huffed, hands on her hips. But Ming Ming shook her head. Why are you just like your father, always pointing fingers at others? Where's your sense of decorum? You. Don't put words in my mouth. Can't you speak properly? Haven't you started school yet? Are all students like you? Should you be focused on your studies instead of pointing at people? Teacher, he wore a look of disbelief. How had the troublemaker changed roles? Just moments ago, it was Wan causing trouble, and now it was Ming Ming? These two children truly were a handful. Chapter 025. The illusion of an enjoyable future. What kind of person I am is none of your business. You're just an uneducated child. Teacher, he thought to himself, feeling an overwhelming desire to disappear on the spot. Why must everything be a power struggle? It was clear that this situation did not belong to either of them. However, the current situation with the two of them is indeed quite vexing. Ming Ming, have you already forgiven Sister Nguyen? If you both continue in this manner, it seems we shall be unable to proceed with the program. Look at the staff here. They're all waiting for you. Are you truly going to create such a commotion, making everyone wait here because of your discord? After saying this, teacher, he suddenly realized the gravity of his words. This is Lin Ming Ming. She is the child of Lin Ziyu. He instinctively glanced towards the observation room. If he had inadvertently offended Lin Ziyu, it would indeed be a grave misstep. Lin Ming Ming fell silent for a moment. She acknowledged that her previous behavior had been excessive. It was inappropriate to disrupt others in front of so many people. Leaning closer to Gua Xiaowan, she declared, I will not forgive you for this. This situation is causing too much delay for others, and after the show, you will wait for me. Ha! Meng Jie will absolutely not forgive. This is hilarious. To avoid wasting time, Meng Jie scheduled a meeting after the show. In an instant, sharp-eyed netizens turned to add this remark to Meng Ming's collection, resulting in an influx of followers for Lin Ziyu's trending topic. Next, welcome everyone to our new variety show Where Have the Dads Gone? This time, we are adopting a format that separates the adorable children from their fathers, allowing us to witness some of the extraordinary abilities children possess, even in the absence of their parents. With that, teacher, he placed a microphone down on the table. Neither side was someone he could afford to offend. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. The three children remained silent, rendering the atmosphere quite awkward, leading one to believe they were all stuck in place. Fortunately, a nearby staff member intentionally cleared their throat, alleviating some of the tension. Teacher, what is our next task? What do you need our little friends to do? Teacher, he bowed his head in silence, studying his script. It was better to remain silent than to risk saying something grievous. Since we are all children, shall we discuss our experiences in school? For instance, how did you feel when you first stepped into the campus? At this moment, the live stream's comments flooded the screen. Unfair. Corruption. Targeting Ming Ming. Teacher, he then recalled that one of the families had a child who had yet to attend school. His previous remarks had indeed been somewhat unreasonable. She had already begun school. How could she possibly know how it felt? He directly placed a microphone in front of Lin Ming Ming and gently inquired, Ming Ming, you are about to start school. What are your thoughts on this? Have you been preparing for it? Or are you reluctant to leave your parents? Fortunately, the years of professional cultivation have rendered teacher he a person of unwavering courage. A simple gesture saved her. Ming Ming tilted her little head, playfully placing her fingers in her mouth, producing a delightful sound, her eyes sparkling with the glimmer of stars. It represented her anticipation and fantasies of the unknown. In truth, I find myself quite eager. During my usual classes, I encountered individuals of a somewhat older age. After much waiting, I am certain that once school commences, I will meet peers of similar age. The children in the park are rather dull. The games they play seem so juvenile to me. Now that I can finally attend school, I trust the children there will exhibit a degree of maturity. Upon uttering this sentiment, Ming Ming immediately regretted it, inadvertently locking her gaze upon Nuanyuan. If her classmates were akin to Guo Xiaowan, it would be utterly devastating, unbeknownst to her. At that very moment, Lin Xiu wore an expression of discontent. The staff seated in the observation room promptly placed a microphone before him. Mr. Lin, do you perhaps wish your daughter would not attend school? Do you feel as though your daughter has grown up in an instant? Have you yet to spend quality time with her? Lin Xiu nodded, responding yes and no. I am pondering a question. If she goes to school, what shall I do at home? The staff assumed he was reluctant to part with Lin Mingming. The thought of living alone at home seemed rather dismal. Guo Zihao hurried to console him. Mr. Lin, please do not think that way. Children inevitably grow up. They will have their own lives, and we must learn to let go. Attending kindergarten is merely the first step in our journey of letting go. Lin Xiu shook his head vigorously. How could he possibly let go? That was out of the question. If she were to attend kindergarten, what would he do alone at home? He couldn't he possibly cook for himself? Truly, old Lin is exceptional. This family cannot function without Ming Ming. Ming Ming, so, am I leaving? The staff struggled to suppress their laughter. Having worked on numerous programs and encountered a myriad of parents, this was a first for them. Meanwhile, Ming Ming continued to exuberantly envision her future life, particularly her experiences in kindergarten. She could finally go to school alone, eat alone. Little did she know, her dear father had already contemplated countless ways to ensure she remained with him. After all, while the second child is not yet independent, Lin Mingming cannot attend kindergarten. Perhaps it would be wise to find a teacher to facilitate her schooling. This approach would indeed be the most beneficial solution. Ming Ming is truly remarkable. Teacher, he clapped enthusiastically, noting, it is evident that our Ming Ming is very much looking forward to her future life in kindergarten. I wonder how she plans to make friends with the other children. Will she feel shy? Ming Ming waved her hand dismissively. I certainly will not. I must prepare delightful snacks for all my classmates, for it is through such gestures that they may wish to befriend me. After all, my culinary skills are exceptional. Should they choose not to befriend me, they might miss out on the delectable treats I create. Chapter 26. The thoughts of three mischievous children from dawn till dusk. All they seem to know is the pursuit of food. School is a place for diligent study, not a venue for incessant feasting. Observing Ming Ming in this manner ignites a surge of frustration within Wan Wan. It is she who should be the center of attention, the cherished, one held in the palms of others. Why has the focus shifted entirely to Lin Mingming? Even her own father insists that she apologize to Lin Mingming. Guo Xiaowan clenches her fists, feeling an undeniable sense of injustice. She is the one deserving of love and adoration. What of it? Is it wrong to share the delicious fare I prepare with my classmates? As long as I desire it, I will pursue it in my own way. Are you not infuriated? But what can be done about it? Can you cook? Have you ever learned to cook? As more voices join, differing opinions emerge. For instance, at this moment, it merely involves two children bickering. Yet, there are those who insist on establishing a hierarchy, imposing their beliefs upon others, as if the entire world ought to conform to their whims. Why is Ming Ming so bothersome? I dislike her. All she does is cook. Exactly. It's so annoying. If you dislike it, then just move along. Must you complain incessantly? Teacher, he noticed the messages from the control room and promptly placed the microphone before Tian Tian. It seems that Tian Tian is the only reliable child, at least unlikely to falter. Tian Tian, what are your aspirations for school, or what new expectations do you hold? Peeking around, Tian Tian was uncertain if his forthcoming words would reach his parents' ears. If they were to hear, would they feel disappointed in him? Tian Tian, what troubles you? Is there something you cannot express? Tian Tian shook his head. I simply do not know if what I wish to say qualifies as my own expectations. I just desire to live a day of my own, to rest peacefully. Teacher, he appeared momentarily lost in thought. What could this mean? Meanwhile, the live stream was filled with empathy. My heart aches for Tian Tian. I feel the same as Tian Tian. I want to live my own life. Such sympathy. But Tian Tian, do you not live your own life every day? How can you possess such a wish? He shook his head. He was not himself. He had never truly lived a day as his own person. He was forever merely someone else's child. His hands clenched tightly, nails digging into flesh. Breathing became rapid, punctuated by occasional sighs. I am not myself. I am merely my parents' child. What they compel me to do was not what I desired. I merely wished to be true to myself. Why is this so unattainable? Upon uttering these words, I abruptly rose to my feet, my small fist striking the sofa, surrounded by an oppressive silence. Where is the innocence and purity that a child should possess in this? Is this not a burden greater than that of an adult? I am reflecting on myself. The pressures faced by children indeed stem from their parents. This statement holds no falsehood. The parents in the observation room appeared as though they were seated on pins and needles, discomfort etched across their faces. To voice such sentiments in front of so many netizens and spectators is akin to defecating before an audience. Lin Ziyu cast a sidelong glance. He had experienced a similar plight in his childhood. His parents would stand behind him, wielding a small bamboo rod or stick, insisting it was for his own good, a theory of discipline through adversity. Little did they realize that the world had undergone a profound transformation, and they too bore their own pressures. He was no longer that carefree, liberated child. Does your child have any hobbies? Asked the father of Tian Tian. He shook his head, resolutely stating that he would not allow his child to squander precious time on frivolous pursuits. There were far too many responsibilities awaiting him. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, it was difficult for Tian Tian's father to articulate such thoughts. He could only manage a strained smile, saying, "My child doesn't really have any hobbies. Aside from homework, it's all about homework. It's a struggle just to get him outside. Indeed, the last time I took him out for leisure, he brought his assignments along." Tian Tian's mother wiped the beads of perspiration from her forehead, hastily echoing his sentiment. Such an embarrassing matter must not be disclosed to others. Otherwise, it would surely invite unnecessary trouble. Observing their expressions, Lin Ziyu merely smiled. How could such a young man lack personal interests? Perhaps even the desire to cultivate a hobby was deemed unacceptable. Teacher, he pointed towards the attendant nearby, gesturing with a knowing look. How could these children be so unreliable? Is there not a single stable one among them? Is it truly this challenging to produce a parent-child variety show? The attendant leaned down, a look of compassion on his face. Through the previous night's interactions, he had come to understand Tian Tian's situation. While he was asleep, Tian Tian was laboring over his assignments. Upon awakening, he found Tian Tian still immersed in his work. It was incomprehensible how there could be so much homework. It was unending, an insurmountable task. Tian Tian, you stayed up so late last night. Perhaps you should allow yourself some rest? No, Tian Tian replied. My mother says only the useless sleep. Our time is limited, and we must seize every moment. There can be no room for complacency. Yet, you were working on assignments until the early hours. Shall I take you for a nap? Early hours? Isn't that longer than the time they spend on their phones? My brother also stays up late to complete his assignments. The workload is overwhelming. It feels utterly insurmountable. Yet, every day, he shakes his head and stubbornly sits beside me, acknowledging that his emotional outburst earlier affected everyone. He kindly requests that we continue, assuring us that he will manage his feelings. With that, he resumes his place. Though he is small, he has already learned to conceal his emotions, rendering his current feelings completely inscrutable. We are left unaware of his inner thoughts. Teacher, he, understanding the situation, places the microphone in front of Nuan. And you, Nuan, everything unfolds precisely as she anticipated. She rolls her eyes and retorts, what do you expect me to think? Is there any need for contemplation on such matters? Whether at home or school, I will always be the princess. Everything I desire is within my reach. Yet, as she speaks, her demeanor shifts slightly towards melancholy. Despite having everything she could want, a sense of grievance lingers in her heart. She murmurs softly, I wish my parents could spend more time with me. In the observation room, Guoziheo appears flustered. He has cultivated an image of a devoted family man, and the thought of his partner discovering this situation is unsettling. What do you do now? The words have already escaped his lips. He cannot rush over to silence Wan, so he must strive to suppress his emotions. With a sigh, he feigns a sense of helplessness. Indeed, there has been an overwhelming amount of work at the company lately. It's become quite hectic. Previously, I could often be by my child's side, but now I can only spend time with her when I am not busy. Lin Ziyu scoffs, having little faith in Guo Ziheo's words. Who in this circle does not know what kind of person he is? Even during his off hours, he is often out all night. How could he possibly be home to accompany his child? It's merely talk. Teacher, he also sighs. Wan, your father manages a large company. It is understandable that he may not have time to be with you. Please do not overthink it. Besides, your mother is at home with you, isn't she? At the mention of her mother, Guo Xiaowan's eyes brim with disdain. To her, her mother seems utterly useless. No matter the situation, her mother appears incapable of contributing anything, rendering her virtually redundant. Are you happy when you spend time with your mother? Wan waves her hand dismissively. I would never want to be with her. She is so foolish. My dad often says that people like her cannot do anything. If my dad weren't supporting her, she would have starved long ago. A chilling silence ensues. Everyone stares at Guo Xiaowan in disbelief, unable to fathom that such words could come from a girl, especially directed at her own mother. Conventionally, one would expect a girl to share a closer bond with her mother. How has it come to this? How can you say such things? My mother is the best. Although my mother is seldom at home, whenever she returns, she expects me to prepare meals for her, as she particularly relishes my cooking. Is this statement not rather awkward? At one point, I even questioned whether I had misheard. It now appears to be quite normal. Who said that? It was a cute girl. In that case, there is no issue. Do you also cook when your mother is at home? Teacher, he looked utterly astonished. I had thought it was peculiar enough to have an unreliable father, and now it seems her mother is the same way. It truly is a miracle that this child has grown up as she has. Ming nodded. Is this matter really so strange? Why does everyone gaze at me with such expressions? Aren't these tasks simply what I should be doing? At what age did you begin to undertake such responsibilities? At what age? Ming could not recall when she started. She only knew that ever since she became aware, this has been her reality. Aren't these tasks part of my duties? Only you would engage in such activities. In my household, our nanny does everything. And we are still children. How could we possibly do such things? Nuanyuan looked at her with disdain. Not only do you neglect your studies, but you also lack knowledge regarding these basic tasks? How surprising. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyu's heart raced in the observation room. They had exerted so much effort to raise the child to this point. How much of their own dedication had they poured into this? What if they inadvertently influenced her thoughts? That simply cannot happen. The very thought heightened Lin Ziyu's anxiety. He wished he could whisk Ming away immediately. Mr. Lin, you have truly nurtured an admirable child, so independent and capable. May I have your contact information? We might wish to consult you in the future if we encounter difficulties. Mr. Tian proactively offered his phone. The contact information was clearly displayed, yet Lin Ziyu pretended to be flustered, rummaging through his belongings. Then, feigning ignorance, he spread his hands and said, I'm terribly sorry. I was in such a hurry to leave that I forgot my phone. Guo Ziheo chuckled softly. Here was someone of no significance, yet they sought Lin Ziyu's contact information. He didn't even possess Lin's contact details. The three continued to direct their attention to the live stream, at which point Tian raised her small hand. I also do nothing at home. I dedicate most of my time to studying. If I were to do housework, I would have far less time available. Observing the sincere expressions of Tian and Nuanyuan, Ming felt as though the world was spinning. With her eyes wide open in disbelief, she exclaimed, Do you really do nothing at all? But my father said every child should contribute something to the household. Every parent works so hard and, when they return home, only wish to rest properly. As their children, we must manage all responsibilities to allow them to work in peace. At that moment, laughter erupted in the live stream. Uncertain of when such deeply ingrained notions began to take root, it is evident that they cannot be formed in a fleeting moment. It appears that Meng Jie is quite entrenched. This is not entrenchment. It is her devoted affection. Old Lin is in danger. Wan laughed without mercy. Can one truly believe such statements? They are as naive as a 3-year-old. Indeed, Meng Meng, we ought to be the cherished little ones of our family. And at our tender age, there is little we can do, even if we wish to. Meng Meng was momentarily stunned, as if her entire worldview had been violently shaken. The principle she had steadfastly adhered to had unexpectedly shifted. Teacher, he struggled to suppress a laugh, never anticipating that Lin Ziyu, such a talented individual, would falter in such an extraordinary manner. To reveal this would be hard for anyone to believe. Meng Meng, in truth, your parents love you. They are expressing their love in their own way. It is for your own good. With nothing more to say, teacher, he reluctantly uttered these words, despite knowing full well that Lin Ziyu's parenting approach was decidedly avant-garde. It could be described as a modern method of raising children, ensuring that the child experiences hardships, never allowing them a moment of comfort. They are still young. Teacher, how can you deceive her? Clearly, her parents do not love her anymore. Otherwise, why would they burden her with all the dirty and tiring work alone? Meng Meng hesitated. Is it true? Do my parents really not like me? Chapter 028. Your father loves you. It is not so. Meng Meng, do not listen in Wan's nonsense. You are the little princess of the family. How could they not love you? How is it that these children speak whatever comes to mind? Are they unaware that 3 adults are observing for the control room? If they overheard this, would they still have their jobs? Yet Wan was indifferent to such concerns. Teacher, do you think she is really their biological child? Teacher, he immediately covered Gua Xianwan's mouth. Such words must not be spoken recklessly. The live audience was taken aback by teacher He's action, all searching for any glimpse of interaction between Lin Ziyu and Lin Meng Meng, attempting to uncover any semblance of connection. Regardless of their efforts, what they consistently observed was Lin Ziyu reclining on the sofa while Lin Meng Meng busied herself. Even when Lin Meng Meng faced grievances, he chose to let her resolve them independently. As the saying goes, where there is no wind, there are no waves. The netizens began to speculate fervently. Suddenly, the relationship between Lin Ziyu and Lin Meng Meng rapidly trended on social media. Lin Meng Meng's biological father. Lin Meng Meng's background revealed. Are Lin Ziyu and Lin Meng Meng really father and daughter? At that moment, Lin Ziyu in the observation room clenched his fists tightly. The sweat on Guazaheo's forehead seemed unceasing, as his precious daughter had uttered words that weighed heavily on his heart. Mr. Lin, please do not take it to heart. It was merely a jest among children. Ayist, do you realize the repercussions of such a statement? It will become an everlasting thorn in Meng Meng's heart, one that can never be mended. Lin Ziyu abruptly rose, disregarding the staff's attempts to restrain him. He steadfastly approached Lin Meng Meng's side. Upon witnessing Lin Ziyu's arrival, teacher, he hastily stood up. Mr. Lin. A fleeting glance cast in his direction made teacher he instinctively swallow hard. What is happening with old Lin now? Old Lin still cares deeply for Meng Meng. How enviable for Meng Meng's mother today. After observing for days, this was the first time Lin Ziyu exhibited such pronounced resistance. He bent down, his eyes filled with compassion, gently caressing Lin Meng Meng's forehead. Meng Meng, you need not doubt yourself. You are the cherished child born of your mother's 10 months of labor. The reason we urged you to undertake those tasks was to impart to you the hardships of our lives. You must strive to live well. Hardships of life? Isn't that akin to tearing apart Meng Meng's umbrella? That is quintessential old Lin. Meng Meng nodded in acknowledgement. Witnessing her father's current demeanor, Lin Meng Meng felt a twinge of discomfort. Teacher He's tears brimmed in her eyes. Each era possesses its own methods of child-rearing. It is undeniable that their hearts brim with affection for their children. Meng Meng, your father is remarkable. Before teacher, he could finish her sentence. She was once again cowed by Lin Ziyu's piercing gaze. The words that hung on her lips were swallowed back down. After all, he was far superior to her. It's all right. Pursue whatever endeavors you wish. You can leave the rest to me. Upon hearing this, Lin Meng Meng felt a sense of disorientation. Was this truly her biological father? It seemed as if he had transformed into a different person. In astonishment, she revealed her double chin. Dad, just be yourself. Your current demeanor is somewhat unsettling for me. Are you hiding some ulterior motive? Lin Mingming's pupils widened, recalling the last time Lin Ziyu spoke such words. He promptly enrolled her in a culinary class. Given the present circumstances, the trap might be even greater. She was on the verge of starting school and was no longer the gullible child she once was. Mingming, how could you think that? I love you. Lin Mingming's eyes widened further. The more he professed his love, the more fear burgeoned within her. She swiftly covered Lin Ziyu's mouth. Dad, please stop. If there is something you wish to say, just be direct. What do you want me to do? At that moment, the smile on Lin Ziyu's face returned to its original warmth. Truly, she was his daughter, able to remain steadfast in her principles even amidst turmoil. As a father, he felt a profound sense of gratification. Nodding in contentment, he remarked, "How could you think that? I am merely expressing my heartfelt emotions." Lin Mingming was left dumbfounded. "Are you still my father? You were not like this before." "Father, have you been possessed by someone? Please wake up quickly. Open your eyes and look at me. Do not gaze at me with such tenderness. Regain your sanity." This version of old Lin is quite unsettling for Mingming. It's not just her. I find it a bit disconcerting too. Mingming is questioning her existence. Lin Ziyu immediately regained his composure and stood up. Since Lin Mingming was unharmed, he decided to return to the observation room. Watching Lin Ziyu's departing figure, Mingming's lips curled into a smile, proudly looking at Wan. "Did you see that? My father truly cherishes me. He has always been by my side, accompanying me throughout my entire growth process. This child is impressive. Revenge is a dish best served cold. No wonder you're my Ming sister. Please accept my humble admiration." Wan hesitated to speak. Mingming was absolutely right. Her father had always been there for her. What she yearned for most was for her father to be by her side. Upon returning to the observation room, Lin Ziyu felt significantly more at ease. Thankfully, he acted in time. Otherwise, who would take care of things when Mingming's mother was expecting a second child? "Mr. Lin, I never expected you to have so much time to spend with your child." Lin Ziyu nodded. However, the tone from Tian's father instantly shifted. "So, what kind of work do you usually do? Surely, your family does not rely solely on Mingming's mother to support you all?" Tian's mother chimed in, attempting to engage Lin Ziyu further. But upon hearing what Lin Mingming had just said, their expressions changed instantly. Wow, this couple turns hostile faster than they can turn a page. I can't comprehend the adult world. I prefer observing children. Lin Ziyu remained silent. He would never disclose that he could earn a living without working. If he said that, they would only envy him. "Indeed, my wife works exceedingly hard, which is why our Mingming has always been exceptionally obedient and has never caused us any worry. Can it be anything but arduous? One must support an entire family. My husband is different. Since our marriage, I have not worked and have solely focused on raising our children." Chapter 029, The Lovebirds Embrace. Lin Ziyu snorted softly. This couple was quite amusing. Their relationship with him was not that familiar, and he pondered why they were saying these things to him. Did they seek validation through him? "Mr. Lin, I'm not criticizing you. You are a man. A man should do what is expected of him, not leave everything to his wife." Listening to Tian's father's words piqued Lin Ziyu's interest. It felt as though they were meeting for the first time, with no prior interaction. Yet they spoke as if they knew him well. Gu Zihao saw an opportunity and seized it. "What you two know, Mr. Lin and General Manager Gua. This matter is not for you to explain. If you have time, perhaps you should read more on parenting so that your daughter does not casually utter such remarks. Would you agree?" Lin Ziyu turned away. At this moment, the live broadcast was also being swept away by public opinion. After all, since the program began, Lin Ziyu had indeed not been employed. It seems old Lin truly has no job. Could he be a Phoenix man? He is very likely a soft rice man. Why is General Manager Gua treating him so courteously? What is his true identity? Even the trending topics were rising rapidly. The Lin Mingming family was thrust into the eye of the storm. Lin Mingming's mother's background. Lin Ziyu, soft rice man. Nanny reveals the Phoenix man. Yet Lin Ziyu remained oblivious to it all. He slowly turned around and said, "I do not know what men should do or what women ought to do. Who sets these standards? It is truly laughable. Men should earn a living to support the family, while women should remain at home to raise children." Father Tian spoke these words with a proud expression. He initially thought his family was the least fortunate among the three, but now it seemed his circumstances were quite favorable, especially when compared to Lin Ziyu. He felt he was practically perfect. Lin Ziyu shook his head. I do not share that sentiment. On the contrary, I believe that caring for children is a responsibility that men should embrace. Absurd. Mengming's father, not only do you have your own thoughts on parenting, but your views on life also differ significantly from those of ordinary people. You relinquish the duty of earning a living to your wife, and instead of feeling ashamed, you take pride in it? Lin Ziyu shrugged, unperturbed. He had no concern for others' opinions. Their perceptions were their own problems. However, to make such unfounded claims in front of so many people was indeed excessive. If those oblivious individuals were to learn of this, they would surely embellish the story, leading to a storm of controversy. Father Tian, no one is born to solely care for children. My wife and I, due to work commitments, find it more convenient for me to take care of the children, allowing her to pursue her passions without any detriment. In fact, it is you. We are already in the 21st century. How can such archaic notions still persist? Why must women be pigeonholed? Shouldn't their choices be their own? Lin Ziyu turned away. He had witnessed such matters numerous times, yet it was the first time someone had voiced it in his presence. It seemed he would need to establish a company of his own. After all, it is commendable to be employed. Father Tian intended to speak further, but was halted by Mother Tian. Enough. We are still recording the show. If you both truly wish to discuss something, save it for after the program concludes. Meanwhile, as Mengming's emotions returned to normal, Teacher, he finally felt a sense of relief. Unbeknownst to them, noon had arrived. Teacher, he retrieved 3 interconnected rings from the side. The term linked rings inherently refers to a set of 3 interconnected rings, each entwined with the others, devoid of any openings. Mengming picked one up, observing, isn't this just a small circle? What small circle? This is called a linked ring, Wan said, embracing herself with both arms, her face marked by disdain. Surely, they can't expect us to play with this? Even I, as an adult, wouldn't be able to manage it. Indeed, the production team had concocted a challenge. After Mr. He elucidated the rules, the 3 children gazed at him in astonishment. How is that even possible? I can't do it. Don't look at me. I can't do it either. Yet, only Mengming remained silent, one hand grasping the edge of a ring, while the other began to actively search for any potential openings. Once she identified a connection point, the solution would become apparent. Mengming, stop looking. We already attempted this experiment at school. At our age, even the teachers would struggle. Tian kindly reminded. He felt that rather than wasting time attempting this task, it would be more prudent to devise a way to persuade Mr. He to exempt them from this challenge. Otherwise, they would face hunger. Tian, what are you saying to someone who has never been to school? She doesn't even know what this is called. How could she possibly understand how to solve it? Wan cast a disdainful glance at Mengming. Mr. He, we are merely children. Don't you think this game presents an insurmountable challenge for us? Mr. He nodded in agreement, feeling powerless. He was simply an employee, unable to make decisions. That was the prerogative of the studio. He was merely reciting the script. Among the trio, only Mengming refused to surrender. I can't even play this. The production team is truly being unreasonable. If they manage to untangle it, I'll do a handstand and relieve myself. Upstairs, I'll join you. I'll live stream eating excrement. Often, I feel out of place because I'm not extreme enough. If you choose to give up, we shall proceed to the next segment. But in this segment, you will not earn any points. One could only wonder what the studio was thinking. How could they devise such a challenge? It was entirely unfair to the children. It would be more merciful to allow them to forfeit outright. All right, I agree to move on. So do I. Mr. He, we're hungry. Let us hurry to the next part. Tian and Wan simultaneously capitulated, leaving Mengming alone, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the 3 rings before her. Mengming, are you also going to choose to give up? If you do, we can proceed to the next item. Mengming waved her hand. Mr. He, must we really give up? Not at all. If you believe you can extricate the 3 rings, then there's no need to concede. Mengming nodded. I understand now. I will not give up. I choose to continue. Chapter 030. Opening External Assistance. Upon hearing this declaration, everyone doubted their own ears. Meng Meng, did you just say you want to continue? The attendant leaned down, continuously confirming. Only then did Meng Meng nod. Yes, I want to continue. This is quite simple for me. Huh, simple? Wan Wan burst into laughter. Even I struggle with this. And how could someone younger and less educated succeed? Is it merely a ploy for attention? She was eager to witness Meng Meng's impending embarrassment. Tian Tian approached Meng Meng. Meng Meng, this is quite challenging. Even if you can't do it, we won't mock you. Challenging? Meng Meng tilted her head. Is it really that difficult? I find it quite easy. I played with it when I was 2. Such boastfulness without a hint of modesty. Lin Meng Meng, you truly are a master of exaggeration. Why not claim you played with it in the womb? The absurdity escalated, and even the live chat began to buzz with speculation. Does she actually mean it? Could she truly know how? I don't believe it. She's definitely boasting. In the observation room, Lin Ziyu wore a proud expression. What a remarkable daughter he had. This was all his doing. Mr. Lin, Meng Meng is truly impressive. Impressive? Such words are easily spoken. The real skill lies in solving it. Just as Guozaheo was about to flatter him, Tian Tian's father interjected with sharp sarcasm. In his eyes, his son was the most intelligent among the 3 children. If his son couldn't solve it, how could a 3-year-old? Lin Ziyu chose not to argue. He believed in Lin Meng Meng. These challenges were trivial. If she claimed she could, she surely could. He held onto this trust. Meng Meng, don't waste everyone's time. We have many projects left to complete. Clearly, Nuan Wan's patience had reached its limit, especially watching Lin Meng Meng appear as if she could actually solve it. If she succeeded, the embarrassment would fall upon Nuan Wan instead. Tian Tian felt a twinge of anxiety. Meng Meng, perhaps you should reconsider? This is quite difficult. Meng Meng shook her head. She meticulously examined the rings, controlling one with her left hand while lifting another with her right, causing them to intertwine, utilizing a simple spatial displacement. She heard the sound of the rings clattering onto the table. 3 rings separated effortlessly. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Lin Ziyu's lips curled into a smile. Wow, that's incredible. This child is amazing. Where are those who claimed otherwise? Teacher, he was equally astonished. Meng Meng, how did you accomplish this? You are remarkable. It was simple, just a little manipulation. The more she downplayed it, the more foolish others appeared. Yet, even at this point, Guo Xianwan was unwilling to concede. Teacher, she just got lucky. It fell apart with a few random moves. Your props are rather shoddy. Every day, Tian Tian nodded in agreement. Surprised by the simplicity of the task, Meng Meng chuckled. Weren't you two just saying this was quite challenging? Regardless, you both have already conceded, and thus the score rightfully belongs to me. That insatiable desire to win. Meng Jie is formidable. Teacher, he naturally awarded the points to Meng Meng. She earned 2 points. Currently, the highest score is held by our 3rd family group, the Lin Meng Meng family. The production team did not anticipate that the first to score would be Lin Meng Meng. It seems they underestimated the intelligence of today as children. The assistant director hurriedly approached Teacher, he, whispering something in his ear. Teacher, he appeared utterly horrified. What? Are you serious? They are merely children. Do you really need to take things this far? The assistant director, seemingly relishing the spectacle, replied, Isn't this merely opening up external assistance? This is a parent-child project, and we should involve the parents in the observation room as well. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Teacher, he, adding, Furthermore, these children are unpredictable. Having parents nearby might help us manage them better, don't you think? Despite this reasoning, Teacher, he felt that the series of demands from the station was excessively outrageous. This was not merely presenting challenges to the children. It was an invitation for the adults in the observation room to showcase their talents. Simultaneously, the parents in the observation room received the notification. Do we really need to participate in this? We weren't informed of such a requirement when we arrived. How can your production team change the plan at the last minute? Guozaheo was the first to object. If he won, wouldn't that offend Lin Ziyu? If he lost, wouldn't it make him appear foolish in front of his partners? He found himself in quite a dilemma. Exactly. Your production team can't just change things on a whim. We can cooperate with you to accomplish this task, but you can't be unreasonable. Observing the parents' reluctance to cooperate, the staff member delivering the message felt quite awkward. He was merely a messenger. After all, striving to muster a smile, he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to explain. We just added this project. Moreover, considering how intelligent the children are, it's possible they won't even need outside assistance. Wouldn't you agree?" At that moment, everyone fell silent. After all, no one wanted to admit their child lacked intelligence. Of course, my Tion has been learning since a young age, excelling in both academic and various informational courses, always ranking at the top of the class. Truly, it was old Wang boasting about his own melons. Such claims could only come from Tion's father. Anyone else would not entertain such notions. If your Tion is so clever, then why did he concede earlier? By your logic, the first point should have belonged to your family. So why was it awarded to Meng Meng? Lin Ziyu interjected appropriately. He was certainly no saint. Just moments ago, Daddy Tian was engaging in a fervent self-critique, lamenting that he did not embody the essence of a man, subtly insinuating that he was a coward. Seizing such a splendid opportunity, why not make amends swiftly? His adorable temperament and character are indeed a mirror image of old Lin. A chance for retribution must be taken. Chapter 031. An Unseen Side? In an instant, Daddy Tian found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly admit that his son was outperformed by others, for that would be utterly humiliating. Do you not understand? My son is the sole boy among 3 children. A modicum of gentlemanly conduct is essential. If you doubt this, await the next match. I am keen to see whether your daughter will consistently enjoy such good fortune. With that, Daddy Tian glared furiously at the live stream, his pouting lips resembling an infuriated pufferfish. On the contrary, Guozaheo wore a broad smile as he approached, as if their discord brought him immense joy. "Mr. Lin, since both our families have daughters, might it be possible for them to play together?" Lin Ziyu began to assess the situation. It was not entirely out of the question. However, the temperament of his child was rather tempestuous. If their families were to socialize, it could lead to unnecessary complications. It would be akin to inviting chaos into one's home. Contemplating this, Lin Ziyu shook his head repeatedly. This was Meng Meng's affair, and he could not involve himself. If your daughter truly wishes to befriend mine, they must communicate independently. I cannot dictate their interactions. Lin Ziyu concluded, making an effort to display his helplessness, knowing full well his lack of standing in the household. Guozaheo decided to relent, realizing he could not press the matter further. Before long, the staff had prepared the props. Gazing upon the mold before him, Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. His hands trembled, and he slightly parted his lips in awe. He had longed to catch a glimpse of it every time he passed by, though he had been admonished for being overly fixated. With his parents absent, could he perhaps touch it? Tian cautiously inched closer, stealing glances to ensure no one noticed his approach. "Tian, what are you doing?" Meng Meng immediately discerned his intentions. Was he not simply yearning to touch it, yet hesitating? Tian withdrew his hand, exclaiming, "Nothing. I just don't understand what our task is this time. Why are these items here? Surely, you girls wouldn't be interested? How could that be? We love them." Meng Meng promptly retorted. "It's primarily Lin Ziyu who adores such toys. He often buys them for me, and if I lose interest, I can always pass them on to someone else." That someone else was naturally Lin Meng Meng. Thus, the toys she had cherished since childhood had become mere second-hand items discarded by Lin Ziyu. "Do you truly enjoy these?" Meng Meng nodded again. "Of course. We have plenty at home. I usually play with my dad." Wan smiled faintly, her eyes brimming with disdain. She had no desire to engage with such toys. After all, she was a princess. What kind of princess plays with these things? "Teacher, you surely don't expect us to play with this, do you?" Teacher, he shook his head, equally perplexed by the program's arrangement. After all, this family featured predominantly girls. It was almost as if they were handing out points for free. At that moment, however, Tian's thoughts diverged sharply. If he couldn't manage anything later, wouldn't he be utterly humiliated? He instinctively recoiled, hastily clutching his abdomen, his face contorted in pain. Tian, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" "Teacher," he inquired anxiously, hoping nothing serious would occur. His fragile heart could scarcely endure such strain. If there were any guests in the backstage under the age of 10, he certainly wouldn't be willing to continue. Tian shook his head, but still appeared to be in excruciating agony. "I don't know what's wrong. I just feel particularly unwell. Unwell? Is your stomach bothering you? Shall I call someone to take you to the hospital? While speaking, teacher he reached for the phone. However, Ming Ming quickly stepped forward, pressing her small hand against Tian Tian's belly. Does it hurt here? Tian Tian was momentarily taken aback, but soon reacted. It hurts. It really hurts. And how about here? Ming Ming adjusted her position and pressed gently. Tian Tian responded with another cry of pain. Wow, this child can cure ailments? Meng Jie is impressive. Friends, who understands? I encountered a mischievous child on the subway today. Upstairs, you've entered the wrong thread. Ming Ming continued to apply pressure on Tian Tian's abdomen multiple times, causing him to break into a sweat. In the observation room, Tian Tian's mother was fixated on the large screen in the live broadcast. What is going on? She hasn't eaten much today. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh in realization, standing up and pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Ziyu. It must be your daughter. I never imagined she could be so cunning. This morning, Tian Tian ate only the food your daughter prepared. I wonder why she could be so kind-hearted. It turns out she wanted to send my Tian Tian to the hospital to secure the top spot for herself. How clever. Surely not. Meng Jie isn't that type of person. Is she? Can a child have such a devious mind? Meng Jie? That doesn't seem right. Such children are the worst. The most adept at masquerading. Perhaps it truly is her. In an instant, all of Meng Ming's personal information was laid bare before the internet community without reservation. Yet there was not a trace of doubt. On the contrary, they were aware of Lin Ming Ming's lesser-known facets. Goodness, was this Ming Ming at the age of 2? She won a championship at just 2 years old? What an exceptional child. I'm utterly envious. As the discussions grew more fervent, Lin Ziyu cast a sidelong glance. He could tolerate their scrutiny of Lin Ming Ming. Such trials are an inescapable part of life's journey. However, the baseless slander thrown at him was intolerable. You had better repeat what you just said, and do not forget the words you uttered. Lin Ziyu leaned against the table with one hand, while the other tugged at his tie, his body slightly inclined forward, exuding an aura of dignified anger that did not require a raised voice. Tian Tian's mother clung to her husband, visibly anxious. Her gaze darted around. What? One cannot even speak of such actions? I want everyone to know what kind of person your daughter truly is. Chapter 032. Such a convincing act. Very well. Lin Ziyu clapped his hands. He was acutely aware of the true nature of his daughter. Typically reticent, she preferred the company of her toys. Moreover, had it not been for his own idle curiosity to expose Lin Ming Ming to the harsh realities of the world, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Nor would she have engaged in such behavior. Tian Tian's father expressed a hint of concern. After all, they were unaware of Lin Ziyu's true identity. Yet it was evident that Guo Zihao regarded him with friendliness. What if they were to encounter an unyielding obstacle? No, they absolutely must not narrow their options. Mr. Lin, you cannot blame us for our suspicions. After all, my child has eaten nothing today. Tian Tian's father pointed towards the large screen in the live stream. With so many witnesses in the live stream, it can be attested that my son has not consumed anything since he woke up. He only ate what your daughter provided, and if anything were to go awry, it would certainly be linked to her. Lin Ziyu shook his head. Such a straightforward ruse could be seen through even by a 3-year-old. Yet this couple persisted in feigning ignorance. How pitiable. Checking his watch, he remarked, indeed, the words you both just uttered must have left evidence in the live stream. If your child's situation is in no way connected to Ming Ming, I shall pursue legal accountability. My daughter is only to be bullied by me. Having said that, Lin Ziyu stifled his rising anger. This couple had challenged his boundaries more than once, and he had consistently yielded. He had already grown weary of their incessant interactions. Yet, they chose to approach him uninvited. Was this not merely inviting trouble? The next moment, Tian Tian's demeanor grew increasingly agitated. Ming Ming, what are you doing? Step aside. My stomach hurts terribly. I must get to the hospital. Ming Ming rose to her feet, with both hands clasped around her chest. One hand emerged from the embrace to caress her chin, lost in perplexity. Was this merely a game, or was there truly a need for such intensity? Tian Tian, I have something I'm quite curious about. May I ask you? Ming Ming, what could be of such importance? Look, Tian Tian is already in pain. You should step aside. Wan attempted to intervene, but was halted by her custodian. Even teacher he appeared somewhat anxious. If anything were to transpire, it would be a burden too great to bear. Meng, you see that Tian is not feeling well. Please, let her be for now. We can discuss this upon our return, shall we? Meng shook her head resolutely. This matter must be addressed at once. She began to pace back and forth beside Tian, expressing her confusion. I simply do not understand why someone in good health would claim to be unwell. Do you know the reason behind this? At that moment, Tian's expression grew noticeably frantic. After all, she was just a child. How could she harbor such intricate thoughts? All her emotions were laid bare, especially now, as she longed to escape. I don't understand what you mean. Her voice faltered, hesitant and stammering. How can you not know? I just pressed on your abdomen, and all your internal organs were affected. If we follow your logic, if you're in pain all over, then surgery might be the only option. Yet, this urgency seems rather strange to me. What? Is she pretending? Is this child acting? Meng Jie, you're amazing. It's like Conan has possessed you. Meng Jie, you are my hero. Just moments before, skepticism towards Meng had been palpable, but now opinions had shifted dramatically, leaving many bewildered. Among the crowd, teacher he was the first to react, squatting down to grasp Tian's shoulders. Tian, tell me, what is truly happening? Are you genuinely in pain or merely feigning it? Tian remained silent. If she spoke the truth, she feared it would invite disdain from everyone, especially with her parents watching from the observation room. They would undoubtedly be disappointed. As anticipated, Tian's mother sat slumped in her chair. Confusion etched across her face. What is going on? Why is he pretending? Tian's mother, do not forget what you just said. Your son's pretense has nothing to do with me, but I know my daughter well, and I am fully aware of the kind of person she is. Lin Zi rose and approached Tian's father. He glanced at the live broadcast screen before patting Tian's father's shoulder. I only wish to ask you one thing. Were you like this as a child? As boys, did you truly have no interest in what lies beyond? Rather than squandering time on trivial matters, it would be better to ensure your child experiences joy. Joy? Tian's father was taken aback. Was his son truly unhappy all this time? Slowly turning his head, he only caught a glimpse of the sorrowful eyes on the large screen in the live broadcast room. It seemed as if he hadn't seen Tian genuinely happy in quite a while. Teacher, he remained patient, continuously inquiring, you can share anything with me. Indeed, Tian, please do not squander everyone's time. If you have something to say, just speak up. Wan also began to show signs of impatience, as she had never been fond of these activities. She simply wished to return home swiftly and conclude this ordeal. Tian leaned closer to teacher, and whispered something, immediately lowering his head, unable to meet teacher he's gaze. Is this truly what you desire? Teacher, he asked. Tian nodded. Teacher, I understand that this may put you in a difficult position, but it's all right. I can inquire about it right now. If possible, I will certainly do so. Is that acceptable? For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing this, a look of relief crossed Tian's face. What is going on? Can someone clarify? Why does Tian seem so unhappy? Teacher, he stood to the side, dialing the director in the studio. Yes, this is the current situation. I'm uncertain if this is permissible. All right, is it acceptable? Very well, we will expedite it. We absolutely will not violate any rules. Chapter 033. Families with daughters and families with sons. Throughout, Tian's gaze remained fixed on teacher he. At this moment, teacher he was no longer merely an ordinary host. Rather, he embodied Tian's hopes and expectations, representing a pivotal moment among the few desires Tian held dear. Teacher he turned around and gestured towards Tian, then opened his arms and waved. Attention all departments. We have received an urgent notice. Aside from our broadcast room, all other live rooms are to be closed. The observation room must also cease monitoring us. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astonished. What was happening? Their program was designed for 24-hour broadcasting. Was this not akin to shooting oneself in the foot? Why take such action? In the observation room, Tian's mother grew increasingly agitated. What is going on? Were we not supposed to participate together? How has it come to this? Lindsay, seated nearby, could sense the underlying issues. With parents possessing such overwhelming control, how could the children ever feel understood or find joy? They yearned for the outside world, rather than being guided through life by self-righteous notions of what was best for them. Please, do not be alarmed. Perhaps some unforeseen circumstance has arisen. Moreover, we are all gathered here. How could anything possibly go wrong? There is no need for anxiety. Father Tion tenderly embraced Mother Tion, gently patting her shoulder. Yet, deep within his heart, doubts began to surface. Were his previous actions truly justified? Had he erred in his judgments? In stark contrast, Tion felt an immense sense of relief after severing the connection between the observation room and this place, his face radiating contentment. Tion, I have honored your request. So will you not share with us? What were you engaged in just now? What prompted such actions? And what is the nature of your relationship with your parents? Following this, the viewers in the live stream gradually began to comprehend the situation. It turned out that everything was orchestrated by Tion himself. This child harbors profound depths. Momo, heed your aunt's advice and steer clear of him. Come to my home. Tion pointed at a model nearby, expressing, I'm quite fond of this. Yet my mother believes such things lead to a loss of ambition. Rather than squandering time on these toys, it is far more beneficial to devote time to completing homework, which in turn could enhance one's academic performance. As he spoke, Tion could not resist the urge to reach out and touch it. To his surprise, the toy felt remarkably cold to the touch, with subtle textures. A look of genuine joy and delight, typically seen in ordinary children, graced Tion's face. How heart-wrenching. Could it be that he has never played with toys? Come to Annie's house. There are plenty of toys there. Teacher, he displayed a sympathetic expression, but gently encouraged, Tion, these matters can be discussed with your family. They should not be resolved through your own means. Do you understand? Once you learn to lie, you may resort to deception whenever confronted with difficulties. Do you comprehend this? Tion, appearing somewhat perplexed, nodded slightly. He paid little heed to this advice. All he knew was that if he were to lose in a situation where victory was assured, he would no longer be the obedient child, bringing only shame rather than joy to his family. Momo approached Tion, extending her small hand to grasp his. She then placed his hand completely upon the toy. Tion Gu, you are such an intelligent person. Merely glancing at these small toys will suffice for you. Furthermore, both you and Wan are educated children, unlike me, who is yet to reach that age. Teacher, he chuckled softly, breaking the previously somber atmosphere, which quickly transformed into merriment. Amidst the laughter, Tion's spirits lifted. The live stream from the observation room was reopened. Lindsay glanced toward Momo's direction and was astonished to see her standing beside Tion, hand in hand. What was the nature of their relationship? When had it become so amicable? Why was I unaware of this? His frustration then turned toward Tion's father. Your family has a boy. Tion's father nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we have a boy. What of it? Is there a problem? Of course, there is a problem. If your child is a boy, you should educate him properly from a young age, ensuring he maintains a respectful distance from girls and refrains from any physical contact. Guazaheo nodded in deep understanding. Even the viewers in the live stream expressed their concerns. As a father of a daughter, I am constantly on edge. The thought of my daughter being taken advantage of is unbearable. I can relate. My daughter just brought her boyfriend home. This sparked a heated discussion in the community. Yet, some spectators, eager for drama, insisted on compiling a video montage of Tion and Meng Meng. Once released, the content went viral, rapidly climbing to the top of viewership charts in the form of short videos. Their discussions surged into the top 5 trending topics: Tion and Meng Meng. Plum Jam, Old Lin is angry. Conflict, Lin Shen's new song. Meanwhile, a renowned composer also released a new song, though the audience had never seen him before. No, they're merely good friends. How could you harbor such thoughts? Such narrow-mindedness? Tion's father scoffed. To him, it was simply a matter of 2 children growing closer, nothing more significant. He remained oblivious to the fact that such proximity was deemed perilous by parents of daughters. How could any boy, aside from himself, be near his daughter? What can be tolerated must not be tolerated. Friends? Our families will never be allies. Furthermore, I've recorded everything you just said. Our relationship can only exist as that of plaintiff and defendant, nothing else. As Lin Ziyu's emotions began to spiral out of control, Guizhihao intervened, placing himself between the two. Mr. Lin, I empathize with your feelings, but we are still filming and must maintain decorum. Chapter 034. The transformation of Sichuan opera masks with a sudden movement. Lin Ziyu forcefully pushed Guizhihao away. He was certainly not someone who couldn't control his emotions. After all, this was his daughter. I know what's going on. Your son better keep his distance. With that, Lin Ziyu angrily sank into a chair. Upon returning home, he resolved to show Lin Mengmeng television dramas featuring bad men, instilling in her a belief that all men are untrustworthy. This way, she could steer clear of them. Every incident occurring in the observation room was crystal clear to the live stream audience. Some thought Lin Ziyu was overreacting, insisting it was merely a matter between two children and that there was no need for such a biased perspective. Yet others recognized their own tendencies in his actions. Especially when witnessing their daughters standing alongside others, they would only amplify their concerns. Similarly, the staff conveyed everything that transpired in the observation room to teacher He. What? Such a thing happened? The staff nodded indeed. You were not present at the scene. You didn't witness it. The two individuals were embroiled in a heated argument. All right. You keep an eye on them. I will handle things here. Teacher, he urged the staff to return hastily. If another altercation were to erupt and no one was present nearby, it could spell trouble. He approached Tian and Meng, separating the two. Now, shall we continue? Tian nodded, relieved to finally indulge in the toys he desired. It seemed that rankings no longer held paramount importance for him. Teacher, let us get started. I'm already exhausted. Wan glanced at the toys, displaying little interest as she sat to the side, having given up entirely. The extravagant prizes or the most generous rewards from the production team were of no significant value to her. All right, dear audience in the live stream, after a brief setback, we now welcome our second group project. Next, we will invite the parents in the observation room to join in, of course, only when the children cannot complete the tasks independently. So, everyone must be prepared. This time, we will seamlessly detach the realistic toys from their original forms and place them in the box to your left. With that, teacher, he started the stopwatch. Let us begin. Wan, reluctantly, stood before the table, her expression troubled as she gazed at the toys before her. She had no desire to complete this task. Her hands moved with evident reluctance. In no time, the fragile shells shattered completely. Observing this, teacher, he felt a wave of embarrassment. He had no choice but to allow Wan to step aside, as it would be unkind to make her endure further awkwardness. Teacher, I can't help it. I must say, the shells of these items are exceedingly cheap. They broke with just a slight touch. There is nothing I can do, she concluded, throwing her hands up in exasperation. Naturally, teacher, he refrained from saying much more. Nowadays, children are not merely children. They are little emperors. There can be no hint of criticism. They must be indulged. It's all right. However, you might not be able to earn points this time. You could collaborate with your parents, though. Wan shook her head defiantly. She had no interest, even if she were win first place. So what? She would always dislike what she didn't care for. Subsequently, teacher, he paused behind Tian, observing him as he hesitantly maneuvered his hands, fearful of damaging the model. This game was designed to cultivate the children's attention to detail, while also fostering a bond with their parents. Tian now appears utterly lost, embodying a state of confusion. Teacher, he quietly reminded Tian, if you find yourself at a loss, you may seek assistance from outside. This way, you can still enjoy time with your parents. Tian nodded, yet concern lingered in his heart. What if his parents were equally inept? Unbeknownst to him, his mother approached reluctantly, muttering, I fail to see the purpose of participating in these games. Surely, this time could be better spent completing homework. Tian's father furrowed his brow. He had long sensed his son's discontent, yet each time his wife pressured him, he merely remained an observer, saying nothing and doing nothing, just watching with a cold gaze. Enough. Was he not already ashamed enough? Given how things had escalated, should they not seek a resolution? His mother, in frustration, tossed the toys onto the table, nearly dragging Tian away, exclaiming, Such things are only for boys. How could I possibly understand? Teacher, he approached, a smile gracing his lips, though a flicker of disdain passed through his eyes, particularly regarding the couple's parenting methods. He could not condone the way they had pressured their child into such a state, stripping away all traces of innocent joy. Was this truly education? What is it? Tian's mother. She abruptly transformed her demeanor, declaring, "It's nothing. We are merely conducting research. Is this a change of face?" I find his family unsettling, lacking warmth and sincerity. Teacher, I am perplexed about how the guests for our program were categorized. How could the daughter of Mr. Guo possibly record a show with us? This was clearly an attempt to inquire about Lindsay Yu. Teacher, he was not naive. He understood the implications. With a shrug, he replied, "I am afraid I cannot assist with this matter. I am unaware of the specific details regarding the guests. After all, I am merely the host. Such matters fall under the purview of the producer and director. Our roles are clearly defined." After speaking, Teacher, he moved closer to Tian, noticing that he did not exhibit the joy typically associated with being with his parents. There was not a hint of happiness on his face. Tian's father. "Your group should be fine, correct?" Tian's father scratched his head awkwardly, admitting, "I am quite busy with work and lack the time to engage in these activities. But Tian frequently plays, so he should be fine." Chapter 035. Intact in every minute. It would have been better had he refrained from such remarks, as they only served to reinforce Teacher's perception of this family as hypocritical. Ordinarily, they made it clear that Tian was not allowed to participate in anything. Yet, now they could casually utter such words. What a pity for Tian. Only study. This family is truly dreadful. As Teacher, he bent down gently to stroke Tian's head. He reassured him, saying, "It's all right. This is merely a project, and whether or not it is completed is inconsequential." Tian nodded, yet his eyes still sparkled with hope. He wasn't too adamant about finishing. He merely desired to accomplish it alongside his parents, believing that would render the endeavor worthwhile. Teacher, he glanced at Tian's parents, hesitating momentarily before stepping aside. In that instant, Teacher, he gazed at Lin Mengmeng in astonishment, exclaiming, "Have you truly completed this?" Mengmeng nodded, looking puzzled at Teacher's reaction. "Is there anything difficult about these tasks?" she inquired. "Aren't they easy?" The two children before her were slightly older. One had already given up, while the other sought assistance from outside. How was it that Mengmeng managed to find it so effortless? Was there no humanity left in this challenge? Reluctantly, Teacher, he rubbed his eyes and pointed to the disassembled components on the table. "Did you do all of this by yourself?" His eyes shifted to the staff nearby, who had recorded Mengmeng's operations. Each motion was remarkably decisive, devoid of hesitation, as she began immediately upon discovering the seams. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. Were it not for Mengmeng's young age and small hands, it likely would have taken even less time. The video was broadcasted live, prompting an outpouring of admiration from online viewers. Such speed and skill. Incredible. Mengjie seems to excel at everything. I'm in awe. I'll follow Mengjie to the ends of the earth. I'm utterly impressed. Mengmeng, how do you manage this? She pondered aloud. I often engage in even more complex activities at home. Not only can I disassemble these without a scratch, but I can also reassemble them. Mengmeng concluded with a bright smile, completely devoid of any tension or anxiety. However, the online audience held a different perspective, suspecting Mengmeng of exaggeration. Being able to disassemble the components merely indicated strong manual dexterity. It proved nothing else. Yet, reassembling the scattered parts would require not just skill, but also exceptional memory and technique. I don't believe it, unless you can show me by putting it back together. I think Mengmeng is just putting on a show. I'm not impressed. If she can reassemble it, I'll eat my hat upside down. Was it you who first said that about eating your hat upside down? Observing Mengmeng's innocent smile, which seemed far from a jest, Teacher, he pretended to inquire, "Are you truly telling the truth? Can you really put it back together?" Mengmeng nodded confidently. "Of course. Isn't this quite simple? Besides, these parts don't require any special skills. A few casual attempts, and it's done." As she spoke, Mengmeng's delicate hands tapped lightly on the table twice. By the time she finished her sentence, her demeanor had returned to its previous state. Teacher He's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Meng Meng, struggling to accept what he had just witnessed. Even the viewers in the live broadcast gasped, their faces etched with astonishment. What on earth did I just see? Did she actually accomplish that? Is this video edited? Is this really a live stream? Upon completing her task, Lin Meng Meng revealed her small canine teeth, looking adorably at Teacher He, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial feat, showing no signs of taking it too seriously. Meng Meng, is this your first time playing? Meng Meng shook her head. Of course not. I often play this at home. Didn't I mention that already? Teacher He, may I offer you a small suggestion? Lin Meng Meng gestured slightly with her hand. Teacher He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in eager anticipation of her insightful input. What kind of suggestion do you have for me? You see, your production team merely aims to have us play games with our parents, but why not involve them more actively? For instance, letting parents join us in accomplishing a task. Wouldn't that be far more engaging than just being in a live stream? As she spoke, Lin Meng Meng tiptoed closer to Teacher He's ear and whispered, "Don't you think this could also prevent parents from comparing each other?" Teacher He was taken aback. This child truly seemed different. It was as if she possessed an innate understanding of everything. Otherwise, how could she articulate such thoughts? He swallowed hard. Meng Meng, how did you come up with these ideas? It's quite simple. Look at Guo Xiaowan. She seems utterly uninterested in these activities. And then there's the Tian family. Their interactions appear to lack familiarity, making everything they do seem somewhat awkward. It all feels rather perfunctory. This time, not only Teacher He, but even the chief director behind the scenes found her words to be profoundly insightful. The child was not only intelligent, but possessed a remarkable acumen. Attention, all departments. Let us proceed with Meng Meng's suggestion. We must convene and focus on family engagement, encouraging their entire family to participate. Soon after, Teacher He received a message from the director. He shared the revised script with the staff present. Teacher He, what is going on? Why the sudden change of plans? Indeed, I certainly don't want to be grouped with Guo Xiaowan. She is far too emotional. If she throws another fit, I want to indulge her. It feels like we are merely tools, with no opportunity to voice our opinions. Let us just focus on our work. The staff lamented, expressing their discontent. This hardly felt like a program. It lacked any independent thought and was indeed subject to constant shifts in direction. Teacher He couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. How had he found himself in this show? Truly, one has dug a pit for oneself. Observing the discord among these individuals, Teacher He shifted his gaze towards Lin Meng Meng. This may, after all, be a fortuitous circumstance, for they are their own children, and any issues that arise are theirs to contend with. Chapter 036, The Absolute Dark Agenda. Upon further contemplation, one might view this from a different perspective and recognize its merits. Teacher He cleared his throat and softly instructed a staff member, "Please go to the observation room and invite Mr. Lin over. We are about to commence the final segment." The staff member hesitated. Teacher He, why must it be me? You are aware of my humble standing. Even if I were to go, I would hardly have anything of substance to convey. Teacher He briefly displayed the script to him. Their eyes met, revealing mutual discomfort. Yet, as you know, I'm merely a worker. Teacher He waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. You are simply delivering a message. There will be no issues. Besides, Mr. Lin is inherently a reasonable person. He wouldn't treat you poorly. The staff member could only sigh in resignation. Although Lin Ziyu would not take action against them, every encounter with him emitted an unsettling aura. He appeared affable, yet was not truly easy to engage with. Teacher He, holding the script, began to speak slowly. All right. We now have a little one who has completed the task. Completed? Who? Mama Tian immediately craned her neck, scanning the room. The two adults had yet to finish. So how could anyone have completed it so swiftly? Or was someone seeking assistance from outside? However, what Mama Tian observed was Wan sitting on the sofa, idly playing with her fingers. Meng Meng's vicinity was eerily empty. Her diminutive head was almost level with the table, making her presence nearly invisible unless one looked closely. Teacher He, we haven't finished. Who has completed it? Teacher He smiled. Of course, it is our little Lin Meng Meng. Lin Meng Meng? Again her. Mama Tian snorted in disbelief. her face reflecting indignation. Their family had toiled for so long without completion, and now a mere child had succeeded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Suddenly, Mama Tian spoke sarcastically. Teacher, what were you two whispering about over there? Were you perhaps assisting her? Teacher, he was at a loss for words. He could scarcely accomplish the task himself. How could he possibly aid another? That would be an overestimation of his abilities. Mama Tian, how can you say such things? I am entirely incapable of such feats. How could I? Teacher, if you helped, then you helped. I never claimed otherwise. This is merely an entertainment program, Mama Tian retorted, spreading her hands in dismissal and casting a condescending glance at Lin Mengmeng. In any case, she would never believe that a child like Lin Mengmeng could accomplish such feats. Her own son was undoubtedly the best. Auntie, this matter has nothing to do with Teacher He. I've been engaging in this since childhood. These things are trivial to me. Lin Mengmeng's youthful voice chimed in, and although she did not fully comprehend the adults' conversations, she could discern that their words were not kind. She had clearly won the competition fairly. Was it merely because of her young age that she was subjected to doubt? You've been playing since childhood? Teacher He, did you already know about all of this? It's deliberate. I wondered how she could always secure first place in every event. I tell you, my son has never placed second. At this moment, Mama Tian was beside herself with rage. She could not accept that a mere child could surpass her, especially not without apparent effort. Surely, there had to be some underlying reason. Mama Tian, please calm down. How could we possibly know? Furthermore, the guests for the show are invited by our director. Teacher He, you need not explain. Am I not already aware of these matters? I've seen far too much. Just a common family. What capabilities do they possess to teach their child such things? This is entirely on you. Teacher, he hesitated, knowing that whatever she said would likely not be believed. Not only would she be disbelieved, but it would also be assumed that the program had been prearranged. Rather than waste her breath, it would be better to let her watch the live broadcast. After all, the eyes of the audience are sharp. What? Have my words struck a chord with you? You have nothing to say, do you? I've long been aware of your program as tricks. It's simply because we did not send you gifts. At this moment, not only was there anger in Teacher He's gaze, but even the viewers in the live stream were beginning to find it intolerable. Who is this woman? So annoying. She is even more detestable than Wan. I feel like she has a point. Why does Ming always win? Is there some hidden agenda? Get lost. We saw it with our own eyes. The live stream was in an uproar, with voices rising in all directions. Some believed that this was all prearranged, that Lin Mengmeng was given the simplest tasks. Otherwise, how could such a child achieve such results? Yet others felt that this was entirely normal. After all, Lin Mengmeng was indeed the most outstanding. Winning this competition with ease was only to be expected, especially since the other child had no hobbies beyond academics and lacked even basic common sense. Compared to Lin Mengmeng, he was indeed lacking. Auntie, my conversation with Teacher, he was merely a normal exchange. There was no need for such remarks. If you are unwilling to believe, you may look it up online. As an adult, you should discern what words are appropriate to utter and which are not. It is imperative to set a positive example for your children. Mengmeng wore an expression of disdain, having assumed that all adults were gentle and uncomplicated like her mother. To her surprise, she encountered a different reality. Fortunately, she had ventured out to observe, and upon returning home, she resolved to treat her mother with greater kindness. You, Lin Mengmeng, since you consider yourself so formidable, do you dare to let me determine the final project? Upon hearing this, Teacher he hastily interjected. This is a matter for our production team. Moreover, can you ensure the safety of the children with the projects you propose? Mama Tian nodded in agreement. Teacher, my child is also involved. I will certainly be mindful of that. Or are you harboring guilty secrets that deter you from proceeding? What is there to fear? I have agreed to it. Chapter 037. The Arrogance of Ignorance. Observing the unfolding situation, Teacher, he swiftly grasped Lin Mengmeng's arm. As an adult, what is there to compare with a child? Teacher, what if I am an adult? Do adults not aspire to win? I assure you, she has already committed to this, and it must be executed accordingly. Could someone remove this woman? Her words are giving me a headache. My mother speaks in the same manner. So self-righteous. Stubborn as iron-hearted, Mama Tian, This is a matter for our production team, and how we arrange it is solely our concern. If you truly wish to withdraw, you are free to do so at any time. At this moment, teacher, he felt a flicker of anger. Having participated in numerous projects over the years, she had never encountered an adult so openly antagonistic toward a child. Regardless of personal feelings, one would typically conceal their emotions, especially during a live recording where decorum is paramount. Yet, Mama Tian remained obstinate, seemingly disregarding teacher He's previous remarks and adopting an air of indifference. Teacher He, why do you continuously speak on her behalf? What is the nature of your relationship? Surely, you must know each other well? You speak nonsense. I do not. Mama Tian, it is merely a game among children. Does the ranking truly hold such significance? Teacher, he was perplexed. What does this game signify? And why does Mama Tian seem so relentless in her pursuit of first place? It is of great importance to her. The pressure on children is indeed alarming. Tian Yulan is the same. Quite frightening. Of course it matters. This is my child. How could my child possibly finish last? Teacher, he intended to voice her thoughts, but was interrupted by Meng Meng. The most straightforward approach to address this matter was to demonstrate her own capabilities. Meng Meng glanced at Tian, who sat helplessly to the side, devoid of any initiative. Even if he wished to speak, he could only tug at his clothing in a futile attempt to express dissent. Aunt, I can promise you. However, I am uncertain whether the production team will agree. Perhaps we should ask Teacher He for his input? If feasible, we could let everyone cast their votes. What do you think? This suggestion eased the tension somewhat. Father Tian also sensed an opportunity, tugging at Mother Tian's sleeve. Enough. Isn't this going too far? Must you bring everyone to the point of losing face? At this moment, Mother Tian pouted, holding Tian close, responding with a hint of defiance. It's not that I wish to compete. I am simply at my wit's end. My son has always been exceptionally talented. If he does not secure first place, I fear it would damage his spirit. With that, she glanced down at Tian, as if questioning him. Teacher, he found himself in a difficult position. Fortunately, the production team thrived on the spectacle, knowing that the greater the drama, the higher their viewership ratings would soar. They promptly activated the live voting feature. Press 1 to support, press 2 to oppose. Suddenly, the excitement surged. Some, like Mother Tian, began to wonder if Meng Meng had received insider information. Otherwise, why would she consistently rank first? This situation was indeed peculiar. Others among the online audience were simply there for the entertainment, eager to see what further talents Meng Meng might showcase. I agree. I disagree. This is adults making things difficult for children. I also agree. I believe in Sister Meng. Daddy temporarily revises the plan. Unprecedented variety show. Daddy Show ranks first since its inception. With a series of trending topics, the production team behind the scenes could hardly contain their laughter. They wished for a brawl to break out, as it would create a more visually striking spectacle. In the end, the votes of support far exceeded those of opposition. Mother Tian smiled. Teacher He, you see, this is not merely my perspective. Children, it is not my intention to place you in a difficult position. You must understand how hard your brother Tian has worked. How could he possibly lose? At that moment, Lin Ziyu happened to arrive at the doorway, hearing everything clearly. Earlier, in the observation room, he had begun to invite trouble for himself. Now, not only was he embroiled in his own issues, but he was also creating difficulties for his daughter. Where do these people come from? Are you suggesting that only your son is worthy of first place? Is it a problem if anyone else achieves it? Indeed, Teacher He, how could you allow such a family to participate? Father Tian cast a glance at Mother Tian. When the focus was on Meng Meng, he had remained silent, pretending not to hear. Even when Lin Ziyu spoke earlier, he maintained his composure. However, when Guo Zihao spoke up, he transformed entirely. Mr. Guo, you truly have a sense of humor. No matter how impressive my son is, he cannot be compared to your daughter. Nuan has received nothing but the finest education since childhood. Even her curriculum has been taught by internationally renowned instructors. If Nuan were to secure first place, we would undoubtedly have no issues. However, some individuals resort to underhanded tactics to achieve this accolade, and we cannot simply turn a blind eye to such behavior. Lin Ziyu, is this directed at me? Guo Zihao hurriedly shook his head. Is it truly the case that one sits idly at home while calamity descends from the heavens? After all the effort to cultivate a modicum of friendship with Lin Ziyu, is it to be so easily shattered? Mr. Lin, my daughter is rather mischievous and cannot possibly compare to Meng Meng, who has evidently received a high-quality education from a young age. You and your spouse must have invested considerable time and effort into that. Without hesitation, Lin Ziyu approached Meng Meng. Observing how she was being targeted, he felt a tinge of regret. What was wrong with lying low at home? Why must he intervene? Meng Meng, if you feel wronged or wish to dissociate from them, we can leave right now. Leave? Could it be that there's indeed some hidden agenda? Feeling anxious now? Do not let Meng Meng leave. What is happening? Is she withdrawing from the competition? Meng Meng shook her head. I have already consented. Furthermore, one must see things through to the end. Father, did you not say that one with integrity has nothing to fear from shadows? I am determined to prove that this first place rightfully belongs to me, and I shall reclaim it. With that, Lin Ziyu was quite satisfied and affectionately patted Meng Meng's head. No wonder you are my daughter. You have not brought me any shame. Make sure to give it your all later. As for me, I have no desire to participate. Meng Meng. Chapter 038. A caring little cotton-padded jacket. Meng Meng began to doubt her own ears. Just moments ago, her father was staunchly defending her, yet how swiftly he had changed. Is there no familial bond? No paternal love at all? Father, the upcoming activity is a parent-child event that requires both of us to participate. What? A parent-child event? Lin Ziyu was taken aback. What is going on? He merely came to observe, yet now finds himself entangled in this situation. Teacher, you never mentioned that parental involvement was necessary. Teacher, he appeared somewhat helpless. What authority does he possess now? Especially considering this collaboration with the director, there will be no second chance. It's all rather impromptu. Mr. Lin, I have no choice. This outcome was determined by the votes of the viewers in the live stream. Teacher, he attempted to elaborate further. Lin Ziyu waved his hand dismissively. All right. No need for so much explanation. Just tell us what we need to do. Teacher, he shook his head. At this point, he was uncertain about the next steps. Everyone turned their gaze towards Tian's mother, eagerly awaiting her forthcoming proposal. Yet, she appeared flustered. Looking at them, why are you all looking at me? My family is also a guest. Did you not say that the next project will be decided by you? Tian's father also felt a bit embarrassed. It was one thing at home, but displaying such unreasonable behavior in front of so many people was quite another. Should this become known among my colleagues, how could I ever hold my head high in the company again? I was infuriated just moments ago and spoke impulsively. Clearly, I was swept away by the euphoria of victory. Now, I see Guazaheo glaring at me from a distance. His demeanor transformed from amiable to menacing. My heart sank. I must have caused trouble at home. Auntie, it's all right. I have already promised you, and I shall certainly uphold my commitment. Moreover, haven't you already made up your mind? Otherwise, how could you be so resolute? I attempted to argue. It became evident that no amount of reasoning would alter the situation. It would be better to concede outright. Since you all insisted I participate, I shall not shy away. Everyone understands that this is a parent-child program, primarily focused on collaboration between parent and child. Am I mistaken? Lin Ziyu was tempted to express his frustrations. It was one thing to put the child in a difficult position, but now they wish to complicate matters further? After the arduous journey of bringing a child into the world, it was meant to bring joy. Observing Meng Meng's blossoming skills, it seemed I could finally let go. What possessed me to enroll her in such a parent-child activity? Is it too late to withdraw now? To say it directly, my daughter can participate, but I am not obliged. Huh? Mother Tian sneered. Mr. Lin, is the excuse you've crafted for your daughter truly appropriate? Excuse? She actually believed this was an excuse? I can attest. Old Lin is indeed that kind of person. It's clear old Lin doesn't wish to participate. Old Lin wants to go home. Meng Meng grasped Lin Ziyu's hand. Daddy, don't be afraid. I will be by your side. I will help you fulfill your part. Lin Ziyu felt a wave of emotion. Indeed, she is the daughter of her father, a true little cotton-padded jacket. Let's hope this warmth is genuine and not merely a fade. The more Lin Ziyu resisted, the more Mother Tian suspected something was amiss. All right, Today marks our final day. Why not join together to assist the production team with some household chores and a meal? Of course, we must not reveal what we have prepared, but rather write our names at the bottom of the bowls containing our dishes. Mother Tian paused momentarily. What has come over my mother? Meng Meng has been flipping spatulas since childhood. How could I possibly match her? Is this simply going easy? This is not going easy. This is sheer folly. Meng Meng was momentarily taken aback. Did she mishear? Is her hearing deteriorating? Meng Meng could single-handedly prepare a feast. I enjoyed her cooking this morning. It was exceptionally delicious. The staff's comments were met with indifference from Mother Tian. Having cooked for many years, even before marriage as a chef in a five-star hotel, she felt more than capable of handling a small child. It felt somewhat like overkill. Meng Meng, what do you think? Meng Meng nodded. Since I have already promised you, I shall certainly keep my word. I believe Tian Tian will perform admirably. What? Tian Tian will do it? Indeed. Isn't this task meant for children? Or do you wish to compete with me? At that moment, Tian Tian's mother appeared somewhat conflicted. If she were to admit that she wanted to compete, would it not seem like she was bullying the child? After all, her son struggled even with basic tasks, let alone cooking. I have already stated that this is a parent-child activity. As long as our family participates, it does not matter who does it, she emphasized, clearly bullying the child. Adults are bullying children. I dislike their family now. Mr. E gently remarked. Meng Meng, if you wish to have second thoughts, it is still possible, considering you have already secured first place twice. What does securing first place twice matter if it was achieved through special means? Tian Tian's mother interjected. Before anyone else could speak, Lin Ziyu took the initiative. Rest assured, we have consented to this matter. As everyone acknowledged Lin Ziyu's confidence, he caught them off guard. Leaning down, he firmly patted Meng Meng's shoulder. Daughter, after nurturing soldiers for 1,000 days, one must employ them at the right moment. I have sent you to training for quite some time. Shouldn't you now showcase your true abilities? Wait. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. What did Lin Ziyu mean? Did he intend for Meng Meng to take the stage? Meng Meng nodded and patted her small chest. Do not worry. Leave this matter to me. I will accomplish it. You just stay home and wait. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was not involved in these matters, Lin Ziyu was quite content. Just as he was preparing to sit down and enjoy life, Tian Tian's mother started causing trouble again. Of course not. We have made it very clear that this is a parent-child program, and it requires both participants. Otherwise, how could it be called a parent-child show? Lin Ziyu. This was not a challenge to Meng Meng. It was clearly directed at him. Chapter 039. I'm tired and do not wish to move. At this moment, Lin Ziyu had only one thought, to leave as quickly as possible. He looked expectantly at Mr. He, twisting his wrist and frowning, appearing quite uncomfortable. Mr. He, I currently feel rather unwell. Perhaps I should return home to rest? Shall I ask her mother to come? Meng Meng's mother, achoo. This was the first time she had witnessed an adult unwilling to participate while children fled from a scene. Is that possible? Mr. He seemed troubled. Mr. Lin, perhaps you should call Meng Meng's mother. Last time we invited her, she mentioned she suffers from social anxiety and cannot partake in group activities. Social anxiety? Meng Meng scratched her head, somewhat confused. What does that mean? Mr. He, what is social anxiety? Teacher He had yet to explain when Lin Ziyu hurriedly interjected, social terrorists, commonly referred to as social anxiety. Just like Meng Meng's mother, if she were to participate in the program, by the end, I fear 2/3 of the attendees would have her contact information. Quite terrifying indeed. Meng Meng tilted her head in contemplation. A person who could gracefully dance in a hot pot restaurant and sing on the street was indeed somewhat daunting. Daddy, perhaps it's best if we don't let Mama come. Lin Ziyu felt a surge of emotion. Having always been with Meng Meng, he realized she felt closer to him. Meng Meng also seemed to think her father was better. Didn't she? She shook her head. I just think if Mama comes, will she perform in front of everyone? That would truly be too frightening. Haha, look at Meng Meng. She genuinely hopes for this. Meng Meng's mother is quite the character. Embarrassment is etched into every corner of her being. Upon reflection, it seemed to ring true. Perhaps he would have to remain here, accompanying Meng Meng's mother in a performance. After all, he had indulged her so much. My daughter is quite insightful. In hindsight, your mother truly does not seem suited for this program. Moreover, Her hands are so precious, she cannot do any household chores. What if something goes awry, and she inadvertently injures herself? The thought sent shivers down Lin Ziyu's spine. Unbeknownst to him, these musings were overheard clearly by Tian Tian's mother. Which woman wouldn't desire her husband to dote on her? But glancing at Tian Tian's father, she sighed. This man only knew work and lacked any semblance of charm. Forget about being obedient to her. She merely wished he wouldn't provoke her and bring her trouble. That was already fortunate enough. Yet, why was Mengming's mother so blissful? The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Her heart felt increasingly unbalanced. Clenching her fists, she silently vowed to seize the championship. Meanwhile, Guo Xianwan and Guo Zihao exchanged glances, their minds solely occupied with their own aspirations for victory. Dad, can you cook? Guo Zihao nodded, then quickly shook his head. In that moment, he was uncertain if what he usually prepared could even be classified as food. He was even more unsure if he would embarrass himself before a national audience. Dad, what does that mean? Can you or can't you? A little bit, Wan. Perhaps we should consider giving up? What do you think? Wan sighed. She didn't particularly care about the award, yet still smiled. Dad, could you promise me one thing? Guo Zihao nodded, of course. Hearing this, Wan beamed with joy. She didn't care whether she came in first. All she desired was for her father to spend time with her. Even just watching a movie or playing games together would suffice. Let the two families compete for those inconsequential championships. May we two engage in a puzzle together? Inquired Guo Zihao, puzzled. He had anticipated his daughter might propose some impractical or vain wish. Daddy, is it all right? With that, Nguyen produced a puzzle from her small bag. Initially intended to pass the time, unexpectedly proving to be quite useful. Guo Zihao smiled and took a seat nearby, reflecting on the wish his daughter had just expressed. He realized he had indeed squandered far too much of his time, while his daughter had grown up almost unnoticed. Meanwhile, the other two families had well-defined roles. The Tian family, under the direction of Tian's mother, had the father responsible for household cleanliness while she ventured alone to the market for the evening's groceries. Tian sat at her desk, engaged in her homework, with the entire family remaining silent. Conversely, the Mengming family was quite different. Lin Ziyu wished only to remain at home, but the production team forbade Mengming from going out alone, fearing the implications of any mishap. Thus, Lin Ziyu reluctantly trailed behind Mengming as they made their way to the market. With her small backpack on her slight shoulders, she held on to Lin Ziyu's hand. Despite his unwillingness, Daddy, you must stay close. It would be quite troublesome if you got lost. Daddy, where are you? Daddy. Mengming turned around, only to find an empty space behind her, prompting laughter from the live audience. Huh, Daddy is missing. Where has the devoted father gone? Accompanying Mengming's voice, Lin Ziyu raised his arm high here. They then spotted Lin Ziyu seated on a vendor's stool. Daddy, didn't I just tell you to stay right behind me? It's easy to get lost otherwise. Lin Ziyu nodded. Mengming, why don't you go buy things by yourself? What do you think? His reluctance was evident on his face. Daddy, that's against the production team's rules. We must adhere to the rules. Lin Ziyu shook his head. Why are you so rigid? Rules are static, but people are dynamic. Haven't I told you that when we encounter things we dislike, we must bravely stand up and learn to say no? Just like now. Look how many steps I've taken. I'm really tired. Could you please go alone? Lin Ziyu clasped his hands together, adopting a pleading demeanor. This was not merely a test for Mengming. It was clearly a challenge for him. Mengming glanced at him, but shook her head. Daddy, that is not allowed. If you're really tired, let's walk slowly. After we buy the groceries and return home, you can rest well. Does that sound good? Chapter 040. This little one is quite impressive. With so many eyes fixed intently on Lin Ziyu, he could not continue to linger there. He had to press onward. With a deep sigh, she nodded helplessly, realizing the commitment she had made. Mengming, what delightful dish do you plan to prepare today? Mengming shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. I haven't figured it out yet. I'm just a bit anxious. What if I fail? Father, will I bring you shame? For some inexplicable reason, Lin Mengming's heart raced with trepidation, convinced of her impending defeat. Conversely, Lin Ziyu remained indifferent to the competition, understanding that winning or losing was not paramount. Mengming, why do you harbor such thoughts? Do you not recognize how impressive it is that you, at such a tender age, possess so many skills? The outcome is inconsequential. Merely competing against an adult is a remarkable achievement in itself. Moreover, I'm not overly concerned with others' opinions. As he strolled along, Lin Ziyu scanned the nearby vegetable stalls for his preferred delicacies. Meng Meng sighed, deciding to approach the situation with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mama Tenton beamed with excitement as she meticulously selected produce at the market, occasionally flashing a smile at the camera, exuding a sense of confidence. Have I not mentioned to you all? I was once a chef at a 5-star hotel, and by the age of 20, I had already become an executive chef. She radiated pride, yet the staff merely offered perfunctory smiles. Such a talented individual, yet she felt the need to intimidate a child. It was hard to believe without witnessing it firsthand. I wonder what the directors and teacher he enjoy eating. Do you know since you're colleagues? Mama Tian began to inquire. If I get this right, it would be far more advantageous than merely preparing a delicious dish. The staff shook their heads in unison. You don't know? How is that possible? You are from the same company. You must not pay enough attention to teacher he. Otherwise, how could you remain in the background while he has already achieved such esteemed status at a young age? You likely will find it challenging to reach that level in your lifetime. She rolled her eyes, viewing those who knew nothing as utterly useless. It seemed futile to engage them further. Along the way, several enthusiastic vendors offered Mama Tian some vegetables. Oh, I've seen you on television. You are even more beautiful in person. Are you competing against that little child? Haha, just a child. You can do it. Some spoke sarcastically, while others, like her, were fervent in their support, convinced that Meng Meng's consecutive victories were not mere coincidence. In contrast, Lin Meng took out her small stool and stood atop it to select vegetables, prompting laughter from the nearby vendors and onlookers. The staff struggled to suppress their laughter. Mr. Lin, should I assist her a bit? Hearing someone address him, Lin Ziyu came back to his senses. Having grown accustomed to the adorable demeanor, I waved my hand dismissively, exclaiming, no need for that. She had undergone professional chef training at school, and grocery shopping was merely a fundamental lesson. There was no cause for concern. This was not a matter of worry at all. Rather, it was her height that posed a challenge, as she occasionally tiptoed. Huh. Meng Meng is only as tall as a vegetable stall. Old Lin just wants to go home and has no desire to assist. How amusing. Annie, how much for this? Could you spare me a single scallion? That is all I need. The vendor burst into laughter. In all my years of selling vegetables, I've never seen such a young child come to buy. The vendor gestured to indicate Lin Meng's height. Little one, are you here to buy vegetables without an adult accompanying you? Meng pointed to Lin Ziyu, who was gazing around in a rather foolish manner, as if his brain had been vacated. I'm here with my dad. Is it your father? The vendor looked at Lin Ziyu in disbelief, for he appeared far too young. Almost incredulously so. It was hard to blame the vendor for doubting. Even strangers would find it hard to believe. With his youthful visage, clad in a school uniform, he resembled a high school student. An onlooker interjected, Isn't this the Meng who participated in the daddy competition? Meng nodded enthusiastically. Hello, I'm Lin Meng. Let me tell you, this child is remarkable. Don't let her age fool you. She is an exceptional cook. The vendor was taken aback even more. Not only had he never seen a child buying groceries, but now he was learning that Meng was also an accomplished cook. Is what you say true? We've been neighbors for years. Would I deceive you? If you doubt me, I can show you. With that, the vendor pulled out his phone. The most popular videos at that moment featured Lin Meng prominently. Goodness, this little one is truly impressive. The vendor gestured towards Lin Ziyu. Is that your unreliable father? Oh dear, how unfortunate. At such a young age, she can cook. It's best not to marry too early. The child one to be cared for. Little one, consider these vegetables a gift from Annie. You don't need to pay. Take them. Lin Ziyu was perplexed. What makes me unreliable? I am quite dependable. Was there anyone more reliable than himself? It was utterly unfair. Meng waved her hands insistently. Annie, I came to purchase items. Paying for groceries is only right. If you refuse to take my money, I shall simply buy elsewhere. Only then did the vendor smile and accept her payment. When both families returned from their shopping expedition, nightfall had arrived. Nguyen was still engrossed in a puzzle with Guizaheo. Teacher he approached, asking, Nguyen, are you happy? Nguyen nodded vigorously, her smile radiating joy. In Teacher He's eyes, Nguyen was not a particularly obedient child. She merely employs her own methods to ensure that more individuals can perceive her. In doing so, her family will also notice her. Mr. Gua, why have you not gone grocery shopping? The final segment of today's program is about to commence. Guazaheo waved his hand dismissively. No need. Neither Nguyen nor I possess any skills, so we shall not join them in their revelry. Moreover, he gestured toward his daughter, his face beaming with joy. This parent-child activity is what truly benefits me. Chapter 041. Are you trying to rebel? Teacher, he ceased his attempts at persuasion. The situation had already unfolded, and further discussion would be futile. Moreover, the purpose of this program was to allow parents to set aside their work and spend quality time with their children, whether through household chores or games. To them, all forms of companionship held equal value. As the clock ticked away, Lin Ziyu was drenched in sweat. Ming, have we finished shopping? Are we heading back? Ming cast a glance at her fragile father. After merely taking a few steps, he was already panting heavily. Does he not exercise at all? Ming, why are you silent? I'm speaking to you, yet you seem indifferent. Have you conspired with your mother? You both must not behave this way. You need to acknowledge my presence. Ming, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? Lin Ming felt her head buzzing. Were it not for the special arrangements made by the production team, she would never have consented to have her father accompany her. This was hardly assistance. It was more of a hindrance. Ming, I simply cannot endure this. Ming longed to cover her ears. Why had she made such an unwise decision to bring him along? It was truly a misfortune. Glancing at the contents of her shopping bag, Ming nodded. They had acquired nearly everything. It was time to return. However, just as they reached the entrance of the live broadcast room, they were met with the sound of an argument within. To be precise, it was solely the voice of Tion's mother. What is the matter with you two? I instructed you to clean the house properly. Why is it still in disarray upon my return? If it remains like this, how can I possibly win? Teacher, he stood nearby, anxious and hesitant to speak. The live room buzzed with chatter. This is so stifling. Tion's mother has such a strong need for control. My mom is just like that. Doge emoji for survival. Fellow viewers, I can relate. Tion pouted. Is winning truly that important? Even though her voice was barely above a whisper. It was crystal clear to Tion's mother. The remark instantly ignited her fury. What did you just say? Repeat that. What do you mean it's not important? My hard work aimed at securing first place? How can you now claim it's insignificant? Tell me, what is truly important then? The oppressive atmosphere rendered every person present breathless. It was difficult for them not to empathize. Nguyen hid behind Guazaheo. In this moment, she found herself unexpectedly sympathizing with Tion. Although her own family was unable to be with her daily, they had never uttered such words to her. Meanwhile, she had often behaved in an overbearing and audacious manner. Nguyen looked up at Guazaheo's profile. Reflecting on her previous actions, she realized how immature she had been. Teacher, he approached, separating their family. Tion's mother, I cannot concern myself with how you behave at home. But this is a show, and you must be mindful of your conduct, he asserted, gesturing towards the nearby equipment. Numerous cameras were focused on their family. Even amidst such scrutiny, Tion's mother remained undeterred. Teacher, this is a matter within my own household. I would appreciate it if you refrained from interfering. With that, she strode over to Tion and picked up the homework he had just completed. Furrowing her brow, she carelessly tossed the papers onto Tion, exclaiming, Is this the quality of work you two produce at home? You've done nothing, and yet your assignments are in this state? Each word struck like a slap in the face, particularly in front of so many onlookers. Meanwhile, Tion's father remained silent, his gaze cast downwards. What? You never speak during these moments. Is this truly my home alone? She continued, tugging at Tion's clothing and pushing him towards his father. Or is he solely my child? Enough. Tion's father interjected. For all these years, you have incessantly nagged, and I have given you face. Yet now, in front of so many, you continue your tirade. Do you not realize how utterly unappealing you appear right now? Do you think this brings joy to our child? Tian looked at his father, tears welling in his eyes. He had never felt truly happy, merely functioning like a robot, repeating the same actions daily. Likewise, he never imagined his father would stand by him. You dared to shout at me just now. Who gave you the audacity? Do you have any idea what you are doing? Tian's mother was equally unyielding. She was a person who valued her pride. As the situation escalated, he quickly pulled Tian's father aside, while the caretaker ushered Tian's mother away. And you, she is but a woman. How could you raise your voice at her in front of so many? Teacher, he admonished. As men, we ought to exhibit more tolerance. Otherwise, we only reveal our pettiness. Tian's father sighed, having failed to manage his own emotions, largely due to the unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, at the door, Lin Jia's father and daughter observed with wide eyes. Meng, did you see that? Lin Ziyu exclaimed. Meng nodded, her small eyes round with astonishment. The two seemed almost in perfect sync. Tian's father is truly impressive. Poor Tian. The two individuals locked eyes, and in unison, uttered a particular phrase. Yet, in the following moment, Meng seemed to have seized upon a slight vulnerability of Lin Ziyu. With a cold smile, she leaned closer to him and asked, Dad, if I heard correctly just now, did you say that Tian's father is quite remarkable? Lin Ziyu waved his hand, baffled by his own inadvertent revelation. I did not. Do not speak nonsense. We all heard it loud and clear. Come on, confess. Is it true that you wish to return home and reprimand Mommy? The moment those words left Meng's lips, Lin Ziyu swiftly covered her mouth. My little ancestor, how could you utter such words? Your mother is my little princess. I hardly dare to speak loudly to her, let alone yell. Lin Meng, while food can be carelessly consumed, words must never be spoken lightly. If your mother and I were to quarrel over this, you would be wholly responsible. Growing increasingly agitated, Lin Ziyu feigned anger as he departed, muttering under his breath. No hair on the lips, unreliable in action. Chapter 042, Why Forgive? If this were to be overheard, the repercussions for him in the future could be quite dire. He resolved to be more cautious with his words, having been careless. As Lin Ziyu walked ahead, Meng trailed closely behind him. She pondered why she felt so anxious after merely a few spoken words. Could it be that her earlier comments had struck a nerve? Observing his flustered demeanor, it indeed seemed plausible. Pretending to be oblivious, she approached Lin Ziyu and asked, Dad, were you feeling guilty just now? Did I hit the nail on the head? Hit the nail on the head? What do you mean? Lin Ziyu replied, Meng, you are still quite young. I shall not hold this against you. However, in the future, think carefully before you speak. Did you see the assignments on Tian's desk? Let me tell you, that signifies the end of your happiness. Do you believe I wouldn't order more for you right now? Lin Ziyu's frustration escalated with each word. He yearned to return home immediately, not out of fear of his wife's misunderstanding, but simply because he missed her. Observing this, he furrowed his brow. What was going on in these families? Were they truly so unreliable? No. He resolutely decided to abstain from participating in such recordings in the future. This was not merely filming a program. It was a matter of life and death. Meng, what is going on with you? Why are you so upset? Has something happened? He felt compelled to gently inquire, as he could not confront Lin Ziyu directly. What was he thinking? Meng, with a huff, extended her small fist and pretended to be angry, gesturing toward Lin Ziyu, though her punches merely struck the air. Yet, Lin Ziyu shot her a stern glare, causing her to retract her head in fright. Meng, you had better have a valid reason. Otherwise, after those two little jabs, do you believe I wouldn't discipline you right now? Discipline me now? In front of all these people? I found myself intrigued by the question of what it means to discipline child. Meng took a step back, never having imagined her biological father could act in such a manner. Yet in truth, it was within his capacity to behave thus. Perhaps it was best to avoid unnecessary troubles and remain obedient, thus sparing herself the humiliation of being reprimanded in front of so many. What's wrong with you both? Has something happened? Mr. He inquired, his face etched with concern. It was as if the two had returned transformed from their outing. Could it be? At that moment, a cascade of stories began to unfold in Mystery's mind. Surely, they had encountered one another and experienced an unspoken event. He regretted not having accompanied them. Had he done so, the current predicament might have been avoided, and he could have at least enjoyed the gossip. Now, ignorant of the situation, he found himself entangled in their affairs. Having just comforted Tian Tian, he now had to attend to Meng Meng's plight. Meng Meng shook her head. "Mr. He, I'm perfectly fine. Please do not worry. I'm doing splendidly." She deliberately raised her voice, emphasizing her well-being, though her demeanor belied her words. In the next moment, she stormed into the kitchen, clutching her vegetables. How could they expect her to work after disrespecting her? Was there no sense of justice? Lin Ziyu reclined comfortably on the sofa, crossing his legs in leisure. "Finally, I can have a moment of rest. Meng Meng, wash some fruit for us," he called. "Be quick about it. I'm starting to feel hungry." He glanced at Wan Wan and her father, who were both astonished by this side of the acclaimed composer. It was indeed shocking to witness such a reality, one they could hardly have imagined. "What's this? Do you both wish to partake as well?" Before Guizaheo could respond, Lin Ziyu leaned forward, raising his voice. "Meng Meng, wash more fruit." In the kitchen, Meng Meng muttered to herself, "All they ever think about is eating. They do nothing but expect me to work." She resolved to inform her mother of everything and ensure they would apologize to her. Despite her fierce words, her actions contradicted them as she meticulously dried each piece of fruit, arranging them neatly before Lin Ziyu. With a smile, she asked, "Father, how is my service?" Lin Ziyu nodded. "Not bad. I'll give you a 5, but that's the limit. By the way, make sure to bring some for Wan Wan and her family as well." Meng Meng nodded in agreement. In a swift motion, she dashed into the room, only to re-emerge moments later with a handful of freshly washed fruit. Observing Meng Meng's adorable demeanor, Nguyen Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of shame. As the eldest among the trio of children, she was paradoxically the least mature. It was rather unbecoming of her to require care from Meng Meng. Guizaheo immediately discerned Nguyen Yuan's inner turmoil and nudged her arm, inquiring, "Are you wishing to join Meng Meng in the kitchen?" Nguyen Yuan nodded, trailing behind Meng Meng as they entered. She hesitated, grappling with how to express herself. How could a proud princess like her ever lower her guard or apologize? The words hovered on the tip of her tongue, yet she swallowed them back. Meng Meng turned around, her large eyes blinking innocently in confusion. "Is something bothering you?" "I'm sorry about today," Nguyen Yuan murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, so soft that only Meng Meng could hear. Meng Meng's eyes widened in surprise. "What did you just say?" "I said I'm sorry. Today was my fault. I shouldn't have been so aggressive or condescending. Can we still be good friends moving forward?" Meng Meng smiled, taken aback by Nguyen Yuan's willingness to set aside her pride. It was truly astonishing. "It's quite all right. It's entirely normal to have your own thoughts and suggestions. I never expected an apology from you. However, let's not dwell on the possibility of friendship, as I fear that once the show concludes, our opportunities to meet will dwindle, making it unlikely for us to become friends." Chapter 043. Acknowledging one's mistakes. Upon hearing this, the caregiver's attention was drawn to Meng Meng, pondering the peculiar nature of her thoughts. Typically, she was the most vivacious and spirited, which explained the caregiver's special affection for her. Yet, this particular response was rather odd. It was clear that Nguyen Yuan had come to apologize, so why was she not accepting it? "You, Lin Meng Meng, I have already apologized. What more do you want? Don't think I will simply concede to you." Conceding to oneself? Meng Meng couldn't help but laugh, genuinely surprised. It was remarkable that Nguyen Yuan, who had never been one to shy away from challenges, would claim to be yielding. "What are you laughing at?" Nguyen Yuan's temper ignited instantly. She had approached with genuine intentions to apologize, only to find herself ridiculed. It felt as though her dignity was being disregarded. "I'm not laughing. I have received professional training. I only laugh when absolutely necessary, and only when I cannot contain myself." "Cannot contain yourself?" Nguyen Yuan's anger intensified. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. With one hand on her hip and the other finger pointed at Lin Meng Meng, she declared, "Do not be ungrateful. I have already admitted my mistake. What more do you want? If it were not for your unsolicited overture, do you truly believe I would ever apologize to you? Absolutely not. Do not even entertain such thoughts." The more Wu Xianwan pondered, the more incensed she became. She, who usually held herself in the lofty stature of a princess, found herself reduced to the indignity of offering an apology without receiving even a modicum of forgiveness in return. Was this not akin to presenting one's warm cheek to a cold shoulder? How could she allow herself to be so shameless? Guo Xiaonuan, I cannot fathom what has led you to this line of thinking. All I can assert is that I have never sought your goodwill, nor do I desire your friendship. Not everyone is worthy of my companionship. The clamor from the kitchen grew increasingly tumultuous. Teacher he longed to swiftly conclude this variety show. Should he ever participate in another, he would be reduced to a mere puppy. Participation was out of the question. Yet, he forced a smile, striving to mask his discomfort. My dear children, what is happening here? Oh dear, what are you all up to? What on earth is this? Teacher he surveyed the two individuals before him, utterly disheveled. Amidst a sea of scattered vegetables, he felt as though he might explode. Not far off, Mama Tiantian stifled her laughter, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding scene. She had been present throughout, witnessing every moment with clarity. Yet, why did she not intervene? Why not offer a word of restraint, allowing these two children to continue their raucous antics? Mama Tiantian gives off the vibe of an old witch. She possesses a devious mind. Meng Meng halted her actions. Teacher, this situation is my fault. Teacher, it was Meng Meng who initiated the altercation, and I had no part in it. It is not my fault. Guo Xiaonuan promptly shifted the entire burden onto Lin Meng Meng. Lin Meng Meng shot a disbelieving glance at Guo Xiaonuan. What was happening? Clearly, it was a shared endeavor, yet in Guo Xiaonuan's narrative, it had morphed into an accusation solely against her. How utterly lacking in accountability. Lin Meng Meng resolved that she would not take the fall for this. Teacher, this was not solely my doing. If you insist on assigning blame, you must hold both Guo Xiaonuan and me accountable. Otherwise, I will categorically refuse to admit to any wrongdoing. Teacher, did she still possess the audacity to demand accountability? Did she still hold any semblance of authority in this situation? Mama Tian was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated the two children would deflect blame onto one another, as children often instinctively shy away from confronting unexpected dilemmas. It was a common occurrence, nothing to concern oneself over. Yet, for Lin Meng Meng to bravely accept responsibility, that was truly astonishing. In the next moment, Mama Tian set down the vegetables in her hands and approached Lin Meng Meng. Teacher, please do not be angry. This is not solely their fault. Children will invariably have their mischievous moments, wouldn't you agree? Teacher, he was utterly perplexed by their intentions. What was this? Were they genuinely concerned for each other's safety? He wished to address them properly, but he needed the capacity to do so. Regarding the two individuals seated outside, how could one possibly possess such qualifications? Tian's mother. You need not worry. Teacher, he is yet to finish speaking. Tian's mother interjected. They are merely children. Perhaps we should simply let this matter go? What do you think? Tian's mother, it's fine. I was merely a tad concerned. Besides, those two are so obedient. It's just a playful scuffle among children. With that, Teacher he turned and departed. Such words were only believed by Teacher he herself. The two girls appeared delicate, yet each was more formidable than the other, particularly the younger one, who exuded an aura that suggested she was not to be trifled with. In the kitchen, Tian's mother bent down, gently stroking the little one's head. Weren't you afraid of Teacher, he punishing you for what you said? Meng Meng shook her head. Her small hands picked up the litter strewn across the floor and returned it to the trash bin. The chaos had ensued during their earlier quarrel when they accidentally knocked over a nearby garbage can. After all, it was her doing. What was there to fear? Guo Xiaonuan, standing nearby, couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Are you not going to forgive yourself? Despite her seemingly nonchalant demeanor, Guo Xiaonuan's heart raced with anxiety. She was acutely aware that her failure to step forward immediately after wrongdoing would surely lead to her father's disappointment if he were to find out. Yet, she couldn't quite fathom why an overwhelming panic had seized her, fearing her father's disapproval. Wan, I admit I was wrong. But you're not in a much better position either, are you? No. To be precise, I still bear some responsibility, unlike you, who, knowing full well your mistakes, hides away from sight. What are you so afraid of, you coward? After saying this, Meng Meng cheekily made a face at Wan. Meng Meng, well done. Acknowledging your mistakes is commendable. Let us give Meng Meng a round of applause. The complimenting voices filled the live broadcast room. However, Meng Meng could not read. She could only see the thumbs-up emojis floating across the screen. Beyond that, everything else was lost on her. I was just a bit nervous, which is why I couldn't find the words. Nervous? It seems to me you simply wish to shirk responsibility. Otherwise, how could you remain silent? Chapter 044. Is it useful in life? As Meng Meng observed Nguyen's demeanor, her dislike grew even stronger. She had initially thought Nguyen merely possessed a touch of princess syndrome, but this other side was truly astonishing. That is not true. Nguyen attempted to explain, but ultimately lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her garment. She had merely been frightened, fearful that her hard-won rapport with Guizaheo might regress into coldness. Her gaze unconsciously drifted to the distance, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. Guo, what kind of person you are has nothing to do with me. Moreover, I merely wish to conclude the competition here. There is no need for you to squander my time or continue this futile argument with me. You, Lin Mingming, pointed her finger in Guo Xiaoyuan's direction. It would be best for you to leave at this very moment. In that instant, everyone gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated Lin Mingming's fury, which she displayed without reservation. Indeed, she is but a child, a young soul who has yet to mature, and thus feels no obligation to temper her emotions. In this moment, she transcended her identity as Lin Mingming. She became Niu Hulu Mingming. Upstairs, you are about to make me perish with laughter. Tian's mother found herself in a difficult position. Earlier, driven by her own selfish desires, she had deliberately chosen to ignore the two of them. Now, she regretted it deeply. If something were to transpire, she would surely lament her decision. Her brows furrowed in concern. Mingming, the incident that just occurred was indeed the aunt's fault. You must not take it to heart. Lin Mingming shook her head. What does this have to do with you? You adults are truly peculiar. Despite not genuinely harboring affection, why must you feign fondness? Tian's mother stood there, dumbfounded. This child is remarkably astute. Nothing escapes her notice. It is this very perception that renders her interactions so disingenuous, as if everyone around her has forgotten the essence of childhood. This program hardly resembles a child guiding her own mother. One might mistakenly believe it was the daughter leading her immature parent into the fray. Mingming tilted her head, gazing at Tian's mother with a mix of understanding and innocence, yet as if she had already discerned everything clearly. Tian's mother. I have always had a question I wish to clarify. I wonder if you could enlighten me. A question? How astonishing. From the onset of this program, Mingming has behaved as if she comprehends everything. Unexpectedly, her first inquiry was directed at Tian's mother. What profound question could this possibly be? I wager a packet of spicy strips. What could Mingming possibly wish to ask Tian's mother? I'm quite curious. I bet half a bag of spicy strips. Whatever question you have, please share it with me. If I know the answer, I shall certainly disclose it. Mingming blinked her eyes, adorably innocent, as she looked at Tian's mother, entirely devoid of any ulterior motives. What is the purpose of all this knowledge you have imparted to Tian? The live stream was bustling with excitement. Some believed this to be an essential journey for children, while others viewed it as mere overzealous parenting, wasting precious time without any significant purpose. Tian's mother paused for a moment, quickly regaining her composure. Mingming, you are still quite young. You do not yet grasp the implications of this. Once you begin your schooling, you will understand. Your parents would indeed encourage you to pursue such knowledge. Mingming shook her head, finding it somewhat difficult to believe. Given old Lin's demeanor, it seemed likely that if she were to attend those training sessions, she would have to go alone. Do you doubt it? Before Tian went to kindergarten, he played just as freely as you do. After uttering this statement, Tian's mother momentarily paused. Upon reflection, it struck her that her son had never truly experienced joy. He had been attending classes since he was merely a few months old. At that time, her sole concern was to ensure he did not fall behind from the very start. She had never contemplated the ramifications of this choice. In hindsight, she wondered if she had missed out on too much, the growth and happiness of her child. It seemed as though it was now too late for those considerations. Ming Ming noticed a hint of disappointment on her face. Annie, I genuinely do not comprehend the significance of what you are having Tian Tian study. Will it even be applicable in daily life? Daily life? Tian Tian's mother was taken aback. Did her son truly grasp the concept of living? It appeared not. His existence revolved solely around studying, devoid of any other pursuits. It was a monotonous cycle. Auntie, did you not say you would answer my questions? Why have you suddenly become silent? Do you believe he is genuinely happy? For a moment, Tian Tian's mother found herself at a loss for words. Was her son truly happy? It seemed not so. Of course, being a child, how could he not find joy? Happy? Why could she not discern any signs of happiness? Ming Ming pouted. Words spoken without intent often resonate the most. Yet, such sentiments provoke deeper contemplation. It pierces the heart. Ming Ming, I seem to be just like that. Cheerful by day, yet suddenly, within moments, the entire live stream transformed into a sea of heartfelt confessions. They all seem to share a profound empathy regarding matters of joy and sorrow. No, he is usually quite happy. It's just that the recent academic pressure has made him this way. Pressure? I perceive he has always been like this. Ming Ming tilted her head, feigning ignorance while seemingly understanding everything. Just look at his assignments. They cannot be completed in a day. Besides, hasn't he always been Annie's pride? Why is it that now Auntie seems reluctant to acknowledge this? What could be the reason? Tian Tian's mother hesitated, grappling with her thoughts. Indeed, why does she refrain from admitting this? What could be the cause? This is her pride, after all. Could it be that she believes her actions are excessively unreasonable? No, that is not my perspective. My son is undoubtedly my pride. Chapter 045. Emergency contacts Ming Ming. At your tender age, you remain unaware of certain truths. As you mature, the significance of knowledge will become evident, for it possesses the power to alter destinies and pave the way for a brighter future. Ming Ming smiled faintly, uncertain about the promise of a more splendid future. However, she could clearly perceive the discontent that enveloped Tian Tian, a sorrow so palpable it was etched upon her visage. Moreover, Ming Ming did not regard Tian Tian's diligent studies as particularly commendable. Rather, they exuded a sense of rigidity, an unmistakable aura of unhappiness. I should not be like this. My father spends his days languishing in bed, motionless. He never even accompanies me to school, adhering to the principle of avoiding classes whenever possible. As this thought crossed her mind, Ming Ming felt a surge of joy. Fortunately, Lin Ziyu was a laid-back individual. Otherwise, her life might mirror Tian Tian's. Lost in the vast ocean of knowledge, she fancied herself slightly better off, not at risk of being submerged by the tides of academia. No, that can't be. Didn't the aunt tell you? You are still young and unaware of the importance of learning. When you grow older, your parents will enroll you. Ming Ming resolutely shook her head, confident in her understanding. Lin Ziyu wouldn't. Seeing her like this, I almost believe it. Ming Ming firmly believes she won to pursue her studies. Old Lin, not worth the expense. In a living room, teacher he approached Lin Ziyu with an obsequious demeanor, eager to please. Sir, when might you have time? Our station wishes to continue collaborating with you. Lin Ziyu waved his hand dismissively. Collaborate? The previous matters remained unresolved, yet they spoke of future partnerships? Such aspirations were utterly delusional. Teacher it's not that I am unwilling to collaborate, but I genuinely lack confidence in your current program for any future dealings. Sir, we acknowledge that there were numerous aspects we failed to manage this time. Please do not take it to heart. We have already begun rectifying the issues. As you can see, we are now proceeding with order. Lin Ziyu snorted, not deceived by the facade. He had witnessed the chaos in the kitchen firsthand. The scattered paper remnants were nothing short of a disaster zone. How could one claim to have things under control? Was it reverse control? Teacher do you not feel a twinge of sadness when you utter these words? Surely you do not believe I was oblivious to what transpired? Teacher let out a sound of surprise, scratching his head awkwardly as he regarded Lin Ziyu. Sir, those issues were minor, well within our control. Moreover, I have already resolved them promptly. With a determined demeanor, teacher he pressed on, his ability to fabricate tales with eyes closed evidently growing stronger. Lin Ziyu merely smiled, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Guazaheo observed the lively conversation unfolding nearby and hurriedly approached. Mr. Lin, perhaps you should consider collaborating with our company. Our prospects are quite promising, and recently, we have seen an influx of emerging stars who might align with your preferences. Yet, why did this sound so peculiar? Was his intention solely to pursue those new stars? Wasn't he there to showcase his own brilliance? What were these newcomers like? Did they possess any distinctive talents? Teacher, he widened his eyes in disbelief. What audacious words! This was a live broadcast. Was it even permissible? He wished to intervene, but realized that Guazaheo had already seated himself beside Lin Ziyu. Talents, of course, we have plenty. Our new talents are quite unique. Some are fair-skinned and beautiful, others have long legs, and some are simply indescribable. Teacher, he felt beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. Did these two individuals not care for anyone else? Did they believe that the national audience was unconcerned? Ahem, gentlemen, our live stream is still ongoing. Perhaps you should exchange contact information and discuss this later? Teacher, I advise you not to meddle. What could possibly be so secretive that our esteemed members cannot hear? I want to hear. I crave the excitement. Guazaheo waved his hand dismissively. To him, this was merely a trivial matter. He was a person of great experience. However, Lin Ziyu did not share this sentiment. He wished for a second child and desired a complete family. He couldn't let his wife overhear. Lin Ziyu quickly covered his ears. I didn't hear anything. I have no idea why you would say such things. Mr. Gua, do you have some misunderstanding about me? I'm just an ordinary person with a passion for art. A passion for art? Guazaheo raised an eyebrow, feigning understanding. A passion for art. I comprehend. I truly do. Mr. Lin, I too am an aficionado of the arts. I grasp what you have just articulated. We should arrange a visit to my company when time permits, and you can assess which of our newcomers possesses potential talent. What do you think? At that moment, Lin Ziyu only wished to silence Guazaheo. Did he not recognize the clear signals of disinterest? Could they not speak discreetly behind closed doors? Must it be addressed now? Mr. Gua, I believe there might be a misunderstanding between us. My earlier statement was not meant to be taken literally. Needn't say more. I understand. I truly do. Guazaheo playfully nudged Lin Ziyu's elbow, wearing an expression of sheer delight. At last, they seemed to share a common interest in this matter. Gentlemen, perhaps you should exchange contact details so you could discuss this further at a later time? What do you think? Guazaheo eagerly nodded, promptly extending his contact information once more. However, Lin Ziyu touched his head and remarked, I don't like to carry my contact information when I go out. If you truly wish to know it, please wait a moment. He immediately leaned back against the sofa, his mind seemingly adrift. He snapped his fingers and called out, Lin Mingming, I have an urgent matter. A matter of utmost urgency. Li Mingming, displaying a face of impatience, responded, What is it? Don't act like that. Just tell me my contact information. What is my phone number? Chapter 046, A Feast for the Senses. Is it really so sudden? It feels like a surprise inspection of homework. This was precisely the kind of thing Lin Ziyu could pull off. Lin Mingming emerged from the kitchen. Wielding a spatula in one hand and placing the other on her hip, her apron tailored to perfection. Dad, isn't it a bit inappropriate to announce that with so many people around? Looking around, everyone was also holding their phones, eager to jot down the information. After all, having a friend like this in one's contacts was quite prestigious. Guazaheo pushed through the crowd and approached Lin Mingming, saying, Mingming, you don't need to tell everyone. Just tell me. Tell you? Lin Mingming replied, half skeptical. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't mind. But this was Guazaheo, the father of Gua Xiaowarm. She wasn't having it. Old Lin, you can give your own contact information. Don't put everything on my shoulders. I have other matters to attend to. With that, she turned and walked away. Seeing her resolute departure, Lin Ziyu sat up abruptly. What's going on? Who made her angry? Is she going to refuse to cook for me now? This is serious. No, this absolutely cannot stand. What happened? Who bullied you? Mingming, did someone upset you? Tell your uncle, and I will make them apologize. Xiaowarm interjected. Isn't anyone going to speak up for me? Mingming, say something. Please speak up. Lin Ziyu felt utterly lost. When had he offended her? He had no inkling whatsoever. Soon, the delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, allowing Lin Ziyu to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as she continued to cook, everything would be just fine. How fragrant. Does everyone smell that? The crowd nodded in agreement. We can't tell if it's made by Tion's mom or Ming Ming. What are you thinking? Obviously, it's Tion's mom. Ming Ming can manage breakfast, but this dish is a bit beyond her. Indeed, she is still just a child. It's the participation that matters. Go Mingjia, dazzle them with your skills. I can't wait to taste Mengjia's cooking. My mouth is watering. Lin Ziyu overheard their chatter, but remained unfazed. He was indifferent to their opinions. The only truth was that he would get to eat. Soon, a table brimming with dishes was laid out. Even the director, assistant director, and several esteemed producers took their seats. After a brief speech from Teacher He finally settled on the side. Dear audience and esteemed friends online, following today's delightful reunion dinner, we shall select the family with the highest score from the 3 participating households. At that moment, we kindly ask each family to share their reflections on this experience. Now, let's invite our esteemed judges to commence their tasting. Merely by observing the presentation of the dishes, Lin Ziyu could already discern which creations were crafted by Lin Ming Ming. They truly exemplified a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor. Meanwhile, the producer's gaze was fixated on Ming Ming, frequently leaning in to converse with a nearby friend, exclaiming, I think they look quite promising. I wonder what the adults in their family think. From my perspective, they seem rather commendable. Lin Ziyu watched the two of them laughing and chatting, and it appeared as though they were digging their own graves. Dear guests, what types of cuisine do you all favor? Due to the nature of this competition, we cannot disclose which contestant prepared which dish. Thus, we encourage everyone to engage in some guessing or simply rate their favorite dish. The chief director, glancing at the data displayed on the large screen, was beaming with delight. This hardly resembles a competition. It feels more like a pre-celebration. After sampling a bite, his eyes widened in astonishment. This is simply exquisite. Tion's mother. I never anticipated your culinary prowess to be so formidable. He then directed his gaze towards Tion's father, giving a thumbs up. Tion's father, you must be incredibly fortunate. To have such a capable wife who excels both in the kitchen and in her career is truly enviable. Tion's mother stood nearby, her face flushed, unsure of how to respond. Upon hearing the director's remarks, the producer hurriedly took a taste, nodding in agreement. Tion's mother, you are truly remarkable. Having tasted numerous dishes, your culinary skills undoubtedly rank among the best. I wonder if you have time to participate in my upcoming culinary competition show. What do you think? This statement rendered Tion's mother even more embarrassed, as it was not her creation. Surely, I cannot claim credit for a child's achievement in front of so many people. Yet, such a splendid opportunity lay before her. In that moment, she was torn, unsure of how to proceed. Should she merely watch her chance slip away? Or should she seize it? Is it truly that impressive? You both appear as if you have never encountered sleepless nights. Allow me to take a taste. The assistant director stared incredulously at the two, his pupils dilating. Such exceptional culinary talent must not go to waste. Tion's mother, I know several chefs from 5-star hotels. Would you be interested in collaborating on a show together? With offers being extended from both sides, Tion's mother was caught in a dilemma. What's the matter? Are you unwilling to participate? No worries. Feel free to express any conditions you desire. I assure you, I will accommodate your requests. The assistant director interjected. You're being a bit excessive. We were the ones who extended the invitation first. It is only fair for Tion's mother to respond to us first. The producer suddenly found himself in a huff. Such an admirable persona undoubtedly leads to substantial profits. Why do these individuals persist in vying for attention? Every day, Mom. Please ignore them. I am certainly the most generous among this group, and their resources may not compare to mine. Our show can be tailored to your schedule. What do you think? Lin Ming Ming looked up at her mother. She did not comprehend the term generous, nor did she grasp the meaning of resources. However, she was aware that the dish they were consuming was prepared by her, not by her mother. Feeling aggrieved, she tugged at Lin Ziyu's arm, exclaiming, Dad, that's not how it is. Lin Ziyu waved his hand dismissively, immediately recognizing Meng Ming's little thoughts. It's all right, just wait a bit longer. Teacher, he also noticed Lin Ming Ming's expression. mistakenly believing her discontent stemmed from not receiving an award. He did not delve further into the matter and promptly reassured her, saying, "Little Meng Meng, there is no need to be upset. You've done wonderfully. Although the dishes you made might not be delicious, they are indeed impressive." Chapter 047. Why Compete Over Cooking? Teacher, he glanced at the several dishes nearby, only able to describe them as overcooked, feeling no appetite whatsoever, especially when compared to the exquisite delicacies beside them. They seemed utterly insignificant, even somewhat unworthy. Meng Meng was taken aback. What did this mean? It was clearly her creation. How could it be dismissed in such a manner? Just as Meng Meng was about to speak, Lin Ziyu interjected. Teacher, are you implying that Meng Meng's cooking is lacking? Huh, what pressure. Why does it feel like old Lin sometimes acts so strangely? No way. Was that truly prepared by Mom? I checked, and it's a dish served at state banquets. What? A dish from a state banquet? Under Lin Ziyu's scrutiny, Teacher, he reluctantly shifted his gaze toward the director in the distance. Clearing his throat, the director, with his glistening lips, replied, "Ah, Meng Meng's father, she is still a child. In this matter, she holds no advantage. It's all about participation, right?" After finishing, the director hastily took a couple of bites, fearing that if he delayed, there might be none left. The two individuals beside him were devouring the food voraciously. The producer, after a brief pause, leaned toward the director's ear and whispered, "You must be cautious with your words. This gentleman is a significant figure in our station. Even the station head shows deference to him." The director's eyes widened. Had he inadvertently offended someone of such stature? Oh my goodness. He quickly wiped the grease from his hands. "Mr. Lin, what I meant to convey is that your daughter has done exceptionally well. Her future is indeed promising." Lin Ziyu scoffed and rolled his eyes. Was he merely painting an idealistic picture? He understood precisely what kind of person his daughter was, without needing their unsolicited opinions. Turning to his wife, he pointed at each of the dishes. "Mom, did you truly prepare these?" Meng Meng's mother hesitated, unsure how to respond. Surely, she couldn't claim that the ones beside them were her own. "I never expected this 3-year-old child to be so formidable. I underestimated her." Observing that Tian Tian's mother remained silent, Tian Tian began to feel anxious. "Mom, why aren't you saying anything? Did you really do this? Didn't you say that one must always be honest?" "Mr. Lin, I truly understand your current feelings. You have a daughter, and I have a son. As parents, we all wish to uphold our children's dignity, do we not? However, some things simply do not belong to you. And how could such a small child possibly cook?" Tian Tian's father crossed his arms over his chest, a flicker of mockery and disdain flashing in his eyes. In this show, he had little presence to begin with. Now, they would learn the meaning of the phrase extremes beget opposites. Their reliance lay solely on their own abilities. Guozaheo also stepped forward. "What do you mean by this? Did you really do it? If you did, speak up. Why the hesitation? Meng Meng is just a child. Is it necessary to be so sarcastic?" Upon finishing his statement, he cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Ziyu, which could be interpreted as a gesture of goodwill. However, Lin Ziyu swiftly blocked the glance with one hand. No one but his wife deserved such attention, especially not a man. "Mr. Gua, you cannot dictate reality based solely on your social standing." Tian Tian's father stepped closer, gesturing toward the dishes on the table. "Isn't this obvious? How could a small child possibly create such exquisite dishes? My wife used to work in the kitchen of a 5-star hotel. To her, these dishes are mere trifles." Tian Tian's father beamed with pride, unaware that Tian Tian's mother's culinary skills had been declining over the years. Moreover, having focused on family, she had not devoted much time to honing her craft. When the directors heard this statement, they all raised their thumbs in approval. Who would have thought Tian Tian's mother was so skilled? Which prestigious hotel did she work at? To achieve such recognition at such a young age, would she be interested in participating in our upcoming culinary competition? One after another, they praised her, and Tian Tian's mother beamed with joy. Yet, upon realizing that this matter had nothing to do with her, her gaze toward Meng Meng grew somewhat timid. What would happen if the truth were revealed? She clasped her hands together, adopting a pleading gesture. Meng Meng was taken aback. What did this mean? Was she attempting to shift blame? As Meng Meng remained silent, making no move, Tion's mother stepped forward, nervously nodding yes. I made this, she thought to herself. As today marked the conclusion of our show, she wished to enjoy a meal together like one big happy family. Meng Meng was stunned. According to her words, she had made all the beautiful dishes, which implied that everything else was not her doing. Who then had made the other dishes? It could only be Lin Meng Meng. The live broadcast erupted in chaos. Meng Meng can't cook. Is she just mimicking someone else's persona? I simply cannot fathom how a child could possibly cook, came the incredulous remarks. Fraud. Deceiver. A chorus of scorn erupted, primarily targeting Lin Meng Meng for her audacious pretense of culinary prowess. The audience, feeling deceived and misled, expressed their exasperation. Lin Ziyu observed her with a bemused expression. Mama Tian, do you truly claim that all these dishes were crafted by your own hand? After surveying her surroundings, Mama Tian nodded. Indeed, I merely wished to showcase a modicum of my skills. There was no need for such astonishment. Lin Ziyu shook his head gently. I am not astonished. Rather, these dishes bear an uncanny resemblance to those prepared by my dear Meng Meng at home. What do you mean by that? Mama Tian stammered, her anxiety rendering her speech incoherent. How could she have forgotten about Lin Ziyu, this thorn in her side? She waved her hands dismissively. I am an adult. Surely, I need not compete with a child over such trivialities. It is entirely unnecessary. I have never even entertained such a thought. Mama Tian, there is no need to be so flustered. I merely inquired casually. Lin Ziyu replied with a smile. Observing her panic, it became evident that these dishes were not her handiwork. I am genuinely curious about how these dishes are both so aesthetically pleasing and delectable. I wish to learn, so that when my wife returns, I might prepare something for her. What do you think? Mama Tian wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and swallowed hard. How could she possibly know? These dishes were not her creation. Meng Meng, feeling quite aggrieved, murmured, It wasn't her. It was me. At that moment, the air thickened with an unmistakable awkwardness. The director, poised to savor the meal, suddenly froze in disbelief, eyes wide. You made this? Mama Tian quickly retorted. How could that be? A child could not possibly have made this. It was I who prepared it. She had just admitted that all of this was her doing. If she were to be publicly humiliated, how could she ever show her face again? Wan discerned the underlying tension. If these dishes were truly made by Mama Tian, there would be no need for such nervousness, thereby indicating that the entire affair had nothing to do with her. Did this not imply that the dishes were, in fact, the handiwork of Meng Meng? At this juncture, Wan regarded Meng Meng with a newfound perspective. Mama Tian, you must take responsibility for your claims. Mama Tian nodded in agreement. Of course. If you doubt me, I could prepare another batch right now. The moment the words escaped her lips, regret washed over her. How could she have uttered such a thing? Lin Ziyu had been waiting for this opportunity. He readily acquiesced. Since Mama Tian is so insistent, I suppose I can reluctantly agree. He then turned to Meng Meng, exchanging a glance that seemed to convey a silent message. She must excel, for this was a chance she could not squander. Meng Meng was perplexed. What was the matter with her father? Had his eyes encountered some new affliction? Why do you keep blinking so incessantly? Everyone, I understand that emotions are running high. I have a great fondness for this child, Meng Meng, but some matters simply cannot be forced. At this moment, she is just a child. Mr. Lin, are your expectations not a bit too stringent? Teacher, he hastily intervened to ease the tension. The atmosphere had already become quite awkward, and it seemed we were on the verge of concluding everything. Must we really start over? Isn't that merely adding to our workload? No, you must leave work. Mr. Lin, it's perfectly fine. We have another variety show coming up. I wonder if you might have the time to bring Meng Meng along? The assistant director seized the opportunity to inquire once more, regardless of whether Meng Meng ultimately secures first place. The viewership she has brought to the program is undoubtedly at the top. Yet, Lin Ziyu's gaze began to grow profound, shifting from his usual playful demeanor. No, what is done. Mama Tian, since you're already prepared to start anew, why not do so right here? In front of everyone, let us begin. Mama Tian's hands trembled. She was uncertain whether to proceed, but so many eyes were upon her. What if she faltered? Mama Tian, since Mr. Lin has raised such doubts, why not demonstrate one? Let us all witness your culinary skills. Indeed, Mama Tian, allow us to behold your talents. One after another, voices chimed in, leaving Mama Tian momentarily speechless. Lin Ziyu, however, smiled. The truth cannot be disguised, and the false cannot be made real. Nanny? Could it be? Is Mama Tian an imposter? Does this mean all those dishes were made by Mengjie? The discussions in the live stream became even more fervent than those on site. Soon enough, trending topics related to this controversy began to surface. Is Dad's culinary skill genuine or not? Who prepared the national feast? In an instant, this matter had reached a fever pitch. Tian tugged at her mother's clothing. Mama, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? This question jolted Mama Tian into realization. Her son truly was astute. Wasn't this a reminder for her? She immediately clutched her abdomen, feigning a look of great distress. Yet, Lin Ziyu observed everything keenly. Mama Tian, you're not about to claim stomachache, are you? Did you not just boldly promise? Are you now wavering? If you are indeed in pain, does that not imply your guilt? That this was not your doing? As he spoke, Mama Tian's expression darkened. Wasn't Lin Ziyu's assertion spot on? She could not refuse now. Any refusal would merely sow seeds of doubt. Clearing her throat, she exclaimed, How could that be? Impossible. I was merely feeling a bit unwell earlier, but I am completely fine now. She gestured towards the director's team, and the staff promptly began preparing everything needed. Mingming glanced at Lin Ziyu and asked, Daddy, how do you know it wasn't her who did it? Lin Ziyu squatted down and replied, Having enjoyed your meals for so long, I certainly know it was you. Yet, her actions are utterly despicable. You must perform well and never allow others to seize what rightfully belongs to you. Why does it feel like old Lin is different? What is rightfully yours remains yours, even if not claimed. Hey upstairs, how would anyone know it's yours if you don't claim it? Observing Mingming's somewhat confused expression, Lin Ziyu's heart sank. Must he truly proceed in this manner? Would it inadvertently burden Mingming? However, she was about to start kindergarten, and these matters needed to be conveyed to her. Mingming, there are certain things we should not engage with if they do not concern us. Yet, the honors and material benefits that arise from our endeavors should rightfully belong to you. Do you understand? At that moment, Mingming appeared even more perplexed. Why must there always be contention? Nevertheless, she nodded in comprehension. Indeed, if they dare to act against you, you must know. Before Lin Ziyu could finish, Mingming covered his mouth with her tiny hand. Daddy, I already understand. If they dare to lay a hand on me, I will certainly show them my strength, she declared, shaking her little fist. Watching the scene unfold, Mama Tian felt overwhelmed. This was not a competition. It was a test of endurance. Anyone slightly weaker would become the subject of ridicule. Soon, Mingming donned her custom-made apron and wielded her small spatula, facing the ingredients without a hint of trepidation. Auntie, I do not comprehend your motives, but I am certainly not one to dispense my possessions casually. What belongs to me, I shall reclaim. I hope this time you will behave, otherwise it will be broadcast nationwide. Chapter 49. The truth revealed. Mama Tian approached, saying, Mingming, you are still young and do not understand. Can you let this opportunity pass to me? If I am exposed, everyone will think I am stealing your accolades. Mama Tian's face was full of distress. Mingming chuckled softly. Wasn't this precisely an attempt to claim her achievements? If she did not step forward, she would have already become the owner of those dishes. Good child, for the sake of brother Tian, why not grant this chance to Annie? What do you think? You must come from a distinguished family and surely wouldn't mind this, she continued, her words growing increasingly absurd. Mingming could hardly contain her eye roll. Such ridiculous assertions could only emanate from Mama Tian. What is she implying? This is shatter my worldview. Is this moral coercion? Isn't this not her doing? The dialogue between the two was crystal clear to the online viewers, particularly the disingenuous demeanor of Mama Tian. She was trying to seize what was clearly not hers. After realizing that the path was unfeasible, one must seek an alternative route to continue the journey. Such a scenario is hardly favorable. Dear Aunt, had you expressed this to me from the outset, perhaps I would have willingly bestowed it upon you. However, your current demeanor suggests a desire to seize it from my grasp, and I detest nothing more than having my possessions taken from me. Upon finishing her words, Meng Meng trotted back to her designated spot. She was oblivious to the concept of moral coercion and could not fathom why Mama Tian Tian behaved in such a manner. This approach was beyond her comprehension and acceptance. Dislika is simple like dislika. A refusal to give is a refusal to give. Mama Tian Tian turned to glance at her husband and child. Don't worry, we will always stand behind you, reassured Papa Tian Tian, bolstering Mama Tian Tian's confidence for the competition. Yet, the more he spoke, the more conflicted she felt within. How could she have acted so foolishly just moments ago? The directors were mesmerized by Meng Meng's fluid movements, momentarily frozen in place. Could it truly be that she executed this? Observing her proficiency, it was evident she had performed this task multiple times. Even teacher, he was astonished by the authenticity of the scene. He patted his head, acknowledging his oversight. Soon, Meng Meng's segment concluded, displaying colors even more vibrant than before, appearing delectable and irresistible. In stark contrast, Mama Tian Tian remained motionless, her expression vacant, standing there like a statue devoid of thought. Without needing to overthink, one could easily surmise her impending fate. Mama Tian Tian, why have you stopped moving? Teacher, he stepped forward to inquire. Mama Tian Tian hesitated, her current state already revealing enough about the situation. Teacher, he gently placed a hand on her shoulder, offering understanding. Who does not yearn to be a person of distinction? Basking in the spotlight? It was precisely these aspirations that had led Mama Tian Tian to her downfall, coupled with the abundant resources offered by the directors. It was indeed a challenge to refuse. Teacher, Mama Tian Tian's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. Yet, teacher, he reassured her with a comforting pat on the shoulder. Do not worry. I will clarify this segment, and I will ensure it is edited out in post-production. This situation is not your fault. I have encountered many similar instances, and it is quite normal. You need not be concerned. With that, teacher, he turned and departed, solidifying his thoughts. How could he have so recklessly suggested that Meng Meng acknowledge her dish? Indeed, that was a slap in the face. Papa Tianyang looked on, perplexed. Dear, why are you not moving? How could you let such a splendid opportunity slip away? If the director's team were to extend a second invitation, it would undoubtedly benefit our child Tian Tian, who could soon rise to stardom. How many detours could be avoided? Why can't you comprehend this? Do you truly not understand? Can you not see the state of your own mental well-being? Is this man really incapable of recognizing the situation? How can he utter such words? This man is utterly terrifying. As he watched Tian Tian's mother remain silent, he grew somewhat anxious. What is wrong? Why are you not speaking? Have you lost your voice? Enough. His voice rang out powerfully, clear enough to be heard throughout the room. The directors, who had been fervently flattering him, were momentarily taken aback by his words. Why are you directing your anger at me? This situation is entirely your own doing. What are you trying to prove here? If you have the capability, go find someone else. If you cannot measure up to others, refrain from making grandiose claims. Now that your lies have been exposed, you're resorting to desperate measures? Do take a moment to reflect on your own worth. Upon hearing this, everyone collectively gasped in astonishment. This couple truly possesses remarkable audacity, unafraid to voice their thoughts openly. This man is not the one to be trifled with. Lin Ziyu shook his head repeatedly, thankful that his own wife was gentle and charming, as they had never engaged in quarrels. Just thinking of her softened Lin Ziyu's gaze, his face radiant with happiness. Must I truly act in such a manner? Am I not doing this for the sake of our family? Look at yourself. You possess no skills. Other than barking orders at me, what else can you accomplish? Only I enable you to behave this way. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Teacher, he waved his hand, and several staff members rushed in to separate the two. Tian's mother, what is the point of this? There is no need to be upset. All men are like this, a caretaker constantly reassured her. Yes. My boyfriend is the same, quick to anger without any real ability. Don't take it to heart. Gasping for breath, Tian's mother sought to calm her emotions. Thankfully, this commotion diverted attention from her earlier incident of snatching food from Meng Meng. The directors were eager to elevate Meng Meng to star status. Meng Meng, we have countless Barbie dolls on our show. If you're willing to participate, we'll gift you all these dolls. How about that? What is so fun about Barbie dolls? Our show has many children for you to play with. Will you come with me? Please? They clamor to invite Meng Meng to the next recording of the variety show. However, Meng Meng pointed towards Lin Ziyu and declared, "I want to go with my dad." Chapter 050. A conclusion. The directors promptly approached Lin Ziyu again. Such a lucrative opportunity should not be squandered. "Mr. Lin, may I inquire about your upcoming schedule? Would you like to review our program list?" Do not pay attention to them. What they are doing is merely a game for children. You have all participated in similar activities before. Shouldn't we consider a different approach? Lin Ziyu felt overwhelmed. He had no desire to continue participating in variety shows. All he wished was to return home and lie down, to rest properly. Embracing a life of leisure was his true aspiration. What was the purpose of his relentless toil? Gazing at Meng Meng's adorable visage, Lin Ziyu's heart softened. Wasn't his hard work ultimately for his child? He must create a nurturing environment for her. Lin Ziyu took a seat, feigning contemplation for a moment before slowly inquiring, "What exactly would be required of us if we were to participate in your variety show?" "Mr. Lin, let me explain. Our show is an adventure program," the director began, speaking at length. Yet, all Lin Ziyu could focus on were the words adventure. Did that not imply he would be unable to simply sit or lie down? His plans for leisure were at risk of being dashed. No, that simply wouldn't do. He involuntarily glanced at Meng Meng and shook his head in resignation. "Child, you will inevitably grow up and become independent. You must learn to handle your own affairs. Mr. Lin, our program is quite different from theirs. We just want you to maintain your usual state." Upon hearing usual state, Lin Ziyu's eyes sparkled with hope. This was utterly perfect, tailored just for him. Suddenly, "Teacher," he cleared his throat. "I apologize for the slight misunderstanding earlier. Please do not take it to heart. Now, we are about to present our surprise gift to the family with the highest score." Gradually, "Teacher," he crouched down. "Meng Meng, are you happy?" Meng Meng nodded, struggling to force a smile that failed to convey genuine joy, instead reflecting a facade of forced cheerfulness. Look at Meng Meng's expression. Is she really happy? Whether she is happy or not is uncertain, but old Lin seems quite pleased. Indeed, at that moment, Lin Ziyu was savoring a chicken leg with delight. This was not merely a participation in a show. It felt more like attending a casual tea gathering. This sense of comfort was precisely why Lin Ziyu had joined the program. The previous concerns now seemed trivial, for this was a new beginning, a glimpse of the life he had always envisioned. "This is our gift to you, Meng Meng. Do you like it?" "Teacher," he placed the travel tickets in Meng Meng's hands. She nodded. Did this not signify that she could go out and enjoy herself? At that moment, Lin Ziyu appeared even happier than Meng Meng herself. He had already begun to envision the places he wished to visit. An important consideration was how to leave Meng Meng at home while he and his wife enjoyed their outing. She was old enough to understand her parents' intentions. She must learn to grow up and not be a third wheel to her parents. Meng Meng approached Lin Ziyu, clutching her prize. Instantly, Lin Ziyu licked his fingers and remarked, "Meng Meng, such a precious item. Surely you intend to entrust it to someone you hold in the highest regard for safekeeping?" Meng Meng nodded, tucking the treasure into her pocket. "Father was right. I must safeguard it well and give it to Mother once we return home." Lin Ziyu was taken aback. Was it truly appropriate for her to speak so in his presence? Did this situation necessitate such a declaration? Was there no room for discussion? "Meng Meng, the person you trust most is not me." His expression was one of exaggerated grievance, almost theatrical. It was a pity he wasn't pursuing an acting career. Yet, this tactic had been employed far too often. Meng Meng had long since developed an immunity to it. Rather than feeling any sympathy, he felt a twinge of concern. "Father, if there is something you wish to say, please articulate it clearly. Do not attempt to snatch it away. I am but a child, unable to compete with you." Snatch? Lin Ziyu was astonished. Was that truly the impression he left in her mind? Since she had already stated her intentions, would it be inappropriate for him not to seize the opportunity? Then hand it over. Meng Meng shrugged in resignation. It was not the first time such a scenario had unfolded. What else could she do? After all, she had a father who was merely 3 years old at heart. "Teacher," he stood center stage, commencing the final remarks of the program. The assistant director beside him engaged Lin Ziyu in animated discussion about the joy of their production, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Authenticity was the main theme. Lin Ziyu felt a surge of excitement. If it truly unfolded as the assistant director described, then Meng Meng would be well cared for, allowing him to travel with peace of mind. Such an exceptional variety show was rare to find. He eagerly grasped the assistant director's hand, exclaiming, "When do we begin? Your descriptions have stirred me to the core. I am beyond excited. I can hardly wait to start." His eyes sparkled with anticipation. The assistant director beamed at his enthusiasm, casting a flirtatious glance at the director nearby, silently assuring him that the audience engagement was secured. Little did they know, it was not merely audience engagement at stake. Of course, as long as Mr. Lin agrees. "We can start setting up at your home this afternoon." Lin Ziyu nearly leapt to his feet in applause. The joy arrived so swiftly that he could scarcely process it. This was simply wonderful. "I will inform my wife immediately upon returning. We will await you at home this afternoon." As the program concluded, the live stream ended. "Meng Meng, farewell. Daddy, checking out. Warm-hearted man, goodbye. Wan, do your best." The audience lingered even after the stream had closed. Meanwhile, Wan cautiously approached Meng Meng, still the same proud little princess. Currently, the once audacious Wan has softened. "Meng Meng, your cooking is truly delightful. If you have some free time, you should come over to our home for a visit." As she pulled out her phone watch, Meng Meng nodded. Although she harbored a certain disdain for Wan, it appeared that she was not entirely unrepentant. There were indeed some redeeming qualities. "Mr. Lin, let us collaborate again when the opportunity arises." Chapter 051. Speak softly one by one, the others began to depart, and Lin Meng Meng returned home. She dashed into her mother's embrace, sharing the joyous events of the past few days. After recounting her stories, she looked up at her mother and asked, "Mom, does this mean I can start school soon?" Meng Meng's mother glanced at Lin Ziyu. According to their prior arrangement, they had not broached the topic of Meng Meng attending school. It seemed she had grown, and it would not be so easy to continue deceiving her. "Of course, you will go to school. Not only that, but you will also study diligently. Is there anywhere you would like to visit before school starts?" Before Meng Meng could respond, Lin Ziyu pulled Meng Meng's mother into a room. "What are you doing?" "I was still talking to Meng Meng." Meng Meng's mother appeared somewhat displeased. This situation had been anticipated and planned. They were merely awaiting the departure. "What is it now?" "Lin Ziyu, I warn you. You promised me this. No matter what, you must accompany me. I don't care if you have some special task. You need to buy the tickets now." Lin Ziyu retrieved the prize they had won from his pocket. Meng Meng's mother was taken aback. "Isn't this a travel card? Has this man truly turned over a new leaf? Is he planning to surprise me?" Her expression shifted in an instant as she gently patted his shoulder. "What are you up to? You had this all prepared, didn't you? Why didn't you mention it sooner? If you had, there wouldn't have been such a misunderstanding. It's also my fault for not listening more carefully." As she spoke, her hands were already reaching for the travel card. Lin Ziyu peered cautiously outside. "We mustn't speak of this too openly. If Meng Meng hears, will we still be able to take her with us?" Meng Meng's mother was astonished. "What do you mean? Are you planning to leave Meng Meng alone at home? Is that even acceptable? It's so dangerous for her to be by herself." Lin Ziyu waved his hand dismissively. "This is a simple matter. How could I not consider it? No worries. I've taken on a variety show, and soon it will come to our home, which means there will be someone to help us look after the child." Meng Meng's mother beamed with joy, embracing Lin Ziyu. "I never expected my husband to be so clever. He could devise such a plan. But how should we explain this to Meng Meng?" Regarding the adorable little head of Meng Meng, one could hardly fathom such complexities. Indeed, this is the benefit of not engaging in scholarly pursuits, which spares one from a multitude of worries. Is it not so? Lin Meng Meng stood at the doorway, her voice imbued with a sense of lament. The couple turned abruptly, startled. How could they have been so careless as to not notice Lin Meng Meng standing not far away? They hastily began to divert the conversation. "Meng Meng, what brings you here?" "I've been here for quite some time," she replied. "I overheard everything when you both decided to leave me at home while you went on your vacation." A forced smile graced her face, a smile that could only be described as a professional faade. Lin Ziyu felt a pang of anxiety. It was akin to being caught red-handed in a most compromising situation. For a moment, they were all at a loss, neither retreating nor advancing. The three exchanged glances for what seemed an eternity until the sound of the doorbell shattered the awkward silence. Lin Mingming cast a glance at them. I have made note of this, and should you wish to abandon me for a jaunt, I shall be sure to haunt you with my presence. With that, she moved to open the door. Mingming's mother sighed. I had hoped for a little time alone with you, but it seems that will not come to pass. Do not worry, my dear. Do you trust me? I assure you, I will handle this matter adeptly. In the living room, the assistant director entered with a cheerful demeanor, likely already aware of Lin Ziyu's identity. This time, he appeared considerably more courteous and respectful than before. Indeed, it is only when one is completely uninformed that one can truly be oneself. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for the prior incident. I never intended to consider it to such an extent. Perhaps you could find it in your heart to forgive? The assistant director had yet to finish his sentence when Lin Ziyu waved his hand dismissively. Ultimately, this was not their fault. He was not an unreasonable man and would never impose upon others due to his status. There is no need for that. The past is behind us, and we need not dwell on it further. If there are matters regarding the upcoming program that require my cooperation, please feel free to speak. By the way, there is something I wish to discuss with you. May I come into converse? Lin Mingming immediately sensed something amiss. Did he intend to take his leave? She grasped the assistant director's arm. Uncle, whatever it is, please discuss it here. This space is ample, and we can speak freely. The director was taken aback. The child of an artist was indeed different, her words leaving one in a state of confusion. Mingming, how can you behave in such a manner? That is quite impolite. Dad, a rather unsettling thought just crossed my mind. I cannot ascertain whether it might materialize. If it were to come to fruition, would it not result in substantial losses for the director? Upon hearing the word loss, the assistant director's eyes widened in alarm. He had come with the intention of profiting. The program had yet to commence, and already he was being faced with the prospect of incurring losses. Who would willingly engage in such a ruinous venture? A sense of curiosity began to stir within Mingming upon hearing her previous statement. Mingming, have you thought of something? Otherwise, what could have prompted such a notion? With a sigh, Mingming glanced at the expressionless Lin Ziyu. He had already discerned the outcome. His travel plans were about to be thwarted by this little girl, and he would have to seek another opportunity. I was just wondering if my father might have some matters that require him to travel far. If so, I will be the only one left at home. I am uncertain if we could still maintain any interactive dynamic, considering everyone wishes to witness a harmonious family scene. Don't you think? The director nodded in satisfaction. Mingming, your thoughts resonate perfectly. We aim to showcase a family's approach to parenting, and familial interactions are certainly indispensable. This aspect is clearly outlined in our contract, which I trust Mr. Lin has noted. Chapter 052. It's not about what you think, but what I feel. Lin Ziyu frantically perused the contract. Goodness. Initially, he intended to swiftly resolve the issue with Lin Mingming, completely overlooking the interactive component. Now, it seems he cannot go anywhere unless she accompanies him. With a resigned sigh, Lin Ziyu remarked, Dear, let us wait until she starts school before we embark on our journey. I truly do not wish to take her along. Mingming's mother also displayed reluctance. Yet she was disinclined to incur financial losses. It was more prudent to wait until the event concluded before deciding further. Mr. Lin, what did you wish to discuss with me earlier? The assistant director inquired earnestly. However, Lin Mingming was beaming with delight, eager to observe how they would proceed from this point. How would they articulate their next steps? Surely they would not prefer to incur losses just to enjoy an outing? That seemed uncharacteristic of her father. Lin Ziyu waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing significant. Discussing it here suffices. I simply wish to know the duration of this engagement and what we are required to do. The assistant director chuckled. It won't take long. We are live streaming. You may proceed as you wish. As the live stream resumed, the entire server momentarily crashed. When Lin Mingming reappeared, blinking her long lashes, her familiar expression melted everyone's hearts. I miss Mingming. My cloud-raised daughter. At last, this old mother gets to see you. After the assistant director offered a few brief remarks, he departed, leaving no staff behind, but establishing a group for the families to communicate messages. Beyond that, there were no further obligations. Lin Ziyu sat helplessly to the side, never anticipating that matters would unfold in such a manner. Was this akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog? Old Lin, look, did you not calculate properly? Have you entrusted yourself to this predicament? I told you that your swift agreement was quite unlike you. Meng Meng stood beside Lin Ziyu, incessantly mocking him, observing the agony etched upon his face. Lin Meng Meng felt an inexplicable joy blossom within her. Such moments brought unparalleled delight. Lin Ziyu remained silent, merely turning away, his lips pursed in indignation. What is the matter? Weren't you planning to leave me behind to enjoy yourselves? Have you changed your minds? She queried. Father, had you clarified this from the outset, I would have permitted your excursion. Now, it seems, the opportunity has slipped away. With that, Meng Meng settled onto the couch, relishing the notion that neither she nor her parents could venture out. Lin Ziyu, his visage clouded with remorse, lamented, My dear, I have failed you. I did not fulfill my promises, and now, I am uncertain if such chances will ever arise again. Tears welled in his eyes as he spoke. Lin Meng Meng was taken aback. What sort of game was this? Was it truly necessary to be so dramatic? Casting a glance at Lin Ziyu, Meng Meng's mother promptly joined the theatrical display. Dear, I understand this matter does not pertain to you. We have squandered too much time in the past. Reflecting upon it now feels lamentable. Indeed, I have wronged you. I lack the time to accompany you on outings, and I vow to spend more time with you henceforth. The two exchanged their sentiments while subtly directing their gazes towards Lin Meng Meng, who remained inscrutable. Lin Ziyu, intent on continuing the performance, declared, It is all my fault. When you were pregnant, I refrained from allowing you to venture out, fearing unforeseen circumstances. After Meng Meng was born, time became even scarcer. You devoted all your moments to our family, and I have wronged you. Lin Ziyu's acting was nothing short of Oscar-worthy, and Meng Meng's mother matched his prowess. She seamlessly picked up where he left off. Dear, what purpose do your words serve? These are merely my responsibilities. No, the fault lies with me. Their exchange continued, each holding their ground for a minute or two, while Lin Meng Meng looked on in astonishment, unable to comprehend their words or the timing of their confessions. This is hilarious. My source of joy has returned. Meng Meng. So, am I leaving? Meng Meng, you must take your mother on a journey someday, to witness the splendor of the world outside. Please do not quarrel with her, understood? No. Meng Meng, your father toils tirelessly to provide for our family. You must become his little comfort. Do you understand? Finally, Meng Meng grasped a fragment of their intentions. Were they not simply yearning to escape? Their lack of creativity and excuses was rather amusing. With Meng Meng remaining silent, Lin Ziyu abandoned the charade. Well, if we cannot go this time, there will be another opportunity. Meng Meng, we are hungry. Please prepare us a meal. Meng Meng shook her head. What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Aren't you the one who loves to cook the most? Suddenly, Meng Meng's mother became tense. Something is amiss. This child actually claims to dislike cooking. Everything is fine. Just now, the director mentioned that parents are supposed to cook. What do you mean parents? Lin Ziyu immediately stood up. Is this really about parents cooking? Isn't, it's simply assigning the task to oneself, cloaked in such grandiloquent terms. Lin Ziyu promptly made a phone call. After some inquiries, he felt utterly disheartened. It was all his fault. The director understands me. Is Meng Meng's culinary skill truly that remarkable? Did she learn it from old Lin? I look forward to old Lin cooking. Honey, what did the director say? Are we really supposed to cook for ourselves? Lin Ziyu nodded. Yes, he insisted we cook ourselves, and also that Meng Meng should do the same as the other children. Meng Meng's mother hurriedly embraced her daughter. She glanced at her freshly done nails. If she had to cook, wouldn't it ruin everything? Honey, I think Meng Meng might be a bit tired. I'll take her to rest for a while. Meng Meng shook her head. Mom, I'm not tired. No, you are tired. At your age, you must get ample sleep to grow taller. Meng Meng wanted to say something, but was swiftly taken away by her mother. Forced shutdown. Are you starting to learn how to cook? Chapter 053. If I say you're tired, then you are tired. In the room, Lin Meng Meng lay on the bed, blinking her little eyes, shaking her head repeatedly. Mom, I'm really not tired. Not tired, but I feel a bit sleepy now. How about you lull me to sleep instead? At that moment, Lin Meng Meng's heart resisted. Why are other mothers different from mine? Her little eyes brimmed with confusion. Yet she didn't know how to voice her thoughts, so she simply stuck her little finger in her mouth. What is wrong? Why are you sucking your finger? Is something bothering you? Ming Ming nodded. Mom, I'm just curious as to why our home isn't quite like others. Seeing Ming Ming's bewildered expression, her mother gasped internally. Could it be that this child is beginning to understand? How would she be able to deceive her in the future? No, absolutely not. This cannot happen. Ming Ming, what do you think our home should be like? Ming Ming pretended to ponder. She tilted her little head back and forth, contemplating repeatedly, and finally concluded, it should be like Brother Tiantian's home. After saying this, Ming Ming felt something was off. She didn't want to become a learning robot. If it were truly like Tiantian's, would she still be happy in the future? No, it should be like Sister Nguyenuan's home. Yet it still felt slightly amiss. She didn't particularly like Guoxianwan's way, so how could she expect others to like it? Let us just drop it. Gentle hands caressed Ming Ming's little head, and her mother chuckled softly at the sight. Mom, what are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Ming Ming inquired. Her mother shook her head. No, it's just that you are uncertain about what you truly desire, yet you assume our family is different from others. Ming Ming, every individual possesses a unique personality, which does not signify anything in particular. Each person chooses their own way of life. All you need to do is find joy in your existence, strive to live without regrets, and let everything else be inconsequential. She pondered whether Ming Ming would grasp her words or if it was too early to say such things. Yet, having spoken them, she felt they should not go to waste. Observing Ming Ming's obedient demeanor, she embraced her tightly. Are you not feeling sleepy now? Ming Ming replied, should I feel sleepy? This decision is truly difficult to make. If I'm not sleepy, will you be unhappy, Mom? But if I am sleepy, I don't actually feel tired. Noticing Ming Ming's hesitation, her mother spoke again. Didn't I just tell you to be brave and be yourself? Regardless of what happens, you must remain true to who you are. You need not concern yourself with others' opinions, even if they are your parents. At last, Ming Ming understood. The implied message was that she need not force herself to do things she dislikes or cater to anyone else's expectations. Suddenly, Ming Ming sat up abruptly. Since you said that, I believe I'm not sleepy at all. Not even a little. Her mother nodded, recognizing that her daughter was beginning to show her own individuality. If you're not sleepy, what would you like to do now? I want to read, Ming Ming declared. Read? Now was her mother's turn to be astonished. Given Ming Ming's academic performance, it was difficult to imagine her choosing to read. Was she attempting to defy fate? Absolutely not. How could Ming Ming possess such mature thoughts? Ming Ming, puzzled, replied, reading should be the most normal thing to do. I've always enjoyed reading whenever I have free time. Besides, my books are much more interesting than those of my friend Tian Tian. Mine have little characters in them. Tian Tian's brother had advised her to study diligently, to alter her destiny, to embrace knowledge to transform her future. With that, she pulled out her picture book from a nearby drawer. Yet, this was hardly a book in the conventional sense. It was merely something her mother had randomly chosen while shopping to meet a minimum purchase requirement. Nonetheless, Ming Ming regarded it as a serious book. The pages were already showing signs of wear. Observing Ming Ming in this light, her mother began to contemplate whether she should indeed buy her some proper books. Ming Ming, do you really believe knowledge can change one's fate? Ming Ming nodded affirmatively. She is still unaware of the true meaning of destiny. She simply perceives studying as a rather cool endeavor, one that can render her intelligent and provide her with a wealth of knowledge. Of course, her brother Tian Tian often says that if she diligently pursues her studies, she will eventually earn a fortune and become an immensely useful person. Ming Ming's mother gently caressed her head, explaining that the significance of education extends far beyond the mere prospect of financial gain. To think otherwise would merely reflect a lack of purity in one's intentions. After all, no one embarks on their educational journey with the sole purpose of making money. It is primarily for the sake of examinations. Ming Ming, what do you believe constitutes a useful person? Well, like Sister Nguyen's father, she replied. I heard he is the general manager of a large corporation, overseeing many people. Tian Tian's father is also impressive, eloquent, and capable of achieving anything he sets his mind to. Teacher, he is remarkable, and so is our caretaker sister. Ming Ming recounted nearly everyone who was participating in the program, save for Lindsay Yu. Her mother's gaze began to brim with anticipation. During the live broadcast, the two of them seemed to have interacted quite well. How could it have come to this? Meng Meng, do you think your dad and mom are useful people? Meng Meng nodded vigorously, of course. Mom could go to others' homes to brew medicine. Dad says that's healing and saving lives. She proudly raised her thumb, beaming. When I grow up, I want to be like Mom, to heal and save people. And what about Dad? Meng Meng's mother-esque expression turned serious. Although Lin Ziyu often appeared carefree, she knew how much he cherished their precious daughter. She recalled the days following Meng Meng's birth, when Lin Ziyu had gone nearly 2 days without sleep, holding his newborn daughter the entire time, declaring she had made him vulnerable. That is not, Meng Meng remarked. He can't do anything. When we went grocery shopping the other day, he got tired after just a few steps. He's not a particularly useful person. Chapter 054, Worthy of Respect. Upon hearing this, Meng Meng's mother was taken aback. Other children spoke of their fathers as superheroes. Yet Meng Meng could not even consider her father as a useful person. Reflecting on Lin Ziyu's usual behavior, it seemed hardly heroic, with a hint of unreliability. It was no surprise Meng Meng held such a view. If only Lin Ziyu had exhibited slightly more normalcy, the outcome might have been different. Meng Meng, you must not speak of your father that way. In truth, he is an exceptionally capable individual, shining brightly in his field, respected by everyone in his profession. You cannot say such things about him. Do you understand? She knew her husband's true nature all too well. Perhaps Meng Meng was simply too young, only able to perceive the surface of matters, entirely unaware of their underlying essence. A flicker of realization began to stir within Meng Meng. Before Lin Ziyu had the chance to utter a word, he appeared at the doorway, his face covered in flour, and his hands encased in a ball of the same substance, resembling someone who had just returned from a culinary battle. What happened to you? Meng Meng's mother, now wide awake, sat up immediately. However, Meng Meng chose to remain silent, as if all of this were part of her grand design. Her father, a man who found discomfort even in walking and longed for a peaceful slumber, was now being asked to prepare a meal? Wasn't that a bit too much to ask of him? It's nothing. I'm merely demonstrating to the friends in the live stream how to make pancakes, he declared, casting an expectant glance at Meng Meng, as if urging her to come assist him. At that moment, Meng Meng's mother glanced at her daughter. Meng Meng, stay here and read your book. Your father and I will step outside for a moment. Outside? Meng Meng's mother nudged Lin Ziyu, leading him out. Dear, what is going on? He inquired. I just wanted Meng Meng to help out. If she doesn't hurry, we'll end up hungry, and I cannot bear to see my wife go without food, he added, leaning closer to Meng Meng's mother. However, witnessing his mischievous demeanor and recalling Meng Meng's earlier remarks, she resolved that this could not continue. It was imperative that he set a commendable example for their daughter. Do you realize how Meng Meng perceives you? How does Meng Meng view me? What is it? Lin Ziyu asked, a hint of anticipation in his voice, his hands fidgeting with excitement. Meng Meng's mother rolled her eyes. Are you truly so oblivious to your own nature? You wish for our daughter to hold you in high regard? Think again. Meng Meng says you are lazy and quick to complain about fatigue, clearly the type who knows nothing. Indeed, my daughter's powers of observation are quite impressive, and she is absolutely correct. I am that kind of person. Rather than feeling disheartened, Lin Ziyu felt a surge of joy. At that moment, Meng Meng's mother stood frozen, astonished that these two were so stubbornly entrenched in their beliefs, one thinking poorly of his father, the other believing her daughter's observational skills were exceptional. My dear, I initially worried that Meng Meng wouldn't notice, so occasionally I acted rather overtly. I never anticipated her perception would be so sharp, he boasted, as if reveling in his own cleverness. This left Meng Meng's mother bewildered. What were these two up to? Was this really necessary? Why are you approaching it this way? My love, I once came across a notion suggesting that if parents are sufficiently lazy, their children will become industrious. Look, neither of us can cook, thus Meng Meng will surely learn. It was a perfect embodiment of the saying that human potential is boundless. Meng Meng's mother exclaimed, goodness, so he had this thought all along? Here I was pondering how to comfort him. Little did I know, this was his deliberate strategy all along. Have you ever considered that our beloved Meng Meng is our daughter, and you, as her father, should embody a towering figure in her eyes, at least a formidable presence? Whenever she encounters difficulties, you ought to be the first person she thinks of, Yet now she seems reluctant to place her trust in you. Meng Meng's mother is somewhat displeased. These individuals do not adhere to conventional reasoning and consistently present themselves as infallible. This detrimental habit is something that both father and daughter share in perfect harmony. My dear, how could you entertain such notions? What does role modeling even mean? If she is to learn independence, it must begin from an early age. The more she speaks, the more outrageous it becomes. And at this moment, Meng Meng's mother clenches her fists, nearly wishing to strike him across the face. How could such words be uttered? I do not care what your current thoughts are. I warn you, this time, you must set an example for your daughter. Tomorrow, I shall depart. I will be watching both of you in the live broadcast. If you remain unrepentant, you may find out what happens next, she warns, raising her small arm and shaking her tiny fist. It is as if she is demanding Lin Ziyu to change, unaware that he has never considered alteration. Not only does he not contemplate change, but he also believes that his current state is quite satisfactory. Are you going to speak? Can you not hear what I am saying? I advise you not to harbor any other thoughts, otherwise you will face my wrath. Observing the genuine anger of Meng Meng's mother, Lin Ziyu begins to question whether he has indeed erred. Being both a mentor and a friend is commendable, yet he must also convey his love for her. Only in this way can he foster Meng Meng's independence. Rest assured, my dear wife, you may focus on your work outside, as I will manage everything at home. From now on, I will take charge, ensuring that Meng Meng does not have to lift a finger, allowing her to blossom into our little princess. Please supervise me from afar. Meng Meng's mother nods in satisfaction. The child can be taught. It is wonderful that you have such thoughts, but Meng Meng has recently developed a keen interest in reading, and you should take the time to teach her when you can. Reading? Lin Ziyu's gaze turned toward the room, feeling utterly perplexed. Wasn't she doing fine when she returned? Why the sudden desire to read? What could have transpired? Meng Meng's mother gently tapped Lin Ziyu's shoulder. What do you mean by saying she's not thinking clearly? She is now an individual with grand ideals and aspirations. We must learn to respect her. Of course, respect is paramount. I have always been a very democratic person. Lin Ziyu forced a smile onto his face, knowing these words were merely casual remarks and should not be taken seriously. Having children is not meant for amusement or exploitation. Otherwise, it serves no purpose. He gently pushed Meng Meng's mother onto the nearby sofa. My dear, do you still not wish to believe in me? Well, have I ever disappointed you with my words? Realizing that my previous remarks lacked rigor, particularly upon witnessing Meng Meng's mother's incredulous gaze, I reflected on my past behaviors, which indeed seemed less than commendable. Hastily, I amended my statement. There is no need for excessive worry. In the past, I may have acted with a modicum of thoughtlessness, but I assure you, things have changed. After enduring so much, Meng Meng has matured, and naturally, I too have evolved. You must believe in me, all right? The sincerity, albeit tinged with foolishness, shone in Lin Ziyu's eyes. In summary, he had resolved to transform, to prove to his daughter and wife that he could indeed be a man of substance. Well, since you stated it so, it would be somewhat inappropriate for me to doubt your words. However, I must inform you that this is your final opportunity. You must cherish it. With that, Meng Meng's mother retreated to her room. Observing Meng Meng's earnest demeanor, Lin Ziyu contemplated his previous actions. He made a decision. Moving forward, he would slightly adjust his approach, ensuring that Meng Meng felt loved and cherished. Yet he feared overdoing it might overwhelm her. It wasn't just her acceptance he worried about. He too would struggle with such simplicity. In the living room, Lin Ziyu slumped wearily on the sofa. How had he found himself entangled in such a variety show? Not only was it a waste of time, but it was also exhausting. The viewers in the live stream, however, were far from amused. Some began to voice their grievances. Is this still a cooking show? I have no appetite. This is disappointing. Old Lin's cooking is a near-death experience. Who cares about you? I want to see my daughter. My daughter. Comments poured in, and Lin Ziyu simply smiled in response, his face betraying no joy, only a hint of bitterness. Did they think he relished cooking? He certainly did not. If not for his promise to his wife, he would have long since walked off the job. He loves his wife so much. He can't stop talking about her. Old Lin is certainly a devoted husband, confirmed. As long as he maintains his persona, he can do as he pleases. Reading through the comments in a live stream, some were genuinely amusing, yet others struck a discordant note. It was astonishing how some viewers seemed to lose their grip on reality over a mere variety show. Such peculiar thoughts, always interpreting others' actions with the worst assumptions. Could it be that those hiding behind their screens are just like this? Of course, I must treat my wife well. She is someone who would go to great lengths for me. In the past, when my wife was giving birth, merely mentioning her would unleash a torrent of words from Lindsay Yu, as if a dam had burst. He could speak endlessly, yet the audience in a live stream was hardly interested in his tales. Those with a touch of empathy found themselves moved to tears. They had never anticipated that Lindsay Yu could be such a person. Old Lin is so heartfelt. I'm touched. With a soft sigh, Lindsay Yu gradually rose to his feet. Casting a glance at the battlefield he had just left behind, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Brothers, let us speak no more. Everything is understood without words. He realized he must hasten to prepare a meal for his wife and child. Indeed, Lin would never be mistaken for a culinary expert. He could only rely on his imagination to guide him in the kitchen. In his eyes, cooking had never been an arduous task. It was merely a skill he had yet to master. With a bit more effort, he believed he could certainly learn. Yet, it appeared he had overestimated his own capabilities. Before long, Lindsay Yu announced, "Dinner is ready." As his wife, Meng Meng's mother, emerged from the room, hand in hand with their daughter. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation and hope. After all, this was the first time Lindsay Yu had formally prepared a meal for them. They had agreed beforehand that regardless of the outcome, they would offer encouragement and affirmation. Meng decided to take the lead. Having read numerous books, she recalled phrases praising others. "Wow, these peculiar dishes seem to be cooked," she exclaimed. "What is that dark thing in the upper left corner? And what about the green stuff? Can we really eat this?" Simon Lin, be brave and take a bite. We'll call for help if needed. Meng's mother glanced at the meal, momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps her limited reading had left her without the vocabulary to offer compliments, highlighting the necessity of broadening one's literary horizons to speak genuinely. "Well, isn't it surprising? Aren't you happy?" Meng forced a smile and nodded. What choice did she have? She could only accept the situation. Although the presentation was lacking, the flavors were surprisingly delightful. Delicious? Meng's head shot up in astonishment. How could he claim such a thing with a straight face? The meal before her seemed far from appetizing. "Dad, how can you be sure it's tasty? Have you tasted it yourself?" As she spoke, Meng reached for her chopsticks. "No, I just have a feeling it is quite good," Lin replied. In that moment, Meng hesitated, her chopsticks hovering in midair, torn between sampling the food and retreating. "Dad, are you sure it's safe to eat? Am I going to end up in the hospital after trying your cooking?" Lindsay Yu waved his hand dismissively. "How can you doubt me? Is trust between us so difficult? Besides, I already caught a whiff of the aroma. You can eat with confidence. I will take full responsibility if anything goes awry." With those reassuring words, the weight of uncertainty lifted from Meng's heart. Two pairs of eyes remained fixed on her, waiting eagerly to see her reaction as she swallowed her first bite. "Well, how does it taste? Is it good? Is it cooked through?" Lindsay Yu asked, filled with anticipation. Yet Meng did not wish to exhibit such cold-heartedness. Particularly upon witnessing Lindsay Yu's eyes brimming with anticipation, she felt compelled to refrain from uttering that the food was unpalatable. Reluctantly, she managed to utter, "It is delicious." Indeed. Chapter 056. The mysterious figure in yellow garments. Lindsay Yu gulped, his chopsticks suspended mid-air. "Since it is so delectable, why not let you enjoy it all by yourself? After all, you are our cherished daughter." Meng nearly choked with laughter. What was this absurdity? Had she known that her insincere words would lead to such retribution, she would have never dared to speak them. Hastily waving her hands, she exclaimed, "Father, that is not how it is. This dish is indeed delightful, but we must share it together. It is utterly inappropriate to indulge alone. Do have a taste, you and mother." Meng's face was a canvas of anticipation, or rather, sheer dread. How could one relish such a splendid feast alone? Meng's mother waved her hand, pressing her temples. "Meng, I feel a tad unwell. I shall take a brief nap." If it is truly delicious, indulge yourself. You're still growing, so you must eat well. Otherwise, neglecting your health would be quite detrimental. Do you understand? With that, Meng Meng's mother dashed away. Now was not the time to linger. She had witnessed such behavior before. Moreover, she was well aware of Lin Ziyu's culinary skills, perhaps more than anyone else. It was best not to invite unwarranted discomfort upon herself. Father, will you not partake? Meng Meng redirected her gaze towards Lin Ziyu. No, no. Lin Ziyu dismissed, unable to believe in his own culinary prowess. It was merely his first attempt at cooking. What skill could he claim? Rising, he stated, "Your mother seems unwell. I must attend to her. You stay here and remember to eat well." With that, he hurried off. Meng Meng gazed at the table laden with dark, unrecognizable dishes. She sighed, uncertain whether this was indeed cooking or some nefarious concoction. Surely, consuming such fare would not jeopardize her health, would it? Oh heavens, please save this child. Family, who understands? My parents are exactly like this. Excuse me. If you see my parents in Linboa, please send them back. Their daughter remains at home. To the one above, my parents have gone too. They even took the $38.60 I had hidden beneath my pillow. It seemed the viewers in the live stream quickly empathized with the plight of such culinary disasters. Meng Meng surveyed the abundance of food, reluctant to waste it. Yet, she could never consume it all by herself. Suddenly, an idea struck her. I shall take it downstairs to the stray cats and dogs. Meng Meng, listen. Spare those cats and dogs. Is it possible that even the dogs would refuse to eat it? Just as Meng Meng finished packing up all the food, she opened the door. She spotted a man clad in a yellow vest and a matching helmet, lurking by her window. With a commanding shout, she exclaimed, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The man slowly turned around, revealing 3 bold characters emblazoned on his chest. "Are you hungry?" In his hand, he carried a bag of food, from which emerged a pair of slender fingers adorned with freshly manicured nails, painted a striking shade of red. "What are you doing here?" Meng Meng glanced at the man and then at her mother, who was extending her arm. Ah, didn't anyone inform her this is a food delivery? They are merely hungry. While the daughter goes hungry, the parents order takeout. The man swiftly handed the meal to Meng Meng's mother, and as he dashed away, he called back, "Please give a 5-star review." "Mom, weren't you complaining about a headache? How come you're here? What do you have in your hand?" Meng Meng, on her tiptoes, managed to raise her small head to the height of the window. However, this also exposed the entire scene outside her home. Wow, is this a villa? It's a standalone villa? Soon, the background of Meng Meng's home came under scrutiny by various onlookers, with some speculating about Lin Ziyu's identity or whether Meng Meng's mother was a daughter of some affluent family. "Mom, why aren't you speaking? You need to tell me." Meng Meng's tone was somewhat annoyed, yet she persistently inquired. Meng Meng's mother sighed. "Child, you are still too young. You do not understand yet. Did you see that uncle just now?" Meng Meng nodded. "I did. He is working hard in a foreign land. If I don't order takeout, how will he meet his performance goals? His wife and children are waiting for him to return home. Only by us ordering takeout can his salary increase a bit, allowing his family to have enough to eat. Do you understand?" Not only was Meng Meng taken aback by this explanation, but even the audience in the live stream was moved by her mother's words. This was not merely about ordering takeout. It was a discourse on charity. Who would have thought I was so noble? Hurry, place an order for takeout. So touching. Boo-hoo. Remember to give a 5-star rating. Meng Meng, seemingly grasping the concept, nodded, but Grandma said these things shouldn't be eaten too often. Too much can affect our health. The mention of Grandma made Meng Meng's mother visibly deflated, as if the mother-in-law relationship had always been a significant conflict. After this, "You cannot eat it anymore, okay?" Meng Meng's mother simply nodded in agreement. She would not reveal to Meng Meng that her grandmother, who loved to preach morals, was actually the one who relished takeout the most. When they lived together, she consumed more than anyone else. "Rest assured, I am an adult. My word is my bond. I will not sneak any food. You must believe me. I will definitely be cautious next time, and I won't let you find out." In the stillness of the night, I find myself indulging in a midnight snack, and with a nod of satisfaction, Meng Meng declared, "Good. That is how a good mother should behave. Allow me to see what you are eating." With that, she set aside the takeout food she had brought. Upon entering the room, she was taken aback to see Lin Ziyu devouring a chicken leg with great fervor. How could these two, who were supposedly unwell, consume such greasy fare? This was unacceptable. Meng Meng hurriedly interjected, "Mama, you are not well. You must refrain from such food. And you, father, how can you eat that in front of Mama? All you do is tempt her with the greasy aroma. You must step outside to eat." Chapter 057. Two women with persuasive voices watching her hard-earned takeout being whisked away. Meng Meng's mother stepped forward. "Meng Meng, I'm feeling quite weak and must eat something delicious, or I lack the strength to recover." Meng Meng shook her head. "You are an adult. You should know better than to indulge in such things. No one should eat this. Not even you." She gently pushed Lin Ziyu outside. "Mama, you truly cannot consume this right now. Once you feel better, I will prepare it for you, all right? If you're hungry, I can make you some plain congee. How does that sound?" Meng Meng spoke to her mother as one would to a child. Yet, this difficult choice lay before her: the delectable chicken leg or the bland congee. It was a challenging decision for anyone, especially for Meng Meng's mother. She watched Lin Ziyu devour the food, leaving none for her. Who could understand her feelings? "Meng Meng, it is not as you perceive. I am fine. It is your father who has been a bit fatigued from taking you to the program a few days ago. I only came in at his behest. Who else could bear this heavy burden if not Lin Ziyu?" Lin Ziyu looked up in alarm. What was happening? Had he merely taken a single bite to find himself in this predicament? He waved his hands frantically. "Wife, you cannot repay kindness with malice. This matter does not concern me. You must know that." Before he could finish, Meng Meng's mother silenced him with a piercing gaze. Clearing her throat softly, she remarked, "Lin Ziyu, have you forgotten the vows you made on our wedding day?" At the mention of their wedding, Lin Ziyu paused, his mind racing through memories of that day. After careful reflection, it appeared that there was only one possible interpretation of her words. Yet, his attitude did not obligate him to shoulder the blame. Who could comprehend this? "Wife, Lin Ziyu, have you forgotten that we have only been married a few years? Do you think you can disregard your promises now? You vowed to cherish me for a lifetime. What has changed?" Tears began to well in her eyes, leaving Meng Meng momentarily stunned. These two individuals are merely indulging in their theatrical performances at home, clinging to a childlike innocence as if they are oblivious to the reality around them. Observing as Meng Meng's mother gradually approaches, she ultimately halts her steps before Lin Ziyu, relentlessly thumping her tiny fists against his chest while chanting, "Hand it over." She swiftly snatches the takeout from Lin Ziyu's grasp, feigning irritation as she returns to her seat. "You two, get out." Meng Meng and Lin Ziyu exchange bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Is this a jest? Congratulations to Meng Meng's mother for winning the Best Performance Award. She must surely be the best actress. In this family of dramatists, Meng Meng is merely a little white rabbit. Out of sheer bewilderment, Meng Meng and Lin Ziyu find themselves back in the living room, with Lin Ziyu occasionally sucking on his fingers, still savoring the remnants of the chicken leg he had yet to finish. "Dad, did you offend Mom?" Lin Ziyu shook his head. "No, I've been quite well behaved these past few days, not daring to breathe too heavily." "Impossible. Something must have transpired. You must have upset her. Otherwise, why would it be like this?" Meng Meng insisted, fully aware of her mother's temperament. It seemed to her that there were always a few days each month that followed this pattern. The two took a deep breath. "Hey, Meng Meng, how can it be that we, with the surname Lin, lose to someone with a different surname? Why don't you go in and reason with her?" Naturally, Lin Ziyu would not choose to walk into a lion's den. After all, even a tiger does not eat its cubs. She would not abandon her daughter altogether. Meng Meng tilted her head, her small mind filled with great confusion. "Dad, I may be young, but that does not equate to foolishness. If I go in now, I would only be inviting trouble upon myself. Do you still think of me as a child?" After voicing her thoughts, she pouted, frustrated. How could everything have seemed fine just moments ago before suddenly erupting into anger? Women truly are unpredictable. Lin Ziyu glanced towards the direction of the room before turning his attention back to Meng Meng. As children grow, do they earn the right to disobey? Meng Meng, listen to your father. That is your mother. Furthermore, you both share the same gender. She cannot possibly be angry with you. Do you understand? Upon uttering this, Lin Ziyu realized the inherent flaw in his reasoning. He himself struggled to believe the words he had just spoken. Moreover, her intention in sending them out was to indulge herself in solitude. To venture inside now would be to walk into a trap. Dad, since you have stated it so, why don't you go on yourself? You two are married. After being in love for so many years and now married for so long, your relationship must surely be stronger than mine with her. I have only known her for a few years. Your bond has been forged over a much longer time. Lin Mingming imitated Lin Ziyu's demeanor, resolutely refusing to participate. She declared that whoever wished to go could do so without her. For a moment, the two were at an impasse, gazing at one another. Ultimately, Lin Ziyu chose to relent. Very well. In a couple of days, your mother will head off to work, and I too shall embark on my own duties. By then, your grandmother will come to care for you. Just remember, I warned you in advance. Lin Ziyu wore a proud expression. It was no secret that Lin Mingming harbored a deep fear of her grandmother. As anticipated, her demeanor shifted to one of tension. What? Grandmother is coming? What? Old Lin is work. How touching. Old Lin has finally realized he must work. Lin Ziyu spread his hands. Indeed, are you beginning to feel apprehensive? Once your grandmother arrives, you'll find yourself unable to cook. You'll have to rise early, eat, and then sleep, occasionally being dragged out for shopping. Tell me, are you afraid? Such a life? What is there to fear? Old Lin, do you still need a daughter? I am just over 300 months old. Mingming, I am your long-lost sister. Lin Mingming nodded. I am afraid, but I can ask grandmother to buy me books. Chapter 58. The Dangers of Ignorance Reading. Lin Ziyu's expression transformed into one of disbelief, as though he had overheard something he should not have. Was there truly someone who wanted to pursue learning? Perhaps there were. Mingming, do you understand the meaning of what you just said? Mingming nodded vigorously, of course. I want to immerse myself in the ocean of knowledge, just like Brother Tian Tian. Mingming, you are too young. That is not an ocean of knowledge. It is a turbulent surge of information. I used to think the same way. Youth is wonderful. It emboldens dreams. Lin Ziyu, looking as though struck by lightning, asked, Can you explain why you hold such a notion? You are merely 3 years old. You should be playing and enjoying life. There will be ample time for that later. If you do not seize the moment now, you may never have the chance again. Lin Ziyu spoke earnestly. He did not wish for his daughter to become a mere learning machine. He aspired for Lin Mingming to acquire knowledge through study while relishing the joys of life, rather than solely focusing on academics. A life spent only on study, devoid of play, risks a profound misunderstanding of existence. Learning is vital, yet life encompasses far more than mere study. I do not comprehend all that you are saying. It is far too lengthy. I only know that Brother Tian Tian is incredibly handsome. Look at how much he knows. Isn't that impressive? As Lin Mingming spoke, her eyes sparkled with admiration, as if she perceived Tian Tian as a deity. However, in Lin Ziyu's gaze, only anger was visible. He clutched his chest, feeling an unexpected pang of betrayal. After all, this was the daughter he had raised with his own hands. How had she transformed into this? It felt as if a cherished flower, meticulously nurtured, was abruptly taken away, leaving no trace behind. Ahem, Mingming, you simply do not comprehend. A child like Tian Tian knows nothing at all. I possess a wealth of knowledge, yet I have never sought to broadcast it, for I am, after all, a person of modest disposition. Modest? Lin Mingming pondered, placing her finger upon her lips and tilting her head in contemplation. What could that possibly mean? Yet, gazing into Lin Ziyu's resolute eyes, she sensed he would not deceive her. Since you are so astute and knowledgeable, may I pose a question to test your intellect? Ha! Test me? Lin Ziyu's interest piqued. His daughter, who usually occupied herself with cooking and tidying up, had never before expressed such an inclination to quiz him. Intrigued, he exclaimed, All right then, I am eager to discover what sort of question you wish to pose. Father, do you know what 11 equals? The moment this question was articulated, the entire live stream erupted in a cacophony of laughter. Some viewers chimed in, Mingming, at least try 22, and this question is quite profound. I momentarily failed to grasp it. Lin Ziyu fell silent. Was his daughter truly clever, or was there something amiss? Was the question too challenging? Mingming pouted, yet within her heart, she reveled in delight. This was a question that Wan had once asked her, and she certainly knew the answer. Gently stroking Lin Ziyu's head, she reassured, "Father, it's perfectly fine. I only just learned this question myself, so there is no need to feel embarrassed. If you truly do not know, I shall reveal the correct answer to you." 2. Lin Ziyu replied nonchalantly, dismissing the question as inconsequential. Even if his intellect were diminished, he could still deduce the answer. Why would he need to be tested? This was no trial. It was merely a jest at his expense. Did she truly regard him as a fool? However, considering that it was Lin Mingming who had posed the question, it seemed somewhat reasonable. Given her current capabilities, he found himself rather impressed by her ability to formulate such a query. "Father, how did you know?" This question is typically known only by children who study. Mingming exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, her eyes filled with awe and admiration. Lin Ziyu's stature in her heart elevated significantly. Yet Lin Ziyu waved his hand dismissively. "These are trivial matters, not worth dwelling upon. I can handle questions far more complex than these. If you do not believe me, feel free to ask me anything else. If I cannot answer, I shall concede defeat." Clearly, Mengming's inquiries were of a simplistic nature. If he could not answer those, then his 9 years of compulsory education would have been in vain. Observing Lin Ziyu's unwavering confidence, Mingming began to doubt. "Father, are you truly as remarkable as you say?" Lin Ziyu nodded. "Of course, I am quite formidable." "In that case, let me pose a question to you. 13,929 added to 34,832 equals what?" Lin Ziyu was taken aback. Observing his inability to respond, I felt a sense of relief. Haha, old Lin can't do it. Old Lin actually can't. The boastful words seemed a tad premature. "What's the matter? Can't come up with an answer?" Ming crossed her arms, a hint of mockery glimmering in her eyes. Just moments ago, he had been bragging about his prowess. Now it appeared he was nothing but a fool. Ming, you can't play by your own rules. Weren't you just tackling elementary school problems? How did the gap become so vast all of a sudden? Ming was puzzled. Both were questions. What was the difference? Moreover, not being able to answer was simply that. Why all the justifications? With her hands raised in exasperation, she exclaimed, "I don't understand what you mean. Do you truly not know? Father, you still aren't as capable as brother Tian. To him, these problems are mere trifles. You really need to study diligently, especially in mathematics, where you must keep pace with Tian. Ming could not discern Lin Ziyu's current expression. His tightly clenched fists seemed to strain against the urge to find a hole to hide in. How could he have thought he could solve any problem? Now, he felt utterly embarrassed. Meanwhile, Ming's mother, having savored the scene, leaned against the doorframe, watching the two of them bicker like fledgling chicks. She could scarcely suppress her laughter. "You two are so amusing that you shouldn't participate in any parent-child shows. You ought to join a comedy program instead. Oh, right. With your combined intellect, you should consider a puzzle-solving show like I Love Kindergarten. I think it would suit you both quite well. Should I contact the director to enroll you?" Chapter 059, Swift Arrival and Departure. Upon hearing the possibility of participating in a puzzle-solving program, Ming's pupils widened, her eyes brimming with innocent foolishness and anticipation. She completely failed to grasp the implications of her mother's words. She was subtly rubbing her hands together. "Mom, can you really get in touch with the director of that show? Then can you help us sign up? You want to go?" Lindsay rolled his eyes. His daughter should not be entering any puzzle-solving programs. Rather, she ought to join a children's show, more befitting her intellect. Ming nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. "Of course I want to go. This way, I can prove myself. Father, if we go together, you can prove yourself too. Do you want to go?" Her eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed at Lin Ziyu. Yet, judging by his demeanor, he showed no inclination to join. On the contrary, he seemed quite resistant. Ming's mother stood by, already doubled over with laughter. She had merely made the comment in jest, never expecting them to seriously consider it. "Indeed, Lin Ziyu, it is truly a pity that the two of you, with such intelligence, do not endeavor to prove yourselves. Even I find it somewhat unbearable. How about this? I could call you right now," Ming's mother remarked, making a gesture as if to pick up the phone. "Sure." "No." Lin Ming and Lin Ziyu spoke in unison, yet their responses diverged. They exchanged glances. "Dad, Why are you unwilling to participate? Lin Ziyu pretended to ponder, scratching his head. Your grandmother is about to arrive. Wouldn't it be better for her to accompany you instead? What? Grandmother is coming? Mengming's mother echoed in disbelief. She hasn't even left yet. How could she be on her way? So sudden. Lin Ziyu nodded. In a couple of days, it will be Mengming's birthday. She mentioned wanting to come and celebrate with her. She said she was already on her way when we spoke, so she should be arriving shortly. Just as he finished speaking, the doorbell rang. Mengming's mother felt her mood shatter, just like that doorbell's chime. Surely, they should wait until she had left. Mother-in-law drama? The production team is quite thoughtful. It's already evident that Mengming's mother wishes to escape. Is this parent-child program turning into a mother-in-law battle? Mom, you're here. Hee. Should I not have come? Mengming's grandmother stood at the door, looking flustered, clearly not embodying the domineering presence everyone expected, especially as she seemed utterly unsure whether to enter or leave. Her curly hair made her appear somewhat youthful. Mengming dashed forward, wrapping her arms around her grandmother's leg. Looking up with wide eyes, Grandma, you finally made it. Do you have any way to help me participate in the quiz show? Quiz show? Grandma repeated, utterly incredulous that her granddaughter could utter such words. You wish to take part in a quiz program? Mengming nodded enthusiastically. With my intelligence, if I participate alongside Dad, we are sure to win the championship. Grandma, can you help me? She pouted her lips and rubbed her hands together, assuming a pleading demeanor. However, upon hearing this, Mengming's grandmother burst into hearty laughter. With a wave of her hand, she replied, Child, our family has never produced such clever individuals. You might as well abandon this futile struggle. Grandma understand the child. Looks like old Lin is just following his mother. Mengming's mother stepped forward, supporting her mother-in-law's arm. Mom, don't listen to their nonsense. She then shared what she had just witnessed. The two were in an embrace, laughing heartily, entirely devoid of any semblance of hierarchy. Weren't we supposed to witness a mother-in-law battle? Why does it seem that old Lin is the one raising the child? This is a clever grandmother. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Mengming's grandmother also released her earlier tension and anxiety. Curious, Mengming's mother began to inquire. Don't tell me you've come to celebrate Mengming's birthday. Quickly reveal the true reason. I knew you were the clever one, and nothing escapes your keen perception. Mengming's grandmother leaned in close to her ear and whispered a few words. Mengming's mother was taken aback, exclaiming, Is what you said true? Of course. I came because I saw the dishes Mengming prepared during a live stream, and thought it was time for a change in my own palate. I've grown weary of takeout, so here I am. After saying this, she surveyed Mengming, as if viewing her own cafeteria. Her eyes sparkled with delight. This meant she would be able to save money each month for trips with her friends. Mengming's mother shrugged. Mom, your timing is rather unfortunate. Lin Ziyu has been cooking for the past couple of days. What? He cooks? Grandmother Mengming sprang to her feet, promptly grabbing her bag. Mengming, I wish you an early happy birthday. I have important matters to attend to at home, so I must leave. The suddenness of her departure astonished everyone. They had scarcely been present for 3 minutes. Was this a grand joke? Were they playing with her? Mom, didn't you say you'd be here for a couple of days? Lin Ziyu asked in confusion. What had been said that prompted such a hasty exit? Was there something urgent? However, Grandmother Mengming pushed him away, declaring, You little rascal. You cook? Lin Ziyu nodded, pride swelling within him at the thought of having prepared an entire feast alone. Although the dishes looked somewhat unappetizing, Mengming found them delicious. You cook and expect me to come and eat? Lin Ziyu, I am your mother. I raised you, and now you wish to trick me? Lin Ziyu responded. I can't stay here. I left the faucet running at home. The gas stove is on, and there are dishes cooking. I must leave. Don't stop me. With that, Grandmother Mengming prepared to stride out. Seeing her last hope about to vanish, Mengming could no longer contain her composure and rushed forward, pleading, Grandma, if you leave, can you take me with you? Otherwise, could you contact the director for me? I want to participate in a quiz show. Chapter 060. What to do with increasing intelligence. Grandmother Mengming shook her head repeatedly, bending down to speak earnestly. Child, look at your father. If he were to join a quiz show, he would only bring shame to our family. Perhaps you should reconsider? Let this matter rest. Do not cling to it. Ming Ming shook her head defiantly. She was determined to prove that she was capable of much more than just cooking. Tears streamed down her face as she declared, "I can do this. I am capable." Ming Ming, this situation is not your fault. Can you understand that? You should consider who your partner is. Do you believe there is still hope? He is not someone one can rely upon. Moreover, it would be wise to eat sparingly from the meals he prepares. If possible, avoid them altogether. Nothing is more precious than life itself. Do you understand? With that, Ming Ming turned on her heel and walked away without a backward glance, showing not the slightest hint of reluctance. Lin Ziyu stood in a daze, while Lin Ming Ming leaned foolishly against the ground. "My dear, what did you say that made her leave so swiftly?" Lin Ziyu inquired softly. Ming Ming's mother shrugged her shoulders, speaking with an air of nonchalance. "I said nothing, but merely clarified our current situation to her. The moment I mentioned the first point, she decided to depart." Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyu was even more astonished. What kind of words could wield such devastating power? Not only were they perplexed, but the audience in the live stream was equally bewildered. What is happening? She asked, leaving just like that? What was said to have such an impact? Family, does anyone understand? I too wish to know what words could remedy this situation. "My dear, what did you say?" "Mother, why did Grandma leave?" Lin Ming Ming and Lin Ziyu spoke in unison. One wished for her to stay and care for the child, while the other hoped she would accompany him on an educational program. Now, alas, she was gone, and their desires remained unfulfilled, like drawing water with a bamboo basket, leaving them with nothing. I merely spoke the truth. Currently, it is father who cooks. Ming Ming's mother sighed, feigning sorrow. "What can we do, Ming Ming? Why does Grandma refuse to trust father? How do you find his cooking today? Is it palatable?" At that moment, after she posed the question, the atmosphere grew silent, devoid of any sound. "Ming Ming, speak. Was it good? Do say something." Lin Ziyu tugged at Ming Ming's sleeve. What was the matter with her? Just a moment ago, she had been chattering away, and now she had become so unresponsive. "Ming Ming, at least utter a few words. Don't remain silent. Was the food I prepared delicious? The table is spotless. Did you not finish everything?" It would have been better not to ask, for upon doing so, Ming Ming felt a rising panic within her. How could she respond? She could not claim ignorance. How could those meals have vanished before her very eyes? Such a fib might fool others, but not Lin Ziyu. The old fox. Absolutely not. "My dear, why are you becoming so agitated? Can you not express your feelings more quietly? Why such a fuss?" "I'm not." Lin Ziyu protested, all the while stamping his foot, as though desperate for others to notice his emotional turmoil. Anyone with eyes could see it. "Ah, Long, this is where you have erred. Look at how you've put Ming Ming in a predicament. She hardly dares to utter a word. Ming Ming, is there no one to speak on my behalf? How could one be compelled to consume something so utterly unpalatable? Family, who can truly comprehend this? Do you truly not?" Ming Ming pouted, her voice soft and plaintive. Lin Ziyu fell into silence. "I merely wish to ascertain if my cooking is truly so dreadful. Are you all reluctant to speak the truth to me? Father, to say it plainly, is it that once we acknowledge this truth, you will find justification to abandon cooking altogether? Such trivial scheming. Do you believe I am oblivious? Do you truly regard me as a mere child?" In that moment, Lin Ziyu remained silent. When did she become so astute? Perhaps it would be best to shield her from the world a little longer. After all, I was oblivious to such matters at her age. Not at all. To assume the worst of others is to underestimate their character. Lin Ziyu deliberately uttered this line, wagering that Lin Ming Ming would not comprehend it at all. Indeed, Lin Ming Ming's eyes widened in surprise, her expression one of innocent bewilderment as she regarded him. "I don't understand what you mean by that. What small-mindedness and what belly are you referring to? If you were truly so clever, why did you not answer my previous question? What has caused you to transform into this?" Lin Ziyu found himself chastised once more. Yes, he had been scolded by Lin Ming Ming yet again. As night fell, Lin Ziyu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. How had this child changed so? She used to be so easily deceived. Now it seemed she was far more discerning. Was this the power of knowledge? "Wife, dear, why do you not speak? Acknowledge my presence." Lin Ziyu gently nudged the woman beside him with his arm. Unfortunately, she rolled over, striking his handsome face with a swift slap. Could you refrain from your incessant chatter? I have a business trip tomorrow. If you have nothing to occupy your time, why not scrub the public toilets on the street? If that proves too difficult, check if anyone else has neglected theirs. Just do not bother me, all right? Mengming's mother was utterly exhausted. After a long day of fatigue and hunger, she now found herself deprived of sleep as well. This was simply too much. But Lin Ziyu in that moment had no thoughts of slumber. His mind was consumed with Mengming's words from earlier. How could she perceive others as more competent than herself? In this world, she should be the one deemed most capable. Wife, do you think Mengming has been overly fatigued these past few days? Perhaps I should enroll her in a couple of classes? What do you think? Mengming's mother finally lost her patience, sitting up abruptly. Lin Ziyu, what are you trying to accomplish at this hour? Can't you let someone sleep in peace? Her fair arms were exposed to the cool air. Lin Ziyu's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he licked his upper lip. Darling, now that you're in this state, wouldn't it be remiss of me not to take the initiative? What are you doing, Lin Ziyu? What are you doing? Chapter 061. The eternal strategy that wins hearts after a night of tumultuous events. When Lin Ziyu awoke, he found himself alone, the room devoid of any company. Only a note remained on the vanity. Behave yourself at home. Do not let your daughter look down on you any longer. Your performance last night was commendable. Enjoy a bonus chicken leg. Gazing at the note left by his wife, alongside the month's living expenses, Lin Ziyu felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity mixed with confusion. Why did the scene feel so oddly familiar yet perplexing? Suddenly, a noise emanated from the living room, prompting Lin Ziyu to rush over. There he saw Lin Mengming engrossed in her morning reading, clutching her book. Mengming, what are you doing up so early? Are you trying to deprive me of my sleep? Lin Ziyu exclaimed, his face etched with impatience. This child was becoming increasingly outrageous. She had even taken to studying, which he found utterly incomprehensible. What could possibly motivate her? Was this some sort of test for him? Women can indeed be formidable. Daddy, I heard during my early education session last night that the plan for the day begins in the morning. Goose, goose, goose with a curved neck singing to the sky. White fur floating on green waters. As he listened to the melodious recitation, other parents would feel a swell of pride, relieved that their child was growing up and learning without the need for constant supervision. However, for Lin Ziyu, the scenario was starkly different. He was left with a furrowed brow. Mengming, why don't you prepare me some breakfast? I hardly ate anything last night, and now I am famished, Lin Ziyu said, patting his flat abdomen, which faintly hinted at a set of abdominal muscles. Yet, Mengming resolutely shook her head. What is wrong with you, Mengming? How can you act like this? Didn't we agree that you would always be Daddy's little sweetheart? Now that I'm hungry, you want to even cook for me? Is this how you uphold your title? Lin Ziyu slumped on the sofa, pondering the rebellious streak that had emerged in his daughter over the past few days. Every little thing seemed to spark a debate with him, leading outsiders to believe that his child was inherently contrary. Daddy, this morning, when Mommy left, she repeatedly urged me to ensure you become a good father. Daddy, I have a good father, a wonderful father. Old Lin's good days have finally come to an end. Arriving late yesterday, learning culinary skills first thing today. The live streaming room had begun to fill with scattered viewers. However, upon hearing those words, Lin Ziyu felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, collapsing back onto the sofa. Caught in a state between waking and slumber, he felt utterly drained. Mengming, isn't it strange? I suddenly don't feel as hungry as I did before. Isn't that miraculous? Lin Mengming replied. Some people will go to great lengths to avoid work. Just as she was about to speak further, Lin Ziyu's phone rang. What is happening? Why is your mother calling me? Mengming, hurry. You answer it. Father has not yet awoken. He is still asleep. Lin Ziyu extended his phone towards Lin Mengming. Lin Ziyu, you rascal. Lin Ziyu, answer the phone. Is that Mengming's mother upstairs? Can it be done this way? Mengming's mother made a surprise appearance in the live stream, instantly igniting the previously sluggish chat room. Lin Ziyu noticed and was just about to feign ignorance when his phone rang. Darling, have you arrived? Are you hungry? Why did you leave so early this morning? I woke up and didn't see you. I missed you. Darling, why are you silent? Are you so moved that you might cry? Lin Ziyu forced himself to speak. However, the voice on the other end was not as cheerful. It erupted with a fierce roar, Lin Ziyu, do you not understand what I'm saying? If you continue like before, just wait. My love, I believe this way is quite good. As long as we are a bit lazy, Ming Ming will be diligent. If we let her handle everything herself, she will develop this habit, which is far better than those children who constantly seek their parents' help. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Although this statement posed no issue, seeing Ming Ming, small in stature and struggling to articulate her thoughts while engaging with others, filled his heart with sorrow. Yet, reflecting on those children raised with excessive pampering, Meng Ming's mother sighed. Remember when we discussed scientific parenting? You told me you would take full responsibility, so how about you do that now? Darling, do you not think our child is exceptional? Lin Ziyu's gaze was particularly resolute. He glanced at Lin Ming Ming, who was reading not far away, and furrowed his brow. What he just said, was it too late to retract? After some contemplation, despite his daughter's illiteracy and her struggles with simple mathematics, she possessed abilities that few children her age had. Was that not commendable? The pressures of academia would naturally resolve themselves when she began school. Life itself is the best teacher. Lin Ziyu, look at the children from other families. Meng Ming's mother, in a fit of frustration, uttered this remark. After saying it, she realized many of her words were misguided, especially the last one. Honey, that is not my intention. I did not mean to compare. I just don't want her to stand out too much. Otherwise, she might develop insecurities that could hinder her future. Lin Ziyu nodded. Wife, rest assured, you focus on your work outside, and when you return, I will present you with a transformed, entirely different Lin Ming Ming. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ziyu exhaled deeply, reclining on the sofa before gradually rising. Ming Ming, are you hungry? Ming Ming shook her head. I already finished a glass of milk this morning. I'm not very hungry now. Lin Ziyu glanced at the time, realizing it was indeed still a bit early. With nothing pressing to attend to, he pondered whether to indulge in a brief nap. Upon tilting his head in contemplation, he immediately regretted his thoughts, having recently declared his earnest intentions to provide his wife with a daughter unlike any other. He must not succumb to lethargy. Ming Ming, don't you absolutely adore learning? He inquired. Ming Ming promptly nodded in affirmation. Then today, I shall teach you a phrase. As citizens of the Celestial Empire, we must surely draw wisdom from ancient sayings. This was the first time Lin Ziyu had ever appeared so earnest. Ming Ming set her book aside and rushed over, exclaiming, Daddy, teach me. I'll make you dinner. Excellent. Lin Ziyu's eyes sparkled at the prospect. Was this not precisely aligned with his intentions? Huh. The Internet's #1 child-rearing strategist, calling Ming Ming's mother. Come and manage your husband, teaching the child while simultaneously securing dinner. What a dual benefit. Old Lin, you've truly learned something. Now listen carefully. Our culture is vast and profound, filled with polyphonic characters aplenty. Do you understand? Lin Ziyu beamed with pride. It was a breeze to captivate such a young mind. By the time she commenced her schooling, she would likely be far more discerning. Thus, he resolved to seize the moment while he could. Daddy, what is a polyphonic character? Does it mean the character can clone itself like Ultraman? She queried, her brow furrowing in confusion. No. Lin Ziyu shook his finger. For instance, to know is to know, and not to know is also knowledge. Upon uttering this phrase, a swell of pride surged within him. Such cultural depth was rare in other nations. Only a grand civilization could boast such richness. Was it not superior to the nonsensical chatter of lesser tongues? Regardless, Lin Ziyu had no command of those trivial languages. Observing the bewildered yet fascinated expression on Ming Ming's face, he was certain his charm had left her utterly spellbound. What do you think? He asked. Ming Ming clapped her tiny hands enthusiastically. Impressive. Truly remarkable. Daddy, how did you manage to say that? Did your tongue tie itself in knots? How could you twist your words like that? Tongue-tied. Huh. I can't contain my laughter. Beware of the big tongue. Retreat at once. There's no absurdity. Only greater absurdity. Lin Ziyu's brow furrowed slightly. This was the power of knowledge. And here she was, struggling with her own language while dreaming of expanding her horizons. She ought to consider her own capabilities first. Fortunately, he possessed nothing in his hands. Had he been holding a folding fan, he might have been compelled to embellish his words further. Ming Ming nodded, half understanding. That sounds quite reasonable, Daddy. How come I never realized you were so impressive? Why didn't you teach me before? Now I could impress others with my knowledge. Hearing this, Lindsay finally grasped the significance of her words. It is indeed peculiar how this child has been behaving over the past few days. It appears the issue lies here. It seems she has acquired this behavior from her daily interactions. Otherwise, she would not utter such words. Ming Ming, may I pose a question to you? Ming Ming nodded, waving her small hand. To speak plainly, given our current relationship, is there any need for formalities? What is your motivation for wanting to learn? Lin Ziyu began to speak. In his youth, his family faced considerable hardship. His parents encouraged him to study diligently, aiming to secure a better future for him. They wanted him to have the freedom to choose his career path. It is evident that, had it not been for 3 generations of family business, he would likely have had to work. Unless one ventures into entrepreneurship, the challenges are apparent. While it is relatively easy to make ends meet, providing a comfortable life for one's family requires significant effort. This was the driving force behind Lin Ziyu's relentless pursuit of knowledge. He yearned to escape the comfort zone he had known for so long, for only then could he explore new horizons. However, Meng Ming's circumstances were different. She had always lived in a rather comfortable environment, free from many worries. Naturally, her desire to learn stemmed from a wish to earn the admiration of others. Meng Ming tilted her little head, asking, "Daddy, don't you feel happy when others give you a thumbs up?" Lin Ziyu nodded. Who wouldn't he feel joy when commended? Then, do you think the security guard at our neighborhood entrance or teacher, he from that day, is more impressive? Meng Ming pondered, nibbling on her finger. This question was beyond her comprehension. I think teacher, he is remarkable. He effortlessly resolves everyone's problems and manages so many people. Isn't that impressive? Lin Ziyu shook his head, not sharing her perspective. If he were in her shoes, he might have held a similar attitude. In truth, they were quite alike. Teacher, he worked diligently, and the neighborhood security guard did as well. They both shone in their respective fields. What could be wrong with that? Ming Ming, however, did not grasp this notion, yet she understood that her father's words held truth. Daddy, didn't you say you would teach me about learning? I don't quite understand what you're saying. I'm still so young, only 3 years old. As she spoke, she instinctively extended 4 fingers. Lin Ziyu could only sigh in exasperation. This child truly needed proper guidance. How could she not distinguish between 3 and 4? What would happen in the future? Particularly since she is a girl, destined to take charge one day. Ming Ming, if you do not comprehend the significance of learning, then what purpose does your education serve? Can you help me resolve a dilemma? What do you think are the essential tasks we must accomplish daily? Ming Ming shook her head. What does she do every day? Breathing, walking, working, learning. Suddenly, the audience in the live stream began to respond as well. Dad, is it true that the thing I do most every day is cook for you? Lin Ziyu couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, she is her father's daughter, always possessing her own thoughts on such matters. She has a point. Poor Ming Ming, my heart aches for her. Ha! Sister Ming is so real. Indeed. So, do you feel happy about it? Do I have a choice? Ming Ming gazed at Lin Ziyu with expectant eyes, a rather astute child. Such simple inquiries often strike at the heart of the matter. Exactly. When I ask you to cook, you seem quite displeased. But if you don't cook, won't you starve when you go out to study or work? Can't I just order takeout? Ming Ming pointed at the takeout boxes from their dinner the previous night. She had even cleaned up after the meal, eagerly awaiting the scheduled time for trash pickup. No, Ming Ming, eating takeout too often is detrimental to your health. You can't rely on it every day. When you're on your own, your mother and I will be very concerned for you. If you learn to cook, you can eat well and remain healthy, which will put our minds at ease. That is why we have been diligently nurturing you from a young age, teaching you how to live independently. Do you understand? Chapter 063. Others cook, you wreck the kitchen? I don't understand. Ming Ming replied resolutely. Laughter erupted in the live stream, overshadowing Lin Ziyu's earnest words. After all that effort, it had turned into this, a true waste of expressions. How could you not understand? If takeout is truly so unhealthy, why do you and your mother sneak it every day? Ming Ming said, a hint of urgency in her voice. It was one thing to eat in secret, but quite another to exclude her from the feast. Family members, who understands? It's akin to having delicious food right before you, yet being unable to partake. Ming Ming, your mother and I are conducting an experiment. We want to see how long you can sustain yourself on takeout if you never learn to cook. That's why we engage in this daily trial. It did sound somewhat reasonable. Ming Ming, have you downloaded the anti-fraud app? I strongly recommend that you do. Ming Ming is starting to believe. Experience speaks volumes. Dad, if that's the case, does it mean you and Mom want to live long either? Are you both going to kick the bucket soon? Old Lin's lifespan is plummeting. Oh no, he is caught in his own trap. Online double standards in action. Lin Ziyu was taken aback. Had his relationship with Ming Ming deteriorated to this point? Did this child eagerly anticipate his demise? For a moment, father and daughter exchanged bewildered glances. Dad, why have you fallen silent? Are you unwell? If you're feeling poorly, you must tell me. Dad, if you were to pass away, would you give me all the toys lined up behind your study? Upon uttering this, Lin Mingming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. In that moment, Lin Ziyu found himself momentarily confused about his standing in relation to those toys, questioning who truly held the higher status. Was he really attempting to compare himself to mere objects? It felt somewhat foolish. Ming Ming, please don't take it so seriously. I was merely using a metaphor. I certainly do not intend to die. A metaphor? Ming Ming was utterly perplexed by Lin Ziyu's words. Was this a serious matter or not? So, can I still have the toys in your study? I don't necessarily need you to pass away for that. You could just give them to me. Lin Ming Ming. An irate old Lin is online. Old Lin, do you love me or the toys more? Downstairs, give me an answer. Ming Ming, overestimating yourself. Do you really think you can compare toys? Ming Ming, of course it's the toys. Lin Ming Ming was momentarily taken aback. Why was the conversation turning so heated? This was rather surreal. Could they not have a civil discussion? Dad, you once said that impulse is the devil. You must learn to control your emotions and not become a slave to them, but rather the master. Don't give me that. Tell me, when did you start coveting my hand models? What are hand models? Those toys. Lin Ziyu's emotions began to escalate. They were the fruits of his labor. Every day, as he cleaned, he took great pleasure in seeing them. Ming Ming, weren't you just saying you wanted to study hard? If that's the case, how can you find time to play with toys? When you grow up, I'll give you all these toys as your dowry. As a dowry. Old Lin, you're quite something. You just think Ming Ming doesn't understand, right? Ming Ming nodded vigorously. Although she did not fully grasp the meaning of dowry, she did hear Lin Ziyu's promise to give her the toys. Obediently, she stood before Lin Ziyu. Dad, aside from what we just discussed, what shall we learn next? Today, we will focus on that statement. You must take steady steps, ensuring you learn to walk before you attempt to jump. Once you have mastered that statement, can recite it, and comprehend it fully, we can move on to other topics. It seemed to make sense to Ming Ming, and she nodded in agreement. However, before she could settle down to study properly, Lin Ziyu stood up. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Aren't you supposed to cook for me? Can we do that now? I'll go right now. Lin Ziyu, I'm watching you. Meng Ming's mother is online supervising. This is hilarious. Not only wasting time, but now I also have to cook. Lin Ziyu glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream, and then at the text message from his wife, giving his head a light smack. One head, two big troubles. When will this matter reach a conclusion? One can only hope that the program will conclude swiftly. Otherwise, my wife's departure renders her absence virtually meaningless, and I am left with a diminished sense of freedom. The production team, however, seems oblivious to this as they watch the online viewership and popularity soar, showing no signs of a quick resolution. Ming Ming, please hold on for a moment. Lin Ziyu called out to Ming Ming, who was about to head to the kitchen. Dad, what is the matter? Are you craving something to eat, or do you want me to prepare something? Lin Ziyu shook his head. If he were to express his desires, it would narrow his future paths. He gestured towards a homework nearby and said, your task today is to focus on your studies here. Refrain from overthinking other matters. Just wait. I'll go prepare a meal for you right now. Be a good girl and wait for me. He dashed away in a flurry. Ming Ming gazed at her father's sudden change in demeanor with confusion. Was this truly her biological father? He seemed transformed, and had she not witnessed it herself, she would have found it hard to believe. Soon, the kitchen erupted with a cacophony of sounds. Ming Ming peeked in. Was he cooking or demolishing the place? It all seemed rather dubious. Dad, do you need any help? No, just wait to enjoy the delicious food. Delicious? Ming Ming couldn't help but swallow hard. Not out of anticipation for a feast, but from a mix of fear and anxiety. She had little hope for the outcome now. Her only desire was to know if it would be edible. No lofty expectations remained. Ming Ming, perhaps you should run away. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best tactic. Have you started learning to cook? Before long, Lin Ziyu emerged from the kitchen, his face beaming with joy yet smeared with a dark hue. Dad, have you been in an explosion? Why is your face so grimy? Is there poison in that? I don't want your toys anymore. Please don't harm me. Chapter 064. A preemptive New Year greeting. Lin Ziyu waved his hand, wiping the soot from his face. How can you think of your father that way? I love you dearly. Love me? Ming Ming glanced at Lin Ziyu and the breakfast he had prepared. It was hard to discern any affection in the presentation. Was this love genuine or merely a casual expression? Doubt lingered in her mind. Ming Ming, don't do your homework right now. Come quickly and take a look at this. I just discovered that combining fruit with milk and eggs should be incredibly delicious. Ming Ming nodded. It might indeed be tasty, but the concoctions he had prepared hardly resembled appetizing dishes. Unable to suppress her apprehension, she said, Dad, I'm not that hungry at the moment. Maybe I should skip it, and you can eat first? How can you not be hungry? I just saw you swallowing. Come on, admit that you're tempted by these dishes. Lin Ziyu's face shone with pride. He believed his culinary skills were improving, despite the unappealing colors. Aside from that, it should taste quite delightful. That is not hunger. It is fear. Huh, delicious, do indulge a bit more. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Lin Ziyu reluctantly made his way to the door, only to find the visitor with a furrowed brow. What brings you here? Who sent you? Mr. Lin. The previous incident was Wan's fault. This time, I have personally come to visit. Could you possibly be magnanimous? Shall we consider the last matter settled? Settled? Lin Ziyu shook his head, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. His reluctance to bring everything to light stemmed solely from his desire to protect Ming Ming's innocent little world, not wanting her to realize how many nefarious individuals lurked outside. Yet now, they had come right to his doorstep. If he did not take action, it seemed these people had no regard for the situation at hand. Mr. Lin, I understand your resources are plentiful and that you may not care for trifles, but my entire family depends on this project for sustenance. Did we not agree to maintain a cordial relationship moving forward? Lin Ziyu nodded slightly. Of course, I meant the children should be free to play. However, I believe you no longer qualify to join us, do you? Did your daughter not mention that you reside in a prestigious community? I presume you are now contemplating selling your house, Mr. Gua? Gua Zhehao's vision darkened, and he collapsed to his knees. He had always heard of Lin Ziyu's vengeful nature and had previously felt fortunate that Lin had not targeted him, likely due to the abundance of distractions that made him forget past grievances. It now appeared, however, that Lin had not forgotten. Rather, he was preparing to unleash his wrath. As Lin Ziyu remained unmoving, Ming Ming stood nearby, peeking her little head out. Daddy, who is it? Why aren't you coming over? What are you doing? Hearing Ming Ming's words, Lin Ziyu's hands clenched tightly. You should leave at once. If my daughter comes over, the consequences will not be so simple. But Gua Zhehao had not yet managed to flee before Ming Ming stood before him, her face alight with surprise. Isn't that Uncle Gua? What are you doing here? And why do you look like that? Ming Ming queried, pointing at Gua Zhehao in confusion. At that moment, Gua Zhehao was kneeling on the ground, hands clasped in a posture of supplication. The viewers in the live stream began to murmur amongst themselves, some sharp-eyed individuals quickly recognizing him. Isn't that Mr. Gua, Wan's father? What is going on between them? Lin Ziyu waved his hand dismissively. Ming Ming, this is merely a small matter. Mr. Gua is here to extend his New Year-esque greetings in advance. I haven't been educated. Do not deceive me. New Year-esque greetings in advance? Then I wish you a happy Qingming festival next year. Ha! New Year-esque greetings in advance. Ming Ming's face was a picture of astonishment. Although she was still quite young, it did not mean she would believe everything she heard. Counting on her fingers, she found that her digits did not align with her words. With her innocent, wide eyes blinking, she asked, Daddy, look, the new year is still quite a while away. Lin Ming Ming placed her hands before Lin Ziyu, her innocent face radiating curiosity. How many months until the new year? So many. Perhaps around 14 months, she mused, blissfully unaware that the year consists of merely 12 months. Lin Ziyu regarded her with affectionate indulgence, crouching down to pat her little head. Ming, why don't you head to the study and focus on your studies for now? You can come out when we start preparing dinner. I still have some matters to discuss with Uncle Gua. Ming glanced at Gua Ziheo and nodded obediently, sensing the gravity of their conversation. However, just as she took a couple of steps, she halted abruptly, turning back to see Gua Ziheo preparing to rise. In that moment, Gua Ziheo was uncertain whether to stand or remain kneeling. Uncle Gua, Happy New Year! The living room was filled with laughter. Lin Ziyu leaned against the sofa, holding a viscous concoction that was scarcely recognizable, yet could be termed coffee. With a casual flourish, he remarked, Mr. Gua, there's not much to offer at home. This is something I just brewed. Perhaps you'd like a try? He brought it closer to Gua Ziheo, who hesitated, unsure whether to accept the dubious liquid. Is this some kind of elixir? What if it's toxic? What impact might it have on my health? The banter continued, with comments flying in jest about Lin Ziyu's questionable brew. Observing Gua Ziheo's indecision, Lin Ziyu scoffed, Are you looking down on my creation, Mr. Gua? Gua Ziheo quickly took the cup, exclaiming, No. It's just such a fine concoction. I was concerned I might not be worthy of it. His flattery was clumsy, yet Lin Ziyu was accustomed to such insincerity. Mr. Gua, your enterprise holds immense power. Surely, you regard my humble offerings with disdain? Moreover, starting today, it would be wise for you to refrain from visiting my home. Otherwise, I might just mistake you for an intruder and take action accordingly. Chapter 65. Pleading persistently with Ziheo gulped down the brew in one go, perhaps to demonstrate his resolve. He had no need to go to such lengths otherwise. Regardless, Lin Ziyu remained unfazed, indifferent to Gua Ziheo's current demeanor. What mattered to him was the outcome. Mr. Lin, I've consumed it now. Can we consider this matter settled? Let bygones be bygones. Gua Ziheo pleaded continuously, aware that since Lin Ziyu took action, their entire company was on the brink of collapse. All the liquid funds and capital are utterly stagnant, especially with significant projects on the horizon, which undoubtedly leads to self-destruction. Should there be any refusal to engage with these major projects, it would only signify a breach of contract on their part. Consequently, the compensation fees could place their company at the precipice of delisting. At this moment, the individual capable of reviving their fortunes stands right before them. No matter what, he cannot allow this singular opportunity to slip away. Mr. Lin, I am aware that you harbor resentment toward me. However, that is merely a matter among children. They are still so young and unaware of many things. Surely, you do not intend to hold a grudge against a child, do you? That would be rather unreasonable, wouldn't it? Gua Ziheo deliberately articulated these words to incite guilt in Lin Ziyu, thereby allowing him to absolve himself. Nevertheless, he grossly underestimated the character of Lin Ziyu, who was, after all, a person of remarkable audacity, seemingly oblivious to any sense of shame. How could he possibly concern himself with such trivialities? Even if it were his own child, what difference would it make? He would still need to manage daily chores like grocery shopping and cooking. Lin Ziyu shrugged, exuding exasperation. Indeed, she is just a child. Why do you not take the time to educate her properly? Is it permissible for her to commit such a rudimentary error? When at home, does she not exhibit even more unruliness? Mr. Gua, I do not mean to chastise you unduly, but in terms of child-rearing, you should learn from others. A mistake must be acknowledged and faced with its consequences. Understood? Seeing that Lin Ziyu remained unyielding, Gua Ziheo felt a surge of anxiety. If this approach yielded no results, he would have to resort to a more confrontational stance. Casting a glance toward Lin Ming, he allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. Mr. Lin, have you forgotten that you too have a child? In all matters, one should not act too rashly. Otherwise, should such a situation arise, I worry about your ability to manage it. Are you threatening me? What constitutes a threat? I have come to discuss our potential collaboration. If Mr. Lin could show leniency, we could split the project 50-50. To Gua Ziheo, profit was paramount. Nothing else held greater significance. Moreover, he found himself at a dead end. Regardless of whether Lin Ziyu acquiesced, he felt compelled to agree to the proposition. Lin Ziyu shrugged her shoulders. If you must utter such words, I can only deem you foolish. Guo Zihao, I shall not fulfill your demands. It would be wise for you to avoid my presence henceforth, as this is my final act of mercy towards you. It could be said that Guo Zihao was fortunate. Had he encountered Lin Ziyu a few years prior, he would not have been so easily forgiven. Rather, he would have ensured that Guo Zihao faced utter ruin. Gratitude should be directed towards Lin Mengmeng. Ever since Lin Ziyu welcomed his daughter into the world, he had transformed into a gentler soul. Often, he felt that all his current endeavors were merely acts of virtue for the sake of his daughter. You, Lin Ziyu, do not dare to disrespect the toast and invite punishment instead. I have pleaded earnestly. What more do you desire? Do you think you are the only one with such prowess? Have you forgotten there is another person involved? At this moment, Guo Zihao had to employ both soft and hard tactics. Otherwise, the company he had painstakingly built could face utter destruction. Yet, Lin Ziyu remained utterly indifferent, as if he had long anticipated Guo's words. Mr. Guo, since you are aware there is another individual, why do you present yourself here? Why not seek him out? Is it because he has been in decline for the past 2 years, utterly devoid of capability? If that is indeed the case, can it truly be considered genuine strength? Lin Ziyu's expression was one of disdain. Did Guo truly believe he could intimidate him? Such audacity was remarkable. The only one capable of instilling fear in him was Mengmeng's mother. No one else could achieve that. It was a touch presumptuous. Guo Zihao gripped his hands tightly, the cup trembling in his grasp. Through gritted teeth, he asked, Mr. Lin, what must I do for you to show us mercy? Observing Lin Ziyu's demeanor, he subtly adjusted his tie. Show them mercy? That thought had never crossed Lin Ziyu's mind, nor would it ever. Oh my goodness, what were they discussing? Are they communicating in Morse code? A big shot has knelt before Lin Ziyu. What is his identity and background? Everyone, dig deeper. In an instant, the entire internet was engulfed in a frenzy of speculation, yet their efforts proved futile. Not only was there no trace of any information, but even details about Lin Mengmeng were non-existent. The snippets from the variety show she had participated in just days prior had vanished without a trace. It was as if, besides her presence on the show, there was no further news about Lin Mengmeng. This is utterly absurd. What kind of divine background is this? Can it truly be so? Big shot, please accept this humble supplicant's knee. Mr. Guo, I have stated before, this matter could have been resolved quietly, but your insatiable greed has made a proper resolution impossible. When you bullied my daughter in front of so many witnesses, why did you remain silent? Lin Ziyu was no kind-hearted individual. His initial reluctance to engage in the matter stemmed solely from a desire to shield Lin Mengmeng from such sordid tactics. He had hoped to resolve it quietly. To his astonishment, Guo had the audacity to confront him, as if inviting his own imprisonment. What purpose did that serve? Mr. Lin, I acknowledge my responsibility in this matter. At the time, I was unaware that Mengmeng was your child, which is somewhat excusable. Upon realizing her identity, I dared not speak further. Chapter 066. Never returned home. When Guo Zihao uttered these words, he felt no trace of guilt or remorse. Instead, he firmly believed that what he had just said was entirely true. Initially, he had no inkling that Lin Mengmeng was the daughter of Lin Ziyu. Had he known, he might have endeavored to ingratiate himself rather than provoke her. Just because she was not his daughter, did that mean he could treat her with disdain? Mr. Guo, you must leave my home at once. I do not wish to see you again. Furthermore, I never want to lay eyes on you within my premises. Lin Ziyu asserted as he rose, having exhausted all patience. If Guo Zihao continued to be obstinate, Lin Ziyu would ensure he understood the meaning of regret. Guo Zihao hesitated, words caught in his throat. Before he could even utter a farewell, he found himself unceremoniously expelled. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyu sprayed disinfectant on the spot where Guo Zihao had just sat, his gaze filled with disdain and contempt. He could not fathom how such a person had ended up in his home. Dear audience, I must inform you that individuals like this are the most perilous. They may appear harmless, yet they have already plotted everything in their minds. If you encounter such a person, I advise you to flee swiftly, run as far as you can, and never look back. Lin Ziyu muttered as he wiped down the table. Soon, Lin Mingming entered, clutching her recently completed homework. Daddy, has Uncle Wu left? Hearing her voice, Lin Ziyu turned and nodded. He departed shortly after the New Year greetings. He has other visits to attend and cannot linger here. Lin Mingming nodded, though a hint of suspicion lingered within her. She struggled to comprehend the peculiar expressions exchanged between the two men, which seemed oddly unsettling. She picked up her custom-made watch and adjusted it upon her wrist. Daddy, it's time for my class. I must hurry, or I will be late. Indeed. Off you go. This is important. You must study diligently. Be sure to ask questions about anything you do not understand. As your teacher may finish the first lesson before you arrive, he urged. With her specially designed utensils in hand, Lin Mingming set off. As she walked, she felt an uncanny sensation that something was trailing closely behind her. It was peculiar, for this was not her first time traversing this path. Today, it seemed interminably long. She turned around occasionally, yet found nothing but emptiness. Just as Mingming began to lower her guard, a figure suddenly emerged from the bushes. Ah, Uncle Gua, why haven't you left? You startle me. Gua Ziheo's eyes were dark and his hands clenched tightly, as if battling his inner demons. Uncle Gua, do you have something else to discuss? If you have no issues, would you kindly step aside? I wish to pass by now. Lin Mingming pointed towards Gua Ziheo. An instinctive feeling informed her that this man was peculiar and she must leave immediately. Otherwise, who knows what this man might do? It was imperative to vacate the premises swiftly. However, Gua Ziheo stood immobile, utterly oblivious to Lin Mingming's previous words. Instead, he leaned down with a broad smile. Mingming, how can you be so adorable? Let me take you home to play with Sister Wan, shall we? Mingming shook her head. Although she had yet to attend school, she understood clearly that she could not leave with a stranger. Otherwise, her parents would be worried. Mingming, you must not behave this way. You need to be obedient. Otherwise, Uncle might not like you anymore, Gua Ziheo persisted, attempting to coax Mingming into accompanying him. Mingming, unfazed, replied, Uncle, I never asked for your approval. Besides, your affection or lack thereof holds little significance for me. I need to go to school now. Could you please step aside? Otherwise, I will be late. Her tone was tinged with urgency, especially as Gua Ziheo blocked her path. He showed no intention of moving. Oh really? You think you can make me move? Not a chance. Who do you think you are? Self-righteous fools. Lin Mingming, you and your father are cut from the same cloth. Neither of you cares, right? You are both utterly indifferent, aren't you? Fine. Let us see how this unfolds. Gua Ziheo squatted down and forcibly ushered Mingming into his car, regardless of her futile attempts to strike his back. Ultimately, it was to no avail. At home, Lin Ziyu glanced at the time, a sense of unease washing over him. Normally, he would pick Mingming up when he had the chance, and if he couldn't, she would return on her own. Why had it taken her so long today? Teacher, are you not dismissing the students today? Lin Ziyu felt a rising anxiety, sensing that something was amiss. The teacher on the other end of the line appeared equally perplexed. I was just about to call you. Mingming has not arrived at school today. Parents should notify us in advance if their child will be absent. Not at school. Lin Ziyu's heart raced. If she had gone to school, where could the child possibly be? The audience in the live stream also caught wind of this revelation. What? Mingming is missing. No way. Is this for real? It sounds scripted. What are you all waiting for? We need to find a solution. At that moment, the fervor of the audience propelled the topic to the top of the trending searches. Everyone began fervently searching for clues. Lin Ziyu opened his computer and, after a flurry of typing, pulled out his phone. Indeed, I need access to all the surveillance footage from the entire street. Immediately, he hung up the call and rotated his neck. The joints emitted a series of cracking sounds, and he had already settled on a candidate in his heart. If things truly unfolded as he had envisioned, he would not spare any of them. As expected, Lin Ziyu gazed at the computer screen, and darkness clouded his vision. Ah, I never anticipated it would indeed be you. Since you seek to dig your own grave, I shall ensure you comprehend the consequences. Lin Ziyu retrieved another mobile phone from his drawer, his tone remarkably nonchalant. With an air of calm, he dialed a number. Mr. Gua, do you wish to challenge me? Chapter 067. I gave you a chance. You are incompetent. Ha ha, Mr. Lin. I knew you would find a way to locate me. I never intended to brush you off. I merely brought Meng Meng along for a little outing to foster some affection between her and my child. There is no need for you to be overly anxious. Just do what you must. Once what I wish to see becomes reality, I will naturally return Meng Meng to you in full. At that moment, Guozaheo was utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, instead wearing an air of self-importance. He was determined to possess what he desired, regardless of the consequences. Lin Ziyu fell silent for a moment. Guozaheo, you crossed my bottom line. Huh, Mr. Lin, your words are rather excessive. I simply brought Meng Meng along to have some fun. How has that crossed your line? Besides, the two children are enjoying themselves, so you should hurry and devise a solution. With that, Guozaheo abruptly ended the call. Seeing Meng Meng sitting motionless on the sofa, a smile crept across his lips. Ha ha, Meng Meng, do not hold it against your uncle. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon your father. Why should he refuse to let go? If he were just a tad more lenient, it could be a win-win situation, allowing you to return home. What is the harm in that? Yet, he refuses to listen. Observing Guozaheo's ghastly demeanor, as if he were on the brink of becoming a zombie, Lin Meng Meng shook her head. Though she was unaware of the decisions Lin Ziyu had made, she was certain they were the right ones. She would not hold it against him, nor would she resent him. Meng Meng, dear, let us film a video. Soon you will see your father. Just as Guozaheo was about to take a photograph, the door was suddenly kicked open. Lin Ziyu, with a lollipop in his mouth, exclaimed, I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. Upon glancing at Meng Meng, he was relieved to see she bore no injuries, a small blessing amidst the misfortune. Letting out a sigh of relief, he declared, Guozaheo, I have warned you. This matter ends here. If you continue to make things difficult for yourself, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. Lin Ziyu swiftly approached Lin Meng Meng, enveloping her in his embrace, his face radiating tenderness as he continually reassured her. It's all right, do not be afraid. Daddy is here, and he will surely take you home. I'm not afraid. It's just that I missed today's class. I wonder if it will have any repercussions. As for everything else, I am not scared at all. Lin Ziyu's expression was one of pride. This is truly my own child, unlike others who are so pretentious. Yet, Lin Ziyu undeniably felt a surge of anxiety and fear. Initially, he believed that his daughter could handle these matters, only to realize she was merely a child. Some issues still require the intervention of adults. He then pointed into the distance, saying, Father's car is parked at the entrance. Please wait for me inside. Upon hearing this, Lin Meng Meng dutifully entered the vehicle. The moment she exited the room, Lin Ziyu delivered a swift kick that sent Guozaheo crashing onto the sofa. You, Lin Ziyu, everything I have done is because you forced my hand. Guozaheo clutched his chest, feeling a lump rise in his throat, utterly unwilling to accept the situation. Why did he think he could dominate the world? Wasn't he the true sovereign? However, Lin Ziyu showed no interest whatsoever. He was indifferent to the events unfolding around him. It was merely that Guozaheo had crossed his line. I have warned you. You know precisely what is acceptable and what is not. Yet now, you dare to push your luck? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to act against you? Lin Ziyu pressed his foot onto Guozaheo's face, applying relentless pressure until half of his visage began to distort, showing signs of wear. You, Lin Ziyu, you are also a parent. Do you believe what you are doing right now? Before he could finish, Lin Ziyu delivered a resounding slap across his face. Guozaheo, have I made your life too comfortable? My previous inaction was solely out of consideration for your daughter. Who would have thought you would be so unrepentant and commit such transgressions? I will not let you go. With that, Lin Ziyu retrieved his phone from his pocket, abruptly returning to his previous stance, looking down upon Guozaheo, who was now on his knees, pleading for mercy. He had intended to use Lin Meng Meng to his advantage. But now he found himself in an utterly regrettable predicament, never anticipating such an outcome. Mr. Lin, I beg you, let us pretend this never happened. I merely brought Meng Meng here to play, never intending to harm her. I swear I had no such thoughts. Guozaheo insisted, shaking his head fervently. I only meant to let her enjoy herself, and I would have returned her in due time. His voice dwindled, and it was evident that not only did Lin Ziyu find it hard to believe, but Guozaheo himself was reluctant to accept his own words. Lin Ziyu crossed his legs, toying with his phone. Did he really think I'd believe such childish fabrications? If I were to accept such nonsense, I must surely have a serious issue. Mr. Gua, do you expect me to express gratitude? Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to entertain my child. Or should I be thankful for your company with Meng Meng? Indeed, I have a daughter, but should you dare to harm her, I will ensure you understand the consequences. Suddenly, he dropped his legs and ceased his movements, his gaze fixed intently on Guo Zihao, who, despite his incessant pleas, continued to dial a number on his phone. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. I beg you, can you let me off this time? Just treat me as a mere trifle, will you? Lin Ziyu, with a swift kick, sent Guo Zihao sprawling to the side, watching as he connected the call. I trust you have attended to the matters I assigned to you? The voice on the other end was resolute. Mr. Lin, I have completed everything you instructed. All that remains is for you to come and finalize the handover. Lin Ziyu's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes filled with disdain as he activated the speakerphone. The man on the line continued in a serious tone, Mr. Lin, it is our honor to collaborate with you. May I inquire when you would be available to visit us? I believe our partnership could flourish harmoniously. Lin Ziyu felt a sense of satisfaction, eager for Guo Zihao to witness the repercussions of his actions. No, please, no. Guo Zihao knelt on the ground, his eyes vacant, shaking his head incessantly. If Lin Ziyu were to seize this project, it would likely lead to their family's bankruptcy. Mr. Lin, I implore you to spare me. My judgment was clouded. Please do not hold this against me. Consider that we both have daughters. Could you not grant me one last chance? Just treat me as insignificant, as if I were nothing, please? Guo Zihao's eyes were filled with hope. Yet, Lin Ziyu slowly rose, shrugging his shoulders indifferently. What concern is this to me? That is your daughter, not mine. Furthermore, your daughter certainly needs to be tempered. Having better conditions than others does not entitle her to act without restraint. Perhaps you should consider relocating to another city. Well, what do you think? Lin Ziyu's gaze was fierce, revealing no hint of negotiation, but rather a commanding tone. If Guo Zihao were to refuse, his very survival in this place would be at stake. Did he still have any options left? He collapsed to the ground, completely devoid of motivation or thought. Grasping Lin Ziyu's pant leg, he pleaded, could you not give me one last opportunity? Opportunity? Guo, have you already forgotten? I have granted you more than one chance in the past. Moreover, if I were to extend this opportunity to you, would you truly be capable of handling it? As he spoke, he pulled 3 high-speed train tickets from his pocket and tossed them onto the ground. With a sympathetic tone, he added, we have shared a reasonably amicable relationship. I believe you know me well. I am not one to pursue complete annihilation. One must accumulate some merit for their children. If you take the train tickets and leave tonight, I can ensure your company continues to operate under my oversight. If you refuse, Lin Ziyu's gaze scrutinized Guo Zihao intensely. There lingered a trace of mockery and disdain. If you refuse to comply, you will be left to witness your company crumble into ruins. Lin Ziyu's eyes glimmered with anticipation. He had never held any admiration for a businessman like Guo Zihao, who was solely driven by immediate gains. There was a distinct absence of corporate culture, as his sole aim was profit. This was evident in the demeanor of his daughter, revealing that he lacked a broader vision. It was possible that his company was merely a fad, devoid of substance. No, this is the culmination of my life's work. I have poured all my efforts into this endeavor. If it were to be destroyed, all my lifelong dedication would vanish. Mr. Lin, could you possibly show some mercy? We are willing to depart. Just let us go. At that moment, Guo Zihao was bereft of options. He could only strive to safeguard his company, oblivious to what lay ahead. Lin Ziyu leaned in, gripping Guo Zihao's chin. Mr. Guo, tell me, if you had complied from the outset, would we not be in this predicament? Or did you presume me to be an easy target, pliable to your whims? Allow me to clarify. I fear for my daughter's safety. Otherwise, you would not leave here alive. With that, Lin Ziyu turned and departed. Ever since his daughter Meng Meng had come into his life, he felt as though he had transformed into a different person. Every action was now fraught with consideration. He had retreated into the shadows, solely to ensure his daughter's safety. Otherwise, how could he have afforded these individuals any opportunity? It was simply inconceivable. In the car, Lin Mingming occasionally peered out towards the entrance, finally exhaling a sigh of relief upon spotting Lin Ziyu's figure. With a radiant smile, she dashed down and flung herself into her father's embrace. "Daddy, why did you take so long to come out? I had a chat with Uncle Gua. Let us head home now." Once home, Lin Ziyu collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. He had spoken extensively and even engaged in physical exertion. It had been years since he had resorted to such measures. The gravity of the situation had compelled him to take matters into his own hands. "Is Mingming back? You scare me to death. I almost called the police. Everyone said old Lin was unreliable. Yin, you're finally back." The moment the livestream audience spotted Mingming, enthusiasm surged through them. When Lin Ziyu had left, some had begun to speculate whether Mingming had gone missing. It now appeared they had been overly concerned. Nothing of the sort had occurred. "Daddy, what did Uncle Guo want from you today? What did you discuss?" Lin Mingming inquired with curiosity. Though she was young and not fully grasping the nuances, she could discern that Guo Zihao had a vested interest in her. After all, he had traveled quite a distance just to engage with her. "It's nothing, Mingming. You need not worry about today's events. Uncle Guo and his family are soon to depart from here. They simply wish to spend a little more time with you. So please do not be afraid, nor should you harbor any worries." Lin Ziyu refrained from disclosing this matter to Lin Mingming, believing that speaking of it would only render it a joke, thus rendering it unnecessary. However, Lin Mingming was entirely unconvinced. Such words might deceive those who are uneducated, but she is no longer illiterate. She is now attending school. "Do you think you can fool me? I'm not so easily deceived. Do you not know that I have begun to read and write?" Lin Ziyu chuckled softly, his face alight with happiness as he gently stroked Mingming's little head, proud of his daughter's bravery. "She is certainly destined for great wisdom. Mingming, education is meant to cultivate our character. However, character is relative to those of similar standing. If you encounter those devoid of civility, you may discard your own upbringing. For we are all human and need not distinguish between high and low, nor should you accommodate anyone. Do you understand?" Mingming did not fully comprehend, but obediently nodded. She wasn't particularly fond of Wan, finding such girls rather unappealing due to their frequent anger. She preferred her brother Tian instead. "Father, since Uncle Guo and his family can come and play with us, can we not also visit brother Tian? Tian? Lin Ziyu's expression turned frantic, as if facing a formidable enemy. "No, we must not visit brother Tian. Mingming, it is not that I am criticizing you. But how can a girl so readily seek the company of a boy? It is unacceptable. You may only play with your father. Those boys outside are trouble. You must not associate with them. Do you understand?" Chapter 069. The limit of tension in the live stream. Viewers witnessed Lin Ziyu's demeanor, particularly those from families with daughters, resonating with the sentiment. "Is my son not worthy? Seeing my daughter, the thought of her becoming someone else's wife pierces my heart. Upon reflection, having a son seems preferable. Wife, I will always treat you well." Surprisingly, a few declarations of affection emerged in the chat, quickly met with backlash. The single viewers could hardly bear such a scene. "Father, what do you mean by that?" Mingming tilted her little head, entirely perplexed as to why Lin Ziyu exhibited such impatience towards Tian. It seemed that every time she mentioned him, he appeared quite agitated. Has she done something wrong? "Father, I think brother Tian is wonderful. No matter the time, he is always composed." Lin Ziyu's heart sank. How could his young daughter already be infatuated? Tian's demeanor was not one of calmness, but rather of indifference. "Mingming, why do you find such a personality appealing? Do you not perceive the significant flaws in it?" Mingming shook her head. "Not at all. I find him easy to get along with, and our interactions are always harmonious and joyful." "Joyful? No. Your youthful innocence renders you unaware of the gravity of the situation. Let me enlighten you. Such a temperament is truly the most irksome. For instance, when you wish for his company on an outing, he remains silent and leisurely, leaving you anxious. Do you feel the urgency?" Mingming appears to grasp the essence of the matter, realizing it to be quite true. Why had she not perceived this sooner? Yet, her brother Tian is remarkably astute. He seems to possess knowledge about everything and has read extensively. Truly impressive. Mingming cannot help but admire him. She, too, desires to read and become equally formidable. Lin Ziyu feels a weight upon his shoulders. Each time he observes Tiantian's parents relentlessly pressuring him to study, he feels stifled. Growing up in such an environment, how could he possibly escape unscathed? Mingming, do you not find Tiantian's demeanor rather dull? Dull? Mingming is perplexed. She simply perceives that aside from studying, he appears to have little else to occupy his time. Indeed, how tedious. His parents incessantly project their expectations and aspirations onto a single child. I would never compel you to engage in activities you detest. I have embraced my own mediocrity and thus must accept your ordinariness. Although Lin Ziyu speaks with a gentle demeanor, these sentiments echo his innermost thoughts. However, to Mingming, it seems merely a fanciful promise. Father, are you truly certain that you have never forced me to partake in endeavors I do not enjoy? Have I? I have never insisted you study. If you wish to learn culinary skills, I would encourage it, would I not? It is wise to acquire practical skills, even if your academics falter. You could still open a restaurant. Lin Ziyu remarks with a smile, proud of his own flawless plan. It is as if Mingming could set up her stand at any moment. Mingming refrains from arguing. She has witnessed the formidable nature of Tiantian's mother. Whenever Tian misbehaves, his mother incessantly nags him. The thought sends a shiver down her spine. What is it? Do you feel unwell? Father, why must Tian complete such an abundance of homework daily? He cannot even enjoy the world outside, which is filled with wonders. Lin Ziyu chuckles. Who is unaware of the beauty of the outside world? Yet, he is but a child. Until he possesses sufficient capabilities, his only choice is to obediently comply. As for which directives to follow and what goals to pursue, only his parents possess that knowledge. Mingming, every individual's life and experiences are distinct. What we can do is find joy amid adversity. In my youth, I often pondered whether adulthood would grant me the freedom to pursue my desires. Yet upon growing up, one must enter the workforce, becoming more constrained. Nevertheless, within these constraints, I have learned to appreciate the scenery along the journey, to notice the wild grasses sprouting beside the woods, and you will discover that everything is indeed worthwhile. As he speaks, Lin Ziyu squats down, his eyes brimming with happiness. He once believed himself to be a failure until the birth of his daughter. That moment revealed his vulnerability. He realized he must become strong to protect her. How moving. Old Lin is truly this kind of person. Beneath his strong exterior lies a heart as tender as water. That is old Lin. Lin Mingming looked utterly perplexed. She simply could not comprehend the meaning behind Lin Ziyu's words and found his incessant chatter to be quite bothersome. Why couldn't he allow her a moment of peace? His profound musings seemed to flow one after another. Dad, what do you mean by all this? You aren't trying to persuade me to learn something else, are you? Lin Ziyu shook his head. How could you think that? Don't I love you dearly? Love me? Lin Ziyu scoffed. Whenever he uttered such sentiments, it usually heralded some unwelcome news, perhaps even another enrollment in some absurd course. Dad, are you certain your love is for me and not for Mom? Lin Ziyu glanced at Lin Mingming in surprise. She was still just a child, audacious enough to compare herself to a fierce mother. Mingming, you are still young. How can you even think to compare yourself to your mother? In my heart, the one I love most is undoubtedly your mother. Do not place yourself alongside her, understand? Mingming, feeling slighted, crossed her arms defiantly and leaned against the sofa, her expression a mix of annoyance and determination. Since you've said that, I cannot refuse you. If you love your wife so much, then you should listen to her. Did your wife ask you to take care of the child at home? Then hurry and make me something to eat. I'm starving. This child was becoming increasingly clever. It seemed he would need to learn to be more indirect in getting her to do chores in the future. He recalled when Mingming was born. The doctor had warned of her frail health and the need for her to exercise more. Lin Ziyu nudged Mingming's arm. Mingming, I can teach you a new phrase. Do you want to learn? Given their earlier argument, there was a slight awkwardness in the air. Mingming swallowed nervously, feeling shy. Go ahead. Listening. The orders from the military are not to be taken lightly. Chapter 070. This call can cure illness. What does this mean? Who is the will? What is a military order? Why must we lose weight? Meng Meng looked at herself, stood up, spun around, and pouted. I'm already quite slim. Why must I lose even more? Indeed, you are not overweight. Oh dear, Meng Meng, that S about being sick, not thin. You upstairs. Don't you hear what you're saying? Lin Ziyu's brow furrowed. How had he inadvertently ventured into such an advanced topic? Explaining it would surely be a cumbersome task. Had he lost his mind for a moment? He slapped his forehead, steadying himself. Meng Meng. Father suffers from hypoglycemia and has not eaten anything all day. I am feeling unwell now. Could you prepare some food for me? Meng Meng stood there, quite troubled. She had promised her mother to keep a close eye on Lin Ziyu and ensure he took care of himself. However, given his current state, it was evident he was not well. How could she possibly voice her request? It was too difficult. Father, how about I give you some sugar? It might help you feel better, and then you can get up and cook. Would that be all right? Lin Ziyu, is that how heartless you are? Bao, how can you utter such frigid words from your 36-degree mouth? You expect a patient to care for you? Do you not feel any remorse? After all, I am your father. At this moment, the audience in the live stream was already in fits of laughter. Anyone with even a modicum of education could see that Lin Ziyu was merely feigning illness. He could only deceive someone as unsophisticated as Meng Meng, a child on the verge of entering kindergarten. Presumably, once Meng Meng starts school, she would not be so easily fooled. Old Lin, do you even remember you are a father? Lin Ziyu, I'm watching you. If you're unwell, I'll call for help. Haha, I see Meng Meng's mother. Lin Ziyu glanced over. But even if he did see her, he pretended not to notice, completely disregarding the live stream. Instead, he clutched his abdomen and curled his legs up, huddling into a tight ball. His face was ashen, devoid of any color. Oh no, he can't really be sick, can he? This doesn't seem like an act. Is there anyone who can make a call? You don't even know their address. Meng Meng, do you see how weak I am? Don't you have any compassion? Before Meng Meng could respond, Lin Ziyu's phone rang, and he sprang up from the sofa as if he had been rejuvenated. Gone was his previous feeble demeanor. His complexion was slightly flushed, entirely unlike someone who was unwell. He likely resembled a heroic figure more than a sick man. Yes, received. My dear wife, when will you be back? Rest assured, I will complete the task. You can relax knowing I am here, taking care of everything. After hanging up, Lin Ziyu sighed in relief. This live stream was truly a distraction. He had spoken offhandedly, yet his wife had heard him loud and clear. Fortunately, she did not seem to take it to heart. Father, weren't you just feeling unwell? How did you suddenly recover? This abrupt restoration of health left Meng Meng utterly perplexed. What kind of call was that, and what miraculous effect did it have? Oh my, am I witnessing a miracle? What was that call? Give it to me. I want to resurrect Qin Shi Huang. Meng Meng, I feel guilty for putting so much on your small shoulders. I must ensure my well-being so that I can care for you properly. After all, didn't your mother instruct you before she left? Lin Meng Meng rolled her eyes. Just moments ago, she was contemplating whether to endure or not, and now the situation had taken a different turn. Indeed, as mother always said, men are the most capricious. Dad, when you mentioned that mom is a tiger, did she hear that? Lin Ziyu quickly covered Lin Meng Meng's mouth. How could this child not keep her thoughts to herself? Is there no filter on her lips? Does she not discern what should be spoken and what should remain unsaid? Meng Meng, why did you just speak so indiscreetly? When did I ever say such a thing? As expected, Lin Ziyu would never admit to it. Fortunately, the audience in the live stream were warm-hearted souls, promptly capturing his earlier remarks and displaying them on the big screen. In an instant, Lin Ziyu felt as though his world was collapsing. You don't understand. It's a term of endearment. Clearly, none of you have girlfriends. A tiger is the king of the mountain, and my wife is the queen of our household. She is the most important person in our lives. This explanation satisfied Lin Ziyu. As long as he did not acknowledge it, there would be no further complications. And certainly, this was a matter he could never concede to. If he admitted it, would he still have a peaceful life ahead? Dad, what did that statement of yours mean? Are you implying that we can disregard what Mom says? Haha, Meng Meng, you are so perceptive. You've made me laugh. Meng Meng is like a worm in your belly. Lin Ziyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Hadn't she just been oblivious to the meaning moments ago? How could she deduce it now? Nonsense. How could that possibly be my intent? Meng Meng, in the future, if there's something you do not understand, you must ask more questions. Never speak without considering the implications, or else you will only cause trouble for everyone. Understand? Of course, the sole victim of such troubles would be her. Having women in the household invariably leads to more disputes. It's one thing to be unable to argue back, but one cannot even retaliate. Meng Meng nodded, half comprehending. So, should I go study now? Will you call me for dinner later? Lin Ziyu gestured toward the skipping rope nearby. You haven't exercised today. Let us go out and play for a bit. Lin Mingming picked up her rope and stepped outside. Meanwhile, on the other side, Guo Zihao glanced around his office and pounded his fist on his desk, gritting his teeth. Lin Ziyu, one day you'll pay for this. Mr. Guo, are you really leaving? Has there been an issue with our project? I've noticed many shareholders withdrawing their investments. Is there truly a problem? Guo Zihao smiled. Not at all. This is the culmination of my life's work. I will not allow it to falter. Xiao Chun, in a few days, a new general manager will arrive. You should know what you're meant to do and what you ought to avoid. Chapter 071. An uninvited presence. The assistant, known as Xiao Chun, surveyed his surroundings with a gaze that flickered uncertainly. Did he expect a performance akin to a spy thriller from me? He ought to reflect on how he typically treats his subordinates. What gives him the right to demand my utmost dedication, especially as a condition tied to my own employment? Yet, in an instant, Xiao Chun donned a beaming smile and declared, Mr. Guo, you can trust me to handle this. You treat us like family, and should any disturbances arise within the company, I will be the first to inform you. I will ensure that the new general manager understands we are no pushovers. Guo Zihao was quite pleased. After patting Xiao Chun on the shoulder, he turned to leave. Watching Guo Zihao's departing figure, Xiao Chun snorted in disdain, disinfecting every spot the man had touched with alcohol. He then discarded the photograph of Guo Zihao into the trash, muttering to himself, how outrageous. He usually expects us to work tenfold, and now he wants us to risk our lives for him? He ought to reflect on his own character. Xiao Chen's face was a portrait of contempt. Indeed, how quickly one forgets warmth when the person has departed. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyu was at the park exercising with Lin Mingming. He initially intended to let her play alone for a while, but before he could even settle down, two very familiar figures approached from a distance. Alarmed, Lin Ziyu sprang to his feet and positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Mingming. Mingming, it seems rather late. We should head back quickly, he urged. Mingming, dear, came the cheerful voice of Tian from afar. Just as he feared, trouble had come knocking. Had he known this would happen, he would have refrained from bringing Mingming out to play. Mingming, hearing Tian's call, peeked her head out. Tian, how come you're here? Tian cast a sheepish glance at his mother. After his recent academic decline, he was unable to attend the enhancement class. Now he had somehow secured a connection, claiming that the esteemed teacher from the elite class resided in this community, and he had traveled a great distance just to resume his lessons. Tian, since you're already here, why don't we play together? I often come here, and I can show you around, Mingming exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she extended her hand, eager to share the new things she had learned over the past few days. However, Tian remained rooted in place, his eyes reflecting helplessness. Did you just say your family lives here? Tian's mother wore an expression of disdain and disbelief. She had presumed that Lin Mingming's family resided in the countryside, or at the very least in the suburbs. How could they possibly inhabit such an upscale community? This was, after all, the most expensive housing in the area. She glanced around, scrutinizing the surroundings, and scoffed. I doubt you genuinely live here. You must merely be here to use the gym equipment. Use? Mingming tilted her head in confusion. Was this use the same as what she was thinking? She quickly nodded yes. There are several pieces of equipment that need to be used. Auntie, is this your first time here? How do you know this place so well? Have you known about it for a long time? MNGMing, are you still in the same situation as before? Is this place still within your family's financial reach? Surely, Tian's mother finds it hard to believe. I recall when they aspired to purchase a home here, they had no opportunity whatsoever. It was not merely a matter of affording the mortgage. Every homeowner here is someone of considerable repute within their circle. After all, the schools and kindergartens in this area are among the most prestigious. They couldn't gain access if they tried. Is there anything amiss with what my daughter has said? We reside in this community. If you doubt it, I can invite you to my home right now. However, our decor is quite expensive, and I fear you might inadvertently damage something beyond repair. LNZY glanced at NGM Ing, initially hoping these individuals would remain absent from his presence. Yet, upon encountering them, they were just as discourteous, even more so, being confrontational at every turn. Ultimately, his excessively kind nature allowed them to forget their true colors. Oomph. If you wish to go, then go. Do not assume that I would simply believe your casual words. It is even possible that you are merely renting here, attempting to deceive us. LNZY shook his head. Indeed, his wife was the finest. Other women were merely sources of trouble, incessantly chattering. Are you not aware that all residences here are prohibited from being rented out? Or are you simply feigning ignorance? LNZY suddenly covered his mouth in mock surprise. With an air of naivety, he remarked, "You see, my memory escapes me, as you do not reside here. You naturally would be unaware of the regulations. I am merely curious. How did you manage to gain entry if you do not live here? Has our community's security become so feeble?" As he spoke, LNZY sent a message to the homeowners group. Shortly thereafter, TNTI's mother received a call. With a furrowed brow, she cleared her throat. All right, I understand. I will head out immediately. I encountered some unforeseen circumstances, all for the sake of the children. Could you possibly overlook this matter, considering we were once classmates? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. After all, this situation was merely a casual occurrence. No one had witnessed her bringing them in. Remember, after this is resolved, you must leave promptly. Do not linger here. If anything were to transpire, we would both bear the consequences. Rest assured, I will handle it. TNTI's mother hung up, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Her gaze turned fiercely towards LNZY and his daughter, blaming them for the predicament that had hindered her affairs. Tistai Natien, didn't you wish to visit NGM Eng's home? Let us go there today. TNTI's mother instinctively glanced at her watch. After all, it was still early. She could not keep TNTI and wandering the community indefinitely. If the patrolling security were to witness this, they might mistakenly regard the two of them as wrongdoers and expel them. Mr. Lin, although our family does not reside in this community, our home spans at least 120 square meters. We also have 2 studies. A space too small would be uninhabitable for our family. I wonder if Mr. Lin purchased the smallest unit in this neighborhood, considering the exorbitant housing prices. Affording a larger property may not be feasible. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 072. The truth is I have all. Rest assured, even if our home is modest, there should be ample space for you to sit. Lin Ziyu departed first. Initially intending to maintain a low profile, circumstances no longer permitted such discretion. Trailing behind Meng Meng, they passed through a small garden. Lin Ziyu's face registered astonishment. Meng Meng, your family is remarkably affluent, isn't it? Are the items here quite expensive? Meng Meng, lacking comprehension of wealth, shrugged her shoulders and replied, it shouldn't be too costly, right? Everything here is complimentary. Much like the uncles and aunts in our community, they are always polite and treat me well. Whatever I desire, I simply need to ask them. I never actually pay them anything. Lin Ziyu glanced back at Meng Meng. The child was still too naive. She needed to be guided more rigorously. Otherwise, it was uncertain what experiences awaited her in the future. While everything in this community was free, the property management fees were exorbitantly high. Is that true? Your community sounds fantastic. I wish I could enjoy free meals every day. Just as Meng Meng was about to speak again, Lin Ziyu promptly pulled her along. Such a young child harbored such thoughts. She truly resembled her mother. Meng Meng, you must understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Before you desire anything, you must contemplate why you deserve it. Having said this, Lin Ziyu refrained from further inquiries. Instead, he opened a nearby door, as if stepping into an entirely different community, where the entrance exuded an antique charm. If the previous community was regarded as upscale, this one epitomized prestige and status. Golden dragons, symbolizing auspiciousness, adorned either side. Meng Meng's mother, taken aback, stood with her mouth agape. This community was one her peers could never penetrate. Who exactly was the person before her? You. No, Mr. Lin. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I am not accustomed to such grandeur and hope I did not offend you in any way. Lin Ziyu scoffed quietly, offering no reply. He had encountered too many individuals of this ilk. Even Guo Zihao paled in comparison in his eyes, let alone a woman. Every day, Mama Tian, this is not your neighborhood. You ought to exercise some discretion in your conversations. After all, the individuals here are elites from various professions, and among them could very well be someone you require. Indeed, upon entering the community, Mama Tian spotted the esteemed teacher from the prestigious class approaching her. He seemed entirely oblivious to her presence. Just as Mama Tian was preparing to initiate a conversation, determined to ensure that her son would be enrolled in the esteemed class, little Meng Meng, ever so obedient, nodded and said, "Uncle Lu, are you finished with school?" "Haha, little Meng Meng, how delightful to see you out playing today. Your aunt inquired about you yesterday, asking me to find out when you might be free, as she wishes to seek your expertise on how to make that delightful pastry from last time." Lin Meng Meng shyly waved her hand. "I'm afraid at 1 TB today. My friends have come to find me, so I'll have to postpone our chat." The professor chuckled softly, gently patting Lin Meng Meng on her little head. "Very well. Whenever you find a time, do come over. We have your favorite treats awaiting you." As he spoke, Professor Lu glanced in the direction of Lin Ziyu, who stood modestly, nodding slightly. "Mr. Lin, are you accompanying the children downstairs? I wonder if Mrs. Lin is at home?" Lin Ziyu waved his hand dismissively. His wife was certainly not someone to be summoned at will. "Professor Lu, you are aware of my wife's status. I must wait for her return to discuss such matters properly." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Professor Lu nodded vigorously. "Very well, Mr. Lin. Since you have spoken, I trust there will be a resolution. I shall await good news at home." With that, Professor Lu turned away, unwilling to cast another glance at the two individuals nearby. Lin Ziyu smiled. "Mama Tian, you must have come here regarding Professor Lu, correct?" Mama Tian nodded helplessly, only to quickly shake her head. How had she unintentionally revealed her innermost thoughts? Lin Ziyu did not press further. A few steps later, they arrived at Lin Mingming's home, a magnificent villa. Mama Tian stood astonished at the entrance. "Mingming, is this your home?" "Yes." "Brother Tian, come in and play." The children dashed into the study, eager to showcase their toys, treasures they cherished dearly. It was a rare occasion for Meng Meng to have a friend come over to play, and she was determined to share her joy. However, Mama Tian was not in the mood for such merriment, feeling restless as she surveyed her surroundings. How could she possibly compare to this? Even a single bedroom here surpassed the size of her entire home. "I suppose this space must be around 120 square meters. Surely, you can accommodate us? What on earth is going on? As soon as my wife departed, you brought another woman here? And is that a boy I see as well? Old Lin, are you making a grave mistake? Is the person upstairs blind?" Clearly, this is the Tian family. Those who have watched the previous program are well aware of the relationship between the two families. However, the words just spoken were clearly laden with ulterior motives. Tian's mother hastily waved her hand, accepting the cup of water from Lin Ziyu with both hands. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Lin? I merely spoke thoughtlessly. Please do not take it to heart." "Of course, I do not take it to heart, for I possess everything. Whatever others say stems from their envy of my abundance. So I naturally remain unperturbed." Lin Ziyu chuckled, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Why would he concern himself with such trivial matters? Suddenly, a sweet voice echoed from the study. "Brother Tian, how can you do this? This is my father's favorite toy. You mustn't treat it that way. If it gets broken, my father will be very upset." Chapter 073. A Moment of Change? Yet Tian paid no heed, behaving as if possessed, relentlessly throwing the toys onto the floor and stomping on them with his feet. He muttered incessantly, "No playing with toys. Toys are for the worthless. You must not play with toys. They only waste your time and make you a fool in the eyes of others. Absolutely no playing with toys." Seeing Tian's behavior left Meng Meng utterly stunned. Is this the same Tian I know? He is transformed completely. In the living room, upon hearing the commotion, Tian's mother and Lin Ziyu rushed over. Lin Ziyu instinctively shielded Lin Meng Meng in his embrace, gently ruffling her hair. "It's all right. Don't be afraid. Meng Meng, It's all in the past now. Let us not be afraid anymore. Meng Meng burst into tears. Just then, the camera in the live stream focused on the study, capturing every detail. What is happening? Oh no, Meng Jie is crying? Did these two children get into a fight? Daddy, it's all my fault. I didn't protect your toy well, and now it's broken. Tears streamed down Meng Meng's face as she gazed at the shards scattered across the floor. That toy was her father's treasure. Even a slight mishap would cause Lin Ziyu to fret. But now it was all gone. In that moment, Tian's mother began to panic. You unfortunate child. What on earth happened? Did you do this? Have you lost your mind? Can you even afford to break such things? You should consider your worth. Even if you sold all your bones, it wouldn't be worth this much. Listening to Tian's mother's accusations, Meng Meng shrank further into Lin Ziyu's embrace. Trembling with fear, she had never faced reproach, not even when she had erred. This was the first time she had witnessed Tian's mother in such a state. Tears welled up in her eyes, swirling within her gaze. In her mind, 1,000 thoughts emerged, pondering whether Lin Ziyu would treat her the same way soon. After all, the one at fault was herself. She would undoubtedly admit her mistakes without a hint of denial. Yet Tian fervently shook her head, exclaiming, "It's not my fault. It's them. It's them." Her finger pointed accusingly at Lin Meng Meng and Lin Ziyu, who were, astonishingly, playing with toys in the study. Mother had always maintained that the study was a place for diligent study, not for play. Absolutely not for play. In that moment, Lin Ziyu seemed to grasp the situation entirely. He felt a pang of sorrow for his cherished collectibles, but his heart ached even more for the child before him. At such a tender age, she should be carefree, yet here she was, caught in this predicament. Surely, even those from the 007 crowd wouldn't behave in such a manner. Tian, I already told you that the items in our home are quite valuable, far beyond what you can comprehend, especially the models in my study. They are all limited editions. What do you think should be done about this? Tian's mother immediately scowled, her hand raised to strike Tian, her eyes filled with fury. She had initially thought to linger here, perhaps leveraging Lin Ziyu's connections with Professor Liu to secure their spot. But now, Tian, how have I educated you when we are at home? With her slap, Tian finally regained some composure. She glanced at the shattered pieces on the floor and then at Lin Meng Meng, who was currently hiding in Lin Ziyu's embrace. A wave of guilt washed over her. Yet, every time her emotions spiraled out of control, she found herself unable to rein in her anger. Seeking to regain balance through expression, "What are you still doing standing there? Hurry and apologize to Uncle Lin." With that, she pushed Tian forward, who stumbled and stood before Lin Ziyu. "Uncle Lin, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I don't know what came over me. It was as if I lost control. Could you possibly forgive me? Let us pretend nothing happened, please?" Lin Ziyu smiled gently. Although Tian was but a child, it mattered not. Every individual must take responsibility for their actions, regardless of age, especially for a boy. If he lacked such accountability, how could he ever shoulder responsibilities in the future? Tian, it's not that Uncle is unwilling to forgive you. Even Meng Meng understands that one should not meddle with others' belongings, let alone cause damage. You must know this better than anyone, don't you? As he spoke, Lin Ziyu turned his gaze towards Tian's mother, who, gritting her teeth, pressed down on Tian's back, insisting, "You should kneel and apologize to your Uncle Lin immediately. These items are worth a fortune. Not only would we be ruined if we had to compensate, but our entire family would be sold to make up for it. It is uncertain whether such a sum can truly be realized. Since the onset of this predicament, the only utterances from Mama Tian have been filled with reproach and attempts to evade responsibility, devoid of any genuine concern." Observing Tian's frantic demeanor, standing there in a state of disarray, Lin Ziyu found it rather amusing. Oh my heavens, how pitiful Tian is. Old Lin, why must you make Tian compensate? He is but a child. Upstairs, why don't you go sit in Les Han for a moment? Items that are broken must be compensated for. Tian's family only seeks to shirk responsibility. The live stream was rife with differing opinions. Some maintained that Tian, being a child, was bound to err and thus deserve forgiveness. Conversely, Others argued that making mistakes necessitates the courage to acknowledge them, rather than perpetually seeking to evade accountability. As the family had done, Tion Tion, I am speaking to you. Do you not hear me? Quickly kneel before your Uncle Lin and express that you did not intend to cause this. Seek his forgiveness. Tion Tion cast a sidelong glance at his mother, his eyes brimming with disdain and disappointment, as if this were a recurrent theme. Whenever a mishap occurred, irrespective of right or wrong, the one at fault would invariably be himself. Such was his fate. With great difficulty, he approached Lin Ziyu, his steps heavy. Uncle Lin, I am truly sorry. It was not my intention. I do not know how I lost control. Our family is not affluent. Uncle Lin, we cannot afford to compensate. Chapter 074. The Price of Friendship Cannot Afford? Lin Ziyu furrowed his brow, wondering how this child was so aware. It seemed this was not the first instance. Did he always resort to charming antics for forgiveness whenever such issues arose? Had he never proactively stepped forward to accept responsibility? In that moment, Lin Ziyu was torn between reprimanding and forgiving. Lin Meng Meng, nestled in Lin Ziyu's embrace, gently tugged at his clothing. Daddy, Tion Tion said this. Why don't we just let it go? Although you cherish those items, Tion Tion is my good friend, and we both share fault. Should I not also bear a portion of the responsibility? Meng Meng is so understanding. Such a good child. Oh my, I am on the verge of tears. I just want to hug this child. Lin Ziyu nodded. Of course, you too bear some responsibility, though it is not as significant. No sooner had Lin Ziyu spoken than Tion Tion's mother grew anxious. Was she not attempting to absolve her daughter of any culpability? Mr. Lin, your words do not sit well with me. After all, this incident involved both of them, and we were unaware of what transpired in the study. Perhaps it was your Meng Meng who caused the trouble, and she seeks to frame my son for it. As she spoke, Tion Tion's mother cast a sharp glance at Tion Tion, as if urging him to mount a defense. Every day, could you please clarify your connection to this matter? Otherwise, you might find yourself unjustly accused, suffering in silence. Lin Ziyu chuckled at the sight of Tion Tion's mother, gesturing toward the surveillance camera tucked away in the corner of his study. There's no need for such anxiety. My home is quite spacious, and I have no qualms about purchasing a few cameras. You wish to ascertain whether my daughter is involved, do you not? It can be easily verified. However, should this situation bear no relation to my daughter, I dare say you alone may find it difficult to shoulder such a burden. In that moment, Tion Tion's mother hastily waved her hand. Mr. Lin, why the rush? I merely mentioned it in passing. Furthermore, Meng Meng appears to be such a well-behaved child. How could she possibly be so mischievous? Unlike my son, who is perpetually getting into trouble. As she spoke, she drew Tion Tion closer and playfully tapped his head. Boys will always have their mischievous moments. Mr. Lin, how do you propose we address this situation? If we do not settle this today, I fear it may not be resolved easily. Tion Tion's mother glanced at the shattered fragments on the ground, already calculating in her mind. Even if she had to pay in full, it should be manageable, perhaps just a few thousand yuan. Establishing a connection with their family might even lead to a relationship with Professor Liu. In that light, it seemed a worthwhile investment. Lin Ziyu extended his 5 fingers. Tion Tion's mother looked astonished. You expect 5,000 yuan for these broken items? This family must be quite greedy. Yet, upon observing her son and the surveillance camera behind her, she realized it would be difficult to evade payment. Mr. Lin, it's just a matter of 5,000 yuan. I can transfer it to you right now. Tion Tion's mother, I believe you have misunderstood my intent. All of these items are limited editions. Considering that your son and my daughter are good friends, I shall offer you a discount of 500,000 yuan. What? 500,000? Tion Tion's mother stuttered, her trembling hands betraying her disbelief. How could such worthless items command such a price? What is this? How can it be so expensive? Old Lin is asking for a king's ransom? Surely this constitutes extortion? I refuse to believe these are worth so much. My son is currently playing with them. The expressions in the live stream mirrored Tion Tion's mother's disbelief, all unwilling to accept the reality. They assumed Lin Ziyu was merely speaking off the cuff, perhaps harboring a long-standing disdain for their family, hoping these remarks would deter future visits. Mr. Lin, we are honest people. You cannot demand such a sum. I have the right to take legal action. Lin Ziyu remained unfazed. After all, while these items may appear to lack value, they were all collectibles. He had invested considerable effort to procure them, even willingly undertaking household chores for over a month to gain his wife's consent for the purchase. Lin Ziyu cast a glance at Lin Mingming, feeling somewhat reluctant to let her witness these matters. Yet, considering that she would soon be starting kindergarten, it was essential for her to be informed. Otherwise, how would she cope if she were bullied at school? Slowly, Lin Ziyu crouched down, gently stroking Mingming's small head. Mingming, many things might happen soon. Will you be afraid? Mingming shook her head. As long as Daddy is by my side, I want to be scared. Lin Ziyu nodded, naturally gazing at Tian and the others, his eyes filled with disdain and disgust. How could such individuals even be present in his home? It seemed imperative to resolve this matter today to prevent any future entanglements with his daughter. Tian, how do you think the situation should be handled? Mr. Lin, isn't it a bit excessive to ask a child who knows nothing about this? Moreover, demanding 500,000 for such things? Why not just rob it from the street? These items are worth far more than 500,000. We have a similar one at home that costs over 300,000. What are you talking about? Someone in the live stream, with keen eyes, noticed the shards scattered on the ground. Even a single diamond corner was distinctly visible, and one could even speculate about its value. Is the person above intoxicated? Could it be that old Lin brought in a stooge? How could this thing be worth so much? Lin Ziyu shook his head. What I just said was exceedingly clear. If it weren't for the relationship between the children, I would never settle for just 500,000. If you think I'm extorting money, feel free to call your husband. I believe he ought to be familiar with these items, and you will see whether I am indeed trying to rob you. A smile crept across Lin Ziyu's lips. He never intended to fuss over such matters. It was they who insisted on entangling themselves here, repeatedly dragging everyone into this debacle until all dignity was torn asunder. Lin Ziyu, you invited me into your home. Now that a problem has arisen, you expect me to bear the responsibility? Chapter 075. Surveillance cameras were mentioned upon hearing this. Lin Ziyu was taken aback. Such words could only stem from someone lacking experience. Furthermore, his invitation did not imply that they could carelessly damage anything within his residence. So, according to your logic, are you suggesting that this incident ultimately falls on my shoulders? That I am unfortunate and should admit fault? Or is it that people like you are not meant to form close ties? It seems so. Otherwise, how could one utter such remarks? Lin Ziyu let out a cold snort. He was indifferent to others' opinions. What he desired was his own freedom. Moreover, to think that others could alter his perspective, that was nothing short of a delusion, utterly futile. Tiantian's mother appeared somewhat anxious, her expression flustered. Although they were clearly at fault, she stubbornly pressed on with her argument. Their family never possessed an abundance of wealth. If any issues were to arise, it would indeed spell catastrophe. Friends? What kind of friends are we? Do not presume that mere acquaintanceship can blossom into genuine friendship. It is utterly impossible. With your family's Ming appearing so foolish, what right do you have to befriend us? My family is destined for elite institutions, such as Tsinghua and Peking University. Tian's mother, with her arms crossed, radiated disdain and contempt in her gaze. Particularly when discussing Tian, there was an undeniable air of pride and arrogance about her. In her eyes, only her son was worthy of admiration. Everyone else was inconsequential. Furthermore, how could someone like Lin Mingming, who has not received an education, possibly engage with her? Tian's mother's eyes roamed the study, which, though exquisitely decorated and ostentatiously affluent, bore no distinctive character. One must seriously contemplate that everything here is utterly unrelated to them. Perhaps their wealth is merely an illusion, masking their lack of true ability. I must inform you, your family is under surveillance, and the words you just uttered have profoundly hurt my son. His tender spirit has suffered greatly. Do you not owe him some form of compensation? Otherwise, this matter shall not rest. What is this maneuver? A retaliatory bite? Lin Ziyu was taken aback. It was as if self-inflicting a wound with a dagger. What a disgraceful act. This transcends mere embarrassment. I have witnessed shamelessness before, but this level of audacity is astonishing. It seems they have forgotten the very concept of shame. Moreover, this situation has transcended mere pride. This woman appears to possess no semblance of a moral compass. Is that so? If this is the case, I shall have no choice but to have my lawyer reach out to you. As Lin Ziyu uttered these words, he remained mindful of Lin Mingming's disposition. After all, their presence here was solely due to Mengming's invitation, and he was anxious that she would bear any burden. Father, are we really doing the right thing? If Tian Tian and the others are sent away, will it affect the future? Lin Mingming's face was etched with worry. Just as Lin Ziyu had been contemplating, Mingming was indeed concerned. This predicament arose from her desire to include Tian Tian. Otherwise, none of this turmoil would have materialized. Overwhelmed with guilt, Mingming approached Tian Tian. Brother Tian Tian, if something truly goes awry, will you be unable to buy a car or a house in the future? That's what they say in the news. Her words were meant out of concern, yet to Tian Tian's mother, they sounded like curses cast upon her son. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and pushed Mingming to the ground. Lin Ziyu, quick-witted and agile, caught Lin Mingming just in time. Otherwise, she would have certainly fallen hard. With both hands tightly clenched, the veins at his wrists prominently bulging, he confronted her. Is this how you treat my daughter? His gaze radiated fury, instilling an unmistakable sense of dread and panic. The mother of Tian Tian instinctively swallowed hard, exclaiming, "What does this have to do with me?" She was the one who tripped over her own clumsiness. How can you unjustly accuse me? Unbelievable. I witnessed Chang Wei hitting Tian Tian. Ugh. I saw Tian Tian's mother pushing Mingming. How could she be so shameless? Who is this woman? She is so bothersome. Old Lin, let us take action against her. Lin Ziyu pointed at the surveillance camera behind him. I just mentioned that I have surveillance footage? It will clearly reveal whether or not you are responsible for this incident. However, my daughter is far more precious than these trivial matters. You cannot simply dismiss this issue. The palpable anxiety on Tian Tian's mother's face was evident. She knew better than anyone whether she was at fault. Instantly, she softened. Mr. Lin, I was merely flustered earlier. The way she spoke about my Tian Tian was clearly a provocation. A provocation? Lin Ziyu glanced at his daughter in his arms and nodded. I believe my daughter has done nothing wrong. If your family refuses to compensate, I assure you, I possess countless ways to ensure your entire family experiences the consequences of your actions. His tone was nonchalant, even tinged with disdain. This situation was entirely ordinary. It was just her disbelief, or rather her unwillingness to accept it, that clouded her judgment. You, Tian Tian's mother, infuriated, plopped down on the ground, tugging at her collar and erupting into uncontrollable laughter. Is she losing her mind? Should we call someone? Old Lin looks quite embarrassed right now. Aren't they worried about scaring the child? Tian Tian glanced at her mother, her eyes filled with disdain. She wore an expression of utter indifference, entirely unfazed by the scene unfolding before her. Gradually, Tian Tian's mother lifted her head. Mr. Lin, does this situation not warrant some resolution? If you let us leave now, I might consider sparing you. Sparing me? Lin Ziyu looked at her incredulously. Wasn't that something he should be saying? Why was she the one making such demands? What should he even respond with? It felt utterly absurd. I already stated, if you claim that I am bullying you, it is best you refrain. I have surveillance footage. Perhaps I will even accuse you of defamation. This could undoubtedly impact your son's future in school and work. Think it over. Chapter 76. Bearing responsibility. I cannot believe your nonsense. If you truly had such power, would you allow me to act so recklessly here? I see you as nothing more than a thunderous roar with little rain. It's not a significant matter. Perhaps your surveillance is entirely faulty, appearing intimidating, but ultimately meaningless. Tian Tian's mother's voice escalated in pitch. Occasionally, she would let out a furious roar, entirely disregarding the propriety of her demeanor. However, Lin Ziyu covered Lin Mingming's ears. He had anticipated her unreasonable nature, yet he was unprepared for her audacious arrogance. It seemed he would be compelled to resort to his ultimate measures. Tian Tian, if you continue with such remarks, should I refrain from taking action? Wouldn't that be somewhat remiss of me? You perform so convincingly. Perhaps I should inflict a minor injury upon you. That way, there would be no need for compensation. Don't you think this course of action feasible? Lin Ziyu then shielded Lin Mingming's eyes. He was poised to confront her, For who would object to such a justified release of pent-up frustration? Let him strike. Hit her. Suddenly, Tian dropped to his knees, tightly clutching Lin Ziyu's leg. Uncle Lin, this is my fault. I will compensate you. Please, do not harm my mother, all right? In Tian's eyes, despite his mother's chaos and disarray, she remained his mother. Now that he considered himself a little man, he felt compelled to protect her. Observing Tian's desperate plea, his mother momentarily froze, bewildered by her son's apparent folly. How could he speak so recklessly? What if they were indeed compelled to compensate? This simply could not stand. Son, come here. Tian's mother tugged him closer, but he struggled against her hold, shaking off her arm with evident disdain. This was their predicament, and now, after such a commotion, they were only left in a more embarrassing position. Witnessing Tian's resolve, Lin Ziyu's lips curled into a slight smile. There was indeed a spirit of a little man within him. It was a pity that his family only focused on his studies, with no other expectations. His newfound sense of responsibility truly astonished Lin Ziyu. Tian, are you willing to accept responsibility? Tian nodded earnestly. This is indeed my issue. It has nothing to do with Sister Mengmeng. I am willing to compensate. At this juncture, Tian's gaze began to wander. He lowered his head, nervously fidgeting with his clothing. But Uncle Lin, I'm still just a child and do not possess such funds. Would it be possible for me to write you an IOU? I promise to repay you when I grow up. His eyes sparkled with determination, entirely devoid of deceit. In fact, one could discern from his expression a fervent desire to mature swiftly. He was unwilling to live as a pawn, subject to the whims of others. Yet, Tian's mother yanked him back with an exasperated grip. What nonsense are you spouting? Did you not hear how much these things cost? Even if we sold you, it wouldn't cover it. What are you attempting to accomplish? Despite the circumstances, her eyes reflected sheer unwillingness, perceiving Lin Ziyu as a nefarious character. Retrieving a sum of money from her is an endeavor more arduous than scaling the heavens. Since you presume that such a substantial amount is merely a figment of my imagination, I shall present my evidence. You should also hasten to summon your family to bring the funds. Initially, I thought to let this matter rest, considering he is not one to be overly concerned. However, this individual remains unyielding and exceedingly aggressive. If I continue to concede, I risk appearing overly accommodating. Lin Ziyu approached his desk and withdrew his invoices and various appraisal certificates from the drawer, slamming them before Tian's mother. You may compare these documents. Open your eyes and discern whether they are worth this price. Furthermore, I have made it abundantly clear that these are offered to you at a familial discount out of regard for your son. Since you refuse, compensation shall revert to the original price. There are also 2 items that have been appreciating in value. I shall not quibble over them. Simply provide me with the standard market price. Tian's mother was rendered speechless by the figures before her. Was this truly a prompt regarding sums? It felt like an incomprehensible array of numbers. Without further ado, she cast the invoices to the ground, exclaiming, "Do not presume that presenting these documents will substantiate anything. I tell you, I do not believe, unless you take legal action against me." She attempted to drag Tian away. The two engaged in a tug-of-war, with Tian pleading, "Mother, did you not say that one must courageously admit to their mistakes? Why do you now shy away from acknowledgement? Are you foolish? Admitting such matters requires discernment. It is evident that these claims are mere fabrications. Do you genuinely believe that this heap of trash could fetch such a price? I certainly do not." At that moment, Tian's gaze fell upon Mengmeng. They did not seem like the sort of family to behave in such a manner. Besides, they resided in such a spacious home, which implied they were not lacking in funds. Conversely, her own mother relentlessly persisted in her futile denials. The issue was clearly theirs, yet they sought to evade accountability. "I refuse. Mother, this matter rests solely upon my shoulders. I'm the one who caused the damage, and I must bear the responsibility." Tian's mother, her face contorted with anger, struck Tian in frustration. "Compensation? With what will you compensate? I tell you, our family has no money. I have long warned you against inviting strife and trouble into our home. And yet, you persist without a shred of thought, do you not?" In that moment, Tian smiled faintly. He was unsure of what had transpired, He could not contain the fury boiling within him, nor could he suppress the resentment in his heart. It felt as though he were being overshadowed by another persona. Mother, this matter is of great significance. I think it would be best for you to summon your husband. Otherwise, I fear you will find it impossible to resolve this situation. Lin Ziyu glanced at his watch and calmly remarked, My lawyer is already on the way. You should not be idle either. It would be prudent to call the person in your household who can make decisions. Chapter 077. The joys of a young boy. Lin Ziyu turned and grasped Lin Mingming's arm, unhesitatingly leading her to the sofa in the living room. At that moment, opinions diverged within a live stream. Some believed that given the affluence of Lin Ziyu's family, they should not be overly meticulous, as they were merely children and such seriousness was unwarranted. Conversely, others contended that one must bear the consequences of their actions, regardless of age. A mistake must be acknowledged. In the next moment, Lin Ziyu looked at Lin Mingming and asked, Do you think it is unreasonable for your father to act this way? Do you feel it is somewhat inappropriate? Lin Mingming shook her head. From a young age, she had been well aware that mistakes necessitate accountability. Furthermore, the issue had already been acknowledged, leaving little room for further debate. How could it be otherwise? Errors must be admitted, and once one accepts responsibility, they must also face the repercussions of their actions. What's the problem with that? Brother Tian has already accepted his fault. I believe he is quite commendable for not choosing to run away, is he not? Nonetheless, their family's current demeanor hardly suggested a willingness to accept responsibility. Soon, Tian's father arrived, panting heavily. Upon receiving the call, he was nearly beside himself with rage. However, upon glancing at the toys scattered on the floor, his expression darkened as he pointed and demanded, Did you two create this mess? Tian shook his head. This matter has nothing to do with Mingming. I alone am responsible for it. You? Tian's father raised his hand and struck Tian across the face without a moment's hesitation, as if admitting a mistake were akin to violating a cardinal rule. There was no hint of joy, only blame and fury. Please handle your family matters at home. This is not a place for you to educate your children. Oh my, this is utterly frightening. This man strikes children without hesitation? Unbelievable. My sympathy lies with Tian. Mr. Lin, what exactly is going on here? My son is not someone who typically seeks trouble or conflict. Would you agree? There must be some underlying reason for this incident. Why don't we sit down and discuss it calmly? While others may be unaware of the value of those items, he could not possibly be ignorant. There were things he could never afford to replace, even if he were to sell everything he owned. Honey, what do you mean by that? Are those things really so valuable? Tian's mother inquired, perplexed. They're just a few toys, after all. How can they be so expensive? Tian's father rolled his eyes in exasperation. Keep your voice down. Those items are worth at least 10 million in market value. Do you think they are merely ordinary toys? They are collectibles, one of a kind. We may never be able to acquire them again. What? Those things are that expensive? I find that hard to believe. Do not doubt it. I have indeed witnessed such things in an overseas market, where their worth is beyond measure. Lin Ziyu nodded in agreement, gesturing grandly. I have long stated that the compensation I offer is merely a price of our friendship. Yet, your wife hesitated, expressing her reluctance, claiming those items were mere scraps. Before Lin Ziyu could finish speaking, Tian's father abruptly interjected. Nonsense. How could these treasures be considered junk? They represent the deepest dreams cherished by every boy. The more he spoke, the more animated he became. The two shared a sense of regret for not having met earlier, opting to sit together, discussing the current market trends. The audience present and those in the live stream were left in a state of astonishment. Is this the joy of being a boy? What is going on? Wasn't this about compensation? How did it turn into this? At that moment, Tian's mother stood to the side, holding her breath, fearful of interrupting their conversation. It was evident that the intimacy they shared would directly influence the amount of compensation to be discussed later. Was this not a tangible form of wealth? I never imagined you would share such interests. Of course, although I spend most of my time at home and cannot afford such luxuries, I do enjoy observing them. Tian's father blushed, despite speaking the truth. Such items were far beyond the reach of an ordinary person like himself. Since you are already familiar with these treasures, I need not elaborate on their value. Let us be straightforward, so we do not waste time later. 5 million. If you feel that is a fair compensation, then let it be. If not, Lin Ziyu glanced at his watch and cleared his throat softly. My lawyer will be arriving shortly, and discussing anything further will be futile. Lin Ziyu shrugged nonchalantly, yet Tian's father's expression fluctuated like a roller coaster, plummeting from euphoria to despair. Mr. Lin, look at our current situation. I do not possess such funds, do I? Furthermore, observing the opulence of your household, even a single piece of furniture within could surpass this price. Why must you haggle so over trivial matters? Consider it a favor to us. We could still be friends in the future. It was unclear how Tian's father found the audacity to utter such words. Lin Ziyu's eyes widened in disbelief. A favor? How grand that notion is. Are you truly unaware of your own worth? What makes you think your face holds such value? Is it made of gold? Mr. Lin, one must not speak in such a manner. My son is destined for greatness. Our families can become good friends, visiting each other often, and your family shall not suffer any loss. Just look at my son. With a swift motion, he pushed Tian forward, fervently extolling her virtues. Yet, Tian's face bore the marks of bruises, a testament to her embarrassment. Initially, I had hoped for a swift resolution to this predicament, but now it had only escalated. If you refuse to compensate, then so be it. I shall bear the cost myself. What did you say? How will you compensate? Mr. Lin usually finds even the slightest reveal of dirt beneath his fingernails sufficient ground for jest. He never truly intended for US to pay. Chapter 078. The arrogant belief of acting in your best interest having spoken, he deliberately cast his gaze toward Lin Ziyu, leaving Lin Ziyu perplexed about his intentions. Was this not a deliberate provocation? Lin Ziyu would not suffer this indignity. Did they think he was some benevolent savior? Tian's father, I am not jesting. I speak the truth. I have already informed your wife that we possess surveillance footage. If you choose not to believe me, we can retrieve the recordings. I bear witness. This incident was solely instigated by Tian. Mr. Lin is wealthy enough. Surely he wouldn't mind such a trivial amount. Why be so aggressive? You upstairs are truly nauseating. Your intellect is commendable, yet regrettably underutilized. Upon hearing Lin Ziyu's words, Tian's father's expression soured. It seemed implausible for them to cover the damages. He simply pushed Tian aside and said, Mr. Lin, I've communicated extensively with you, yet you refuse to listen. I am powerless. You claim those items were destroyed by my son, so what more can I say? I shall offer you my son as compensation. With that, he spread his hands, presenting himself as a complete scoundrel. Lin Ziyu was taken aback. Initially, he thought Tian's mother was brazen, but now he encountered someone even more shameless. Truly, they were cut from the same cloth. Is this genuinely your belief? Tian's father instinctively glanced at his wife. He did not share that sentiment, yet he found himself with no feasible alternative. Surely, they could not actually be expected to pay 5 million. Not only could they not afford 5 million, but they barely had 50,000 combined. What else can be done? Mr. Lin, this is your home. You possess wealth and power. You can have whatever you desire. If you wish for US to compensate, you should at least demonstrate sincerity. Can it truly be as simple as uttering a few words? Tian's father subtly signaled to Tian's mother, who blinked in understanding, as if grasping her husband's intent. She stepped forward and declared, indeed, I see those items as hardly valuable. Who could so casually place something of such immense value in their study? I suspect it is a mere counterfeit. Your actions seem to be a ploy for us to compensate you. You merely seek financial gain. Perhaps this house was acquired through deceit. The live stream began to buzz with speculation. After all, since the program commenced, no one had seen Lin Ziyu leave for work. Even though Mingming's mother is an exceptionally skilled herbalist, it would be quite challenging for her alone to purchase such a luxurious home. Furthermore, the opulent decor within this residence could easily consume a substantial portion of their life savings. It is utterly implausible for a single individual to achieve this. Mingming, her face alight with astonishment, grasped Lin Ziyu's hand, her eyes brimming with joy. Daddy, can we really keep the brother that Tian left behind? I've longed to have an older brother. If that is the case, I would truly have one. At that moment, Lin Ziyu nodded, hands raised in a gesture of acceptance. Since their parents had already consented, what reason remained to oppose this decision? Very well, since they no longer desire him. We shall keep him. Lin Ziyu beckoned, and the obedient Tian Tian approached his side. Little Tian Tian, would you like to stay with my family? Tian Tian glanced at his parents and, inexplicably compelled, nodded in agreement. I would. Tian Tian's mother was taken aback. Was this truly her son? He consented so readily? Tian Tian, I have always indulged you. I have devoted my days to your every whim. And now, you so easily agree to become someone else's child? She was incredulous. I thought you're my son. Yet here you are, behaving like a treacherous ingrate. What is going on with Tian Tian? Has he become enamored with wealth? How frightening. This child is truly alarming. The livestream audience found Tian Tian's response perplexing. Even if his parents expressed such sentiments, he ought to beseech them passionately to remain by their side, rather than acquiescing to the desires of strangers with such alacrity. You've never truly surrounded yourself with me. You've only ever revolved around your brilliant son. You value his achievements, not me. The moment my performance falters, you are the first to criticize. You forget the time you made me kneel at the school gate? Your notion of teaching me a lesson only led to my classmates ridiculing me for an entire semester. You have never contemplated my feelings. Goodness, such parents are terrifying. It's suffocating. I once had a classmate who experienced something similar. Do parents not require credentials for their roles? Tian Tian's mother waved her hands insistently. It's not like that. Everything I do is solely for your benefit. I don't want you to end up like us, struggling to make a living under someone else's thumb. Lin Ziyu sighed deeply. In those early days, it seemed that his mother was much the same. Thus, he vowed never to impose such burdens upon his own children. Excelling academically guarantees a promising career, yet poor academic performance does not equate to being worthless. When did the measure of a person's worth become solely about their achievements, rather than their morals and principles? You claim to act in my best interests. But is that truly the case? It is not. You are concerned only for your own reputation, for the accolades you can boast about. When your child scores a perfect 100, you revel in the joy it brings you, rather than considering my feelings. If you genuinely cared for me, you would recognize my unhappiness and discontent. I have been shouting in anguish, my emotions spiraling out of control. I never imagined I would utter such words, yet now, I have finally expressed all that has burdened my heart. After pouring out his feelings, he sat alone on the sofa, shaking his head repeatedly. You have never considered my well-being, not once. Chapter 079. Raising the Stakes? Upon hearing his words, Tian Tian's mother wore a look of helplessness. She had never perceived any wrongdoing in her actions, nor did she contemplate that she could possibly be at fault. Instead, she believed that her child was being overly sensitive. How many parents are absent from their children's lives? Yet those children managed to thrive. She had devoted herself entirely to him, and rather than gratitude, he displayed an air of superiority. This was the result of indulgence. Very well, Tian Tian. If you yearn to be someone else's child, then go ahead. If you wish to return home with us, I might not even want you anymore. Why does it seem that Tian Tian is not truly happy? Their household is so stifling. I never like their family. They're everywhere I go. How annoying. Please spare Tian Tian. On the sidelines, Tian Tian's father could no longer bear to watch. He glanced at his son's frail silhouette. When did he begin to embrace rebellion? Or had the son who once clamored to be the center of attention gone? Tian Tian, are you truly so unhappy? Happy? Tian Tian let out a cold laugh. He could hardly recall what happiness felt like. While other children frolicked with their parents, he toiled over his homework. They vacationed while he remained shackled to his studies. Is this happiness? Do you believe that treating me this way would elicit joy and gratitude from me? I have no friends, no classmates. Aside from my studies, I possess nothing. You have instilled in me the value of shouldering responsibility, of standing firmly on the side of righteousness. Yet what are you doing now? You constantly shirk responsibility, unwilling to acknowledge the truth. I have taken the initiative to accept my faults, yet you presume I am ignorant of the dynamics at play? Tian Tian's words cut through the air with unerring precision. He did not even need to glance at the expressions of those around him. Every day, Mama Tian hesitated to express her thoughts, and was left feeling somewhat embarrassed when her own son exposed her innermost feelings. Previously, they had openly attributed issues to the child. However, it now becomes evident that they themselves are the ones with genuine problems. As Mama Tion prepared to say something further, she was abruptly stopped by Papa Tion. Enough. I had always assumed you treated the child well at home, but I never anticipated you would behave in this manner. Have I not told you not to place excessive pressure on child? Why do you refuse to listen? If something truly goes awry, who will bear the responsibility? At that moment, Papa Tion's face was etched with fury. He had been aware of these matters all along, but now, with everything laid bare before witnesses, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He even experienced a tinge of humiliation. Approaching, he grasped Tion's arm, saying, "Whatever you need to say, let's discuss it at home. This is someone else's house, not ours. Cool me. I won't go." Tion retorted, shaking off his father's grip. With reddened eyes, he was perplexed as to why he had transformed into this version of himself. He was simply weary of this way of life and wished to escape it. Leave. As Papa Tion attempted to pull him away again, he was halted by Lin Ziyu, who firmly grasped his arm. "What sort of spectacle are you making? Dragging him around like this? Why can't you speak directly? Besides, didn't Tiyu just say you wanted the child to stay with us? Are you now backing out? Why do I suddenly find old Lin quite dashing? That's right. We must not let him return. Let Tion stay here." Papa Tion withdrew his arm, exhaling deeply. "We were merely joking. Do you genuinely wish for my son to remain here? I find that improbable." As he reached out, Lin Ziyu intercepted him. This time, he stepped forward, shielding Tion behind him, as if protecting his younger self. "If that is not feasible, then will you be making the payment of 500,000 in cash or via bank transfer? Once the funds are received, I assure you there will be no further retention. I kindly ask you to leave promptly, but you cannot expect to depart without anything. What if you leave and then refuse to acknowledge the debt?" Lin Ziyu's lips curled into a subtle smile, as if he were jesting while articulating his thoughts. He regarded both of them with indifference, perceiving them as eager to depart, despite the fact that leaving would not alter their circumstances. We have no money." Yet, they insisted that they would repay the amount, considering it a debt owed. As Papa Tion attempted to leave, Lin Ziyu stood his ground resolutely. He was utterly oblivious to whether they would revert to their former selves or become even more exacerbated upon their return. "Lin Ziyu, what do you intend to do? Do not forget my status. I am his father." Clearly, Tion's father was somewhat anxious. He was devoid of any thoughts now, only wishing to leave hastily. He felt as if he were completely exposed, especially before another man. It was utterly humiliating. His father? "I cannot concern myself with such matters. My lawyer has arrived, and you may speak with him." Outside, a man dressed in an all-black suit, carrying a laptop bag, appeared, an unmistakably professional figure. "Isn't this the lawyer for my dreams?" This man is only a shade inferior to old Lin. Without uttering a word, the man approached Lin Ziyu, slightly bowing before promptly speaking. "Mr. Lin, may I inquire what urgent matter has arisen? I have brought all our contracts with me." Lin Ziyu waved his hand, indicating the man opposite him, and leaned forward to glance at the debris strewn across his study floor. "They damaged my belongings, and now they speak of leaving without compensation. You handle it." The lawyer nodded, swiftly retrieving his laptop from his bag. "This matter can be resolved quite easily. We can calculate it at 80% of the market price. Mr. Lin, we have records of all your previous purchases, which amount to approximately 8 million yuan. Upon hearing this figure, Tion's mother could no longer remain seated. 8 million? Why don't you go rob a bank instead? Chapter 080. Business, ISNT, this just coming to life? The price you just quoted is entirely different. How can you keep changing it? Don't you feel any remorse?" She pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Ziyu, unleashing a torrent of curses. In merely half an hour, the price had skyrocketed, and by such a considerable amount. Lin Ziyu approached his lawyer and whispered, "There's no need for such a sum. I only require 5 million from them. Once received, they can depart." The lawyer furrowed his brow, but said nothing. He managed numerous financial projects and contracts for Lin Ziyu, well aware of his affluence. The difference in price was trivial in his eyes, perhaps merely the cost of a meal. "As Mr. Lin has stated, you need only provide 5 million, he affirmed. Yet, even so, Tion's mother's gaze was filled with reluctance. Ideally, they should not have to pay a single cent, otherwise she would remain unsatisfied. To merely have come out for a bit of fun, only to be extorted? What? Do you have any issues? The lawyer observed their hesitance and proactively added. Father Tion seemed somewhat impatient, stating clearly that they currently lacked the funds and would provide them after some time. The lawyer glanced at Lin Ziyu, who shook his head in response. Whether you have it or not is your concern, not mine. Besides, if you don't have it today, will you miraculously have it in a couple of days? Do you think I'm a fool? How could I possibly believe such words? Lin Ziyu cast a glance at Meng Meng. The situation was nearly resolved, and it was imperative to send Meng Meng away quickly. Who knows what these two might do next? If they harmed his daughter, it would be an irreparable loss. Meng Meng, take Brother Tion to the game room for a bit. I will let you both out once everything is settled. Fearing Meng Meng might resist leaving, Lin Ziyu leaned closer to her, whispering, Look, Brother Tion is quite unhappy right now. Could you take him to play? After all, you are the little master of this household, and Brother Tion is your guest. Shouldn't you entertain him well? Meng Meng nodded obediently, though her gaze lingered on the direction of Tion's parents. She beckoned her father. Daddy, can you manage alone? They don't seem easy to deal with. If anything happens, you must call for me loudly, understood? Lin Ziyu smiled, but nodded in affirmation. His daughter, who usually appeared delicate, proved to be quite reliable in critical moments, stepping up when needed. He patted Meng Meng on the shoulder, assuring her, Don't worry. If I encounter any issues, I will call for you loudly. Keep your ears open. Haha. We will also keep an eye on old Lin. They wouldn't really fight, would they? How thrilling. What kind of variety show is this? As the two children entered the room, Lin Ziyu finally composed his expression, adopting a fierce demeanor. Reclining on the sofa with legs crossed, he asked, Now then, how do you two plan to resolve this? We have already stated our position. We have no money. Mother Tion stubbornly held her ground, displaying an unwavering resolve akin to a stubborn duck. Despite this, Lin Ziyu felt no apprehension. He waved his hand. Lawyer Chun, what should we generally do in such situations? The lawyer nodded, adjusting his glasses. In such cases, we can directly file a lawsuit. Mr. Lin, rest assured, we will resolve this matter in the shortest possible time. And if they refuse to listen, what then? Lin Ziyu fidgeted with his wrist. He had had some contact with his family and was well aware of their modus operandi. I fear that once they depart from here today, not only will they be unwilling to provide compensation, but recovering even a single penny may prove exceedingly difficult. Mr. Lin, rest assured, we possess numerous strategies for such matters, for we are professionals. We will employ various approaches, gathering insights from their families and acquaintances in their social circles. Lawyer Chun was quite pleased. Had he not been exceptional, how could he have become Lin Ziyu's personal attorney? His legal fees alone could afford him several properties. Such matters are child's play for him. What do you intend to do? Haven't we made ourselves clear? We will handle this issue. It's merely that the current funds are insufficient to address it immediately. No worries. I have connections with banks. If you require assistance, I can contact them right away. Lin Ziyu nodded. Truly, his choice of attorney was commendable. Every action they took bore their unique style, and their working habits shared many similarities with his own. In summary, it was nothing short of perfection. Lin Ziyu, I never imagined you capable of such actions. I can fully embrace the notion that this may have been a deliberate act on your part. Only in this manner could you seamlessly justify our need for compensation. Lin Ziyu remained indifferent. He cared not for the opinions of others. They were simply eager to find a reason to place all blame upon him. It was only through this that they could effortlessly absolve themselves of all responsibility. Mr. Lin, Lawyer Chun, please activate the recording device and document every word they utter. I have surveillance in my study. Thus, I will be able to ascertain the true course of events. The lawyer nodded in satisfaction. Why had he ever doubted? The individual before him was none other than Lin Ziyu, who had worked alongside him for an extended period without a single misstep. He had surely memorized Lin Ziyu's working style. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will handle this matter with utmost care. If you wish to rest, please feel free to do so. Chapter 081. What matters is the outcome, not me. Lin Ziyu nodded and stretched leisurely. It was one thing to feel tired, but now that the mention of rest had been made, he indeed felt a bit fatigued. Rising slowly, he gently patted Lawyer Chun on the shoulder. I leave the matters here in your capable hands. With your abilities, I trust this will be a trivial matter for you. Mr. Lin, we misspoke earlier. Could we not consider this matter settled? We can write you an IOU right now. Would that suffice? Tion's father seemed to falter. If this issue were to reach the ears of his superiors and colleagues, what face would he have left in the industry? Do not speak of face saving. It seems that even maintaining one's employment may prove to be quite challenging. An IOU? How could you utter such words? Where do we find such funds? We scarcely possess that much money. Every day, Mama Tion is filled with worry. Their mortgage remains unpaid, with all their resources devoted to education. But now, be silent. Are you intent on personally ruining your son? If this matter is not addressed, your son may find himself unable to gain admission not only to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida, but even to a decent high school. Upon hearing this, Mama Tion could only lower her head in resignation, even if it takes a year to repay a little, striving to complete it in 20 years. 20 years. When will it come to an end? Mr. He, my lawyer is present. If there are matters to discuss, please communicate directly. Lin Ziyu glanced at the time. I sincerely apologize for the lack of hospitality. I have just entered my break period and must take some time to rest. I doubt I can attend to you. In the game room, Tion sat alone in a corner, letting Ming Ming place her toys before him without the slightest interest. Instead, he gazed at everything in front of him, letting out a helpless sigh. Creak! The door swung open, and Lin Ming Ming peered in nervously, glancing outside. Upon seeing her father, she rushed over. Dad, are you all right? Were you hurt by them? What if something serious happens? Lin Ziyu smiled coldly, uncertain whether his precious daughter was genuinely concerned for him or cursing him. It was truly perplexing that she could voice such sentiments. Iem Mifine, have you ever seen me in trouble? Besides, haven't you noticed that Uncle Chun is still outside? Just look at how capable he is. Lin Ming Ming nodded resolutely. She had witnessed his prowess firsthand. Once, after a quarrel with someone, it just so happened that Lawyer Chun arrived to deliver documents. With his silver tongue, he had managed to converse with a group of women. The scene was so impressive that it still sent shivers down Lin Mingming's spine when she recalled it. Tion, what troubles you? Lin Ziyu approached Tion, believing that this child still had the potential to be redeemed. He was not entirely lost or incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. In the face of significant matters, he could still maintain a proper mindset. For this reason alone, Lin Ziyu felt that the child was not beyond saving. Uncle Lin, am I truly so inadequate? I do not understand what came over me. I was simply uncontrollable. Upon seeing those toys, I became overly excited, and I don't know what happened. Uncle Lin, I truly did not mean to. Please believe me. Listening to Tion's repeated explanations, Lin Ziyu nodded. He certainly wishes to believe in the words spoken by Tion each day. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Tion to stay in his home. Recently, he has begun to suspect whether Tion might be suffering from bipolar disorder, as the child exhibits sporadic emotional outbursts that leave him in a constant state of tension. Observing Tion's current demeanor, it seems quite plausible. I am more than willing to trust you, particularly since you are merely a child and cannot possibly grasp the complexities of the world. However, it is imperative for you to understand that even as a child, one must face the consequences of their actions and accept a certain degree of responsibility. Do you comprehend? Lin Ziyu sincerely hopes that his words resonate with Tion. Otherwise, all his efforts would amount to naught. Tion nodded, with a flicker of helplessness and despair evident in his eyes. I am aware, and I understand that I must bear this responsibility. Suddenly, Tion blinked and raised his head. Uncle Lin, have I caused a lot of trouble for my parents today? Will they dislike me now? Lin Ziyu was taken aback. What kind of situation does this child endure at home? Such worry and fear? Tion, could you share something with me? Tion nodded. Yet a hint of unease lingered in his heart. Uncle Lin, can you promise to keep it a secret? No matter what happens, you must not tell anyone. Lin Ziyu nodded in affirmation. Tion then turned his gaze to Lin Ming, who also nodded. Don't worry, brother Tion. I am the best at keeping secrets. No matter what, I'll one say a word. I will act as if I didn't hear anything. Hearing Lin Mingming's reassuring words, A smile finally graced Tian's face. Uncle Lin, is there something you wish to know? You may ask me now. Lin Ziyu, feeling somewhat exasperated, inquired, are your parents always like this? Do you have any hobbies or activities you enjoy? Tian hesitated. Throughout his life, whenever he expressed an interest, his parents would suddenly intervene, bombarding him with a barrage of words that echoed endlessly in his mind. I have no hobbies. I know that my parents have it tough, so I must study diligently. Regardless of what happens, my education must always come first. Moreover, I cannot have my own thoughts. I can only exist within the confines of the life they have meticulously planned for me. That is my existence. A bittersweet smile mixed with a hint of pain graced Tian's face. Though he is still a child, he has already lost the innocence and naivety of youth. In fact, he has long since forfeited the joy of a carefree childhood. Have you ever considered living differently? Or have you thought about saying no to this situation? Do you wish to rebel? Tian shook his head. In the past, I did contemplate it, but I no longer do. I am merely their child, a source of pride and joy for them, rather than their son. Chapter 082. Idle Moments, Playing with Children. Upon hearing those words, Lin Ziyu felt an immediate sense of empathy. He understood Tian's emotions deeply and could fathom the reason behind his utterance. However, Ming, standing nearby, appeared somewhat perplexed. What connection could there be between the two? After all, they were merely the same person. Brother Tian, are you confused? Aren't you their son? Don't you belong to them? Regardless of what transpires, isn't it you they desire? Ming tilted her little head, her perspective on the matter seemingly flawless. She even began to question whether she was adopted by Lin Ziyu. For how could other children be subject to such stringent expectations while she herself seemed to drift aimlessly? She felt as though she had no purpose, apart from occasionally playing here and there, as if there were genuinely nothing to occupy her time. Tian shook his head, a blissful expression adorning his face as he gazed at Lin Ming. Sister Ming, you have no idea how envious I am of you. I have always wished to befriend someone like you. Even if I cannot become you, I yearn to experience the freedom that comes with your existence. As he spoke, Ming, somewhat bewildered yet understanding, acknowledged her own carefree life. She didn't have to concern herself with anything, nor did she need to engage in any particular tasks. It sufficed for her to behave well and not worry her parents. That alone was a commendable achievement. As for everything else, it seemed insignificant. Envious of me? Brother Tian, I envy you too. You are incredibly capable. You excel at everything. I, on the other hand, Ming lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with shyness. She once believed herself to be a fool, but later realized that she simply had not yet had the opportunity to learn. My parents do not allow me to study, so I must learn secretly. I truly admire your ability to study openly. It must be so fulfilling, right? Lin Ziyu's expression darkened. How could Ming's words evoke such a sensation? It felt entirely disconnected from him. Was this truly his daughter? Perhaps her little cotton-padded jacket had sprung a leak? Ming, you are still young. There are numerous things you have yet to comprehend. You should seize this youthful time to play. There will be ample opportunities for learning in the future. Standing aside, Lin Ziyu was utterly stunned. What were these two conversing about? They were both young, merely two little children. Listening to their exchanges, one might mistakenly assume they were quite mature. Brother Tian, you don't understand. My parents probably think of me as a girl, which is why they are reluctant to let me study. Lin Ziyu, what nonsense is this? When did he ever express such sentiments? One could hardly wish to pluck the stars from the heavens for her. Yet somehow, when it comes to her, it becomes a matter of her being a daughter, hence the reluctance to give. Does she not feel a pang in her heart when uttering such words? Yet, every time she hears this phrase, she casts a glance at Lin Ziyu, as if all matters are intertwined with him. Gently, she patted Ming's shoulder. Dear Sister Ming, do not fret. If you desire to study, I shall set aside the books I have previously used. When time permits, I shall present them to you. Upon hearing the mention of books, a spark of intelligence gleamed in Ming's large eyes, despite her current inability to recognize any characters. Nevertheless, her heart remains pure. Ming, do you think the adults' thoughts mirror ours? Why do I feel that all their actions are deliberate? Can they truly discern our thoughts? Lin Ziyu mused, astonished. Could it be that their combined intellect barely passes muster? How can they utter such words? What do they take life for a film? Or have they indulged too much in science fiction, believing they can perceive the innermost thoughts of others? It is quite perplexing. In the next moment, Lin Mingming glanced in Lin Ziyu's direction, first sighing, then leaning closer to Tian Tian. Brother Tian Tian, your thoughts align perfectly with mine. Just the other day, while watching television, I had a similar notion. I wonder if they could see into our minds, standing atop our heads. For instance, when I wish to study, they disallow it. Yet when you do not wish to, they insist you must. I believe this is all intentional, certainly intentional. With this proclamation, the two found common ground, convinced that Lin Ziyu's current gaze was one of insight, as if he could see through all their hidden thoughts. Otherwise, what they were doing now would ultimately be in vain. Shoo, Sister Mingming, this matter must remain known only to the heavens, the earth, you, and me. No one else must learn of it. Lin Mingming quickly covered her mouth, nodding fervently. Rest assured, I shall not disclose this to anyone. It shall remain our little secret. Lin Ziyu stood nearby, listening intently. Fortunately, the two had resolved to keep this affair to themselves. Should it escape their lips, it would be a disgrace, not only for them, but certainly for him as well. Lin Ziyu, feeling uneasy, squatted beside them. Uncle Lin, what are you up to? Are you trying to eavesdrop on our conversation? Shoo, I needn't eavesdrop. I can already see the thoughts swirling in your minds. Lin Ziyu pointed at Tian Tian. You must be worried about your parents' safety right now, aren't you? You also wish to know if they will be more restrained after today, and if they will entrust more time to you, correct? Tian Tian was taken aback, as if she had already grasped 80% of her own thoughts. Uncle Lin, how did you know? Of course I know. Not only that, but I also understand Mingming's thoughts. Lin Ziyu replied, turning towards Lin Mingming. Mingming, don't you wish to study diligently and seize every moment to acquire knowledge, so that you may become well-versed? Chapter 083. Hope must always exist. The expressions on their faces mirrored that of someone struck by lightning, filled with astonishment as they gazed at one another. Their little heads spun incessantly, unable to comprehend the underlying principle. Could it be that their small minds were somehow being monitored? Or did Lin Ziyu possess some extraordinary ability? Uncle Lin, could you teach me this ability of yours? Ability? Lin Ziyu was momentarily taken aback. He had merely been joking with the children, never anticipating that these two naive kids would genuinely believe him. He then adjusted his attire to appear slightly more serious and cleared his throat. Speak up. What is it that you wish for me to teach you? Whatever I impart to you, once you step outside, you must act as if nothing has transpired. Understood? Tian Tian nodded resolutely, which eased Lin Ziyu's worries. He did not wish to be perceived as a fool. Speaking of possessing superpowers would only make him seem insane. Now tell me, what is it you most desire to know? What has sparked this curiosity? In that moment, Tian Tian suddenly grew silent, her small figure bearing an immense weight. With lips slightly parted and uncertainty in her eyes, she whispered, I want to know what my dad and mom are thinking. I want them both to like me. Lin Ziyu fell into silence. It seemed he should converse with Tiantian's parents instead of her. Gently stroking Tiantian's head, he had thought that his daughter was quite understanding. But witnessing Tiantian's demeanor revealed the true depth of her understanding, which was heart-wrenching. Do you think I like Mingming? Lin Ziyu tilted his head, glancing at Tian Tian and then at Mingming in the distance. He was uncertain of his standing in Mingming's heart. Perhaps he did not measure up to Tian Tian and the others. He had never contemplated what Mingming truly felt, especially after hearing Tiantian's words, which made him acutely aware of the differences between himself and the children. Tian Tian pouted, unable to nod or shake her head, and replied, I don't know if you really like Mingming, but it's evident that you care for her deeply. She is free to pursue her desires without restraint, a love unconfined. Unconfined love? A faint smile graced Lin Ziyu's lips. This is precisely the sense of liberation he yearns for. Yet children are inherently different, each with their own wants and needs. One can only strive to become a better parent through continuous exploration. It is only in this manner that both he and his child can experience joy in abundance. After Tian Tian uttered these words, Lin Mingming's face was awash with helplessness. That's not the case at all. Brother Tian Tian, let me tell you, My father is not that kind of person. He merely wants me to assist him with his work. He expects me to handle everything at home, allowing him to indulge in leisure. Otherwise, he would be burdened with all the tasks alone. Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyu shook his head in resignation. He wished to explain, but could he truly clarify anything at this moment? Would she be willing to believe him? It would be best to wait until Mengmeng matures a bit more. Then they might communicate more clearly. Really? I thought you seemed quite happy most of the time. I assumed this was your hobby. Lin Mengmeng rolled her eyes in response. Who enjoys cooking in their free time? She certainly does not. Yet, each time she sees others relish their meals, an undeniable happiness wells up within her. That joy is genuine and heartfelt. Not really. I do like it to some extent. It's just that I don't feel particularly fond of those things. Lin Mengmeng fell silent, uncertain of her own words. So, do you like it or not? In the end, Lin Mengmeng nodded. At least it wasn't entirely unpleasant. Exactly. That means you are indeed quite fortunate. It's akin to how I've never enjoyed these things. In their eyes, they can only see what I dislike, completely oblivious to what I cherish. As Tian lamented, he felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, despite this, he still wished for his parents to recognize him, to be a part of their lives. At the very least, he aspired to be someone they would appreciate. Lin Ziyu tenderly ruffled Tian's small head, realizing that he was just an innocent child, yet he had to learn to mimic the ways of adults. Tian, have you ever shared these thoughts with your family? Are they aware? Tian shook his head. How could he possibly say anything? He feared that even a slight admission would prompt his mother to brandish a little whip before him. How could he waste time discussing such matters? Why are you reluctant to express your feelings? Tian fell silent, as if he were already rejecting the notion from within, even before the question was fully posed. He could sense their thoughts. Uncle Lin, do you truly believe those words can be spoken? I am simply worried, and I am quite afraid. Afraid? Observing Tian's trembling hands, Lin Ziyu seemed to comprehend the root of his fear. Reflecting on his own childhood, he realized he had been much the same. Every day, I contemplate rebellion, yet each attempt proves futile. I find myself perpetually testing and speculating within my own circle, rather than steadfastly pursuing my innermost convictions. Day after day, I ponder. Even if I were to encounter 100 possibilities, it would be of little consequence. I yearn for others to comprehend my thoughts. Can you grasp this? Tian nodded slightly, aware of the inevitability of the situation. What difference does it make if one knows or remains oblivious? The outcome remains unchanged. Perhaps, should I choose to resist, I would only invite further frustration upon myself. Uncle Lin, have you considered that even if I express my thoughts, it would serve no purpose? It might even annoy my parents, leaving me in a quandary. The depths of Tian's gaze were rife with helplessness and despair. How had the two people he trusted most transformed into such figures? There are many endeavors you must earnestly pursue, Tian. What if your parents suddenly experience a change of heart? Wouldn't that lead to the cancellation of those training classes you abhor? Wouldn't that grant you freedom? As he spoke, Lin Ziyu gently patted Tian's shoulder, urging him to understand the importance of challenging oneself. Chapter 084. You mentioned exposure. Challenge myself? A flicker of anticipation and hope glimmered in Tian's eyes. Perhaps he had been overly timid. Perhaps a sincere conversation with his parents was indeed warranted. Otherwise, the outcome would remain uncertain. With newfound resolve, Tian nodded firmly. Uncle Lin, having heard your words, I genuinely wish to have a heartfelt discussion with my parents. However, could we first settle the matter of compensation? Then we could leave? Settle it first? Lin Ziyu suddenly realized he was nearly led astray by this child. While discussions can be constructive, this matter was non-negotiable. Feelings of sympathy aside, compensation is a separate issue entirely. Would all of his cherished possessions become collateral damage? Without hesitation, Lin Ziyu declined. He was not some so-called saint. Shaking his head, he stated, Tian, the issues with your family are your own and should not involve anyone else. However, matters concerning you and your family should be brought to their attention. Despite Lin Ziyu's numerous explanations, Tian seemed impervious to them. With a furrowed brow, he continued to clarify, Uncle Lin, this predicament is my fault. I caused the damage, and it has nothing to do with my parents. They should not bear the burden of this. Lin Ziyu was taken aback. What did he mean by that? Shouldn't they be the ones to bear the consequences? Was he suggesting that he, himself, should shoulder this burden? How unfair. In the next moment, Lin Mengmeng approached Lin Ziyu. She appeared to have grasped Tian's intent, which, in essence, was to engage in verbal sparring without any desire for action or compensation. Every day, dear brother, you are no longer a child. You must take responsibility for your actions. As Mengmeng began to speak, Tian found himself swallowing the words he had intended to say. Wasn't this simply a desire to escape from everything? Tian looked at Mengmeng helplessly, stammering, I didn't mean to. I truly lost control just now, and I don't even know what came over me. He continued to justify himself, but to Mengmeng, such explanations seemed merely like evasions. She glanced at Lin Ziyu, recalling how he had once employed the same tactics. Such petty tricks were utterly insignificant in her eyes. Tian, regardless of your feelings at that moment, those actions were ultimately your own. I witnessed everything with my own eyes, and our home surveillance cameras captured it all clearly. Feeling a sense of guilt, Tian ceased his protests. However, the substantial financial burden was simply unbearable for his family. Tears streamed down his cheeks, reflecting his sense of injustice. Lin Ziyu shook his head. Although this child was still young, his thoughts mirrored those of the adults in his household. Ultimately, he had been shaped by the realities of life and his environment. In the next moment, Lin Ziyu patted Tian on the shoulder, hesitating to find the right words. Tian, you are becoming a young man. You should bravely stand up instead of constantly trying to argue or evade. With that, Lin Ziyu turned to leave. Rather than allowing these individuals to linger in his home, it would be more prudent to seek a resolution to the matter at hand. Lin Mengmeng, too, shook her head in resignation. She felt a tinge of disappointment. What good was education if it merely served to provide excuses? Tian, I suddenly feel that being educated is not as remarkable as it seems. Your lack of discernment and reason only serves to bring shame upon those who have studied. With that, she mimicked Lin Ziyu and turned to leave. At that moment, Tian found himself alone in the room, watching their departing figures with a resigned sigh. Had he truly erred? In the living room, Tian's parents were engaged in a heated negotiation with Lawyer Chun, constantly haggling over terms. Even Lawyer Chun was beginning to lose his patience. It was not fear that troubled him, but rather the obstinacy of these individuals, who kept changing their demands. Mr. He, Mrs. He, this matter is not up for discussion. We already possess substantial evidence. We are merely notifying you. If you have any grievances, you are welcome to file a lawsuit. Lawyer Chun spoke with conviction. Eager to leave the premises, having weathered numerous storms in his career, he found himself vexed by Tian's mother, who was utterly exasperating. At that moment, Tian's mother collapsed onto the floor, kneeling and repeatedly striking the ground. You are trying to drive us to our doom. She cried out. Lin Ziyu, if you have any courage, come out here. Do not hide away like a timid turtle. Do you believe I would rather dash my head against the wall right here? This woman seems to resemble my great-grandmother. My grandmother was just like this. My old lady was the same. At this moment, the audience in the live stream seemed to resonate profoundly with the figure of Tian Mama, recognizing her struggles reflected in many familiar faces. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyu reclined comfortably in his armchair, his gaze fixed upon his computer screen, absorbing every event unfolding in the living room. He observed as Lin Mengmeng cautiously approached Lawyer Chun, tugging at his sleeve. Uncle Chun, has the matter been resolved? Lawyer Chun hesitated slightly. If these two individuals were even remotely reasonable, they would not be in such a predicament now. To fully resolve this issue, it appeared that a bit more time was necessary. Seeing Lawyer Chun shake his head in resignation, Lin Mengmeng glanced once more at the distraught Tian Mama, beginning to grasp a fragment of what daily life must be like for Tian at home. Auntie, if you truly wish for this to continue. Mengmeng pointed towards the surveillance camera nestled in the corner of her home, along with various live streaming equipment. Yet Tian Mama scoffed. What of having surveillance? Even if it's seen, what difference does it make? If you have the guts, expose it. I would relish seeing who stand by your side then. It's merely a pile of trash, yet you still demand 5 million. I wish to show others your true colors. Tian Tian Mama remained undaunted. After all, her days revolve around caring for her family and attending to Tian Tian, leaving little time for herself or for following entertainment news. Thus, she remained oblivious to Mengming's family's participation in a variety show. However, Mengming feigned surprise, covering her mouth. Isn't it already exposed now? Chapter 085. If you had compensated early, this matter would not exist. Upon uttering these words, a look of confusion washed over Tian Tian Mama's face. Utterly perplexed by Mengming's statement. Exposed? What exposure? Even Tian Tian Papa stepped forward, astonished. What are you saying? What does exposure mean? The expressions on their faces were a vivid tapestry of disbelief. Haha, they are flustered, refusing to admit their wrongdoing and shifting the blame. Shameless. Mengming tilted her little head. Uncle, Annie, do you not know that our family is participating in a variety show? Moreover, this show is live, which means that even without surveillance, everyone has witnessed what just transpired. What nonsense are you spouting? Isn't the show already concluded? Tian Tian Mama's heart began to race. Her eyes instinctively darted upwards, questioning whether Mengming's words held any truth. The more she pondered, the more uncertain she felt. If the vast audience online caught sight of her earlier behavior, what would become of her reputation? What would the students' parents and teachers think? Oh dear, her gaze inevitably fixed upon Daddy Tian Tian. Darling, is this matter true? What should we do now? How could he possibly know what to do? The concern was not solely for Mommy Tian Tian. His previous demeanor was hardly commendable either. If the boss and the partners were to find out, who knows how they would perceive him? You're asking me? Daddy Tian Tian's tone suddenly escalated. He had already devised a plan. He must shift all the blame onto Mommy Tian Tian. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. She had no job. At worst, she would face a few comments, but he was different. He had a career to uphold. Wasn't it you who had been murmuring about this alone? The moment I stepped in, I stated that these items were not mere toys. They were collectibles. Some are even out of print. No matter how much money you spend, you cannot acquire them. Mr. Lin had kindly offered us a very low price, and yet you kept haggling and throwing tantrums. I can no longer bear it. The stark contrast left Lawyer Chen astonished, his mouth agape. Such an ability to distort right and wrong. It was a pity he didn't pursue a career as a disreputable lawyer with such talent. Mommy Tian Tian was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing her husband's wink, she instantly understood his intention. Naturally, she took over the conversation. Yes, it's all my fault. I am short-sighted, and I have not seen much of the world. But we're just an ordinary family. We cannot afford such compensation. As she spoke, tears gracefully slipped from the corners of her eyes. It was completely genuine, tinged with a hint of personal emotion. Mengming was also taken aback. What was happening? She had merely spoken casually, and everything had changed? Truly perplexing. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not care what you both are truly thinking, nor do I wish to know what your thoughts and decisions are at this moment. With that, Lawyer Chen pulled out a document from his bag. This is the document I just printed. I am now handing it to you. Please review when it would be convenient for you to address this matter. I am flexible. Immediately, Daddy Tian Tian accepted the document, hesitating to speak. It was likely too late to change his mind. On one side was his job, and on the other, a rightful compensation. Moreover, given his earlier behavior, even if he were eloquent, he could only suppress his words. Mengming, could you perhaps plead with your father? You are aware of the situation at Uncle's house. If Daddy Tian Tian truly cannot proceed, we must focus our attention on Mommy Tian Tian. Without hesitation, she approached, squatting down to grasp Lin Mengming's hand. Mengming, Annie knows she has done many things in the past that were not particularly good for you. The relationship between you and Brother Tian Tian remains quite amicable, and it is hard to bear the thought of him growing up as a child from a poor family. As for the 5 million, with some effort and ingenuity, they could potentially gather that amount. However, that would mean they would suffer an unjust loss of such a significant sum. It is likely that anyone would find it difficult to accept. Lin Ziyu gazed intently at his computer screen, eager to discern Lin Mengming's choice. Would it be her friendship, or would she resolutely stand on the side of justice? Lin Mengming glanced at Lawyer Chen and inquired, Uncle Chun, is there truly no other way to address this situation? Meng Meng, they have indeed erred, Lawyer Chen replied, feeling overwhelmed. The two individuals were already challenging to deal with. If Lin Meng Meng were to side with them, it would become even more complicated. The situation was already precarious, and all he could hope for was that it wouldn't become more troublesome. On one side was his immediate superior, and on the other, his beloved daughter. Both parties were not to be offended. Yet Meng Meng shrugged her shoulders. I understand they have made mistakes, but I am merely considering that they likely do not have such a large sum at this moment. Perhaps we could propose a payment plan? That way, it would provide some resolution, don't you think? Meng Meng's intellect is truly impressive. You never cease to amaze. Lawyer Chun is quite dashing, such an urban elite. Hearing these remarks, a bead of sweat finally trickled down Lawyer Chen's forehead. How could he have assumed Meng Meng would align with them? Had he forgotten who she was? She was the child of Lin Ziyu. How could his offspring lack discernment? Annie Tian was momentarily taken aback. Meng Meng, that is not what I meant. However, Meng Meng interrupted her. Annie, are you still contemplating evading responsibility? Or perhaps acknowledging it verbally while avoiding any substantial action? These words, though echoing Auntie Tian's unspoken thoughts, could not be articulated. Resigned, she signed the documents that were handed to her. With the back and forth, her dignity was thoroughly diminished. She shouted into the room, Tian, come home. Tian emerged with his head hung low. All I do is play every day. Now look, we've caused such a huge mess. And we're the ones who have to clean it up. Chapter 086. I'm off to school. Tian shall not be late. As the three prepared to depart, Lin Ziyu emerged from the room. After much contemplation, he realized that this incident had occurred in his own home. As a father, he understood the significance of children's affairs to their parents. His involvement would be a gesture of goodwill. Mr. Lin, the matter has been resolved. Here is their signature. Lawyer Chen stated. Lin Ziyu nodded and casually placed the documents Lawyer Chen handed him on the dining table. With a benevolent nod, he remarked, Thank you for your assistance in this matter. Mr. Lin, you are too kind. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Lawyer Chen spoke as he began to organize his briefcase. Who would want to linger here indefinitely? It is utterly nonsensical. These two little devils, especially the larger one, are quite troublesome, while the smaller one is only slightly better. Lin Ziyu nodded in agreement. Mr. Lin, since the matter has been resolved, I believe we have no reason to remain here any longer. We shall take our leave. As for the compensation, we will ensure it is prepared in the shortest time possible. However, Lin Ziyu would not allow them to depart. To be precise, it was impossible for him to let them leave at that moment. Tian's father. As men, there are certain things I wish to discuss with you, Lin Ziyu began. Yet, Tian's father interjected with a sarcastic snort. Mr. Lin, the issue has been settled. Perhaps we should save any further discussions for another time. Although our material conditions may not compare to yours, I firmly believe my son will achieve great success and eventually rise above others. The pressure on Tian was immense. Particularly with Tian's father's current mindset, Lin Ziyu could only shake his head in resignation. Hoping for one's child to succeed? Isn't that rather excessive? Can I claim that my parents were the same? Child, I will certainly improve in the future. Lin Ziyu watched helplessly as they departed, leaving him alone on the sofa. Shortly thereafter, Lin Meng trotted over, gently tugging at Lin Ziyu's shirt. Daddy, were you thinking about discussing something regarding brother Tian? Lin Ziyu was taken aback. Could his daughter have discerned his thoughts? How do you know? And what about brother Tian? He feigned ignorance, attempting to gauge whether Lin Meng's thoughts aligned with his own, or if she was merely speculating. Dad, can't you see that brother Tian is acting strangely? Lin Meng furrowed her brow, placing her finger on her lips, mumbling as she tilted her head. Yes. I saw it on television. It seems to be called depression. Depression? Meng knows so much. I think it has seemed that way. He truly isn't himself. I feel the same way. I don't want to do my homework. Upstairs, you will make Grandpa laugh to death. Not wanting to do homework is hardly comparable. Lin Ziyu gazed at Lin Meng in astonishment, as if witnessing a child grow before his eyes. He had always been by Meng Meng's side. When had she changed so much? How had he remained unaware? She seemed to comprehend everything, which was rather frightening. Observing the look of confusion on Lin Ziyu's face, Lin Mingming gently nudged him with her small hand. Daddy, what is wrong? Why are you so quiet? Did I say something wrong? No. Only the father was astonished, realizing that his dear Mingming had unknowingly grown up. While he remained oblivious to certain matters, she seemed to know them all. If you were in her shoes, what would you do? At this moment, Lin Ziyu felt a flicker of hope. After all, he longed to understand whether his daughter was truly capable of handling issues or if she was still his little princess. Mingming first shook her head, expressing a sense of helplessness. Father, why do you pose such childish questions? Firstly, I am not Brother Tian. Even if I were, I would never let myself arrive at this juncture. Half of his current predicament is undoubtedly his own doing. He has brought this upon himself. Living in fear of wolves in front and tigers behind, he dares not attempt anything nor speak freely. If it were me, such a situation would never have arisen from the outset. Hearing these words from Lin Mingming, Lin Ziyu felt a wave of comfort. This was indeed his daughter, who had resolved the matter right from its roots. Yet, the realization that Mengming's life was just beginning weighed heavily on him. She would inevitably confront numerous people and peculiar situations ahead. A sense of helplessness and guilt flickered in Lin Ziyu's eyes. At this moment, he began to doubt himself, questioning whether he should allow Lin Mingming to attend school. What if she encountered even more bizarre individuals and circumstances? Mingming, do you wish to go to school? Before Lin Ziyu could finish his sentence, Lin Mingming eagerly nodded. Of course I want to, observing the glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Lin Ziyu felt an inexplicable sense of impending loss, as if he were preparing to marry off his daughter. Wasn't this merely the start of her schooling? Lin Ziyu hesitated, but finally said, all right, since you are so eager to attend school, starting tomorrow, you shall begin your adaptation. Do you think you can manage? In that moment, Lin Mingming could hardly contain her excitement. Mingming is going to school? After waiting so long, the day has finally arrived. Mingming, I'm going to school. Old Lin, it's time for you to grow up on your own. Why is she so happy? Is it truly about going to school? Observing Lin Mingming's joyful expression, some questioned whether she had ever experienced life's hardships, unaware of the gravity of the situation. She cheerfully busied herself with packing her little backpack. Lin Ziyu watched as Mingming skipped away, and he let out a sigh of relief. Life without children around was indeed idyllic. He could do as he pleased, reclining instead of sitting, and he could indulge in takeout without any reservations. It was simply perfect. However, by the following day, Lin Ziyu discovered that matters were not as straightforward as he had imagined. Lin Mingming stood at the door, her brow furrowed, stamping her feet in frustration. Father, hurry and get up. Father, are you awake? You must take me to school. How can you be like this? Daddy. At that moment, Lin Ziyu questioned whether his ears had malfunctioned, for he was met with the echo of a persistent voice. Chapter 087. The first day of school, late. Unable to resist, I turned over, adopting a more comfortable position, and drifted back to sleep. Meanwhile, Lin Mingming had begun to style her hair. On the first day of school, I absolutely cannot be late. I must look beautiful. Wow, she is so well behaved. She wakes up so early. Has old Lin gotten up too? I can hardly believe it. I want a daughter just like her. Lin Mingming had already finished her preparations, yet she still had not caught sight of Lin Ziyu. At this moment, a sense of urgency began to creep in. Today marked the first day of school. What if she were to be late? Dad, are you awake? Dad, wake up. With each fervent call, Lin Ziyu, reluctantly, turned over and glanced at his phone. 6:40. Lin Mingming, why are you calling out so early? At that moment, Lin Ziyu was entirely devoid of sleepiness. He donned his clothes and made his way to the living room. There, he found Lin Mingming already dressed, her little backpack slung over her shoulder, standing in front of him with her head tilted. Daddy, are you awake? It was evident that Lin Ziyu was a bit grumpy from being awakened. How rare. Old Lin is up so early. Has old Lin not slept at all? Huh. Upstairs, you've devoured all the bamboo shoots. Dad, shall we set off? Lin Mingming had already brought him his shoes, looking entirely ready. However, Lin Ziyu simply flopped onto the sofa. Mingming, do you realize that school has its own schedule? She nodded vigorously. Of course I know. That's why we need to go early. We absolutely cannot be late. Otherwise, the teacher will be angry. Angry? If we leave now. I bet the teacher isn't even at school yet. Aside from the two of them, it will be difficult to find anyone else in the entire school. Lin Ziyu placed his phone before Lin Mingming and tapped the screen. Sweetheart, do you see this? Do you know what time it is? Lin Mingming shook her head. If she could comprehend time, she wouldn't be in this predicament. Dad, I think we should leave a bit earlier. After all, it is the first day of school, and I don't want to be late. Lin Ziyu nodded. I think so too. He planned to order takeout before heading out, so that by the time he dropped Lin Mingming off, the food would arrive at their home. But it was far too early. The school wouldn't even be open. Then, Dad, can we set off now? Right now? Lin Ziyu shook his head. Not just yet. Mingming, you're going to be a school child soon. You should understand that schools have rules. You cannot be late, nor can you arrive too early. Do you understand? Mingming, somewhat confused, nodded. In any case, she knew nothing. Whatever Lin Ziyu said was the truth. She could only walk over to him and begin to massage his shoulders. Dad, when would it be appropriate for us to go? Lin Ziyu pondered for a moment and then snapped his fingers. How about this? I set an alarm on my phone so that when it rings, it can wake me up and we can set off together. What do you think? Lin Mingming hesitated for a moment, but soon nodded in agreement. As time passed slowly, Lin Ziyu unexpectedly fell asleep on the sofa, while Lin Mingming stood nearby, her head drooping, occasionally glancing at Lin Ziyu's phone, wondering why the alarm had not yet sounded. Was it necessary to wait so long? She too began to feel drowsy, perhaps due to waking up so early that morning, her head growing heavy. Before she knew it, she lay down on the sofa and drifted off to sleep. Ha! They've fallen asleep waiting. This is hilarious. Who else is there? During this time, the phone rang, and Lin Ziyu found it too noisy, promptly silencing it. As the daylight brightened, the sunlight fell upon Lin Mingming, rousing her from her slumber. Just then, the phone rang again. Lin Mingming vigorously tapped Lin Ziyu's shoulder. Dad, hurry. Can we go to school now? Lin Ziyu, still half asleep, glanced at the phone. What was this? It was not an alarm, but a call from the kindergarten teacher. He pressed the answer button, and a gentle voice on the other end spoke. Mingming's father. Why hasn't Mingming come to school yet? Is she coming today? Of course we are. Mingming interjected, not allowing Lin Ziyu a chance to decline. Seeing Mingming's little mouth pout in frustration brought a smile to his face. Dad, look at you. I just said we should go directly, and now look. The teacher has called me. How can you expect me to show my face at kindergarten now? Lin Ziyu shook his head. Mingming, this is just a minor issue. Don't be too anxious. Besides, the teacher has already called you, which is proof. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Mingming roll her eyes, a gesture strikingly reminiscent of her mother. It was astonishing how alike they were, even in tone and expression. Mingming, didn't I just tell you? In any situation, do not panic. It's nothing serious. Now, gather your school bag and let us set off. I miss Mingming's day. Mingming is going to school. Wow, I miss her. It seemed the production team sensed the audience's anticipation and directly called Lin Ziyu. Just as they were about to leave, Lin Ziyu's phone rang. What? Does it have to be this way? Okay, I understand. Can we start preparing now? All right, I got it. Lin Ziyu hung up, a fleeting smile crossing his eyes. Wasn't this just a case of wishes coming true? He felt a twinge of concern about Mingming going to school alone for the first time and whether it would be difficult for her. Now, he could keep an eye on her at all times. Dad, what's wrong? Why aren't we hurrying to school? Lin Mingming poked her little head out of the car window, while Lin Ziyu pointed to his phone, saying, the production team just called, asking me to bring you along. At that moment, Mingming was too eager to care about anything else. She simply nodded and urged, then hurry up. The teachers are still waiting for me. Lin Ziyu quickly tidied up and concealed the camera well. Soon, he delivered Mingming to school. Mingming, you must behave today. I'll come to pick you up in the evening. Chapter 088. Was it really not taken by force? As Lin Ziyu reiterated this phrase, he gently lifted Mingming from her child's seat. However, Lin Mingming paid no heed to his words. She was curiously gazing around. Daddy, this place is so different from the cooking class. There are so many toys here. They look like so much fun. Am I going home today? Am I staying here tonight? Seeing the palpable excitement and longing in Mingming's eyes, Lin Ziyu felt a pang of guilt. He still intended to take her home that evening. Silly child, how could you think like that? Home is your sanctuary. I will definitely come to pick you up, the very first to do so. He was quite pleased with his reassurances, thinking they were words a normal parent would say. Yet, a troubling thought crossed his mind. How could he doubt his own normalcy as a parent? Clearly, Lin Mingming's eyes reflected a fleeting sense of resignation upon hearing those words, as if all her expectations had come crashing down. Following closely behind her, Lin Ziyu carried her little backpack. Mingming paused, pondering this unusual behavior. Was her father truly turning over a new leaf, or had he been bewitched? Was this still her dad? Old Lin has finally done something commendable. He does love his daughter. There is love, but not in abundance. None of this was noticed by anyone but Lin Ziyu himself. He was indifferent to others' opinions, for they understood nothing of his reality. What benefit would he gain if they found out? No, he was a unique member of the post-2000 generation, resolute in not spoiling his child. The hardships he had endured would not be spared from her experience. From a distance, the teacher spotted the little girl with 2 braided pigtails and cheerfully approached her. Are you Lin Mingming? Why did you arrive at school so late? Is it a bit overwhelming on your first day? Don't worry. There are many little friends in the classroom for you to play with. Listening to the teacher's words, Lin Mingming turned her gaze towards Lin Ziyu. It's all his fault. Otherwise, I would never have been late. I might have even been the first to arrive. Now, not only am I late, but I'm seen as a troublesome student in the eyes of my teacher. Lin Mingming was just about to explain when, unexpectedly, Lin Ziyu spoke up first. Teacher, my Mingming had a hard time adjusting on her first day of school. She was crying at home this morning, not wanting to come. Lin Mingming thought, crying? Is this Lin Mingming truly the same person as me? How can I believe this? All right, Mingming. It's almost time. You should hurry inside, the teacher urged. Watching Lin Mingming hold the teacher's hand as they entered the classroom, Lin Ziyu finally sighed in relief, as if he had bid farewell to someone of great importance. He waved repeatedly at her retreating figure, occasionally displaying his reluctance. Mingming, remember to think of Daddy in kindergarten. Study hard when you can, and if you feel tired, just lay your head on the desk for a good nap. It's nothing to worry about. There is so much knowledge. You can't possibly learn it all in one day. If you're hungry, eat a bit more. We've already paid for everything. Listening to Lin Ziyu chatter behind her, Lin Mingming felt increasingly embarrassed. What kind of father would say such things? Meanwhile, the teachers covered their mouths, chuckling. Mingming, your dad is just like he is in the live stream. Lin Mingming forced a smile at the corners of her mouth. She didn't want to be like this, but there was no choice. Her father was simply that kind of person. Upon stepping into the classroom, Lin Mingming was taken aback. There were about 5 exams and more than 20 students. Each teacher seemed to be holding 2 or 3 children. I want to go home. I want to go home. Teacher, I want to find grandma. I want daddy. I want mommy. I want to go home. Lin Mingming was stunned. Isn't this supposed to be kindergarten? Is it always like this? Subsequently, she gently tugged at the teacher's hand, feeling quite anxious. Teacher, did we walk into the wrong classroom? Is this really kindergarten? Are you sure we didn't go astray? The teacher crouched down. Seeing Lin Mingming's panicked expression, she assumed the little girl would react like the others. Fearing she might burst into tears at any moment, she hurriedly embraced her. Mingming, this is kindergarten. Your parents will come to pick you up when school is over in the evening, so don't be sad. Sad? Lin Mingming was too excited to feel sad. Yet, gazing at her classmates, she found it hard to comprehend. If this truly is kindergarten, then what are these children doing? Teacher, did their parents really drop them off for school? Are you sure you didn't just grab them off the street? Lin Mingming's eyes were innocent, her tone filled with confusion, completely devoid of any jest. Trying to deceive her? Absolutely impossible. She had always been in the habit of reading and keeping up with the news. Although she didn't understand much, she was aware that some children could be deliberately taken away. Perhaps those taken away also cried just as desperately. How could you be so adorable, Mingming? The teacher couldn't help but chuckle, leaving everyone astonished. Who would have imagined such a thought? She even questioned if these students were perhaps taken from somewhere else. Mingming looks quite perplexed. Is it really possible for kindergartners to cry this much? I'm set to begin my internship there next semester. My son was like this too. Parents of young children nodded in agreement, finding it all too relatable. Teacher, what are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? The teacher shook her head gently, patting Lin Mingming's little head. They simply miss home and long for their parents. Much like how you were reluctant to come to school this morning. They just want to be with their moms and dads. Lin Mingming was at a loss for words. The incident from this morning had nothing to do with her. It was all Lin Ziyu's doing. She had been prepared to come to school. All right, Mingming, please take your seat quietly. Once the classmates settle down, we will commence the lesson. Chapter 089 wronged. Can we really have class in such a state? Lin Mingming was taken aback. This was her first time attending class in such an environment, where communication seemed to rely solely on shouting. Was it truly feasible to conduct a lesson? She glanced around at the other children and chose a spot next to a little boy who wasn't crying too much. She couldn't fathom why they were all so emotional. Wasn't this merely school? She had gone to great lengths to be here. Hello, my name is Lin Mingming. What's yours? Lin Mingming extended her tiny hand, greeting the boy beside her. She recalled the advice she had received from Tian about making friends and being amiable, as that would make school life enjoyable. Wow, little Mingming is taking the initiative to make friends. She is quite the social butterfly. So adorable. And that little boy is cute too. The boy cautiously extended his arm, tears still glistening in his eyes. Nevertheless, he nodded and managed a smile. I'm Lei. Lei, Lin Mingming repeated, marking the beginning of her first friendship in kindergarten. To express her friendliness, she took out the delightful snacks she had prepared earlier. Did you make this? Lei gazed at the colorful treats, reminiscent of ice cream and yogurt cake. They looked utterly delicious. Mingming nodded proudly. It seems that studying hard has its benefits after all. Now I can share these. Yes. Besides these, I can make other things too. If we have time, I could prepare something else for us to try together. Lei immediately broke into a smile. Upon receiving the food from Lin Mingming's hands, he took a large bite, and in an instant, tears streamed down his face. Flustered, Lin Mingming attempted to cover his mouth, but quickly realized that was not an option, leaving her to stand helplessly by. What's the matter with you? Are you feeling unwell? Why are you suddenly crying? Lin Mingming expressed her confusion, bewildered by his reaction, as she had done nothing to provoke it. Was he truly this undisciplined? Did he merely cry at will? Mingming, this is simply too delicious. It's even better than what my mother makes, he exclaimed, leaving Mingming taken aback. What kind of logic was this? Crying because it was tasty? Did that mean he would cry if it wasn't tea? Her first friend turned out to be a little crybaby, and Mingming found herself disliking such a child who wept so easily. His incessant crying was quite bothersome. Lei, why are you crying? If it's delicious, just eat more. I have plenty more here. As long as you like it, I can share, she encouraged. Lei's eyes lit up momentarily before dimming again. His smile faltering as tears brimmed in his eyes. Wait, please don't cry. If you don't cry, we can talk properly. Whatever you want to know or say, we can do that. Just please don't cry. No sooner had Mingming finished her plea than their teacher appeared beside her, equally perplexed by the scene before her. Although Mingming was still quite young, it was unlikely she would be so unreasonable. Why would she resort to violence on her first day of school? Lei, what's wrong? Why are you crying? The teacher inquired. Mingming, we cannot bully others in kindergarten, she added, swiftly taking Lei into her arms. In the teacher's eyes, Lei was already a big boy who had attended school and understood many things. His usual behavior had been commendable. So what could have caused such a change upon Mingming's arrival? Surely, it must be her influence. Another teacher approached, observing Mingming's distressed expression, and immediately enveloped her in a comforting embrace. Mingming, what is going on? Why is Lei crying? She glanced at the small biscuit in Lei's hand and recalled Mingming's previous cooking endeavors, quickly deducing that Mingming must have shared her snacks with Lei. Mingming, we cannot bring snacks to kindergarten, you know. You mustn't bring them again tomorrow, the teacher gently reminded her. Mingming nodded, wishing only to return home, feeling a strong aversion to this place where the teachers seemed to cast blame without understanding. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, yet she valiantly held them back. What is wrong with this teacher? How can she accuse someone without understanding the situation? What kind of kindergarten is this? Lei gazed at Mingming's adorable demeanor and waved his hand, saying, Teacher, that's not how it is. Mingming offered me cookies, and they were truly delicious. Even better than what my mother makes. It reminded me of my mother, which is why I cried. Upon hearing this, The previously intimidating teacher appeared somewhat flustered, completely unaware that Lin Ziyu was observing everything. Lin Ziyu sat on the sofa, biting into a chicken leg while watching the live broadcast. He took out his phone, and a gentle voice came from the other end. "Mr. Lin, what a pleasant surprise to receive your call. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Lin Ziyu coughed twice and replied, "My daughter is enrolled in your kindergarten, and I see no reason for it to continue operating. You might as well retire." There was a moment of stunned silence on the other end, followed by a hurried response filled with explanations. "Mr. Lin, why didn't you inform me of such a significant matter? Which class is your precious daughter in? I'll arrange things immediately." Lin Ziyu merely smiled, his gaze fixed intently on the large screen of the broadcast. Did they still intend to bully his daughter? No one aside from himself would dare to entertain such thoughts. "Principal, I will withdraw all our company's investments in your institution, including the previous shares we held." At that moment, the principal nearly toppled from her chair upon hearing his words. No, Mr. Lin, please allow me to explain. I truly had no knowledge of this situation. Unaware? Is it simply because it involves my child? Or are all children in your kindergarten subjected to such treatment?" Lin Ziyu retorted, "If that is the case, I see no need for you to continue running a school. Perhaps it's best to retire." He then abruptly hung up the phone, eager to observe whether his daughter would choose to endure the situation or take proactive steps to resolve it. Chapter 090. The arrogance of Teacher Zhang. After the principal ended the call, she summoned all the homeroom teachers. When the teacher of Mengming's class received the notification, her brow furrowed in concern. Just as they had managed to resolve one issue, another unexpected meeting was called. Was there no respite? All right. This was our oversight. "Dear Mengming, please forgive your teacher, will you?" The homeroom teacher said, crouching down to gently pat Mengming's little head. Just as Mengming was about to agree, the earlier teacher rolled her eyes and retorted, "Forgive me? She should reflect on who she is. She hasn't even attended preschool and exhibits no discipline. If our kindergarten has accepted her, it must be through some backdoor connections. Why is this teacher so bothersome? I don't want to see her. I find her insufferable. I'm terrified. Is my son experiencing the same at kindergarten? Can such a teacher truly remain in the profession?" In an instant, murmurs filled the air, with some expressing that the matter was far too serious and urging Lin Mengming to leave promptly. Lele blinked his small eyes and said, "Teacher, this matter has nothing to do with Mengming. It is entirely my fault. I wanted to eat." He continued to explain, pouting his little lips and fidgeting with his hands in front of his chest. Yet, the teacher appeared oblivious, maintaining her haughty demeanor, placing Lele down while crossing her arms. With an air of superiority, she looked at Lin Mengming and proclaimed, "Even if Lele wishes to eat, we cannot bring anything into the kindergarten. Are you not aware of this? It's as if you have never been to school." At that moment, Lin Mengming sighed. Who could know? She merely wished to share with her friends, harboring no ulterior motives. However, recalling her previous conversation with Lin Ziyu, her heart sank. She raised her head and said, "Teacher, isn't it your responsibility to determine what can be brought? You just mentioned it's my first day at school. Why didn't you clarify this for me? Furthermore, this falls within your purview, yet you argue with me? Shouldn't this be your concern?" Upon hearing this, the teacher was momentarily taken aback, surprised that such a young child could articulate her thoughts so eloquently. With a few casual remarks, she had managed to shift all the blame onto herself. Mengming is incredible. Mengming is formidable. Mengming, such a brave girl. How can a student argue with a teacher? Is your brain sewn up? While some believe that Mengming was making a mountain out of a molehill, others argue that resistance is warranted in the face of oppression. Moreover, Mengming had stated it was her first day, and it was essential to communicate such matters beforehand. Mengming, you are here to attend kindergarten, not to flaunt your status. What does being from a wealthy family matter? I despise children from affluent families. They are so uncouth. The teacher's words became increasingly outrageous, and despite the homeroom teacher's attempts to intervene, it was to no avail. She felt an undeniable resentment. Besides, their kindergarten was indeed an elite institution, teeming with wealthy families. What sort of children had she not encountered? The parents were equally uninformed. All right, Teacher Zhang, Mengming is just a child. Why are you quarreling with her? Today is her very first day at school. What is the purpose of your behavior? The principal has asked me to attend a meeting urgently. I have pressing matters to address, so please do not target others. Despite the homeroom teacher's appeal, Teacher Zhang remained unconvinced. She firmly believed she was in the right. Mengming's earlier actions indicated a lack of respect for her authority. Do not speak to me. Such an important matter. Should you not clarify it with her? Teacher Zhang casually gestured, her demeanor imbued with a hint of mockery and disdain. She certainly harbored no fondness for Lin Mengming, especially in her current state, which she found utterly unappealing. There was a complete lack of respect for authority. Isn't this part of your responsibilities as a teacher? Lin Mengming exhibited neither fear nor concern. Instead, she resolutely stepped forward. Afraid of confrontation? That was entirely improbable. The challenges she faced at home were far more formidable. Furthermore, she was merely a teacher, not a monarch. Why should she be expected to comply without question? Teacher Zhang was infuriated. How could this child be so obtuse? Indeed, but I also possess the right to choose whether or not to undertake this role. Lin Mengming, on your very first day at kindergarten, you caused chaos, with all the students weeping incessantly, while you sat here as if unaffected. This time, Lin Mengming appeared genuinely astonished. When she entered, those children were already in tears. How could the blame now be placed upon her? What about the previous day's events? Are you implying that they pertain to me as well? Lin Mengming felt bewildered yet resolute, gesturing towards the circle of children around her. Teacher Zhang, however, nodded firmly. They are children. They fear new environments. Had you not appeared so suddenly, they would not be crying in such a manner. Therefore, this predicament is entirely your fault. Even the homeroom teacher began to find the situation intolerable. Was this not an intentional torment of a child? Why resort to such actions? Teacher Zhang, that is enough. The homeroom teacher pointed to a few items nearby that required some tidying. If you have nothing pressing, perhaps you could attend to that. After saying this, she subtly urged Teacher Zhang to leave. She was unaware of Lin Mengming's true identity, yet she understood the kindergarten's regulations. During regular admissions, many parents desperately sought a place for their children. After years of service, she had never witnessed anyone join mid-session. Such a capability was clearly not that of an ordinary individual. Wait, Lin Mengming, with her short legs, hopped over to Teacher Zhang. Why are you leaving so soon? You haven't even apologized to me. Apologized to you? Teacher Zhang regarded Lin Mengming with disbelief, then coldly laughed twice. She had anticipated this child to be more astute. In reality, she was nothing of the sort. Had she not considered the implications of her previous statement? Did she not regard others at all? You. What gives you the right to demand an apology from me? It is entirely normal to apologize when one has erred. Must the necessity of an apology be contingent upon my status? Lin Mengming stood her ground resolutely. Lin Ziyu sat on the sofa, observing his daughter's every move with great satisfaction. She truly resembled him in many aspects, particularly in this regard. Moreover, there was nothing amiss with her current demeanor. In the next moment, Teacher Zhang was about to push Lin Mengming away. After all, it was now the lunchtime break, and a few pampered students had their meals delivered by their household staff due to their aversion to the school's food. If they were to discover this, they would undoubtedly concoct stories behind his back. Lin Mengming, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall overlook this for now, the homeroom teacher urged, pulling her along. All right, enough of this chatter. Hurry along to your responsibilities, for I too have other matters to handle. Wait. Lin Mengming approached Teacher Zhang, extending her arms wide. Observing this, the homeroom teacher grew somewhat impatient. What was the matter with this child? Why could she not comprehend a simple request? Nevertheless, forcing a smile, he said, Mengming, we have already explained this matter. We must attend to other issues now. Please step aside, all right? You have yet to apologize. You shall not leave. At that moment, Mengming's soft yet resolute tone was filled with determination, as if she would not permit anyone to depart without an apology. What can one say to her? Teacher Zhang stepped forward and forcefully pushed Mengming to the ground, feigning surprise as she covered her mouth. Mengming, why are you sitting on the floor? Hurry and get up. It's too cold down there. What is wrong with this teacher? Does she have two faces? I'm worried about Mengming. Right now, I am concerned for my son. The homeroom teacher rolled his eyes. Teacher Zhang, how can you treat a child this way? I shall do as I please. Teacher Zhang exclaimed before turning on her heel and departing. The homeroom teacher glanced at his watch and then bent down to lift Meng Meng into his arms. Meng Meng, Teacher Zhang has been going through many difficulties at home these past few days, and her mood is quite off. Please do not be angry with her, all right? Meng Meng shook her head. What happened in her household had nothing to do with her. It was not her fault these events transpired. Was it not somewhat excessive for her to take out her frustrations on her? Sir, was she like this before I arrived? The homeroom teacher quickly shook his head. Of course not. It has only been like this for the past couple of days. Upon hearing this, Meng Meng nodded thoughtfully. Since this situation bore no relation to her, and all her actions were a result of her own circumstances, was it not directed at her? The homeroom teacher waved his hands. How could these two matters possibly be intertwined? Initially intending to shield her, he was taken aback by Meng Meng's advanced reasoning. Meng Meng, allow me to explain. Things are not as you perceive them. Meng Meng nodded, appearing somewhat perplexed. Regardless of how they choose to interpret the situation, if one were to listen earnestly, it would be tantamount to conceding defeat. Such a blatant truth lies before them. How can they remain oblivious? Have they truly rendered themselves blind? Suddenly, the previously departed teacher Zhang re-entered the room, arms crossed. The principal has summoned you to a meeting regarding the matter of transfer students, it seems. Transfer students? It was as if they were about to disclose Lin Mingming's identification number as well. Is this not an overt declaration that Lin Mingming is indeed a transfer student? Did the principal not already know this? Why then the sudden convening over such a trivial matter? This seems excessively dramatic, does it not? Indeed, it appears that some individuals may find their support crumbling, rendering their academic pursuits impossible. Teacher Zhang spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. Unfortunately, Meng Meng was entirely oblivious to the implications of her words. The homeroom teacher, with a look of resignation, glanced first at Meng Meng, then at Teacher Zhang. I must attend this meeting now. You are to remain here and refrain from causing any trouble. Do you understand? Oh, dear cousin, I am well aware of these matters. It is simply about getting along with these young ones, is it not? Teacher Zhang's tone was tinged with exasperation. Why is it that, emerging from the same institution, I can only occupy the role of assistant while she is the homeroom teacher? My workload is substantial, yet not once has the principal regarded my efforts with any significance. Lele approached, gently tugging at Lin Mingming's garment. Meng Ming, I truly apologize for what transpired earlier. I had no inkling that Teacher Zhang would persistently cling to this issue. Please forgive me, will you? Lin Mingming bore no intention of reproaching Lele. In fact, witnessing his cautious demeanor stirred a sense of compassion within her. Is this how you consistently behave at kindergarten? Lele sighed, nodding in resignation. I began my schooling at a very young age. My parents seldom had time for me, so I started attending school as soon as I learned to walk. Thus, my entire existence has revolved around the kindergarten. Though his words seemed mundane, they belied a profound sense of helplessness and despair within him. Why has my life unfolded in such a manner? Lin Mingming gently patted Lele's shoulder. There is little amusement to be found at home. For instance, I often feel bored when I am there, aside from helping my father with tasks. Yet even so, Lele still yearned to remain at home. Even if it meant doing chores alongside his parents, he longed to be in their presence. Meng Ming, do not antagonize Teacher Zhang. Her temper is notoriously poor. If we inform our parents, she will merely perceive us as disobedient. Therefore, never confront her directly, understood? Lele's face was etched with concern, feeling as though this predicament had arisen from his actions. However, Lin Mingming remained steadfast. Unless she apologizes to me, I shall not grant her forgiveness. Chapter 092. The Persistence of Apology. Oh dear, so young, yet possessing quite the temper. What would it matter if I were to withhold my apology today? You ought to consider your own precarious situation. Perhaps you won't even be able to attend school tomorrow, and yet you stand here, brimming with bravado. Do you truly grasp your own worth? After our homeroom teacher departed, Ms. Zhang promptly approached, still exuding that air of arrogance. However, Lin Mingming dismissed her earlier words entirely. Feeling rather pity for such a person, in her daily demeanor, she appeared so composed, Yet once the authority figure was absent, she let loose. Ms. Zhang, do you possess a teaching qualification? What brings you here as a vice homeroom teacher? At your age, you ought to be a homeroom teacher in your own right. What might be the reason for this? Is it a matter of capability or perhaps character? In that moment, Ms. Zhang seemed momentarily dazed. She hesitated, as if she had been caught in a compromising position. The air around them was thick with anger. You, Lin Mingming, tend to your own affairs. Now, go stand at the entrance of the classroom as punishment. I wish to see just how capable you are, daring to speak ill of me in my presence. At that, Ms. Zhang forcibly led Lin Mingming out of the classroom. Lin Ziyu clenched his fists, his lips twitching, yearning to rush to the kindergarten and whisk Mingming away. Yet, he realized she must grow up. She cannot always remain under his protection. What would happen if she were bullied in his absence? Rather than that, it would be more beneficial to observe how she navigates this situation. This was the very essence of the experience Lin Ziyu wished for her. At the classroom entrance, Ms. Zhang stood with one hand on her hip, the other pointing accusatorily at Lin Mingming. Being late to class is one thing, but raising your voice at a teacher is quite another. If you cannot learn to respect your elders at such a tender age, what awaits you in the future? Will you soar to the heavens? Her voice boomed, attracting the attention of teachers and students from surrounding classes. In that moment, Mingming longed to return home, suddenly understanding why her brother was reluctant to attend school. Ms. Zhang, you have wronged me. Not only will you not apologize, but you dare to retaliate? Despite the circumstances, Lin Mingming remained undaunted. To her, right is right and wrong is wrong. Those who err should apologize, rather than refuse to do so based on their status and authority. Such behavior is fundamentally flawed. Yet, Ms. Zhang failed to grasp this, and instead, she spread her arms wide. Everyone come listen. Witness how this child is being raised. Who knows whose child she is, having transferred midterm? It speaks volumes about the lack of proper upbringing at home. Lin Mingming's expression darkened. She understood the implication of those words. They were a direct jab at her family. To speak of oneself is one matter. However, to implicate an entire family in the process is quite another. It is not your place to dictate the circumstances of my household. After all, you are merely an educator. Your role is to impart knowledge and nurture minds, yet you seem rather reluctant to fulfill this duty. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, for they were well aware of the circumstances surrounding teacher Zhang's arrival at the school. Was it not due to her connections that she was granted entry? With her level of competence, how else could she have been admitted? She is but a child. Why must you hold her accountable? I have observed that teacher Zhang harbors a particular disdain for the affluent, seemingly targeting those whose families possess wealth. Is that so? I have heard whispers of this matter. As for the burgeoning discussions, teacher Zhang had long since grown accustomed to them. With an air of indifference, she shrugged her shoulders and remarked, "What purpose do your words serve? I am here in this school, and no amount of your discontent will change that." She cast a fleeting glance at those gathered behind her, and soon, only a handful remained, seeking excuses to retreat to the classroom. Lin Mingming, is your family not quite influential? I am eager to witness the extent of that influence. I must inform you that the principal has convened an emergency meeting, and you shall soon be expelled from this institution. You need not return tomorrow. Mingming was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of disappointment flashing in her eyes. She had harbored high hopes for her kindergarten experience, only to encounter such adversity on her very first day. If this is how it will be, perhaps attending this school is not imperative. Do you think I wish to be here? Call my father immediately. I want to leave right now. However, you must first apologize to me. Teacher Zhang erupted in laughter. Lin Mingming, you truly are oblivious. I once thought your ignorance was feigned, but it appears you are genuinely naive. Hurry and gather your belongings. I will have your family come to collect you. Yet, this time, Lin Mingming remained resolute, refusing to budge. I have made myself clear. If you wish for me to leave, an apology is non-negotiable. The viewers in the live stream seem to be transported back in time, reminiscing about their own youthful exuberance. Who among us has not been young and impetuous? Yet, I have articulated my stance unequivocally. There is no chance of my offering an apology. You should promptly vacate this space. It would be more gracious for me to facilitate your departure rather than wait for the principal's notice, which would undoubtedly result in embarrassment and tarnish your family's reputation. You might even find it impossible to secure a place in a better kindergarten thereafter. Do you understand? Now, hasten to collect your things." Lin Mingming stood in stunned silence. Will attending school truly become a daily ordeal akin to that of her elder brother? She harbored a profound disdain for such individuals. Lin Mingming shook her head vehemently, asserting, "I have made myself abundantly clear. Unless you offer me a sincere apology today, I shall not be leaving." At that moment, the principal approached, accompanied by several head teachers, a formidable procession drawing near. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhang smirked, gesturing toward the distance. "Look, the principal has arrived. Even if you wish to depart now, I fear it would be quite impossible." Chapter 093, A Swift Apology. Lin Mingming was perplexed. She had done nothing wrong. All she had done was bring food to share with her friends. What could possibly be amiss? Furthermore, she was unaware of any wrongdoing, nor had anyone informed her of such. "Principal, Lin Mingming has realized her mistake. She is preparing to leave now." "Leave?" The principal was taken aback, pushing past Teacher Zhang to approach Mingming. She knelt beside her and inquired, "You are Lin Mingming, aren't you?" "Hello, Principal." Lin Mingming nodded obediently. Yet, the thought of implicating her parents brought tears to her eyes. The principal nodded reassuringly. "Your father is Lin Ziyu, correct?" "Principal, this matter has nothing to do with my father. He merely brought me to this school and then left. It is unrelated to him." How could this be connected to Lin Ziyu? Was her first day of school destined to embroil her family in trouble? The principal felt an overwhelming dread. Not only was she concerned about calling the parents, but if Lin Ziyu were to learn of this incident, their days of tranquility would surely come to an end. What kind of person was Lin Ziyu? He was known for his ruthless methods and unscrupulous nature. "Mingming, what are you saying? It is our utmost honor to have you attend our kindergarten. How could we ever allow you to leave? That is simply inconceivable. Please, share any requests or thoughts you may have. We will certainly accommodate you." Mingming tilted her head, gazing at the seemingly amiable principal with a mix of confusion and understanding. Yet she failed to comprehend why such words were directed at her. She searched her memory for any recollections of this elderly lady, but could not recall a single detail. Instead, she felt an odd familiarity, as if she had encountered this person before. "Principal, have we met somewhere?" "Humph, at such a young age, you are already learning to manipulate connections? Quite unexpected. I wonder how your elders have raised you." Teacher Zhang interjected dismissively from behind. This remark reached the principal's ears, prompting her to cast a disapproving glare in that direction. Who was this woman? With such a lack of decorum, how could she be employed at her kindergarten? Typically, the principal would turn a blind eye, but this situation had escalated unnecessarily, landing squarely on Lin Mingming's shoulders. Was this not an intentional attempt to create trouble for herself? "Enough. Cease your remarks. Do you believe your actions are insufficiently grand? Must you wait until someone dismisses you?" Teacher Xiao Zhang finally fell silent, obediently standing in place. Yet her heart was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of dread, glancing back intermittently. Who exactly is Lin Mingming? How could she warrant a personal greeting from the principal? "Mingming, could you please refrain from informing your parents about this?" The principal's face immediately broke into a smile, a desperate attempt to secure Lin Mingming's compliance. She would go so far as to kneel and serve as a horse for the girl if it meant gaining her favor. After all, Lin Ziyu was a major stakeholder in their kindergarten, having sponsored numerous facets of the institution. A mere teacher like Xiao Zhang could easily find her position jeopardized by the slightest whim of Lin Ziyu. "Why shouldn't I tell my family? My father is eagerly awaiting my return to share the events of the day at school." Lin Mingming was no fool. She recalled the words of her friend Tian Tian, who had advised her to report any unfair treatment to her parents, lest she continue to be bullied. Only in this way could they instill fear in others. "Mingming, all your teachers and classmates are here to play with you. If you're not enjoying yourself, isn't that our issue?" The principal continued her attempts to persuade Lin Mingming. Yet, the more she spoke, the more peculiar the situation seemed to Lin Mingming. Even if her father were to learn of it, what difference would it make? Based on her understanding of Lin Ziyu, he would merely express a fleeting concern. It wouldn't amount to anything substantial. However, their current behavior was utterly baffling. Principal, even if I don't tell my father, he will inevitably find out. Suddenly, Lin Mingming remembered Lin Xiu's repeated admonitions before school that she must not let anyone discover she had brought surveillance to school. Otherwise, she would have to focus solely on her studies. She quickly covered her mouth. Mingming, if you don't say anything, I won't either. Why would her father know? The principal's words felt increasingly off-kilter. If Lin Xiu were unaware, how could he possibly call her? Could it be that everything that had just transpired had been witnessed? What exactly had occurred moments ago? At that moment, the principal abruptly stood up, her lips twitching. If something truly grave had taken place, her career would likely be in jeopardy. Surviving in this industry would become exceedingly difficult. Under no circumstances must this be allowed to happen. Principal, I merely reprimanded her a little, suggesting she must not have attended school before. Otherwise, how could she be so oblivious to the rules? I merely advised her to stay home and not return to school. Teacher Xiao Zhang's gaze flickered, her voice trembling. She had never anticipated that a mere child could weigh so heavily on the principal's mind. Is this not akin to publicly slapping oneself in the face? Upon hearing these words, the principal felt her blood pressure rise. She herself would never dare utter such a statement, yet it was spoken by a mere assistant teacher. Is there no trace of humanity left? Is it impossible to read the room? Is there any hope of rectifying this? You will apologize to Mingming immediately. Furthermore, I do not care what methods you employ. You must pacify her, or you shall not need to come to work tomorrow. As these words echoed, the homeroom teacher hastily approached. Principal, my cousin is simply a bit careless and truly harbors no ill intentions. Please do not take it to heart. She may appear fierce, but she is not that kind of person. Just let bygones be bygones and treat this incident as if it never occurred. After saying this, the homeroom teacher tugged at teacher Zhang's sleeve, signaling her to quickly admit her fault, or else she could kiss her job goodbye. Careless, you say? And what about me? What about our kindergarten? Chapter 094. Forgiveness? Absolutely not. This declaration was almost a roar from the principal, leaving all the teachers present utterly stunned, unsure of the meaning behind her words. Is our kindergarten not the largest in the entire district? The children here are either affluent or privileged. Surely, the kindergarten will only continue to prosper. There cannot possibly be any issues. Why, then, does it seem as if a colossal problem is looming for the principal? Principal, what do you mean by this? Is our kindergarten not functioning well? The homeroom teacher, somewhat perplexed, thought that even if her cousin were to apologize, it wouldn't warrant such a grave accusation. The principal, striving to regain her composure, pointed towards teacher Zhang. Today, I present you with two options. Either pack your belongings and leave, or find a way to soothe Mingming, or you will still be shown the door. With these words, all eyes turned to Mingming. Who is this child that such a background exists, compelling our principal to flatter her? It is well known that their principal is notoriously unyielding. How many children from affluent families have attempted to gain admission through back channels, only to be thwarted by her? Everything is always adhered to procedure. But now, principal, I have done nothing wrong. It was her. Teacher Zhang felt deeply wronged. She had merely elucidated the kindergarten's rules, even if her tone and demeanor were not the best. It was for the sake of the institution. The child clearly knew nothing and had brought food into the premises. All she did was offer a few words of correction. Beyond that, she had acted with utmost propriety. As teacher Zhang reached this point in her lament, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. The wicked are the first to complain. A woman's tears equal crocodile tears. The more beautiful the woman, the less trustworthy she is. The viewers in the live stream had a clear view of the recent events. It was evident that teacher Zhang had hastily targeted this particular relationship without discernment. Moreover, she conveniently neglected to mention any of the kindergarten's rules or procedures. Now, she has begun to engage in evasive arguments. Is she attempting to bully Mengjie, who struggles to articulate herself? It seems she wants to shift the blame onto Mengjie, knowing she won't comprehend fully. In truth, Lin Mingming had already grasped everything they had just said. Although she was slightly younger, her intellect was intact. She could certainly understand their words and the implications behind them. Principal, I must admit that I bear part of the responsibility in this matter, and I have already explained it to the child involved and my homeroom teacher. Saying this, Meng Meng gestured towards her homeroom teacher. Upon seeing the teacher nod in acknowledgement, she continued, while Teacher Zhang may have had good intentions, she cannot indiscriminately expel me. If I were a bit more resilient, it would be one thing, but what if I were more sensitive? Would I then develop an aversion to school or a profound fear regarding this incident? Meng Meng spoke in one breath, unaware of how much she had expressed. Yet, she noticed the varied expressions of those around her, a veritable spectrum of emotions. Teacher Zhang appeared somewhat helpless, having not considered the broader implications. After all, she had never been fond of the kindergarten children, believing it unfair that they were born into privilege while she had to toil for what little she had. Instead, she was constantly ordered around by these children, leaving her to question her own dignity. Principal, she has admitted her fault. This is her issue. Why must I apologize? Despite the situation, Teacher Zhang continued to voice her grievances, showing no inclination to amend her stance. She perceived no fault in her actions, insisting that everything she had done was for the sake of the student's safety. Silence. Do you even understand her position? The principal nearly blurted out that Lin Mengmeng's family was the true authority at this kindergarten. However, recalling Lin Ziyu's request for confidentiality, she suppressed the urge to speak. I am your superior, and I demand that you apologize immediately. Are you deaf? Do you not comprehend? The principal's tone dripped with frustration, having lost all semblance of patience. This was a matter that could jeopardize her career. If this issue was not resolved satisfactorily, she feared she might soon find herself packing her belongings. Principal, Teacher Zhang felt a sense of futility. Her behavior had always been similar. Even if the principal had noticed, she would typically only offer a mild reprimand, turning a blind eye. So why was it that today she insisted on making her apologize to such a young child? Ngm Ing persisted in her demeanor of apology. In a state of helplessness, Teacher Zhang cautiously approached Lin Ngm Ing, bending down to her level. Little Ngm Ing, I sincerely apologize for today's incident. I wrongfully accused you without fully understanding the essence of the matter. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Just as Lin Ngm Ing was about to nod in agreement, Lin Ziyu appeared before her. Initially intending for Lin Ngm Ing to resolve the situation independently, he reconsidered, realizing that she would inevitably grow up and he could not protect her indefinitely. Perhaps it was better to intervene now. But what if she was unwilling? Teacher Zhang, upon hearing the man's voice, abruptly turned to him. Who are you? When did it become your place to speak here? The homeroom teacher gently tugged at Teacher Zhang's sleeve, whispering, Lower your voice. This is Lin Ngm Ing's father. With that, he fell silent, standing obediently to the side. He had not anticipated that Lin Ngm Ing's father would be so young. He had envisioned a middle-aged man with a round belly, the sort who could barely maintain a foothold in their kindergarten. Yet, it seemed they had connections. Mr. Lin, why become a person? If there's an issue, simply call me, and I will resolve it for you, Teacher Zhang offered. Lin Ziyu scoffed. I had no intention of coming here, but the inefficiency of your kindergarten is astounding. It's nearly lunchtime, and my daughter is still hungry. As her father, how could I not be upset? How could I not come to see for myself? Chapter 095, School's out back home. This was hardly a mere visit. It was evident he had come to confront them. The principal broke into a cold sweat, hastily approaching Lin Ziyu. Mr. Lin, what are you saying? I have already addressed this matter satisfactorily. Moreover, I have prepared numerous treats for our little Ngm Ing to enjoy together shortly. At that moment, Ngm Ing looked at the principal in utter confusion. When had this decision been made? She had never been informed, nor had anyone mentioned such a thing to her. Doubts began to creep in. Perhaps the principal was not so benevolent after all. Such a handsome man, this Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin has finally grown up. Ngm Ing, who is this man? Why does he look just like my dad? Lin Ziyu glanced at Ngm Ing and instinctively crouched down. Ngm Ing, do you like this kindergarten? Without a moment's hesitation, Ngm Ing shook her head. This response sent the principal into a panic, nearly prompting her to kneel. If she disliked it, would that not imply all their sponsorship for the upcoming semester might vanish? Perhaps Lin Ziyu would even retract all the sponsorships entirely? In that instant, the principal's face turned anxious. Little MNGMing, is there something our kindergarten has done poorly? Or is there something you're dissatisfied with? Please, voice your concerns, and we will make the necessary changes. The principal's attitude reminds me of when I speak about my son. MNGMing is left speechless. Indeed, Mingming momentarily froze before hastily waving her hand. Principal, that is not what I meant. I simply feel that this place may not be suitable for me. The atmosphere and everything else here just does not resonate with me. Upon finishing her statement, Mingming moved to Lin Ziyu's side and grasped his hand, her eyes brimming with happiness. This was Lin Ziyu's first time stepping in to protect her. Yet for some inexplicable reason, it felt somewhat peculiar. Could it be that some grand scheme awaited her? The longest journey traversed was Lin Ziyu's intricate maneuvers. Every ounce of his tenderness stemmed from his innermost thoughts. Perhaps he was about to introduce her to some new endeavor. For instance, last time, he had even attempted to persuade Ming to construct a house. Dad, how about we just go home? If things do not work out, I think we should consider switching to another kindergarten, as this one truly does not suit me. Lin Ziyu, filled with compassion, took Mingming's hand. Just as they prepared to leave, the principal blocked their path. Mingming, Mr. Lin, is there something that cannot be discussed calmly? Moreover, the situation remains unclear. Should we not seek to understand it better? Seeing Lin Ziyu remain silent, she realized that she had indeed encountered a formidable challenge. Whose child isn't regarded as a treasure cradled in their parents' hands? Not only Lin Ziyu, but even she had been astonished upon hearing those words. When had she employed such a staff member? It was akin to lifting a stone only to have it fall back upon her own foot. Now, it seemed her livelihood was at stake. Mingming, look, Teacher Zhang has already apologized to you. Would you consider giving her another chance? I also heard that you became good friends with the other children right away, didn't you? The principal gently stroked Mingming's small head, attempting to use her soft voice to win Mingming's forgiveness and persuade her to stay. This was their last resort. Otherwise, not only would they lose the kindergarten sponsorship, but she would also have to return to her hometown to retire. Mingming glanced at Lin Ziyu, then at Teacher Zhang in the distance, and shook her head decisively. I believe I will be just as happy in another kindergarten. If I can make friends here, I surely can in other places as well. Moreover, Mingming observed Teacher Zhang's sour expression, which clearly indicated a lack of sincerity in her apology. It was likely that such incidents would recur frequently in the future. Rather than endure that, it would be wiser to end it sooner. She wanted to avoid the trouble of Teacher Zhang undermining her in unseen ways. With that thought, Mingming became even more resolute in her decision. Dad, let's leave quickly. I sense that the people here are not very easy to deal with. We should head home. Lin Ziyu smiled silently. He had never anticipated such a revelation from his own daughter. It was indeed a startling notion. The idea that she could utter such words was utterly terrifying. To an outsider, it might seem she was poised to undertake some earth-shattering endeavor. Dear little Mingming, the principal began. There are many delightful and amusing happenings in our kindergarten. I understand that what transpired earlier has left you quite disheartened, and for that, I sincerely apologize. At that moment, the principal's eyes brimmed with helplessness and despair. Were it not for the crowd around them, she would have bowed deeply to Lin Mingming in apology. It was incomprehensible who among them had acted so thoughtlessly, and once the matter was resolved, she would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to dismiss that individual without hesitation. Yet, Lin Ziyu suddenly pulled Lin Mingming behind him, asserting, Principal, did you not comprehend the essence of what I just articulated? What we seek is the attitude of your kindergarten. Yet it appears you possess none. No, no, no. The principal waved her hands, obstructing Lin Ziyu's path. Allow me to explain. This matter has been resolved. I will have her apologize to you right away. A sly smile crept across Lin Ziyu's lips as he retorted, An apology? If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police? Principal, you are an adult. How can you speak so naively? Is it an apology you believe I desire? He regarded the woman before him with a look of profound disappointment. It was clear she was not grasping the severity of the situation. No wonder he had seen little progress over the years. It was evident the root of the problem lay here. With that, Lin Ziyu took Lin Mingming's hand and departed. As they walked away, the principal collapsed onto the ground, murmuring to herself, "It's all over. Everything is lost. Principal, it's just one student. What kind of families do we not have in our kindergarten? What makes her so significant?" Teacher Zhang, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, stood by, making flippant remarks. Chapter 96, taking a step back, growing more frustrated. At this moment, the principal's eyes were already red with fury, her hands clenched tightly. Suddenly, she turned around, her emotions fully ignited by Teacher Zhang's words. Rising to her feet, she pointed a finger at Teacher Zhang, declaring, "Effective tomorrow, you need not report for duty. You are dismissed." "What? Principal, I've worked here for nearly a decade. How can you terminate my employment over one child? What have I done wrong? How can you be so unjust?" Teacher Zhang's heart raced with anxiety. Her temper was already disregarded at home, and losing her job would only diminish her standing further. No, absolutely not. She could not afford to lose this position. "I am the principal, and I have the authority to dismiss anyone I choose. Is there a problem with that? Or do you now question my judgment? If so, you are even less welcome here. We do not require a disobedient employee." The principal waved her hand, her lips trembling. She was well aware of the usual matters. It was merely a case of turning a blind eye. Never did she anticipate that such an incident would occur today. Had she known, she would have dismissed her outright. "No, principal, I have elders above me and young ones below. You cannot terminate my employment. I implore you, please do not fire me." At this moment, Teacher Xiao Zhang was in tears. Watching Lin Mengmeng depart, her eyes reddened. "Principal, is it because of that incident earlier that you are dismissing me?" The principal remained silent, merely bowing her head, gazing down at Teacher Xiao Zhang, who was slumped on the ground. She herself was treading on thin ice. Tomorrow, the kindergarten might very well close down. How could she promise her anything? "This predicament is of your own making. It is your own doing. Principal, Teacher Xiao Zhang has dedicated many years to the kindergarten, though there may be no accolades. Her efforts are undeniable. She works diligently every day." The homeroom teacher began to intercede on behalf of Teacher Xiao Zhang, fully aware of her circumstances. Yet the principal pointed into the distance. "Do not speak to me of these futile matters. If you can persuade Mengmeng to return to school, not only will I reinstate one position, but I would even offer you my own head if you wish for it." With that, the principal turned and left. She needed to see Lin Ziyu again. She absolutely could not allow the kindergarten to close down. This was her labor of love. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyu observed Lin Mingming's silent demeanor, feeling a deep pang of sympathy. This was all due to him. He had failed to conduct a thorough investigation beforehand, naively believing that as long as it was a school he had invested in, no issues would arise. But now, was she on the brink of depression? Mengmeng? Mengmeng! Lin Ziyu's calls brought Lin Mengmeng back to reality. She gaped, appearing somewhat dazed as she looked at him. Clearly, she was unaware of what had transpired. "Mengmeng, what is wrong? Do you not hear me speaking?" Lin Mengmeng nodded, seemingly lost in thought. The more she exhibited such behavior, the more Lin Ziyu's concern grew. What if something were indeed troubling her? How would he explain this to his wife? Surely, the experience of schooling could alter a child profoundly. "Mengmeng, what is troubling you? Why are you ignoring me?" "Daddy, you previously mentioned that the purpose of education is to attain knowledge and understanding, but why is it that Teacher Xiao Zhang, despite being a teacher, behaves so irrationally?" Lin Mengmeng questioned, puzzled, spreading her hands in confusion over how such a person could still hold the title of teacher. Yet, her own capabilities felt woefully inadequate. Lin Ziyu chuckled softly. His daughter was still too young, having not yet encountered the complexities of the world. This was merely the beginning. She would face many more challenges ahead. "Mengmeng, do you find Teacher Xiao Zhang quite unpleasant?" Without hesitation, Mengmeng nodded. In her small mind, a teacher should embody gentleness and reason. Certainly, she is nothing like Teacher Zhang. "Mengmeng, why do you find Teacher Zhang unpleasant? Is it merely because she wronged you?" "Yes. She knows nothing and wrongfully accused me. She wouldn't even listen to my explanation." Perhaps, Lin Mengmeng suddenly lowered her head, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. "Even if I explained, she wouldn't be inclined to listen. She only believes what she assumes to be true." In that moment, Lin Ziyu recognized Lin Mengmeng's growth. His little girl seemed to have matured without him realizing it, no longer the child who required constant care. She had begun to think for herself. Damn, she was starting to use her brain. Ming, do you know what thousands of faces means? Ming shook her head. I only know about beef noodles and Lanzhou pulled noodles. What is thousands of faces? Is it delicious? Lin Ziyu thought to himself that this was undoubtedly his daughter, needing no further proof. The way she nearly drooled just now would suffice to affirm her lineage. The phrase thousands of faces does not refer to food, but rather indicates that every person's face is unique. Lin Ziyu continued to explain, yet such elucidation seemed entirely unnecessary to Lin Ming. She was indifferent to the faces of others. Rubbing her growling stomach, she looked at Lin Ziyu. Daddy, I'm hungry. It's all your fault. Why bring up noodles? Now I'm starving. Huh. It's hilarious how Ming can be so serious while talking nonsense. Ming has somewhat inherited her father's traits. I still feel for Ming. Being bullied in kindergarten is tough. I can't have a daughter. I would feel too much. Let's have a son instead. It doesn't matter. The audience in the live stream heard Lin Ming's statement and erupted in laughter. Lin Ziyu, on the other hand, could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. What else could he do? Sooner or later. Ming, what I mean is that Teacher Zhang was merely doing her job. You will encounter many different teachers in the future. A scruffy man flashed through Lin Ziyu's mind, and he quickly shook his head. There might even be teachers more outrageous than Teacher Zhang. Do you intend to switch schools every time? Lin Ming remained silent. She did not understand why Lin Ziyu would say such things. It was somewhat uncharacteristic of him. Daddy, I clearly feel unhappy. So why must she prance around in front of me? Isn't that even more aggravating? Chapter 097. A friend, this is entirely reasonable. If she finds it intolerable, why let her flit about and add to her frustration? It would be better to eliminate the issue entirely. Lin Ziyu hesitated, yet he nodded in agreement. This was indeed his daughter. In the room, Lin Ziyu fiddled with the watch on his wrist, watching Lin Ming sitting nearby. Feeling a deep pang of affection, he hesitated to speak. Such sudden growth left Lin Ziyu feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Subsequently, Lin Ziyu abruptly rose to his feet. Father, what is the matter with you? Ming tilted her head, observing Lin Ziyu's sudden movement. He stood there, legs trembling, his expression wrought with discomfort. I've been seated for too long. My legs have gone numb. Ming, come here for a moment. Lin Ziyu gestured with his hand. Throughout the journey, he had been contemplating whether he should share his story. After all, it was merely a tale, a reminiscence of sorts. Ming, may I tell you a story? Without hesitation, Ming waved her hand dismissively. Father, I know your stories are quite captivating and emotionally rich, but the last one you told was simply too good. I think it's best if you refrain from sharing another. The two exchanged glances, an awkward atmosphere enveloping them. Lin Ziyu felt a swell of pride as he looked at his daughter. She had truly grown up, no longer clamoring for his stories as she once did in her childhood. But Ming, I still wish to share a story with you today. No, you do not. Ming once again firmly rejected him. Father, do you recall what story you told last time? It frightened me so much that I've been afraid to sleep alone ever since. I just returned from kindergarten and feel a bit tired. Can I please rest? Huh. Old Lin's stories have quite the impact. Ming truly is considerate, even advising her father. Lin Ziyu shook his head. He hadn't intended to tell a story, but seeing Ming's persistent refusals made him feel compelled to proceed. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to conclude the matter. Ming, you must trust your father. I am a professional in storytelling within our family, he proclaimed, raising his thumb in affirmation. This was something Ming had never doubted. After all, her mother was not fond of storytelling, and she herself was too young to narrate tales. Who else could fulfill this role but him? Seeing Lin Ziyu's eager expression, Ming felt a twinge of guilt at her refusal and reluctantly nodded. However, before Lin Ziyu could begin, Ming interjected, if you tell another one of those inconsequential stories, you want to have a chance next time. You must cherish this precious final opportunity. As she spoke, she extended a finger, clearly granting Lin Ziyu one last chance. Lin Ziyu chuckled, amused that his daughter had begun to mimic adult speech with such trivialities. Her authoritative tone was quite commendable. Yet, he nodded indulgently very well. This time, I shall narrate this tale with greater passion and eloquence. However, it is not merely a story. It is a narrative concerning a friend of my father. As Lin Mingming spoke, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is this the beginning of a triumphant turn? Is he about to reveal something she has never heard before? Or perhaps he wishes to demonstrate his prowess by sharing something earnest. Lin Mingming promptly nodded, beginning to count on her fingers. Father, you have only a handful of friends. Whose story could it possibly be? My friend is someone from my past, a classmate you have neither met nor know. Lin Ziyu replied, his expression darkening. How could this child know everything? Has he indulged her with too many animated shows? He resolved to be more vigilant in the future. Classmate? From school? Lin Mingming's curiosity about the term classmate was palpable. She was on the verge of directly inquiring who this classmate was, what they looked like, and where they resided. Lin Ziyu shrugged. What else could it be? If not a schoolmate, do you think it could be a colleague? Lin Mingming shook her head. The likelihood of a colleague is slim. It seems you have never held a job. She then asked, Father, are you indeed the legendary idle drifter? Have you been reliant on Mother to support you, becoming the soft rice man that people often speak of? Lin Ziyu was taken aback, exclaiming, that is utterly absurd. How could she know everything? It defies logic. Should he now disclose his true identity to her? He hesitated, contemplating whether revealing the truth would be comprehensible to her. Ah, yes, you are absolutely right. Lin Mingming, do not divert the topic. I am about to commence the story, and I require your undivided attention. Lin Mingming obediently closed her mouth, sensing his urgency. Had her previous remarks inadvertently wounded Lin Ziyu's feelings? Remembering the television dramas she had watched, where men reliant on their wives were often bullied, she chastised herself for her thoughtless comments. Quickly covering her mouth, she nodded earnestly. Please begin. You may share your story now. Lin Ziyu cleared his throat. Ahem. This time, I wish to tell you about a classmate from my middle school. We were the best of friends during our time there. However, after graduating, he ventured out to work. Presumably, he is now laboring on a construction site, leading a life of uncertainty where meals are scarce. A nameless middle school classmate. Achoo. Of course, as Lin Ziyu recounted this story, it was evident that he infused it with a considerable amount of exaggeration and fabrication. The truth was, this classmate was entirely fictional. Is it truly that dire? Does he go hungry every day? What about his wife and children? Are they also suffering from hunger alongside him? Chapter 098. Exaggeration. Lin Ziyu was taken aback. Could one truly have a wife and children under such circumstances? A spouse and offspring are not bestowed by the state. They must be won over through one's own eloquence. With his daily toil of labor, where would he find the time to charm a wife and nurture children? The likelihood of having a family seemed exceedingly slim, perhaps even non-existent. Lin Ziyu shook his head, pondering that they were not the individual in question, and such statements should not be made lightly. It was conceivable that a woman might be genuinely enamored with him for who he was, desiring to be with him despite his circumstances. Furthermore, one might wonder about the clarity of mind in her family, as they would likely consent to their daughter associating with someone who barely managed to make ends meet. What do you think? Lin Ziyu wished to etch no to infatuation onto his forehead. If Lin Mingming were ever to succumb to such folly, he would not hesitate to intervene decisively. Yet, upon reflection, was he not also caught in the throes of infatuation? Was he not captivated by the exquisite beauty of his own wife? Upon closer examination, he realized that his daughter bore a striking resemblance to him in this regard. Lin Mingming, in a somewhat perplexed manner, nodded and asked, what happened next? What about after he was struggling to make ends meet? Why did this child's focus always veer into such peculiar territory? Was this truly the essence of his point? It was evidently not. Mingming, are you not curious why he chose to work immediately after graduating from middle school? Mingming shook her head. What is there to be curious about? Everyone makes their own choices. If someone wishes to work early, they may do so. If I were not unable to attend school or find employment, I too would desire to work. After all, the ultimate goal of education is to secure a job. She spoke in a tone reminiscent of an adult, casually expressing her thoughts. This statement left Lin Ziyu momentarily speechless. One odd perspective. He had no inkling that Lin Mengmeng harbored such thoughts. It was astonishingly peculiar. Moreover, she was still quite young, yet she had come to such realizations. Mengmeng, not all jobs are the same. The reason he began working right after middle school was largely due to his teacher. At this revelation, Mengmeng's interest was piqued. The mere thought of a teacher like Xiao Zhang evoked sympathy within her. Pouting her lips, she murmured, did he perhaps encounter a bad teacher like Xiao Zhang? Was he wrongfully accused without just cause? Lin Ziyu shook his head. How could that be? His teacher was exceptionally kind, and it was only after careful consideration of the circumstances that he was permitted to enter the workforce. His home situation was challenging, and his academic performance was average. At that time, the best school he could hope for was a technical institution. Lin Ziyu contemplated further. Yet, Lin Mengmeng was still struggling to comprehend. Hadn't they just been discussing his early departure from school and his struggles? Now it seemed as though it had transformed into the best possible outcome. After much contemplation, she sensed that something was amiss. Father, I've begun my schooling today. I am no longer a child, so you mustn't deceive me. Lin Ziyu shook his head. Silly girl, what are you thinking? How could I possibly lie to you? Moreover, society is akin to a grand university. One acquires skills and secures a commendable job. However, reflecting on my previous exaggeration for the sake of suspense, I realized I had gone too far. Now, it seems impossible to retract my words. Well, let it drift away with the wind. Father, can we indeed afford meals? Or are we truly unable to eat? Certainly, we can. It's just that we cannot indulge in lavish feasts. In Mengmeng's eyes, the distinction between being able to eat and not being able to enjoy exquisite meals was inconsequential. Both outcomes led to her unhappiness and hunger. Observing the perplexity in Mengmeng's small eyes, it was clear that her thoughts had wandered elsewhere, for she could not possibly wear such a bewildered expression otherwise. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Ziyu gently patted Mengmeng's little head. Mengmeng, just like my classmate, when faced with any problem, even those we cannot solve, we must strive to confront them rather than evade them, as you are doing now. Indeed, you are still young and can choose to avoid challenges or switch schools. But what if the next school presents the same situation? What then? At this, Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback. This was no mere storytelling. It was a deliberate provocation directed at herself. Wasn't it simply placing all the burdens of the problem squarely upon her? Upon reflection, she recognized that this was indeed her own approach. So, Father, what do you think you should do? Or what actions do you believe I should undertake to be deemed acceptable? Lin Ziyu chuckled. This is your own matter, and how could I possibly know? I can only offer you a suggestion. I have never contemplated other aspects. Ultimately, this school journey is one you must undertake yourself. If I urge you to return to school, and you refuse, what purpose would that serve? That said, Mengmeng was not unreasonable. She could accept the counsel of others. Perhaps there existed a better solution, allowing her to resolve her own issues. Father, did you not say that I could ask you anything, anytime? Lin Ziyu nodded. Little did he expect this clever child to now engage in discussions with others. It seemed her intellect surpassed his own. Thus, he felt no need to ponder further. Indeed, she was proving to be a worthy successor. Quite right. Indeed, I previously uttered such words. Yet what I conveyed was that you could approach me with any problems you encounter. However, what you are facing now is not merely a problem, but rather a colossal predicament, one that belongs solely to you. Ultimately, Lin Ziyu is reluctant to involve himself in this matter. He hopes that Mengmeng can resolve it independently, and should she truly be unable to overcome it, or if she finds herself genuinely in trouble, it would be acceptable for him to appear by her side at that moment. Chapter 099. No acceptance of any form of apology, Father. You previously spoke so eloquently. I was under the impression that I could approach you at any time regarding any issues that arose. I did not realize there was a time limit to this. Lin Mengmeng pouted in dissatisfaction. Just then, the doorbell rang. Lin Ziyu spread his hands, a serious expression adorning his face, as he softly remarked, I told you this is not merely a problem, but a tremendous hassle. Now that trouble has come knocking, shouldn't you address it? As he departed, Lin Ziyu had already anticipated that someone would come calling. He was uncertain whether it would be the esteemed teacher Zhang or the principal. Upon opening the door, Lin Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback. Teacher, what brings you here? She exclaimed, her voice laced with surprise. Hearing her astonishment, Lin Ziyu came back to his senses. It appeared that it was neither the principal nor teacher Zhang, for otherwise, Lin Mingming would not have spoken in such a tone or exhibited such an attitude. Indeed, when Lin Ziyu turned around, he was met with the visage of the homeroom teacher, who had her head bowed, her eyes brimming with helplessness. Her hands fidgeted restlessly, suggesting she was at a loss for words. "Dear Mingming, I have come on behalf of Teacher Zhang to extend her apologies. She intended to come herself, but an unexpected family matter prevented her, so I've come in her stead. Would it be possible for you to return to school tomorrow?" The homeroom teacher uttered these words before promptly lowering her gaze, daring not to meet Lin Mingming's eyes for fear of rejection. Lin Mingming began to waver, especially upon witnessing the teacher's demeanor. She started to question whether she had indeed committed any wrongdoing. Her hands fidgeted with her clothing, her lips quivering. I truly do not wish to return. Perhaps you should first go back and speak with them?" At that moment, the homeroom teacher remained at the threshold, showing no inclination to leave, nor any intention of entering. The two were locked in a stalemate, neither willing to budge. However, in the next instant, the homeroom teacher suddenly knelt down. "Teacher, what are you doing? What do you intend?" Lin Ziyu observed from a distance, witnessing the entire scene unfold with clarity. Was this not an attempt at moral coercion? What change did she hope to effect? It was utterly impossible. "Mingming, you are unaware of the circumstances surrounding Teacher Zhang's family, who are indeed impoverished. Should she lose her job, she would have no choice but to return to her hometown, regardless of where you pursue your studies. The situation remains unchanged. Why must you be unwilling to grant her a reprieve? Is it truly so arduous?" Lin Mingming wore an expression of helplessness. Attending school posed no significant challenge, yet this predicament felt like an imposition upon herself. She detested the notion of others attempting to coerce her in such a manner. If she were to acquiesce, it would not be out of genuine willingness, but rather a reluctant capitulation. "Teacher, are you certain these words were conveyed by Teacher Zhang?" The homeroom teacher nodded affirmatively. Indeed, she felt uncomfortable coming herself, so she asked me to represent her. "Mingming, I can tell you are a kind-hearted child. Given this, could you not exercise magnanimity and allow her some grace? She has already begun to amend her ways. Perhaps you could treat this as if nothing had transpired?" Lin Mingming found herself at a loss for words, perceiving the entire exchange as surreal. She struggled to pinpoint any specific issue, but sensed an underlying multitude of problems. "Teacher, what do those remarks you made earlier truly signify? Does my refusal imply that I am at fault? Or what does it mean that if I do not consent, it will adversely affect everyone else? Must I, therefore, be compelled to agree?" In that moment, the homeroom teacher hesitated, the implication of her earlier words evident. Yet, what would be done? It was inappropriate to state it bluntly, though a gentle reminder seemed warranted. The teacher shook her head. "Mingming, the situation is not as you perceive. I merely believe enough." In the distance, Lin Ziyu rotated his wrist, the joints emitting a series of cracks. His silence did not indicate absence, nor did it imply that his daughter could be morally coerced. "Mr. Lin, today's events are indeed our responsibility. Are you suggesting I should consider whose reputation is at stake, yours or the principal's? I simply wish to ascertain whose esteem is truly in question here. My daughter has articulated her position clearly. How can you fail to comprehend? Should you persist in this entanglement, I shall have no choice but to summon security to escort you out." The homeroom teacher was momentarily taken aback. This matter was fundamentally hers to address. She had only dared to approach in hopes of a favorable outcome. Yet, sensing the situation deteriorate, she intended to retreat when Lin Mingming intercepted her. Gazing up at the teacher, at merely 3 years old, Mingming's stature was a significant disadvantage. The teacher hastily crouched down, softening the atmosphere somewhat. "Teacher, it is not that I am unwilling to forgive. Rather, Teacher Zhang is now an adult and must have the courage to acknowledge her mistakes. She cannot remain hidden behind others, allowing them to speak on her behalf, nor should she evade resolution after the fact, believing herself free of any fault. I believe this is the crux of the matter." Lin Mingming spoke at length, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. Even Lin Ziyu was somewhat taken aback. It was no surprise that she was his daughter. After merely half a day at kindergarten, she had grasped so many profound truths. It seemed that persuading her to undertake tasks or responsibilities in the future would only become increasingly challenging. Clearly, he too must evolve with the times. Ming Ming, I understand your feelings of injustice, he began, but before the homeroom teacher could finish her statement, Lin Ming Ming had already interrupted her with unyielding resolve. There's nothing to discuss. After an incident occurs, one should step forward immediately, rather than hesitating and hiding away. Teacher, you may leave. As for teacher Xiao Zheng's actions, while I do not wish to pursue the matter further, I will certainly not offer my forgiveness. With that, Lin Ming Ming turned and walked away. Her petite figure radiated immense energy. Lin Ziyu couldn't help but commend her. Ming Ming, you are truly remarkable. So intelligent. So magnanimous. Dad, you can stop with the flattery. Chapter 100, A New Scheme? Lin Ziyu. Was that flattery? It was certainly not. It was merely an expression of his affection and admiration for Lin Ming Ming, not a sycophantic compliment. The homeroom teacher, hesitant to speak further, ultimately turned away in resignation. She had conveyed her points clearly and explained everything necessary. It was simply that the other party was unwilling to accept it. Ming Ming, I never anticipated you would prove to be so formidable. Truly impressive, he exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Lin Ming Ming shook her head. She would not accept such sugary words. It was bound to be an ulterior motive. Perhaps they were concocting some convoluted plan, awaiting her to leap into the fire. Ming Ming, why are you so quiet? You seem rather strange today. Strange? Lin Ming Ming tilted her head. What is strange about it? Strangely adorable. Lin Ming Ming thought to herself. To utter such cheesy lines in this cold weather makes me want to leave this place immediately. Otherwise, I might just be driven to madness. Huh, old Lin, you truly are something. I can see disdain in Ming Ming's eyes. All I see are crumbs in my eyes. Strangely adorable. Huh. The live chat erupted in laughter after hearing Lin Ziyu's comment, especially given the contrast of his innocent demeanor when uttering such words. It made everyone question if their ears were deceiving them. How could such a statement even be heard? It simply shouldn't be. Dad, if you have nothing better to do, please refrain from creating unnecessary trouble, all right? Lin Ming Ming wished to retreat to her room for a moment of respite. So much had transpired today that her young mind struggled to process it all, especially with one wave of chaos following another. She began to doubt her own stance. Would choosing to forgive mean that nothing had ever occurred? Ming Ming, do you not wish to engage in a delightful conversation with your exceptionally handsome and charming father? Almost the instant this question fell, Lin Ming Ming decisively made her choice, shaking her head vigorously as if it were a rattle drum. No, father, are you not feeling rather bored at this moment? Or is there something you wish to attend to? If not, perhaps you should be on your way. I feel you are rather too idle at the moment, and when you are this leisurely, events tend to unfold that I find somewhat disconcerting. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. No one understands a father better than his daughter. Lin Ming Ming can discern precisely what is stirring in her father's mind. Does this not imply that it might be time to cultivate her interests? Ming Ming, how can you question your father so? I have a multitude of tasks awaiting my attention. Yet I also have a few matters I wish to discuss with you, if you would be so kind. Lin Ming Ming nodded. However, her nod did not signify agreement. It merely indicated a lack of better options. In their home, it was just the two of them, and even if she was reluctant to hear Lin Ziyu's musings, he would inevitably chatter on incessantly. Rather than resist, she might as well accept it with a smile. Father, I did not anticipate that you still had work to attend to. Lin Ziyu was taken aback. Was she doubting him? He was, after all, a man of employment, contributing to Social Security and housing funds. How could he be without work? Moreover, his position was quite respectable, demanding a strong focus. Ming Ming, do you possess any hobbies or interests? Lin Ming Ming quickly waved her hand. Clearly, he was attempting to ensnare her in another of his schemes, and it was evident that no good would arise from it. Perhaps he truly intended for her to learn the construction of houses. She was no simpleton. Father, I have no particular interests. I feel quite fulfilled as I am. No. Look at the other children. They all partake in extracurricular classes. He seemed intent on stifling any semblance of joy Meng Meng might possess, nipping it in the bud. Meng Meng, you must learn to grow up, and, eventually, you will develop your own interests. My sole desire is to see you happy. Is this truly the case? Meng Meng felt as if she were experiencing auditory hallucinations. It was blatantly evident he was purposefully complicating matters for her. Father, it is truly unnecessary. I am quite content as I am. Moreover, I am about to start school. I do not have the time to construct houses. Construct houses? Construct houses? Meng Meng wishes to learn how to build houses. Old Lin wants Meng Meng to build houses. This industry does have significant prospects. You are amusing me. Meng Meng is not even taller than a house. Hey, you up there, you're 8 meters tall? Lin Ziyu was momentarily taken aback. Previously, he had only admired those towering edifices, finding them quite impressive. It was merely a casual remark, and he never imagined Meng Meng would take it to heart. Meng Meng, what are you contemplating? How could I ever allow you to build houses? I merely mentioned it casually. Please do not take it to heart. I am asking you now. Lin Ziyu reiterated once more. The ability to make autonomous choices is of paramount importance. He does not wish for Meng Meng to grow up to be a person who merely waits for everything to be handed to her, unaware of her own desires or interests. What capabilities would she possess then? How would she confront challenges? Lin Meng Meng incredulously echoed, what I like. Indeed, these are matters you must learn for yourself. How could you allow others to take on that responsibility? Moreover, if you do not have a fondness for something, how could you ever find a motivation to learn it? If my mother had this level of insight, I would not have turned out this way. Thinking of the poor, Tian. Enough. It's all for your own good. You upstairs, do you understand, parents? Everything is for your benefit. Why do you not listen? At this moment, Lin Meng Meng began to scrutinize Lin Ziyu with growing suspicion. She started to wonder if this was some new rhetoric or a novel perspective. Meng Meng, are you contemplating your interests? Observing her silence, Lin Ziyu tactfully added, Father, are you feeling unwell today? Or is something amiss? How else could you utter such words? No, I'm perfectly fine. Lin Meng Meng exclaimed, increasingly flustered. You claim there is nothing wrong. Yet look at you now, rambling incoherently.